Qin Hao was once a rising star of the national men's basketball team, but a sabotage during a game caused him to fall from his peak into despair. A comminuted fracture of his right leg caused his career to collapse instantly. He lost everything he had fought for and all hope for the future. For 2 months, Qin Hao buried himself in alcohol, self-destructing every day. Until that day, he drank too much again and accidentally fell from the 15th floor. He faced death with resentment, anger, and despair. However, fate played a cruel trick on him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back at 15, back in his high school days when he had been looked down upon. With his familiar deskmate Peng Jun still by his side, and the upcoming school team selection, Wang Lei's image flooded his mind like a tide. This youthful basketball dream has reappeared before him. But this time, he is no longer that naive and ignorant boy, but a cold-blooded warrior honed on the professional stage. Those who framed him, those who stole his opportunities, he will crush them with his strength in this new timeline. However, fate seems to have quietly laid out a new game behind the scenes. The appearance of the mysterious transfer student Jiang Shui, the ruthless Jiang Feng, everyone he once knew, and every match could be drastically changed because of these changes. Chapter 1. Qin Hao was once an absolute mainstay of the national men's basketball team, an ace among top players. But during a game, he was maliciously framed by a competitor, resulting in a comminuted fracture of his right leg, instantly shattering his career. At that moment, he not only lost the court, but also his future. In his pain and despair, Qin Hao buried himself in alcohol. For 2 months, he spent every day drunk, alone, like a wounded wolf. Until one day, while drunk, he accidentally fell from a 15th floor window. In the moment of his death, he felt resentment. However, a miracle occurred. Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes the instant he fell, and he was back to when he was 15, back in high school, the place where his basketball dream had just begun. Beside him were familiar faces. Peng Jun, his deskmate, reminding him of the upcoming school team tryouts. Instantly, all the memories flooded back, and Qin Hao realized with shock. He had returned to his high school days. This chance to start over filled him with both excitement and trepidation. His basketball dream had just begun. At that time, he was only 1.7 meters tall, far from being able to compete with the taller players on the school team. But this time, Qin Hao was no longer that naive boy. He returned with the wisdom and experience of the professional arena, carrying both past glory and resentment. He was determined to make amends and rewrite his basketball legend. At Yuyang No. 7 Middle School, Qin Hao's basketball talent gradually became apparent. In high school, he quickly became a key player on the school team simply by relying on his amazing speed and hard work. In just 6 months, his height increased by more than 10 centimeters, reaching 1.88 meters, making him the ace player of the school team. Under his leadership, Yuyang No. 7 Middle School fought its way through the competition, making it into the provincial league and then into the provincial finals. Although they unfortunately lost by 2 points and missed the national challenge, Qin Hao's individual performance attracted the attention of many universities and CBA teams. Later, Qin Hao successfully entered the CBA youth team. After more professional training, his talent gradually emerged. His height continued to grow, eventually reaching 195 centimeters, making him a core player for the team and representing the national youth team in competitions against youth teams from all over the world. After hard work, he was successfully selected for the National Olympic team and eventually made it into the national team, competing in the Asian Championships and achieving instant fame. But it all started with Qin Hao's basketball dream at Yuyang No. 7 Middle School. Returning to high school, Qin Hao knew he had another chance to start over, and this time, he wouldn't let anyone destroy his basketball dream. Qin Hao, are you going to participate in the school team selection or not? The chubby Peng Jun kept nagging in his ear. Qin Hao smiled and replied, "Of course I'll participate. How could I miss it?" Although he is only 1.7 meters tall now, far shorter than the taller players on the school team, he knows that his height will increase dramatically within a year. At that time, he will face a brand new challenge. Having almost completely forgotten his high school knowledge, Qin Hao had no choice but to ask the chubby boy for help. The chubby boy couldn't help but laugh at him, saying that if he weren't tall enough, he might not even be able to get into the school team. Qin Hao didn't care at all. He knew that he had more than just height. He had an even more important advantage: speed and skill. Qin Hao was queuing to register for the school team selection when suddenly a tall student quickly stepped in front of him. The chubby Peng Jun shouted in annoyance, "Hey, you cut in line." This tall man, standing at 1.9 meters and possessing a robust physique, was surprisingly shy. Faced with the questioning, he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Sorry, I'm behind you in line." Qin Hao looked at him, a thought striking him as he recognized him as Wang Lei, a former school team player with a gentle personality. "Are you here to register too?" Qin Hao asked with a smile, extending his hand. Wang Lei hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. "My name is Wang Lei. This is Peng Jun, my deskmate," Qin Hao introduced. Wang Lei looked at the chubby boy curiously. "He's signing up too?" The chubby boy sighed resentfully, indicating that he was too short and it was uncertain whether he could be selected for the school team. The three chatted in line. Wang Lei's height attracted a lot of attention, and many people whispered among themselves, as if some were wary of his selection for the school team. When it was Qin Hao's turn, he walked to the registration desk and was surprised to see a beautiful girl sitting in front of him. She had a ponytail, big, watery eyes, and a fresh, elegant demeanor. This was completely different from the registration teacher he remembered, and he couldn't help but wonder, had even this changed after he returned to the past? "Hello, my name is Qin Hao, from Class 3, Grade 11. He introduced himself with a smile. The girl nodded, made a quick note, and reminded him, "Meet at the playground after school next Wednesday, and remember to be on time." Next up was Wang Lei. He was a little nervous, but the girl was even more enthusiastic towards him. "What's your name?" "Remember to be on time." Wang Lei blushed, nodded hurriedly, and ran away awkwardly. Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh at this. This guy, he can actually get this nervous. After school, Qin Hao went to practice at the neighborhood basketball court shortly after returning home. This old basketball court, built 10 years ago, was uneven and poorly lit, and almost no one came, especially at night. Qin Hao liked the quiet atmosphere and practiced there alone. The school team selection is in a week. Although I was selected for the team because of my speed, the competition is fiercer now. Qin Hao stood on the basketball court, recalling his performance from years ago. The girl with the ponytail he met today made him realize that many things might have changed, and even his future was no longer certain. He dared not sit and wait for opportunities. He had to fight for them. Height is my weakness, but speed is my strength. He decided that in the coming week, he would focus on improving his driving ability to stand out in the selection process. Driving is a key skill that helps players get rid of defenders and create better shooting opportunities. Qin Hao has a clear understanding of penetration. He knows that penetration masters like Allen Iverson in the NBA are not tall, but extremely fast, easily breaking through defenses and creating excellent shooting space for themselves. Although Qin Hao is not tall, speed is his advantage. To stand out in the school team selection, penetration will be an indispensable weapon for him. Under the dim court lights, Qin Hao practiced his breakthroughs repeatedly. He started from beyond the three-point line, attempting behind-the-back dribbles and crossovers. However, on his first attempt, the basketball slipped from his grasp, resulting in repeated mistakes. "Let's try again," he said, undeterred, focusing instead on the details of his movements and gradually finding his rhythm. With repeated practice, Qin Hao gradually adapted to his current physical condition, and his breakthrough movements became increasingly fluid. Nevertheless, he was still not satisfied. "My speed hasn't been fully utilized yet." It was a tedious and repetitive process, but Qin Hao enjoyed it immensely. After all, he had been unable to play basketball due to injury before, and he cherished being able to stand on the court again today. Half an hour later, Qin Hao stopped, his clothes soaked with sweat. He didn't stop, but continued practicing dribbling in place. Breakthroughs aren't just about speed. They also require excellent ball control. Breakthroughs and ball control are the most fundamental core skills, Qin Hao knew. Only by honing these skills could he leave a lasting impression on the coach during the school team selection. After an hour of intense training, Qin Hao finished his training session for the day. "I didn't expect that practicing breakthroughs and ball control would be more physically demanding than usual," he muttered to himself with a smile, rubbing his knees. When Qin Hao got home, he saw his mother, Lu Huifeng, waiting for him on the sofa, with a hot late-night snack already prepared for him on the table. Seeing this familiar scene, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. "Mom, don't worry, I won't neglect my studies," Qin Hao promised, knowing in his heart that besides basketball, he also needed to do his best to take care of his family. Qin Hao's family wasn't well off. Both his parents worked hard, especially his father, who often worked night shifts and didn't earn much. Qin Hao knew his parents had high expectations for him, hoping he could get into a good university and find a stable, easy job so he wouldn't have to work as hard as they did. After having a late-night snack, Qin Hao returned to his room and picked up another newly bought basketball. That basketball was specifically for developing his ball handling skills, and he habitually slept with it. "I'm only 15 years old now, and there are still several years until the Basketball World Cup. There's plenty of time," he silently vowed. This time, he would definitely not miss it. Several days passed, and Qin Hao's training became increasingly effective. Every morning, he would get up at 6 o'clock to train and continue training after evening self-study. His breakthroughs became more and more sharp, and his shooting and ball handling also improved significantly. Although his only truly outstanding skill right now was his breakthrough, with his exceptional basketball IQ and experience, his position as point guard was no longer a problem. As the days passed, today was the day of the school team selection. Qin Hao and the chubby Peng Jun arrived at the playground and saw that a large crowd had already gathered around the basketball court. The boys were naturally there to watch the selection, while the girls were there for the handsome guys on the school team. "Wang Lei." Qin Hao waved to Wang Lei when he saw him. Wang Lei ran over, greeted the chubby boy, and seemed a little nervous. "Don't worry, you'll definitely make the school team," Qin Hao reassured him with a smile. Suddenly, a commotion arose. "Jiang Shui is here." Everyone turned to look in the same direction, and a girl in sportswear with a ponytail walked over. She was 1.75 meters tall, with a slender figure and outstanding temperament. Upon seeing her arrival, the boys were excited, while the girls whispered among themselves. Qin Hao frowned, puzzled. How could this girl be so popular? He remembered that Lu Ting was the school beauty at number 7 middle school, but compared to Jiang Shui, she was nothing. Could it be that the butterfly effect had changed something? Is she a transfer student? Qin Hao asked the chubby boy. "Don't you know? Jiang Shui transferred here recently and became the manager of the basketball team," the chubby boy explained. "She has replaced Lu Ting and become the school's undisputed beauty queen." Qin Hao nodded, but in his heart he wondered if all this meant more changes. Just then, another commotion broke out in the arena as a handsome young man wearing a Kobe number 24 jersey walked onto the court. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and looked like a prince from a comic book. "So handsome. Oh my God, he's the perfect male god," the girls exclaimed. The boys, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel hostile, thinking to themselves, how can someone as handsome as him compete with us for the school team? However, the boys seemed indifferent, completely ignoring the stares of those around him. Qin Hao chuckled inwardly. This guy was just like Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk, cool and charming. Seeing Jiang Shui standing with that boy, all the boys felt a mix of emotions. The chubby boy angrily exclaimed, "My goddess! She's been stolen away." However, suddenly, Jiang Shui smiled gently and said, "Brother, why are you only arriving now?" "Brother?" Qin Hao was taken aback. "Little fatty, are we being silly?" Qin Hao suddenly realized, so they're siblings. The atmosphere instantly changed, everyone's mood shifting from disappointment to relief. A male god is still a male god, and a female god is still a female god. It's just that she has a protective older brother. While everyone was still discussing, Jiang Shui and her brother Jiang Feng walked into the crowd. Jiang Feng glanced at them coldly, his gaze settling on Wang Lei, who gave a silly smile. "Looks like I've been overlooked." Qin Hao chuckled, knowing that he was neither as tall as Wang Lei nor as ruthless as Jiang Feng, and was temporarily out of their sights. At this moment, the court returned to calm. Just as everyone was beginning to adjust to the new atmosphere, the basketball players from Yuyang number 7 middle school, wearing matching jerseys, walked over, and the atmosphere on the court became lively again. "The school team is here. Isn't this supposed to be a selection process for new players? What are they doing here?" People were buzzing with discussion, and the atmosphere on the field was somewhat tense. Qin Hao looked towards the school team and breathed a sigh of relief. The players were still the same people he remembered: Captain Guokai, top scorer Yuan Xiaojiang, and Zhao Hai, Wang Qingyu, Fu Chong, Lu Jun, Zhao Xuebing, Lei Yuchuan, and Huang Sudong. Several players who had graduated from high school had already left. Those remaining were these familiar faces. The school team players were also sizing up the newcomers who had come to participate in the selection trials. Most of their attention was focused on Jiang Feng and Wang Lei. Jiang Feng was handsome, and Wang Lei was burly. As for Qin Hao, he was completely ignored. "Looks like this year's rookies are pretty good," Wang Qingyu said with a smile. "That handsome guy is so annoying, and that guy with the silly grin. I think that kid wearing the Kobe jersey is just a pretty face," Fu Chong also said with a laugh. "Look at him wearing an authentic jersey and AJ shoes. If he added a bandana, he'd be a typical amateur." At this moment, Yuan Xiaojiang shook his head and said, "Never mind if he's just a pretty face. That kid is handsome, and he's even stolen our goddess Jiang Shui away." Zhao Xuebing chuckled. "Don't talk nonsense. They're siblings. Haven't you noticed how alike they look?" "Oh, so they're siblings. I knew it." That handsome guy was no ordinary person. His demeanor and equipment made him look like a pro. The group was discussing animatedly when suddenly, team leader Guokai frowned and whispered, "Stop talking nonsense. The coach is here." At Guokai's low shout, everyone immediately quieted down, and a middle-aged man walked over. The crowd parted automatically. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, looked refined, but was nearly 1.9 meters tall. He was none other than the basketball team's coach, Jiang Fangping. Guokai and the others immediately stepped forward and greeted him. "Hello, coach." Jiang Fangping nodded, glanced at the selection candidates standing to the side, and then waved to Jiang Shui. "Jiang Shui, come over," and read out the names. "Those who haven't signed up, step down. Those who have signed up, line up." Jiang Shui took out a small notebook and began reading out names. Soon, Qin Hao, Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, and 9 other participants lined up. Jiang Fangping cleared his throat and said, "My name is Jiang Fangping, and I'm the coach of our school's basketball team. You can call me Teacher Jiang. After you pass the selection and join the school team, you can call me Coach. Next, I'll explain the selection rules." The selection rules are simple. All participants will form a white team to compete against the red team, the school team. Outstanding performers will have the opportunity to join the school team. This rule matched Qin Hao's memory of the selection process, but the others were clearly unprepared. They exchanged glances, seemingly worried about their unfamiliarity with each other. Everyone knew that the competition was a team sport. Even the best individual performance couldn't be achieved without the cooperation of teammates, and right now, they had almost no chemistry. A boy broke the silence. "How about we all introduce ourselves first? My name is Su Kailai. I'm 178 centimeters tall, and I'm in Class 8 of Grade 11. Su Kailai introduced himself. Then, Qin Hao also introduced himself, followed by Wang Lei, Chen Dong, Huang Hao, Zheng Haifeng, and others. Among the 9, Jiang Feng seemed the most indifferent, only briefly saying, "Jiang Feng, I'm 190 centimeters tall." The others were somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that Jiang Feng was too cool, but they didn't say anything more. "So who goes first?" Su Kailai asked. Chen Dong suggested, "Let's sort by height and take turns. That way everyone has a chance to perform." Everyone agreed that Jiang Feng's height advantage almost guaranteed him a starting position. Qin Hao didn't care. Although he was ranked last, this allowed him to observe his teammates' performance and assess their abilities. Qin Hao was familiar with the abilities of Wang Lei, Su Kailai, Chen Dong, and others, as they had participated in the selection process together. However, he was unfamiliar with Zheng Haifeng and Jiang Feng and didn't know their skill level. The match was about to begin, and Qin Hao felt a little nervous, but he still believed he could put on a good performance based on his skills. After all, in this environment, whoever stood out in the competition would gain the coach's favor. The whistle blew, and the game began. Players from the white team and the red team took to the court. The red team's lineup consisted of Fu Chong, Zhao Hai, Lei Yuchuan, Lu Jun, and Zhao Xuebing. They did not field their strongest lineup. Captain Guokai and key scorer Yuan Xiaojiang, among others, were not on the court. For the white team, Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, Su Kailai, Qin Dong, and Zhang Haifeng entered the game. Although the white team was shorter than the red team, they were still full of fighting spirit. Wang Lei and Zhang Feng, the two tall players, were naturally the core of the inside game, while Su Kailai, Qin Dong, and Zhang Haifeng were responsible for the outside offense. At the start of the game, Wang Lei and Fu Chang jumped for the ball. They were about the same height, but Wang Lei's jumping ability and explosiveness far surpassed Fu Chang's, easily dribbling the ball to the backcourt. Su Kailai quickly received the ball and dribbled it forward. Just past midcourt, Su Kailai saw Zhao Xuebing coming towards him, and he became somewhat nervous. Just then, he saw Jiang Feng gesturing to him from a distance, asking for the ball, and decisively passed it to him. After receiving the ball, Jiang Feng didn't waste a second and immediately broke through Zhao Xuebing, heading straight for the basket. Although he was eventually intercepted by Zhao Hai, Jiang Feng's speed and explosiveness at that moment were enough to leave a deep impression on everyone present. The game continued, and the red team gradually tightened their defense, but the white team was not to be outdone. Although their teamwork was not yet perfect, each player's individual ability was on full display, especially the two tall players, Jiang Feng and Wang Lei, who became important pillars of the white team's offense. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. Everyone knew that this was not just a selection competition, but their only chance to showcase themselves and earn a place on the school team. On the number 7 middle school basketball court, the game was in full swing. Zhang Fangping sat on the sidelines, while Jiang Shui sat beside him, recording game data, mainly the points, rebounds, assists, and steals of the players participating in the selection process. Although Zhang Fangping didn't rely entirely on data to select players, this data was undoubtedly an important reference. Jiang Shui, Zhang Fangping said, "Didn't I tell you to tell your brother he can go straight into the school team? He doesn't need to participate in the selection." Jiang Shui sighed and shook her head. "I told him, but he insisted on fair competition and had to go through the selection process to get into the school team. That's just how he is. There's nothing we can do about it." Zhang Fangping smiled, unconcerned. Jiang Feng and Jiang Shui were transfer students from a northern province. Others might not know, but Jiang Fangping knew Jiang Feng's abilities. At their previous school, many schools had offered Jiang Feng lucrative contracts to poach him, but he had refused them all. Although Jiang Fangping didn't know why the siblings insisted on coming to Yuyang, he was still very happy to have someone like Jiang Feng on the school team. Jiang Fangping's gaze fell on Jiang Feng on the field, his eyes full of admiration. On the field, after receiving the ball, Jiang Feng first made a tentative step, placing the ball at his waist to avoid being taken away by the defender. Then, he quickly took a step forward with his right foot, keeping his left foot still, making a feint as if he was going to break through to the right. Zhao Hai, who was defending him, subconsciously shifted his weight to the right, playing right into Jiang Feng's plan. Jiang Feng abruptly pulled back his right foot, slapped the ball out with his left hand, and quickly broke through on the left. Zhao Hai hurriedly tried to adjust his weight, but it was too late. "It's okay, I'm here." Fu Chang, the center, shouted loudly, preparing to help defend. Jiang Feng snorted coldly, without any hesitation. After getting past Zhao Hai, he rushed straight to the inside, meeting Fu Chang's block attempt. The two were of similar height, but Jiang Feng's jumping ability was clearly better. He easily lifted the basketball, much higher than Fu Chang's hand, which Fu Chang couldn't reach at all. With a crisp smack, Fu Chang's hand struck Jiang Feng's wrist, and the referee's whistle blew immediately. Despite this, Jiang Feng still managed to shoot the ball, which circled the rim once before finally swishing through the net. The referee held up 2 fingers, indicating the score was valid. "Great shot!" Cheers erupted from the spectators. "A beautiful 2+1. Qin Hao's eyes lit up as he observed Jiang Feng's performance, forming a clear assessment. It was a beautiful 2+1 play. Although it was just one ball, Qin Hao gleaned a great deal of information from it. Jiang Feng possessed exceptional physical attributes, strong jumping ability, and excellent coordination. Even after being fouled in mid-air, he still managed to score, clearly demonstrating his skill. "Luckily, I didn't waste any time this week." Qin Hao secretly rejoiced. "If I had relied solely on speed to try and get into the school team like before, I would have been doomed." Initially, Qin Hao entered the school team due to his speed advantage. With the graduation of the senior students, several spots became vacant. Aside from Wang Lei and Su Kailai, Qin Hao was considered quite special, while the others were rather average. Therefore, he secured one of the 3 spots. However, now that Jiang Feng has joined the team, if Qin Hao continues to rely solely on speed to get selected, it will likely be much less likely. Jiang Feng made the free throw, and the red team attacked. Zhao Xuebing dribbled the ball up the court and easily got past Qindong with a quick change of direction. Qin Hao shook his head as he watched this. Qindong's defense was too poor. He was easily fooled by Zhao Xuebing's feint and made it very easy for Zhao Xuebing to get past him. After getting past Qindong, Zhao Xuebing quickly drove into the paint and saw Wang Lei waiting to defend him in the front court. Worried that Wang Lei's height might prevent him from going in head-on, he chose to pass the ball to Fu Chong in the paint. After receiving the ball, Fu Chong jumped up to shoot it into the net. But just then, a strong gust of wind came from behind him, and before Fu Chong could react, a large hand appeared in front of him. Smack! The basketball was slapped away. Fu Chong turned around and saw Wang Lei grinning at him, his smile sincere, as if to say, "You were too careless." Qin Hao was not surprised. Wang Lei is 193 centimeters tall. Although he is not much taller than Fu Chong, he has a longer wingspan, and his jumping ability and explosiveness are much better than Fu Chong's, especially his explosiveness, which is very amazing. That's why Wang Lei's jumping speed is extremely fast. Just now, when he lunged at Zhao Xuebing, Wang Lei had already turned around by the time Zhao Xuebing passed the ball. Even though Fu Chong had already jumped, Wang Lei still took the initiative and blocked the ball with his superior explosiveness. Jiang Feng got the basketball and, without waiting for his teammates' cooperation, launched a fast counterattack. Jiang Feng was incredibly fast. The only one who could keep up with him was Zhao Xuebing. But Zhao Xuebing was more than 10 centimeters shorter than Jiang Feng and couldn't catch up at all. Jiang Feng completely ignored Zhao Xuebing behind him, sprinted to the front court, broke through to the vicinity of the free throw line, suddenly jumped, grabbed the basketball with one hand, his entire arm almost reaching above the rim. "What is he doing?" the spectators on the sidelines exclaimed. Could it be? OMG, is he going to dunk? Everyone held their breath. Even Zhang Fengping couldn't help but stand up. He knew Zhang Feng's strength, but he didn't expect Jiang Feng to dunk in this kind of game. Jiang Feng grabbed the basketball with his right hand and slammed it down, sending the ball straight into the hoop. He grabbed the edge of the rim, which was stretched out of shape, and the basketball hoop shook violently. A collective gasp erupted from the audience, followed by frenzied screams. Hiss! The audience gasped in amazement, then erupted into cheers and screams. The girls covered their mouths, their eyes shining, almost speechless with awe at Jiang Feng's performance. "That's a real dunk. It's comparable to NBA dunks," the chubby boy said sourly. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "This is Jiang Feng's true strength. I didn't expect him to be more than just a gold. He's already reached diamond." At 1.9 meters tall, most people can't pull off a dunk like that. In fact, not many people can dunk in high school basketball games because dunking requires extremely high physical qualities, including height, exceptional jumping ability, explosiveness, and coordination. Jiang Feng's dunk was effortless, clearly showing that he was already accustomed to this high-difficulty move. This guy can actually dunk. Zhao Xuebing was shocked. The players on the red team also fell silent. Their eyes looked at Jiang Feng differently. Clearly, Jiang Feng's strength made them realize that this was not just a simple dunk, but was backed by unparalleled ball control, speed, jumping ability, and explosiveness. The match had barely begun when Jiang Feng had already captivated the entire field with his skill, prompting the other players to pass the ball to him more frequently. Jiang Feng earned everyone's respect and gained control of the game through his ability. "Spread out," Jiang Feng commanded, signaling his teammates to create space. Facing Zhao Hai, he lowered his right shoulder, feigning a breakthrough from the right. Zhao Hai immediately shifted his weight, preparing to meet the attack. But Jiang Feng suddenly changed direction, slapping the ball to his left hand and swiftly breaking through from the left. Zhao Hai hurriedly turned, but the speed difference was too great. He couldn't catch up. Jiang Feng took 3 big strides and went straight for a layup, the ball easily going into the net. Swish! Jiang Feng scored 2 more points. Zhao Xuebing on the sidelines frowned. Clearly Zhao Hai's defense hadn't worked. He immediately signaled Lei Yuchuan to guard Jiang Feng, since Zhao Hai wasn't fast enough and had been completely beaten by Jiang Feng. However, the situation didn't change after Lei Yuchuan entered the game. Although Lei Yuchuan was faster than Zhao Hai, the height difference remained, and his wingspan and jumping ability couldn't match Jiang Feng's. Jiang Feng continued to easily dribble past his opponents, leaving the red team struggling to keep up. Even if it were Lei Yuchuan, it wouldn't work, Qin Hao said, shaking his head. Sure enough, Jiang Feng continued to score, and the white team's advantage grew larger and larger. The score had become 11-6, with the white team leading the red team by 5 points, and Jiang Feng had already scored 9 points. Request a timeout. Guokai quickly called a halt to the game from the sidelines. Several red team players walked to the sidelines, their expressions grave. They were clearly humiliated by being dominated by a freshman. Coach, Guokai said, looking at Jiang Fengping. Jiang Fengping smiled slightly, his tone indifferent. You're the captain. Do you need me to direct you in this kind of competition? Guokai suddenly realized that there was a significant skill gap in this selection tournament. The school team had a strong lineup and shouldn't have sent their main players against these newcomers. He turned to Yuan Xiaojing. Xiaojing, you go in later and replace Lei Yuchuan. We must strengthen our defense, especially against Jiang Feng. Yuan Xiaojing nodded, and the others agreed to the decision. On the white team's side, the players gathered together to discuss Jiang Feng's performance. That dunk you just made was so awesome. It got my blood pumping. That 2+1 was beautiful too. They fouled, and you still managed to score. That's impressive. Jiang Feng, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Jiang Feng maintained his calm expression, not saying another word, and continued to prepare for the game. Everyone was used to Jiang Feng's cool attitude and wasn't surprised. When it was time to make substitutions, Jiang Feng's outstanding performance earned everyone's approval, and the team unanimously decided to let him continue playing, while the others were substituted out and the substitutes came on. At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly said, I won't go in yet. Let Wang Lei continue playing. We need a strong rebounder, otherwise we'll be at a disadvantage. The others considered it for a moment and agreed, finding Qin Hao's words reasonable. Wang Lei was somewhat reluctant, but Qin Hao pulled him back and whispered, protect the rebounds well and seize any opportunities in the paint. The opponent will definitely tighten their defense on Jiang Feng, and that's when you need to step up and show your strength. Don't worry, I'll be there in a bit. Wang Lei nodded, indicating his understanding. Qin Hao wasn't hesitant to play because of his short stature. He had a deeper plan. After a few minutes, Jiang Feng's performance shocked Qin Hao. Jiang Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. Not only were the other members of the white team struggling to compete, but even Guokai and Yuan Xiaojing from the school team might not be able to rival him. With Jiang Feng, Wang Lei, and Su Kailai, the white team's overall strength is not to be underestimated. Chen Dong's ability is average, and although Zheng Haifeng isn't top tier, his three-point shooting is still somewhat threatening. Qin Hao suddenly had a bold idea perhaps they could win this game. Normally, it's impossible for the freshmen on the white team to win the school team's selection trials. The freshmen lack teamwork and are unfamiliar with each other, making it difficult to form a tactical system, while the school team has a deep roster, with almost every player being far more capable than most members of the white team. However, with Jiang Feng's performance and the additions of Wang Lei and Su Kailai, Qin Hao felt that the situation in this match was not hopeless. If they played well, the white team might even be able to defeat the school team. With this lineup of me, Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, Su Kailai, and Zheng Haifeng, if we play well enough, we might actually be able to defeat the red team. Qin Hao was filled with fighting spirit. He began to concede, allowing Wang Lei to continue playing. After all, the opposing team would tighten their defense on Jiang Feng, and the team needed more players to step up. Wang Lei was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Qin Hao decided to observe carefully and wait for the right opportunity. Beep. The pause ended, and the game resumed. This selection competition was divided into 2 parts, each lasting 20 minutes. After all, This was just a school team selection competition, not a formal competition, so the time limit was set relatively simply. The white team has made substitutions for everyone except Jiang Feng and Wang Lei. The red team has also made adjustments, with Lei Yuchuan being replaced by Yuan Xiaojiang, while the other players remain unchanged. Yuan Xiaojiang is on the court. It seems the school team is taking this seriously. Yuan Xiaojiang is the school team's top scorer, and Jiang Feng's performance has clearly motivated them. This is going to be interesting. I wonder who is stronger, Jiang Feng or Yuan Xiaojiang. When Yuan Xiaojiang appeared, the audience focused their attention and began to look forward to the duel. The red team was on offense. Zhao Xuebing dribbled the ball up the court and, seeing Yuan Xiaojiang open, quickly passed the ball to him. He then signaled to his teammates to spread out, preparing for Yuan Xiaojiang to take a one-on-one opportunity. Jiang Feng, seeing this, proactively went up against Yuan Xiaojiang, clearly wanting to compete with the school team's top scorer. The two faced off. Yuan Xiaojiang didn't rush to attack, but observed Jiang Feng, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "You're very strong. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Jiang Feng didn't intend to answer. He coldly retorted, "You're the school team's top scorer?" Yuan Xiaojiang nodded subconsciously. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. "Very well. Then from today onwards, I'm on the school team, and you're not." This was a provocation. Yuan Xiaojiang's expression changed slightly. Then he sneered. "That depends on whether you have the ability." Before he finished speaking, he had already started moving quickly, breaking through from the right side. Jiang Feng took a half step back, adjusted his center of gravity, and followed closely behind. But Yuan Xiaojiang suddenly performed a behind-the-back dribble, quickly passing the ball to his left hand, and with a swift movement, broke through from the left side. This sudden change of direction with the behind-the-back dribble caught the defender off guard. "You think you can get past me so easily?" Jiang Feng sneered. He had deliberately held back some of his strength to ensure he could react to any breakthrough. Seeing Yuan Xiaojiang change direction, he immediately adjusted his center of gravity, slid to the right, and took a half step back, successfully blocking the breakthrough route. Yuan Xiaojiang's first attempt to break through failed. This only fueled his fighting spirit. He quickly stepped back, retrieved the basketball, and then jumped up for a step-back jump shot. Jiang Feng leaped up immediately and reached out to block the shot. Jiang Feng was stunned in mid-air as the basketball flew further and further away. He quickly realized, it's a fadeaway jump shot. Yuan Xiaojiang's lips curled into a smile as he leaned back slightly, almost at a 60-degree angle to the ground, avoiding Jiang Feng's block. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the basketball flew out. Swish! The ball went in. Great shot. It was a fadeaway jump shot. That's really difficult. No wonder he's the school team's top scorer. He's amazing. The spectators outside the arena gasped in admiration. Qin Hao nodded to himself. The fadeaway jump shot was Yuan Xiaojiang's signature move, a skill also mastered by NBA stars like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, almost impossible to defend against. While Yuan Xiaojiang couldn't be compared to them, his fadeaway jump shot was still unstoppable for Jiang Feng. Not bad. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, a cold smile appearing on his face. He quickly walked to the front court, asked his teammates for the ball, and prepared to challenge Yuan Xiaojiang one-on-one. Yuan Xiaojiang was not in a hurry to attack. Although he had just scored a goal, he did not underestimate Jiang Feng. He lowered his center of gravity and kept a close eye on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng started his run, quickly breaking through to the right. Yuan Xiaojiang followed closely behind, but Jiang Feng suddenly braked, stopping abruptly and pulling up for a jump shot before Yuan Xiaojiang could react. The move was incredibly fast. Yuan Xiaojiang didn't even have time to jump, only able to raise his hands to defend. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. Yuan Xiaojiang's heart skipped a beat. He knew the ball had gone in. Both sides traded attacks and defenses, but neither seemed to gain a significant advantage. The spectators on the sidelines were ecstatic, cheering loudly, eagerly anticipating another duel between Jiang Feng and Yuan Xiaojiang. In the following rounds, Jiang Feng and Yuan Xiaojiang engaged in another one-on-one duel. Although Yuan Xiaojiang was able to score, Jiang Feng gradually gained the upper hand, and Yuan Xiaojiang's defense became increasingly difficult. Seeing this, Zhao Xuebing knew that if the game continued like this, the red team's advantage would completely disappear. Xiaojing, don't get entangled with him, Zhao Xuebing shouted. Yuan Xiaojing immediately realized his mistake, calmed down, nodded to Zhao Xuebing, and then looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai, be sure to help me with defense later. In the next round, Yuan Xiaojing stopped attacking Jiang Feng one-on-one and instead focused on defense, while signaling Zhao Hai to help defend and prevent Jiang Feng from succeeding in a one-on-one situation. Jiang Feng frowned, looking at the opponent's defensive strategy, knowing that one-on-one was no problem, but facing two people's defense would be much more difficult. As expected, Qin Hao was right. The opponent has started to strengthen their defense against Jiang Feng, Wang Lei said in a low voice, glancing at Qin Hao on the sidelines, knowing it was time for him to step up his efforts. Wang Lei quickly ran to the left, positioned himself, and raised his hand to signal for the ball. Jiang Feng saw Wang Lei's position and passed the ball to him without hesitation. At this moment, he knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He could see Wang Lei's ability. Fu Chang immediately stepped forward to closely guard Wang Lei, preparing to defend him. Wang Lei backed down, and the two grappled. Fu Chang's defense was very tough, but Wang Lei's strength forced him to retreat step by step, eventually pushing him to the basket. Wang Lei roared, spun around, and jumped to face Fu Chang. Fu Chang had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as Wang Lei made the shot. After that, Wang Lei continued to score, helping the white team stabilize the situation. Although Jiang Feng was contained and the other players' attacks posed almost no threat, Wang Lei scored several crucial points with his individual ability. The white team's offense relied almost entirely on him. However, with Zhao Xuebing's successful breakthrough, the red team's score quickly widened to 25-19, a lead of 6 points. Although Wang Lei carried the offense, Jiang Feng was contained, and the performance of the others was mediocre. The white team's defense was full of holes and could not stop the red team's attack at all. We should call a timeout, Qin Hao said, frowning. Why call a timeout? Weren't we playing well? Chen Kai asked, looking at Qin Hao with a puzzled expression. Qin Hao was speechless, thinking to himself, did you see that clearly? The red team has 25 points now, and we have 19. We went from leading by 5 points to trailing by 6 points. Is this what you call playing well? He could only force a laugh and say, isn't the first half almost over? I haven't even gone on the field yet. Chen Kai then realized and smiled awkwardly. Right? I almost forgot you haven't gone on yet. Qin Hao, too lazy to say more, simply called a timeout. After Wang Lei and Jiang Feng left the field, he asked, how's your stamina? Do you need a rest? Wang Lei smiled and shook his head. I'm fine with it, but I can be replaced. Qin Hao, you haven't played yet. So how about I step down and you take your place? Jiang Feng simply shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. Qin Hao looked at the other three, who smiled awkwardly. Qin Hao then stopped being polite. You guys come down and rest later. Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and I, the three of us, are you sure you're okay? Although his tones sounded like a question, Qin Hao had actually made his decision to replace him clear. Chen Kai and Huang Hao frowned slightly, and just as the other two were about to speak, Jiang Feng said directly, all right, that's settled then. Wang Lei nodded, while Su Kailai quickly tried to smooth things over. Qin Hao hasn't been playing yet, so we should let him play. Didn't we agree to take turns? Let's leave it at that. The others then stopped objecting. On the sidelines, the red team players were also making adjustments. Zhao Xuebing and Zhao Hai, you two come down and rest. Wang Qingyu and Huang Sudong, you two go up, Guo Kai commanded. Huang Sudong, you play point guard. Wang Qingyu, you play power forward, and Lu Jun, you play small forward. Yes, the red team players responded in unison, the game having entered a heated phase. Lu Jun wasn't playing the 3 position, and Wang Qingyu wasn't playing the 4 position either. In fact, Lu Jun was more accustomed to playing shooting guard, while Wang Qingyu was a small forward. However, under these circumstances, the school team had limited personnel rotation, and the white team's height advantage wasn't significant, so this adjustment wasn't a major problem. Looking at the situation on the court, Guo Kai analyzed seriously. The white team has scored 19 points, mainly from Jiang Feng and Wang Lei. We've let them score too many points. So next, we need to focus on defending Jiang Feng and Wang Lei. As long as we can stop them, The rest of the white team are not a problem. The players on the red team nodded in agreement. They were quite dissatisfied with the first half, as the school team, barely managing a 6-point lead against first-year high school students, was simply unacceptable. However, they had to admit that Jiang Feng and Wang Lei were both very strong players. "Captain, aren't you going to go?" Fu Chang suddenly asked. "If you go, you can definitely subdue Wang Lei." "Damn, that guy is so tough." "Hey, where's his erection? On top or bottom?" Wang Qingyu teased. "Get lost," Fu Chang snapped, feeling a bit annoyed and waiting for Guo Kai's decision. Guo Kai shook his head. "I'm not playing today. This is just a qualifying match, and our opponents are a makeshift group of first-year high school students. If I play, it won't be a very honorable victory." Fu Chang was somewhat helpless. Thinking about having to face Wang Lei later was really giving him a headache. Wang Lei's physical fitness was too strong, and he already felt sore all over. Beep. The whistle blew, and the timeout ended. The players quickly returned to the field, and the white team launched an attack. Qin Hao received the ball in the backcourt. Huang Sudong, who had just entered the game, was 181 centimeters tall, significantly taller than Qin Hao. Seeing that Qin Hao was only 1.7 meters tall, Huang Sudong seemed somewhat dismissive and charged directly into the white team's backcourt, trying to force Qin Hao into a mistake and launch a quick counterattack. Qin Hao smiled inwardly, deliberately creating an opening. Huang Sudong's eyes lit up, and he immediately pounced to steal the ball, but Qin Hao easily dodged it, quickly dribbled behind his back, accelerated, and instantly shook off Huang Sudong, heading straight for the front court. "Beautiful!" A cheer rang out from the sidelines. The chubby boy's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe it. "Is this really the Qin Hao I know? He seems like a completely different person the moment he gets the ball." The fluid movements and the confidence in his eyes made the chubby boy wonder if he was hallucinating. "Damn it!" Huang Sudong cursed under his breath, feeling ashamed, and quickly turned to give chase. However, Qin Hao was simply too fast. By the time he turned around, Qin Hao had already created some distance between them. Upon reaching the front court, Qin Hao made a swift and decisive breakthrough. At this moment, the red team's defense was no longer a 5-on-5 situation, but a 5-on-4. Whenever someone came up to defend him, one player from the white team would inevitably be left open. As expected, Lu Jun, who was originally defending Su Kailai, immediately rushed forward when he saw Qin Hao break through. Qin Hao reacted quickly, passing the ball to Su Kailai while shouting, "Pass it to Jiang Feng." Su Kailai was taken aback for a moment, then understood. At this moment, Yuan Xiaojing, who was responsible for defending Jiang Feng, also rushed over to help. This is a typical 5-on-4 situation, with the defense down to one player. If the defender is distracted, the offense can find an opening through quick passing. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, received the ball, and drove straight to the basket, easily scoring a layup without any obstruction. That was a beautiful play. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Jiang Feng's finish was clean and decisive, and number one's playmaking was also excellent. He deliberately induced Huang Sudong to make a steal, creating a 5-on-4 situation. He quickly passed the ball to Su Kailai and reminded him that Jiang Feng had an opportunity. His thinking was very clear. Number 1. Jiang Shui looked at Qin Hao on the court and asked in confusion, "Coach, are you saying that number 1 planned this play?" But how could he know that Huang Sudong would definitely try to steal the ball? Jiang Fengping simply smiled and replied casually, "There's no need to guess." Huang Sudong pounced on him as expected, believing Qin Hao posed no threat, and boldly attempted to steal the ball. But Qin Hao deliberately gave him the opportunity, and Huang Sudong took the bait. However, Huang Sudong was unaware that he had just fallen into a trap carefully laid by Qin Hao. Huang Sudong received the ball in the backcourt and prepared to advance. When he saw Qin Hao coming to meet him, he decided to try to get back at Qin Hao with a one-on-one attack. "Kid, I was careless just now," Huang Sudong said coldly. "But it won't happen again. I'll make sure you can't score a goal, believe it or not. Why don't you say you're preventing me from touching the ball?" Qin Hao couldn't help but retort, thinking to himself, "This guy is too talkative. His mind is really slow. He hasn't even come to his senses yet." Huang Sudong said angrily, Fine. I'll make sure you can't touch the ball. From now on, don't even think about touching the ball again." I'll be watching you the whole time. Qin Hao looked at him, his tone serious. Are you sure? Huang Sudong was stunned for a moment, and was about to say confirmed, when he saw Qin Hao move quickly, pouncing out like a rabbit and directly reaching out to cut the ball. Snap! Huang Sudong felt his hand go empty as Qin Hao snatched the ball away. Huang Sudong hurriedly turned around, trying to chase after him, but Qin Hao had already dashed off like the wind, his speed leaving Huang Sudong stunned. Wow, that's fast. That steal was beautiful, so clean and efficient. Who is number one? Even though he's only 1.7 meters tall, he's incredibly fast. The students on the sidelines were all shocked. Qin Hao's fishing strategy was quite subtle, and few people noticed the trick, but the steal was just too clean and efficient. Moreover, Qin Hao's speed surprised everyone. Right after stealing the ball from Huang Sudong, he barely hesitated, quickly shaking off Huang Sudong and dribbling towards the front court. The chubby boy's eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted excitedly. His name is Qin Hao. He's my classmate and my deskmate. He's super awesome. Oh, Qin Hao scored. Swish. After easily scoring a layup, Qin Hao turned around and returned to his own half of the court, spreading his hands at Huang Sudong. Look, I just touched the ball. Huang Sudong immediately felt like he'd been slapped in the face. He'd just said he'd keep Qin Hao from getting the ball, but Qin Hao stole it and scored 2 points. The scene was utterly embarrassing. This scene not only made Huang Sudong feel ashamed, but the audience also cheered for Qin Hao's performance. The students outside the court were shocked, never expecting that Qin Hao could steal the ball from Huang Sudong, and his speed was unbelievable. He was as fast as the wind. Great! Su Kailai ran to Qin Hao's side and said with a smile, "You're really hiding your talent. That was a beautiful shot." "Great job." Wang Lei gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration. Even Zhang Feng couldn't resist joining in, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder. "I didn't expect you to be so fast, and your steal was pretty good too." Qin Hao simply smiled. To him, it was just basic maneuvering, the steal merely a routine defensive counterattack. As the white team scored consecutive points, the score became 25-23, with the white team trailing by only 2 points, and the situation gradually shifted. On the red team's side, Yuan Xiaojiang ran to Huang Sudong's side and asked with a frown, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Huang Sudong shook his head, but his face was obviously not good. Yuan Xiaojiang could tell that he was a little out of control, and his brows furrowed even more. The game continued, and the red team was on offense. Huang Sudong dribbled the ball forward, his eyes filled with anger, clearly wanting to get revenge on Qin Hao and secretly vowing to score a goal against him. Qin Hao looked into Huang Sudong's eyes and knew that the guy was getting emotional. Sure enough, Huang Sudong was still so easily agitated. The slightest provocation could throw him off balance. Seeing that Huang Sudong was about to challenge him one-on-one again, Qin Hao immediately shouted to Su Kailai, "Su Kailai, help defend." "Okay." Su Kailai immediately ran over, ready to help defend. Seeing this, Lu Jun quickly ran towards Huang Sudong, asking for the ball, but Huang Sudong ignored him completely. Facing the double team, he still chose to force his way through. As a result, Su Kailai reacted quickly and stole the ball. Another interception, Su Kailai quickly passed the ball to Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't hesitate, quickly started, pushed with both hands, and accurately sent the ball to the front court. Oh no! Damn it, another fast break. Only then did the players on the court react. Zhang Feng had already made a fast break and quickly crossed the center line. Qin Hao's pass was perfectly timed. After receiving the ball, Zhang Feng glanced back and saw that no one was guarding him. Without hesitation, he charged straight towards the basket. He wasn't going to waste time. If a dunk could solve the problem, there was no need for a layup. Zhang Feng, exceptionally talented, completed a powerful dunk. Great shot. Wow, another dunk. Zhang Feng dunks like it's nothing. The spectators exclaimed in amazement and praised him repeatedly. However, Guokai frowned and immediately called a timeout. Huang Sudong was substituted off the court, and Guokai shook his head as Huang Sudong walked to the sidelines, saying, "Calm down first." Huang Sudong lowered his head, realizing that he had lost control of his emotions, and silently bore the pressure from his teammates. The game continued, and the score had become 25-25, with the white team successfully tying the score. On the white team's side, Qin Hao walked off the court, and the other team members looked at him with awkwardness in their eyes. They had originally thought Qin Hao was just an ordinary first-year high school student, but they hadn't expected him to be so outstanding. Qin Hao didn't care about his teammates' embarrassment. He said in a deep voice, "I've been observing from the sidelines. Now I have a bold plan. Are you all interested in hearing it?" "What plan?" Su Kailai asked. The other team members all looked at Qin Hao, awaiting his answer. Qin Hao's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Defeat the school team and win this match." Upon hearing this, the members of Team White were stunned. Su Kailai, Chen Dong, and the others all wore expressions of astonishment, as if asking, "Are you kidding me? Defeat the school team?" They had never even considered it. How could a hastily assembled team possibly defeat a professionally trained school team? The only ones who didn't seem surprised were Wang Lei and Jiang Feng. Wang Lei's expression was serious as he considered the suggestion. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, showed a serious expression for the first time, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke. "This plan is good. I'm very interested. Qin Hao, how do we defeat the school team?" Chen Dong spoke first. "Hey, you guys aren't serious, are you?" "Of course we're serious," Qin Hao said firmly. "Since you all think you can't win, then losing is fine too. Why not give it a try?" After saying that, he looked at Jiang Feng and said seriously, "First of all, I have one requirement, which is that you all have to follow my arrangements, including you." "What do you say?" Su Kailai seemed a little hesitant. Wang Lei didn't think much of it and immediately said, "Okay, no problem." Jiang Feng thought for a moment before saying, "As long as your plan makes sense, what does it matter if I listen to you? I just want to win." At this moment, the other team members also began to think. If Qin Hao had said this at the beginning of the match, no one would have believed him, and no one would have been willing to listen to his advice. After all, everyone knew that Qin Hao was 1.7 meters tall and didn't look like a top-level player at all. But as the game progressed, Qin Hao proved his ability with his actions, especially in his steal and breakthrough, where his speed and decision-making impressed everyone. Now, the score is tied, and there's still hope. Everyone started to get excited. If they could really defeat the school team, it would not only prove themselves, but even if they didn't make the school team, this victory would still be something to be proud of. Shall we do it or not? Qin Hao's gaze swept over the team members. Su Kai looked at the others and finally gritted his teeth. "Let's do it." Zheng Haifeng also said boldly, "What are we afraid of? It's okay if we lose, but if we win, that would be awesome." "Yes, let's do it." "Qin Hao, you tell me, how do we do it?" At this point, Jiang Feng and Wang Lei also expressed their support, and the others no longer objected. Seeing that everyone agreed, Qin Hao smiled and began to arrange tactics. "There are 2 minutes left in the first half. Our first priority is to keep the score close before the end of the first half, and it would be best if we could take the lead. Jiang Feng, your task is to score. Also, Yuan Xiaojiang is your responsibility. Try your best to defend him." Chapter 11. The White Team's Counterattack. The sound reached the ears of the others, who were all surprised and looked at the White Team in astonishment. The Red Team players burst out laughing, while Lei Yuchuan scoffed. "What are these people shouting? Are they talking about beating the opponent? What a joke them. TCH, do you think you can beat us just because you have 2 decent players?" Fu Chang scoffed. "It's laughable. All of them so arrogant. They'd better just fly to the moon." This slogan angered the Red Team players. Yuan Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in them, and asked Guokai, "Captain, are you really not going to teach these first-year high school students a lesson?" Guokai shook his head again. "I won't go. It's a bit unfair to field the full main lineup against a team like this. Don't let your guard down. The few of you are enough." "That's true." Yuan Xiaojiang nodded. "That was indeed a bit like bullying someone." Beep. The pause has ended. The players from both sides returned to the field, and Jiang Fangping smiled and said with a grin, "Interesting. I didn't expect it to be this interesting." "What's interesting?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. "The freshman this year, number 1, Jiang Fangping said. "By the way, what's his name?" Jiang Shui glanced at the notebook and replied, "Qin Hao." Jiang Fangping said, "Did you hear the slogan that Team White shouted just now? What do you think gave them the confidence to shout such a slogan?" Jiang Shui replied, "Because they tied the score." "No." Jiang Fangping shook his head. It's because from now on, they are no longer a disorganized bunch. They have truly become a team. Tell me, who brought them together? Qin Hao. Jiang Shui's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be Qin Hao, who was only 1.7 meters tall and looked quite ordinary? On the field, with only 2 minutes left in the first half, the score was 25-25. The red team attacked, and Huang Sudong was substituted off, and Zhao Xuebing was brought on. The other 4 players remained the same: Fu Chang, Wang Qingyu, Lu Jun, and Yuan Xiaojing. The white team consists of Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and Qin Hao. Zhao Xuebing advanced the ball to the front court and saw Qin Hao coming up to meet him. He frowned. Huang Sudong had obviously underestimated Qin Hao, which caused him to lose his composure. He didn't want to repeat the same mistake, so he was on high alert and gave Fu Chang a hand signal. Come up and set a screen. Using the screen, Zhao Xuebing shook off Qin Hao and broke through. Wang Lei quickly stepped forward to delay him, and Zhao Xuebing smiled and made a bounce pass. At the same time, Wang Qingyu made a reverse run, shaking off Su Kailai and cutting from the wing. Taking advantage of Wang Lei's movement to delay Zhao Xuebing, he received a pass from Zhao Xuebing and dribbled to the basket. Just as he was about to make a layup, a strong gust of wind came from behind, followed by a sharp pain in his wrist and a snapping sound. Beep! The referee blew his whistle, pointed at Su Kailai, and gave him a hand foul, signaling Wang Qingyu to go to the free throw line and take 2 free throws. Qin Hao ran over to Su Kailai and instructed him. Good job, defend like that. But be careful, try to avoid injury. Aim for the ball, not the player. Understood, Su Kailai replied. During the game, coaches always require that fouls be hard and that the opponent not be given the opportunity to score a 2-1. This is because if it is just a foul that sends the opponent to the free throw line, at worst they will make both free throws. If they make one of the 2 free throws, or even miss both, then the foul is a gain. However, if you give the opponent a 2-1 play, you not only commit a foul, but also turn the opponent's 2 points into 3 points. It's better to let the opponent score 2 points. However, being ruthless and being cruel are 2 different things. A ruthless and clean-cut foul is a good foul. A dirty trick and a wicked heart are despicable. Damn, that was pretty hard. Wang Qingyu rubbed his wrist and walked to the free throw line. Perhaps because of the wrist, he missed the first free throw and only made the second. He only made one of the 2 free throws, and the score became 25-26, with the red team leading by 1 point. There was still a little over a minute left in the first half. The white team is on offense. Qin Hao comes to the front court, and Zhao Xuebing comes up to defend him. Qin Hao gives Wang Lei a signal, and Wang Lei comes up to set a screen. Qin Hao quickly shakes off Zhao Xuebing and attacks the inside. Stop him! Someone shouted, and the red team players instinctively moved towards the inside, rushing towards Qin Hao. This was exactly the effect Qin Hao wanted. He flicked his hand and passed the ball to Jiang Feng. As the red team players collapsed towards the inside, Yuan Xiaojing was a little further away from Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng received the ball and immediately shot. His task was to score, and he didn't even need to care about his teammates' positions. As long as he had a good opportunity, he had to take the shot decisively. Therefore, he was extremely decisive when he took the shot. In this state, the hit rate is often higher. Whoosh. Goal. Score, 27-26. In the next 2 rounds, neither side managed to score, and with only 40 seconds left in the game, the ball was in the hands of the red team. After Zhao Xuebing came to the front court, he raised his hand to signal to run down the clock. Only when the 24-second shot clock was almost up did he pass the ball to Yuan Xiaojing. Yuan Xiaojing had the ball and was matched up against Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng had a cold expression and stared intently at Yuan Xiaojing. Yuan Xiaojing also had a serious expression and made a probing step, but Jiang Feng remained unmoved. Pick and roll. Yuan Xiaojing called for a screen, took the opportunity to shake off Jiang Feng, and then drove into the paint. Wang Lei roared, leaped into the air, and raised his hands high, casting a shadow over Yuan Xiaojing's head. Damn, this guy jumps so high. Yuan Xiaojing cursed inwardly, exerting force from his waist and abdomen. His body suddenly paused for a moment in the air, achieving a hang time. When Wang Lei began to fall, his shooting space was no longer restricted, and Yuan Xiaojiang raised the ball again. By this time, Wang Lei had already begun to fall, so he could only throw the ball out with all his might. Whoosh! Goal! The red team players cheered. Phew, luckily I was lucky. Yuan Xiaojiang breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lei defended this ball very well, and he wasn't confident in his final shot. It was a lucky shot. There's one last shot left, 27-28. We're down by 1 point. Qin Hao glanced at the time. There were 20 seconds left. He wasn't going to give the opponent any time. After getting to the front court, he first slowed down the clock and then gestured to his teammates. Play it safe. Try to score. If they score this goal, they will go into the second half with a lead. Time was ticking away, and when there were only 10 seconds left, Qin Hao began to act. Zhang Feng was still heavily guarded, with Yuan Xiaojiang in front of him and Wang Qingyu to his side. As soon as Zhang Feng got the ball, Wang Qingyu would immediately rush over to help defend, making it a 2-on-1 situation, not giving Zhang Feng a chance to play one-on-one. Wang Lei was in the paint, while Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng were spread out on both sides. Seeing that there was no opportunity with Zhang Feng, Qin Hao chose to break through on his own. Facing Zhao Xuebing's defense, he suddenly changed direction. Zhao Xuebing immediately moved back half a step, took the lead in blocking Qin Hao's breakthrough route, and sneered in his heart. I am not Huang Sudong. It's not that easy to get past me. The next moment, Zhao Xuebing's expression changed. Chapter 12 Halftime Lead. Qin Hao didn't slow down and charged straight at him. But just as the two were about to collide, Qin Hao hooked the basketball with his right hand, used his left foot as the pivot foot, spun 360 degrees, and did a spin move, bypassing Zhao Xuebing like a spinning top. Oh no! Zhao Xuebing shouted. Fu Chong. Don't worry, I'm here. Fu Chong reacted quickly and was already prepared. Qin Hao bypassed Zhao Xuebing and was already in the 3-second zone, the trapezoidal area inside the free throw line. He jumped towards Fu Chong, who jumped up with a sneer. Qin Hao was only 1.7 meters tall, and even if he had a good jump, he was confident that he could block the ball and let Qin Hao taste the feeling of being blocked. It's over. Qin Hao made a rash decision on that play, going head-to-head with Fu Chong despite a 20-centimeter height difference. Wasn't he just asking for a block? People sighed and shook their heads. But at that moment, Qin Hao smiled. With a flick of his wrist, he didn't shoot, but instead passed the ball to the left corner three-point line. Everyone's attention was on him, and Zhang Feng, Wang Lei, and Su Kailai also attracted some attention. No one noticed that Zheng Haifeng had quietly run to the left corner three-point line, and there was no one 2 meters in front of him. Not good. It was a pass. There's a gap in the corner. People were shocked, and the red team players on the sidelines shouted warnings to their teammates on the court, but it was too late for them to rush over. Whoosh! An orange phantom flew towards Zheng Haifeng. Zheng Haifeng caught the ball and remembered Qin Hao's instructions. His task was to shoot 3-pointers, and he didn't need to worry about anything else but focus on shooting 3-pointers. Immediately, Zheng Haifeng jumped up, flicked his wrist, and launched a 3-pointer. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the net flew up. Meanwhile, time ran out, and the first half ended. Goal! Su Kailai jumped up excitedly. The ball went in. That was a beautiful shot. Wang Lei exclaimed. Roar! Zheng Haifeng roared, waving his arms excitedly. This was his first goal of the game, and it was crucial and beautiful, changing the score difference to 30-28. In the last moment of the first half, he helped the white team take the lead. The first half had ended, and the other players from the white team ran over to excitedly high-five Zheng Haifeng in celebration. Although they hadn't made the shot, they were still happy. Qin Hao also extended his hand. I believe you can definitely make the shot. Zheng Haifeng grinned and said, Thank you for your trust. You did a great job spreading the word. If it weren't for your excellent communication, I wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to make a move. The two looked at each other and smiled. Wow, the white team is amazing. The red team is the school team, and they're still down by 2 points at halftime. Our first-year students are incredible. Honestly, I didn't expect them to perform like this against the school team. Zhang Feng, Wang Lei, Qin Hao, Su Kailai, and Zheng Haifeng are all very strong. Remember their slogan before. defeat the opponent, and win the game. At the time, everyone thought they were joking, but now it seems that they might actually win. Various murmurs reached the ears of the red team players, and Zhao Xuebing and others all looked grim. Even they did not expect the first half to end like this, being overtaken by the opponent's buzzer-beating three-pointer and trailing by 2 points. They were playing against a group of first-year high school students, and they were actually behind at halftime. Lu Jun, Fu Chong demanded angrily, "How did you defend against him? If you're so great, then you go and do it yourself. You let Wang Lei get so many points, and you're still criticizing me," Lu Jun retorted. "You," Fu Chong stared wide-eyed. Seeing the two of them like this, Wakai frowned and said in a low voice, "Shut up, both of you." As soon as the captain spoke, the two of them shut up at the same time. Wakai glanced at them and said, "What's all the fuss about? It's just a 2-point deficit. There's still the second half. Zhao Xuebing, Yuan Xiaojiang, Wang Qingyu, Zhao Hai, and Fu Chong, all 5 of you will come out together in the second half." He paused, then continued, "Wang Qingyu, you're in charge of guarding against Jiang Feng. Keep a close eye on him. Zhao Xuebing, you're in charge of number 1, Qin Hao. Don't underestimate him. Although he's not tall, he has excellent organizational skills and is very fast." "Yes." Wang Qingyu and Zhao Xuebing nodded in agreement. Guokai continued, "Yuan Xiaojiang, Zhao Hai, you two are responsible for the other 2. The strongest players on the other team are Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, and that number 1. As long as you can defend against those 3, the rest of the white team won't pose much of a threat. As for Wang Lei and Fu Chong in the paint, try to push them outwards and prevent them from positioning themselves too deep. They are a big threat under the basket, but once they leave the basket, they shouldn't be as much of a threat." Yuan Xiaojiang and Zhao Hai agreed, while Fu Chong's eyes lit up. Before we knew it, the second half had begun. The white team is still fielding Qin Hao, Zheng Haifeng, Su Kailai, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei. This is the best lineup right now, and they need to play to win. The red team consists of Zhao Xuebing, Yuan Xiaojiang, Wang Qingyu, Zhao Hai, and Fu Chong. Seeing the red team's lineup, the students on the sidelines couldn't help but worry about the white team. Although Captain Wakai didn't play, the red team's lineup is still very strong. 4 of their starting players are on the court. The white team is in trouble. After playing like that in the first half, the red team will definitely have to field a stronger lineup. I wonder how the white team will fare against this lineup. I hope they don't lose too badly. Some people firmly supported Team White, including the chubby boy. He pushed up his glasses and shouted, "So what if they're the main lineup of the school team? Humph, Team White isn't bad either. So what if they're freshmen? Freshmen can be strong too. I support Team White. Go Team White." Some girls also shouted, "Jiang Feng, keep going. Jiang Feng, I like you." A dedicated support group for handsome guys. On the field, since the white team attacked first in the first half, the red team gained possession in the second half. After Zhao Xuebing advanced to the front court, he passed the ball to Yuan Xiaojiang. Yuan Xiaojiang received the ball and faced Jiang Feng. Fu Chong stepped up to set a screen for him, and Yuan Xiaojiang took the opportunity to shake off Jiang Feng and break through to attack the inside. On the white team's side, Jiang Feng was blocked by Fu Chong, and Wang Lei went up to delay Yuan Xiaojiang. Su Kailai ran back to help Wang Lei fill in the gap. However, Wang Qingyu was overlooked. Whoosh! Yuan Xiaojiang passed the ball to Wang Qingyu, who took a 3-pointer from the right 30-degree angle. With a swish, the basketball went in, making the score 31-30, and the red team took the lead. The opponent has started to play tactics. Qin Hao frowned. In the first half, the opponent relied more on the individual abilities of the players to score, but this play showed that the opponent had started to play tactics and wanted to take advantage of the overall strength. Apart from himself, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei, Su Kailai, and Zheng Haifeng's defense was not very good, and they did not have any chemistry with each other, so it would be difficult to defend against the opponent. Therefore, the only way to win is through offense. The last minute or so of Chapter 13. Qin Hao came to the front court and made a hand gesture. Wang Lei and Jiang Feng understood and moved at the same time. However, Wang Lei was not setting a screen for Qin Hao, but for Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng didn't have the ball, and there was only Yuan Shaojing in front of him. But once he got the ball, there would definitely be two people in front of him, and it would be difficult to get rid of them then. So during halftime, Qin Hao briefly outlined a few tactics. At this moment, Wang Lei stepped forward, Zhang Feng moved to the left, then suddenly ran back and turned to the right. Yuan Shaojing, who was defending him, also turned around immediately, but bumped into a wall of people. When he looked up, he saw Wang Lei blocking him with his body and showing him a simple and honest smile. It's a cover, Yuan Shaojing realized and looked at Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng had already shaken off him and was rushing towards the inside. Fu Chang was preparing to block Zhang Feng, but he couldn't keep up with the speed and was easily overtaken by Zhang Feng. At the same time, Qin Hao brought Zhao Xuebing to the right side of the court, deliberately leaving the left side open to create space for Zhang Feng to make a back cut. Seeing that Zhang Feng had shaken off Yuan Shaojing, Qin Hao immediately made a bounce pass, and Zhang Feng received the ball and took a step to make a layup. 32:31. Wow, the white team actually has such good teamwork. Zhang Shui was surprised. Hehe. Zhang Fangping was not surprised and said with a smile, "Now you understand what I said before, right? The white team is no longer a disorganized mess. They also have tactical coordination." Zhang Shui was shocked. She looked at Qin Hao, still somewhat incredulous that this unassuming number one really had such abilities. Guokai couldn't help but frown. The performance of the white team had surprised him time and time again. Today's game was a bit out of his control. When did it start? It seems that it was from the moment that number one came on stage. In the second half, the two sides traded blows for a few minutes, but the red team still had the upper hand. Although Yuan Shaojing and Fu Chang might not be as good as Zhang Feng and Wang Lei in terms of individual strength, the red team still had the advantage in overall strength. On the white team, Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng were a bit weaker. So after a few minutes, the score became 40-36, with the red team leading by 4 points. The point difference wasn't large, but the situation was gradually shifting in favor of the red team. If the game continued, the red team would perform better and better, while the white team's morale would decline. We have to catch up. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes. With our team's chemistry, we can't fight a comeback at all. If we keep the score close, everyone can hold on with this kind of spirit. But once the score gap widens too much, our morale will collapse, and then the score gap will only get bigger and bigger. The reason we're able to compete with the red team like this is thanks to the individual abilities of Zhang Feng and Wang Lei, Qin Hao's organization and coordination, and our sheer willpower. Once that anger is released, the white team is finished. Upon reaching the front court, Qin Hao made another hand signal. Wang Lei and Zhang Feng understood and repeated the tactic. However, this time Qin Hao didn't pass the ball to Zhang Feng because the opposing team was prepared and had someone providing help defense, making Zhang Feng's opportunity less than ideal. Qin Hao had anticipated this and wasn't actually going to execute this tactic. He was merely using it to confuse the opponent and create an opening for himself to shoot. Laugh. Qin Hao exerted his strength and suddenly changed direction. Zhao Xuebing quickly moved, but at that moment, Qin Hao suddenly dribbled behind his back and changed direction again. Oh no! Zhao Xuebing tried to move, but couldn't stop him. This guy is too fast. Qin Hao was too fast, and with his continuous changes of direction, Zhao Xuebing could no longer stop him. He got past Zhao Xuebing and took the opportunity to drive into the paint. Zhao Hai rushed over and jumped to meet Qin Hao. Qin Hao's eyes were firm. He raised the ball, not to shoot, but tossing it with one hand. Zhao Hai missed his target. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the ball went in. What a brilliant throw. That was a beautiful shot, a dribble, a floater, such a skillful play. People cheered and applauded. Zhao Xuebing shook his head. He had to admit that, apart from being a little short, Qin Hao's basketball IQ and playmaking ability were really good, and he was also very fast. The score is 40-38, with the red team leading by 2 points. Qin Hao turned and retreated to defend, shouting loudly. Defense well, we're only 2 points behind. With only 2 points separating them, the white team players were all thrilled. They nodded in unison, their eyes shining. If they could defend this attack well and score one more point, they would be able to tie the game. However, The red team was indeed very strong. They once again took advantage of the poor defense of Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng, spreading them out to create one-on-one opportunities. Zheng Haifeng had no choice but to foul, sending the opponent to the free throw line. This happened repeatedly in the following rounds, with the red team frequently exploiting this tactic. Whenever the score difference widens even slightly, Qin Hao will try to score himself or move his teammates to create opportunities for others to score. Furthermore, he constantly encouraged his teammates. Otherwise, Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng would have lost confidence long ago if they had been frequently scored on by the opponent in one-on-one situations. Huff, huff. Qin Hao gasped for breath, feeling as if his lungs were on fire. The others aren't much better off. The white team doesn't dare to make any substitutions. This is the only lineup they can barely compete with the red team. If they make any substitutions, the score difference will immediately widen. So they didn't make any substitutions for more than 10 minutes in the second half. Everyone's physical strength was greatly depleted. Zhang Feng and Wang Lei were in better shape, while Qin Hao, Su Kailai, and Zheng Haifeng were in much worse shape. I still need to improve my physical fitness. I need to increase the intensity of my training in the future. Qin Hao pondered, looking at the scoreboard. The score was 55-52, and they were down by 3 points. He raised his hand and said, "Request a timeout." Beep. The referee signaled a pause. The group arrived off the field, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. The students on the sidelines, as well as the other 4 players on the white team, all held Qin Hao and his team in high esteem. With such a lineup, they were only down by 3 points with just over a minute left in the second half, which was beyond everyone's expectations and almost unbelievable. Qin Hao took a deep breath and said, "There's a little over a minute left. We're only down by 3 points, so we have a chance. Everyone, whether we can win or not depends on this last minute. Cheer up. We can do it." The group nodded in unison. Qin Hao then looked at Zhang Feng. "Zhang Feng, in this last minute or so, I will try my best to create opportunities for you. The ball will be in your hands, and you can play it." On the white team, only Zhang Feng has the best offensive chance. Wang Lei is expending too much energy in the paint. Qin Hao's shooting is inconsistent now, and he relies solely on drives, making his offense too one-dimensional. As for Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng, they were fine before, but now their stamina is insufficient, so they can no longer be relied upon. "Okay, leave it to me," Zhang Feng said with a serious expression. At the same time, on the red team's side, Wakai was also making arrangements. He hadn't expected the game to reach this point. Apart from him not playing, they could be said to have been very serious, but they were still only leading by 3 points. "Play like this from now on. Remember, keep a close eye on Zhang Feng." Wakai gave some instructions and looked at the timer. There was only a little over a minute left in the game, which was also the most crucial minute. Chapter 14, A Desperate Gamble. Beep. The whistle blows, the timeout ends. Qin Hao stretched out his hand. "Brothers, let's go." The group shouted in unison, "Let's win the game." No one dared to laugh at them anymore. In fact, they all hoped for their success, because they had proven themselves to be brave through their actions. Both players entered the game with only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. When the white team attacked, Qin Hao came to the front court. Zhao Xuebing immediately stepped forward, keeping a close eye on Qin Hao, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. At this point in the game, everyone was clear about Qin Hao's strength, and those who understood basketball better understood that Qin Hao had something that no one else had, not even Zhang Feng. "Pick and roll," Qin Hao gestured. Wang Lei set a screen, and Qin Hao tried to break through, but this time he failed. The opponent immediately tightened their defense, abandoning Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng. They obviously knew that Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng were not much of a threat at this time, so they focused on Qin Hao, Wang Lei, and Zhang Feng, which was almost a 5-on-3 situation. Qin Hao frowned and passed the ball to Zheng Haifeng, hoping to force the red team to change their defensive strategy. However, the red team did not. Zheng Haifeng stood outside the 3-point line, with an open space in front of him, but he did not know whether he should shoot. "I have no chance of winning if I shoot this ball, but it seems like I'd be wasting the opportunity if I don't." "Ball." Qin Hao ran over to get the ball, then gave Zhang Feng a look. Zhang Feng ran over, and the two brushed past each other, passing the ball hand to hand. But as soon as Zhang Feng got the ball, he was double-teamed. He gritted his teeth and chose to force a shot, but the interference was too great, and he failed to score. The red team grabbed the rebound and launched a counterattack. The basketball was passed from hand to hand among several red team players. With less than a minute remaining, it finally reached Wang Qingyu, who was matched up against Su Kailai. Wang Qingyu received the ball, the others spread out, and he suddenly accelerated and broke through. Su Kailai couldn't keep up, allowing Wang Qingyu to easily break through. Wang Lei could only follow up, but he lost control in the rush and was called for a foul, sending Wang Qingyu to the free throw line. He made one of 2 free throws, making it 56-52, a difference of 4 points. At this point, only 50 seconds remained in the game. Only 50 seconds left, time is running out. Stay calm. The white team still has 2 more attacking opportunities, and there is still hope for a comeback. Outside the stadium, the students watching became tense. Not only them, but also the players from the white team who hadn't played, the players from the red team, and even Zhang Shui were watching the court with tense expressions, not blinking. Huff! Qin Hao panted as he went to the front court and signaled Zheng Haifeng and Su Kailai to start running. Wang Lei came up to set a screen, and Qin Hao resolutely broke through. We must break through. We must have the threat of attacking the basket. Only in this way can we create shooting opportunities for Zhang Feng or Wang Lei. In that instant, Qin Hao forgot everything, as if he had returned to the past. The basketball was like a cute elf, a well-behaved little friend, as easy to use as an extension of his own arm. Zhao Xuebing moved quickly, surprised. So fast. How can this guy be so fast? There were no fancy moves. At this point, physical exertion was too great, and Zhao Xuebing was in the same boat. So Qin Hao didn't need to. He simply changed direction and broke through. When his speed reached its peak, he instantly passed Zhao Xuebing. Qin Hao grabbed the ball and rushed towards the inside. Fu Chong quickly stepped forward, and Yuan Xiaojiang and others also subconsciously moved towards the inside. Whoosh! Qin Hao passed the ball to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng caught the ball and shot. The basketball arced through the air and made a clean shot. He landed, clenched his fist, and even someone as cold as him couldn't suppress his emotions at this moment. 56-54, just 2 points behind. The red team players frowned and quickly launched a counterattack. With only 30-odd seconds left in the game, Zhao Xuebing first stalled for time and only started the attack when there were only 10 seconds left. This was their last attack, and it was handed over to Yuan Xiaojiang. Yuan Xiaojiang went one-on-one against Zhang Feng, dribbling between his legs repeatedly before suddenly jumping up and unleashing his signature fadeaway jump shot, but he was exhausted. Bang! The ball missed, but Wang Lei grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Hao. With only 10 seconds left in the game, Qin Hao shouted, "Go!" Several players sprinted towards the front court, and everyone held their breath. With a 2-point deficit, the white team launched their final attack. What would the outcome be? The red team quickly returned to defense, immediately marking Zhang Feng and Wang Lei, especially Zhang Feng, who had 2 players in front of him and no chance to receive the ball. Qin Hao silently calculated the time in his mind, glanced at his teammates, and knew that it would be difficult to play at this moment. With a 2-point difference, Zhang Feng was completely marked, while Wang Lei was battling Fu Chong inside. Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng looked tense. It was hard to say whether they would dare to take a shot if given the opportunity. Zhao Xuebing stood in front of him, and Zhao Hai guarded the 3-second zone. The red team practically left Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng unguarded. The 2 of them were guarding Zhang Feng, while Zhao Hai and Fu Chong were keeping an eye on Wang Lei in the paint. At the same time, as soon as Qin Hao broke through, Zhao Hai could immediately help defend and join Zhao Xuebing in surrounding Qin Hao. What should we do? Qin Hao thought to himself, and quickly made a decision. Let's launch one last attack. We can only gamble on luck. In fact, Qin Hao remained calm, especially in situations like these. He has a big heart. When he was first selected for the national team and represented the national team in the Asian Championship, Qin Hao won the coach's trust with his outstanding performance. When the team reached the final, with more than 2 minutes left and the score down by 7 points, it was Qin Hao who scored 6 points in a row with breakthroughs and free throws. When everyone thought there was no hope of catching up and fell into panic, he became extremely calm and turned the tide for the team. Afterwards, the Chinese team successfully reversed the situation and won the final by 1 point, winning the Asian Championship and a ticket to the Basketball World Cup. Qin Hao made a great contribution and became famous overnight. At this moment, Qin Hao seemed to have returned to that time. With only a few seconds left, he became extremely calm, clearly grasped the situation on the court, and stared intently at the basket. "Pick and roll," Qin Hao shouted. "Keep a close eye on Jiang Feng," Zhao Xuebing shouted while keeping an eye on Qin Hao. Qin Hao has repeatedly used screens to break through and pass the ball to Jiang Feng, creating scoring opportunities for Jiang Feng, so we must be careful about this. However, he guessed wrong this time. Wang Lei set a screen. Qin Hao moved to the side. Wang Qingyu kept an eye on Jiang Feng, and Zhao Hai was ready to help defend as soon as Qin Hao drove to the basket. But Qin Hao didn't drive. Instead, he stayed outside the three-point line. Not good. Damn it, he's going to shoot a three. In an instant, everyone understood. Jiang Shui was extremely anxious. Qin Hao had scored 11 points today, 10 of which came from drives to the basket and 1 from free throws. But he hadn't made a single shot from outside the arc, not even attempting a three-pointer. Why was he choosing to shoot threes now? Why not just drive to the basket, even if it meant drawing a foul? This is a desperate gamble. Jiang Feng's eyes sharpened. He didn't think Qin Hao's choice was wrong. Jiang Feng was shut down, Wang Lei had no chance, and Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng might not even have the courage to shoot. If Qin Hao had chosen to break through or draw a foul, even if he succeeded and dragged the game into overtime, the white team players would still lose in the end, given their physical condition. The white team didn't have enough stamina to play in overtime. Therefore, we have no choice but to take a desperate gamble and go all out. Everyone stared at Qin Hao as he jumped beyond the three-point line, his eyes resolute. Time seemed to stand still until he flicked his wrist and released the ball. Chapter 15: The Decisive Strike, 2 pairs. Bang! With a muffled thud, the basketball hit the rim and bounced up. The red team players all breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Chang, Zhao Hai, and Wang Lei were all ready to grab the rebound, while the white team players couldn't help but feel disappointed. If that ball had gone in. "Look!" someone exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The basketball bounced up, but not outwards. It bounced vertically for about half a meter before crashing down and piercing the net. The red team players were dumbfounded. Yes, goal, goal. The white team players were ecstatic. Screams and cheers erupted from outside the court. No one expected the ball to go in like that. It hit the rim and still went in. Everyone thought it was going to miss, but it did. My mood was like a roller coaster ride. I felt like I was about to have a heart attack. Jiang Shui covered her mouth, her big, watery eyes wide with disbelief. The ball had actually gone in. The white team had taken the lead and won. Theoretically speaking, the white team did win. The ball went in, making the score 57-56, with the white team leading by 1 point. With only 1 second left in the game, it's almost impossible for a group of high school players to turn the tide in just 1 second. "Qin Hao, you're amazing." "Wow, that was an amazing shot." Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and Wang Lei rushed towards Qin Hao. Even Jiang Feng smiled for the first time, revealing his white teeth, and said to Qin Hao, "Well done." It was luck, pure luck. Qin Hao laughed heartily. He wasn't very confident with his shooting now, although he used to be very accurate. However, he lacked training these days, and that shot just now had an element of gambling. But he had to take the gamble. Luck is also a part of skill, and most people probably wouldn't dare to do that. "There's only 1 second left, stay on guard," Qin Hao shouted, barely containing his excitement. "Yes." The members of Team White responded in unison. "Even though the victory is almost certain, we still need to hold on for the last second." The red team serves, and the white team tries their best to interfere. Zhao Xuebing passes the ball to Yuan Xiaojing, who catches it and shoots, but misses all 3 shots. Beep. The game is over. The score is 57-56. The white team wins. In an instant, the white team players excitedly rushed together. Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and others hugged each other, laughing and celebrating wildly, forgetting all about whether they could make it into the school team. They won. They defeated the red team, the school team. A group of first-year high school students managed to beat the school team. That's incredibly impressive. They can brag about it for a year. It was worth it. Incredible. Holy crap, that's amazing, absolutely amazing. They actually beat the school team. This year's school team selection process was insane. The students were also very excited. This match was like a miracle for them. They were fortunate enough to witness it happen. The chubby boy was so happy he could hardly see, and kept saying, "Qin Hao is so awesome. He's my classmate, my desk mate, my buddy." At this moment, only the red team players were completely distraught. They actually lost to a group of first-year high school students. We lost. We were just 1 point short. It's a pity the captain didn't play. If the captain had played, we definitely wouldn't have lost. The red team players gritted their teeth. Yuan Xiaojiang and Guokai exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. A loss is a loss. Everything else is just an excuse. What's the point of saying all that now? Besides, they're just a group of first-year high school students. Even as opponents, they have to admit that Team White played exceptionally well today. All right. Guokai suddenly smiled and said, "We should be happy. It's a good thing for us to have such an outstanding player join the team." Yuan Xiaojing nodded. Zhang Feng, Wang Lei, and that number 1. Oh, is his name Qin Hao? With the 3 of them joining, we might have a chance to compete for the city championship this year. City champion. Upon hearing those 3 words, Zhao Xuebing, Fu Chang, and the others forgot their frustration and their eyes lit up. Last year, they made it all the way to the top 4, which was actually a pretty good result. However, they were stopped in the semi-finals and lost to number 9 middle school, which made them very unwilling. They were wondering how the newcomers would fare this year. If there were 2 good ones, they might have a chance to go further, make it to the finals, and compete for the city championship. Although the chances of winning the championship are slim. After all, Yuyang City has a behemoth team, Yuyang number 3 middle school, which has won the city championship for 2 consecutive years. Last year, number 3 middle school won the championship and easily defeated its final opponent, Yuyang number 9 middle school, to successfully defend its title. But now, everything is different. Qin Hao, Zhang Feng, and Wang Lei have proven their strength and won over many people after today's match. Their strength is no less than that of the school team members, and may even be better. With their addition, the school team's strength has greatly increased, and reaching the semi-finals is no longer just a dream. They might even have a chance to compete with the behemoth that is Yuyang number 3 middle school. For a moment, the red team players looked at Qin Hao and the others with hope in their eyes. Compared to the city champions, losing this game today was nothing. Hee, I didn't expect these kids to actually succeed. Jiang Fangping chuckled as he took the notebook containing the data from Jiang Shue's hand. After glancing at it, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Without me even noticing, Qin Hao's assist count has already reached double digits. The notebook contained the game data, which Jiang Shui recorded very carefully. It included data for both the white team and the red team. Jiang Feng had the highest score of 22 points, making him the highest scorer for the white team and also the highest scorer of the entire game. Qin Hao scored 14 points, including the final 3-pointer. Although he didn't score as many points as Jiang Feng, he also had 10 assists in addition to his 14 points. In this game, the white team scored a total of 57 points, while Qin Hao contributed 10 assists. What does that mean? In other words, at least 20 points were indirectly related to Qin Hao, and he also scored 14 points himself, meaning that most of the white team's points were related to Qin Hao. Although Zhang Feng appears to have scored the most points, anyone with even a basic understanding of basketball would know from these statistics that without Qin Hao, the white team would have definitely lost today's game. 14 points, 10 assists, and he even hit the game-winning 3-pointer. Jiang Shui murmured, somewhat curious about how Qin Hao, who is only 1.7 meters tall, managed to do all that. Although she watched the entire match, she still couldn't reconcile the fact that Qin Hao, who is 1.7 meters tall and looks ordinary, with what he did and his statistics. After the excitement subsided, Jiang Fangping stood up and walked onto the court. Everyone immediately fell silent. The white team players all looked at Jiang Fangping, knowing that he was about to announce the selection results. Chapter 16 selected for the school team. Today's selection match was very exciting, and you all performed exceptionally well, Jiang Fangping said to the white team players with a smile. Now, I'm going to announce the selection results. Without beating around the bush, Jiang Fangping said directly, the best performers today are Jiang Feng, Wang Lei, and Qin Hao, so the three of them have passed the selection and will become members of the school team. After saying that, he looked at Qin Hao and the other two, smiled and nodded. Welcome to the team. This result was not surprising. People had already expected it. After all, everyone has seen each other's performance, and the gap between the other people and Qin Hao and his two companions is obvious to all. There are only 3 spots on the school team, so naturally, it will be these 3. Although they knew this would happen, Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and the others were still somewhat disappointed. However, they had won the game today, so they composed themselves and congratulated Qin Hao and the other two. Seeing this, Jiang Fangping nodded secretly, coughed lightly, and said, Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and you guys. His gaze fell on the players of the white team, and Su Kailai and the others were taken aback. They all looked at him, and Jiang Fangping said, you guys are actually quite good too. If there weren't only 3 spots available, you would have had a chance to be selected as well. Su Kailai and the others were disheartened. Jiang Fangping added, this year's selection process is over, but as long as you love basketball, you will have another chance next year. Huh? Su Kailai looked up in surprise. The others looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. Generally speaking, if a student is not selected after the freshman selection process, it means that they will not have the opportunity to join the school team. The following year, another batch of freshmen will participate in the selection process. This is because there are generally not many outstanding people among the first-year high school students. Those who are more talented are usually selected in the selection process, while those who are not selected are usually just average in talent. Therefore, the selection of school teams is generally only open to first-year high school students. Su Kailai and others were not selected, which meant they had no chance to join the school team. However, Jiang Fangping's words now seemed to have another meaning, as if he wanted to give them a chance. Hee. Jiang Fangping laughed. To be honest, I was pleasantly surprised by you freshmen this year. You actually beat the school team. Since you won, you should get some reward. I can promise you that if you want, you can participate in the selection next year. If you perform well enough, you can naturally join the school team. This. Su Kailai and the others exchanged glances, surprised and delighted. The onlookers, including Qin Hao and others, were also surprised. There is no precedent for this. Generally speaking, if you miss it, you miss it. After all, if you miss it for a year, and you wait until the seniors graduate next year, although a few spots can be freed up, Su Kailai and others will already be juniors. They will only have 2 years left before graduation. If they join the school team then, they will only have 1 year left to adapt and play a role. For a team, it is certainly more cost-effective to train first-year high school students than second-year high school students. But now, Jiang Fangping has given them a chance. What? You're not happy about it? Jiang Fangping asked with a smile. No. Zheng Haifeng waved his hands repeatedly. We'd love to. Of course we'd love to. The others realized what was happening and expressed their willingness, thanking Jiang Fangping in unison. Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng, in particular, felt that the others, limited by their talents, might not be able to be selected next year even if they had this opportunity. However, Su Kailai and Zheng Haifeng are still talented. As long as there are no more freshmen like Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei next year, they have a good chance of being selected. Back then, Wang Lei and Su Kailai were selected along with Qin Hao, but now that Jiang Feng has joined the team, Su Kailai was not selected. Okay, I hope to see you all on the school team next year, Jiang Fangping said with a smile. As long as you truly love basketball, and as long as you don't give up, you'll have a chance. Good luck. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Su Kailai and the others nodded excitedly, full of confidence. Afterwards, Jiang Fangping came to Qin Hao and the other two, praised them a couple of times, and finally gave Qin Hao a deep look, but didn't say much. After all, the 3 of them were already on the school team, and there would be plenty of time in the future, so there was no need to say anything more here. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Hao offered a few words of encouragement to Su Kailai, Zheng Haifeng, and the others. Then he looked at Jiang Feng and Wang Lei, and the three of them exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding unspoken from today onward. They would be teammates. Welcome. Guo Kai walked over, smiling as he greeted Qin Hao and the other two. From now on, we're teammates. Come on, let's get to know each other. He then beckoned Zhao Xuebing and the others over and introduced them. Qin Hao knew them, but they didn't know Qin Hao. Wang Lei grinned foolishly, while Jiang Feng remained cool, introducing himself with just 2 words, Jiang Feng. When he faced Yuan Xiaojing, he suddenly said, "Dare to have a one-on-one match with me?" Yuan Xiaojing's lips twitched. If he hadn't known Jiang Feng's personality, he would have been furious. His expression immediately turned ugly. What's there to be afraid of? But I'll let it go today. Once you're on the school team, you'll have plenty of time. I'll show you my strength then. Jiang Feng simply shook his head, a serious expression on his face, and said, "You are no match for me." Yuan Xiaojing's expression was stiff. Zhao Xuebing quickly smoothed things over, then looked at Qin Hao, a competitive spirit suddenly rising in his heart, and said, "You did a great job fighting the organization. Let's exchange ideas sometime." That was a polite remark, and Qin Hao nodded with a smile. The atmosphere was quite good, and the school team members were in high spirits. After all, the team was now complete, and the 3 newcomers were also very strong. Wang Qingyu pulled Qin Hao and the other 2 together and shouted out his slogan, "With you joining us, we may have a chance to make it to the city finals this year and compete for the championship." The city champion? Wang Lei's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng remained calm. Qin Hao simply smiled slightly. The city championship wasn't his goal, but he didn't say it aloud, because no one would believe him anyway, and it would only scare the others. After all, the national championship was a distant dream for Zhao Xuebing and the others. They hadn't even considered it. However, this is Qin Hao's goal, and he only has this one goal. When Qin Hao returned to class during evening self-study, he immediately noticed that his classmates were looking at him differently than before. Some boys approached him and tried to get close to him, while the girls were more reserved. But they were also secretly looking at him curiously, as if they had just met Qin Hao. The chubby boy Peng Jun stared intently at Qin Hao, making Qin Hao unable to stand it. "Fatty, why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but I'm not interested in boys." "Pa, you're not handsome at all." The chubby boy scoffed, then added, "Qin Hao, I've noticed you seem a little different than before." "Really?" Qin Hao laughed. "You didn't expect me to be so good at basketball, did you? There's no need to be envious. It's useless to be envious. It's talent." The chubby boy held back from cursing and carefully looked Qin Hao over again, saying, "It's not entirely because of that. It's just a feeling that you're a little different from before." Qin Hao chuckled. This is actually quite normal. Even if Qin Hao's appearance hasn't changed, his temperament is different from the inside out. What the chubby guy meant by different is that his temperament is different from before. Chapter 17 Idea. Evening self-study session is over. Qin Hao arrived at the community sports field as usual to begin his evening training. He has been training every morning and evening for the past week. At first, the intensity was too high and he found it difficult to adapt, but now he has gradually adapted. Whoosh! Qin Hao stands at the free throw line, practicing free throws. Having passed the school team selection and successfully entered the team, he could no longer just train his breakthroughs. Shooting and other training also needed to be added to his schedule. "I was lucky today. I made that 3-pointer, but I might not be able to do it next time. So I need to improve my shooting ability as soon as possible. Relying solely on driving to the basket is too one-dimensional." Qin Hao muttered to himself, picked up the basketball, returned to the free throw line, adjusted his movements, flicked his wrist, and the basketball flew towards the basket, but missed. Qin Hao gave a wry smile, then ran off to continue training. For Qin Hao, his shooting ability is still too weak. Although he has practiced before, he has not undergone systematic training. His movements are not standard enough, the training intensity is not high enough, and he has not been able to form muscle memory. Therefore, his shooting is very unstable, and he cannot guarantee a sufficient shooting percentage. Now he's starting from scratch, and for a rookie, there's no need to practice moves like pull-up jumpers, fadeaway jumpers, or step-back jumpers. He should just focus on mastering spot jumpers. The most important thing is to train the movements. If the movements are correct, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Qin Hao chose to start with free throws. The distance wasn't very far, so the release could be a bit slower. The main thing was to make the movement as standard as possible. Each shot had its hits and misses. Ball control, shooting, driving, passing, defense, rebounding, etc. All kinds of actions on the basketball court are actually linked together by these basic techniques. From now on, I must train systematically and not just rely on breakthroughs. However, there still needs to be a focus. Breakthroughs and passing are still the priority, followed by free throws and three-point shooting. After half an hour of training, Qin Hao stopped to rest, but his mind was still on the plan. Now that he's joined the school team, the City League will start soon, so he can't just improve little by little. He still needs to focus on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, because time waits for no one, and he still has to deal with the City League. To maintain his competitiveness on the court, Qin Hao's biggest weapon is still his breakthrough. He still positions himself as an organizer of the offense. However, because he is too short, it is not easy for him to score directly by breaking through. Therefore, drawing fouls is very necessary. Therefore, mastering free throws is essential. Another point is three-pointers. For the same reason, if you are too short, your mid-range shots are easily blocked. You are less likely to be blocked when you shoot three-pointers from beyond the three-point line. Therefore, three-point shooting training is also very important. Breakthroughs, passing, free throws, three-pointers, and ball handling skills are the top priorities in Qin Hao's plan. Everything else comes later. Few continue. After a 10-minute break, Qin Hao continued training. It's not just free throws. We also need to practice breakthroughs, passing, three-pointers, etc. Some of these will take longer to practice, while others will take shorter. As for mid-range shooting, defense, rebounding, and positioning, there's no rush for those. We'll practice them every day after joining the school team anyway. In the morning and evening, it's just his personal, targeted extra training. After training, Qin Hao went home. Today, his father didn't work the night shift. He and his mother sat on the sofa watching TV and waiting for Qin Hao to come home. As soon as Qin Hao entered the door, he saw his father, Qin Jinghua. Qin Jinghua was only in his 30s, not yet 40, but his face already showed some signs of hardship. Because he often worked the night shift, his complexion was not very good. "Dad," Qin Hao called out. "Xiao Hao's back. Are you hungry? I'll have your mom heat up some food for you." "Go take a shower first," Qin Jinghua said with a smile, taking Qin Hao's school bag. Seeing Qin Hao's clothes soaked through, Lu Huifang couldn't help but complain. "You play basketball every day, aren't you tired? By the way, didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to participate in the school team selection? When is that?" Qin Jinghua also looked at Qin Hao. Hee. Qin Hao laughed. "This afternoon, I passed the selection and became a member of the school team." Joining the school team won't put food on the table. Just remember, don't let it interfere with your studies. Although Lu Huifang said this, there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Qin Hao readily agreed. A short while later, Qin Hao finished showering, and the food was heated up. Looking at the several dishes on the table, including fish and meat, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Mom, what day is it today? Why are there so many dishes?" Lu Huifang smiled and said, "It's not a special occasion. Your uncle came over this morning, so I made a few extra dishes. Eat up. I've saved the fish and meat for you." Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that his uncle seemed to work at a real estate agency. It was still the early 2000s, before the real estate boom had started, but it was coming soon. Housing prices are about to experience a surge, and for the next few years, or even a decade, prices will continue to soar, causing countless people to turn pale at the mere mention of housing. When Qin Hao was chatting with someone joked that his biggest regret in life was not buying a house earlier, because the later he got, the less he could afford one. In the past few days, besides training, Qin Hao has been thinking about how to improve his family's living conditions, but he has been at a loss for what to do. Although he has a clear idea of how things will develop over the next 10 years or so. Firstly, he is only a high school student, and there are many things he can't do. And secondly, his father is just a toy factory worker, and his mother is a shopping mall employee, neither of whom has much ability. Even if he has good ideas and projects in his mind, his parents can't do them. Investing in stocks or buying lottery tickets doesn't require any special skills. You just need to bet correctly. But Qin Hao knew absolutely nothing about this and didn't know where to start. Hearing his mother mention his uncle, Qin Hao suddenly had an idea. The real estate market hasn't really taken off yet. Although there are some signs, not many people could have imagined that housing prices would rise so quickly and by so much. I have that foresight, and my uncle works in a real estate agency, so he has the resources and skills to do so. Why not seize this opportunity to make some money? Xiao Hao. Lu Huifeng called out. What are you thinking about? Come eat. Oh. Qin Hao snapped out of his reverie and asked, Mom, is Uncle still working as a real estate agent? Lu Huifeng replied, Yes. Why are you asking this? It's nothing. I just haven't seen my uncle in a long time, and I miss him a lot, Qin Hao replied casually. His parents couldn't do this, so he had to ask his uncle. Qin Hao had an idea, but he felt he needed to plan out the specifics of how to do it. After all, he was just a high school student and couldn't do it on his own. Even though his uncle's job was related to housing, and he should be able to handle it, he still needed to find a way to persuade his uncle and parents. Chapter 18 Progress. Yuyang No. 7 Middle School, Basketball Court. With the freshman selection concluded, the No. 7 Middle School team is now complete and ready to prepare for the City League. A group of players were running around on the court. Zhang Fangping sat on the sidelines with Jiang Shui beside him. Jiang Shui was the manager of the school's basketball department and the team leader. She would go with the team when there were games, and she would do some data recording during the team's training. For example, right now, Zhang Fangping has divided the 12 players into 2 teams to play an intra-team scrimmage. Jiang Shui is responsible for recording the game data, and then Zhang Fangping needs to analyze the data. Whoosh! With a soft thud, Jiang Feng's shot went in, assisted by Qin Hao. Zhang Fangping nodded to himself and smiled. Qin Hao and Zhang Feng's teamwork is quite good. Although they have only known each other for a short time, they have a great understanding. And Wang Lei, all 3 of them are very good. Jiang Shui hummed in agreement. On the field, Qin Hao turned around to defend, facing Zhao Xuebing. Zhao Xuebing could not gain the upper hand against Qin Hao, so he could only use his height advantage to shoot directly at Qin Hao. Bang! However, the shot missed, and Wang Lei grabbed the rebound and quickly passed it to Qin Hao. Qin Hao launched a counterattack, and after reaching the front court, he broke through and passed the ball to Wang Qingyu. In addition to Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei, the other 2 players on their side were Wang Qingyu and Huang Sudong. During the selection competition, Huang Sudong's mentality was shattered by Qin Hao's attack, but he calmed down afterwards. That's just his personality, impulsive and prone to losing his composure. There's no real grudge between the 2. Wang Qingyu broke through and attacked the inside, but was blocked. Guo Kai's scoring ability on the offensive end is not as good as Yuan Xiaojiang's, but he is excellent on the defensive end. He is balanced on both offense and defense, and has a steady personality and a solid playing style, which is why he can become the team captain and the team's anchor. With his smack, the basketball was swatted away. Wang Qingyu's lips twitched, feeling frustrated. But just then, Qin Hao pounced on the basketball, grabbed it first, and tossed it toward the basket. Wang Lei understood, leaped into the air, and scored with a putback layup. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Fangping called a halt to the training session, ending the scrimmage and allowing everyone to train freely. Some people went to the sidelines to rest, while Qin Hao began practicing shooting 3-point shooting. Bang! My first attempt resulted in a missed shot. Wang Lei stood under the basket, caught the ball, and passed it to Qin Hao. Qin Hao took another shot, but missed again. He then took 2 more shots in a row, both of which missed, which frustrated Wang Lei. Your form is so perfect, how come you can't make the shot? Wang Qingyu shook his head with a smile. Qin Hao's shooting form was excellent, but his accuracy. He just needs time, Zhang Fangping suddenly said. Haven't you noticed? Qin Hao has improved very quickly during this period. You could say he's improving every day. Wang Qingyu thought for a moment and nodded silently. The others nodded in agreement. Although Qin Hao's shooting was still inconsistent, his breakthroughs, passing, and ball control had improved significantly compared to when he first joined the school team. Only 10 days have passed, and in the group sparring training, Qin Hao is already more than capable of dealing with Zhao Xuebing. Apart from his height disadvantage, He has even surpassed Zhao Xuebing in terms of organizational ability. Everyone can see Qin Hao's progress. What they didn't know was that Qin Hao was simply rediscovering his former self. Back then, he was a professional player and a key member of the national team. He was just recovering, not starting from scratch, so of course his progress would be rapid. Coach, Guokai stopped training and went to Jiang Fangping's side, saying, Qin Hao is very fast, his breakthroughs are sharp, and his playmaking ability is very strong. Actually, I think he's more suitable to be a starter than Zhao Xuebing. The team has no shortage of scorers. Yuan Xiaojing, Jiang Feng, Guokai, and Wang Qingyu are all capable of scoring. So, they don't lack scorers. What they need is an organizer. In terms of organizational skills, Qin Hao is the strongest. No, Jiang Fangping raised his hand to interrupt. I don't plan to start him yet. As I just said, he needs more time. Guokai frowned. But the City League is coming soon. Jiang Fangping's expression also turned serious. He said, well, there are only half a month left. We must make good use of these 2 weeks and train hard. As he spoke, he looked at the court, his gaze sweeping over Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei. But we are not what we used to be. The new recruit selection has been going on for about 10 days. Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei have integrated into the team. Jiang Feng has even been promoted to the starting lineup as the starting small forward. As for Qin Hao and Wang Lei, they will be substitutes. With the addition of Qin Hao and 2 other players, the team's strength has increased significantly. So Jiang Fangping is also looking forward to the upcoming City League. Whoosh! With a soft thud, Qin Hao's three-pointer went in. Jiang Fangping smiled, but Qin Hao shook his head, dissatisfied with himself. His shooting touch was off today, especially his three-pointers, which went terribly with a meager 30%. Keep in mind this is just practice. What percentage will he have left in a real game? With the City League approaching, he also felt the pressure. After another round of training, Jiang Fangping announced the end of the training session. It's the weekend, and school is on holiday. Qin Hao said goodbye to his teammates and rode his bicycle home instead of going to the community court for training, because he had other things to take care of. Mom, where's Uncle? Qin Hao called out as soon as he entered the door. Lu Huifang glared at Qin Hao reproachfully. Why have I never seen you so close to your uncle before? You only ask about your uncle as soon as you come in. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Jiarong, Qin Hao's uncle, who was of medium build, had slightly dark skin and a buzz cut, stood up with a smile and said, Nephew's uncle, isn't this only natural? As he spoke, he looked at Qin Hao, raised an eyebrow, and said, Little Hao, it's only been a month since we last met. Hey, you've grown stronger and seem to have grown taller too. Qin Hao said, I joined the school basketball team and I train every day. Qin Hao had indeed grown stronger during this period. After training for more than half a month, the results were remarkable. He had also grown quite a bit taller, from 1.7 meters to 1.72 meters. Although it was only 2 centimeters, because he had become more muscular, the difference was still quite obvious compared to when Lu Jiarong last saw him. Qin Hao's father hadn't come home from get-off work yet, so Lu Huifang went into the kitchen to cook, while Qin Hao and Lu Jiarong sat down on the sofa. Uncle, Qin Hao began, how's your work? How are the houses selling? Lu Jiarong was taken aback, wondering why Qin Hao was suddenly concerned about his work. He casually replied, It's all right, but we don't sell houses much where I live. It's mostly for rent. Why not sell? Qin Hao smiled inwardly and began to implement his guidance plan. Isn't selling a house very profitable now? My classmate Lu Hua's family sold a house not long ago, and I heard they made 100,000 yuan. 100,000? That's a lot. Lu Jiarong raised an eyebrow. He worked as a real estate agent and was very interested in this, especially after hearing that he had earned 100,000. For a moment, he didn't think about why Qin Hao's classmate would tell him this, and pressed on. Where does his house live? Chapter 19 Introduction. The housing market was just starting to pick up and hadn't yet entered a period of explosive growth. Yuyang was only a third-tier city, and a house in the city center cost only around 300,000 yuan. Selling a house would earn 100,000 yuan, which piqued Lu Jiarong's interest. Seeing that his uncle had taken the bait, Qin Hao immediately said, It's over on Donghua Road. I think it was bought last year. Back then, It was less than 3,000 yuan per square meter. Now, people are selling it for more than 3,000 yuan per square meter. They must have made almost 100,000 yuan. Lu Jiarong suddenly realized and chuckled. The house on Donghua Road. I bought it last year. It probably hasn't been renovated, and I haven't moved in yet, right? It's practically a brand new second-hand house. Yeah, I definitely made a profit back then. The price per square meter went up by several hundred yuan. I could have made at least tens of thousands of yuan from that house. But that's only in the Donghua Road area. Other places don't go up that much. Back then, nobody knew that Donghua Road was going to be redeveloped, otherwise I would have bought it too. Qin Hao joked, "Are you rich?" Lu Jiarong felt embarrassed. He had no money. Working as a real estate agent was just working for someone else. He spent money a lot, and he didn't even have 20,000 yuan in his savings account. Buying a house. He was kidding. Qin Hao knew this, of course. It was precisely because he knew his uncle was poor that the plan was feasible. "Uncle, do you think housing prices will continue to rise in the future?" Lu Jiarong thought for a moment and said, "It's likely to rise, but it's probably unlikely to rise as much as Donghua Road, because Donghua Road is going to be redeveloped. The housing prices on Donghua Road have already gone up, so they probably won't rise much more in the future. It's a pity. If you had bought last year, you would have made a profit. Now you're too late." That's not necessarily true. Qin Hao thought to himself that he knew the prices on Donghua Road would continue to rise, and even if he bought now, he would still make a profit, but his target was not Donghua Road. From the day his mother told him that his uncle had visited, Qin Hao began to plan and had a scheme in mind. "My parents aren't very capable, but I have a lot of ideas. However, they might not believe them if I told them, and I can't do them myself. Asking them to open a shop is probably not an option, let alone anything else." So Qin Hao set his sights on real estate. Right now is a golden opportunity. The real estate market is taking off and is about to experience a surge in prices. However, because it's just starting out, not many people have realized this yet. As long as you seize this opportunity, you don't need any special skills or expertise. You can make a fortune simply by following the trend. "Uncle," Qin Hao said, "do you think that if housing prices continue to rise, we could make money by buying a house now and then selling it later when prices have increased?" "Yes." Lu Jiarong nodded subconsciously, then realized, "Hey, how old are you? Why are you interested in this? Study hard and don't think about these things." Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. He said, "Uncle, I just saw that my classmates' families are all making money. I was thinking, if we could make money too, my dad wouldn't have to work the night shift all the time. It's so hard for him." Lu Jiarong laughed. "You're quite filial, kid. But things aren't that simple. Your classmates' family made money because they were lucky. They bought property on Donghua Road last year, and it's appreciated by several hundred this year. So of course they made a profit. But these kinds of things are rare. Who knows where prices will rise, or how much they'll rise? Take your classmate's house for example. If the prices on Donghua Road hadn't gone up, he'd probably have hundreds of thousands of yuan sitting there and live there himself. Even if the prices went up a little, it wouldn't make much difference, because prices would have gone up in other places by then. If you sold it, you'd only be able to buy a house of the same size elsewhere anyway. So what's the difference? Besides, where's the money? Those who speculate on real estate are all rich people. I don't have any money. Your family should have some savings, but not much, right? A house costs hundreds of thousands. If the price doesn't go up, hundreds of thousands will be tied up in it. You're still young and not in a hurry to get married. There's no need to empty your savings to buy a house. These are, of course, the truth. However, there is no risk for Qin Hao. He doesn't know what the winning numbers for tomorrow's lottery will be or which stock will skyrocket, but he does know which property will appreciate in value. Just as Qin Hao was about to continue guiding, the door opened and Qin Jinghua returned. "Dad?" Qin Hao called out. Qin Jinghua nodded and looked at Lu Jiarong. "Jiarong's here. What were you talking about with Xiao Hao just now?" Lu Jiarong thought about it and found it interesting, so he repeated what Qin Hao had said earlier. Qin Jinghua couldn't help but become interested. He worked in a toy factory and his salary was not high. Because the machines couldn't be stopped, he often had to work night shifts. When he heard about a way to make money, how could he not be tempted? Looking at Qin Hao, Qin Jinghua said enviously, "Your classmate's family is really lucky." Lu Jiarong echoed with envy. "Yeah, Those who bought houses on Donghua Road last year were lucky. They made at least tens of thousands of yuan in profit on the resale, which is equivalent to 2 years of my salary. It's just a pity that once you miss that opportunity, it's gone forever. Besides, this kind of thing is too risky. If the price doesn't go up, you'll be stuck with it. Qin Jinghua nodded in agreement and said, I bought it to make money by reselling it. I don't really intend to live in it. If the price doesn't go up, I'll have wasted hundreds of thousands of yuan. The risk is too great. Qin Hao interjected at the opportune moment. But my uncle just said that housing prices will definitely continue to rise. Qin Jinghua shook his head. Even if prices rise, who knows how much? The risk is too great. Besides, with our family savings, we can't afford a house. Sure, you can borrow, or even take out a loan, Qin Hao said. As long as the house price goes up within a few months, you can just resell it. The interest is nothing, you'll make back the profit. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinghua and Lu Jiarong both looked at Qin Hao, surprised that a high school student like Qin Hao knew so much. Qin Hao deliberately put on an innocent look, scratched his head, and said, I heard all this from my classmate. He said his dad sold the house on Donghua Road and plans to take out a loan to buy a better one. He plans to sell it again in a year or two when the house price has gone up, and he'll definitely make more money that way. The reason was actually a bit flawed, but Qin Jinghua and Lu Jiarong didn't suspect it. Mainly, they wouldn't suspect Qin Hao, since Qin Hao was only 15 years old, and they figured he couldn't have come up with such a reason. Lu Jiarong, however, understood the housing market and couldn't help but sneer. Your classmate's dad is too presumptuous. How does he know where prices will rise and where they won't? What if he's unlucky and buys a property that doesn't rise, but falls instead? He won't even have a place to cry. Qin Hao said innocently. But Lu Hua said that his maternal grandfather told his father that the #1 middle school of the city is going to move to Puyuan Road, and the price there will definitely rise. Qin Jinghua just smiled, but Lu Jiarong's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, What does your classmate's maternal grandfather do? From the Municipal Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiarong's eyes lit up immediately. He hugged Qin Hao tightly and laughed heartily. Little Hao, my good nephew, you've done a great service this time. Chapter 20 Lottery Results. Jiarong. Seeing Lu Jiarong's excited expression, Qin Jinghua couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you? Brother-in-law, Xiao Hao has done a great job this time. Lu Jiarong said excitedly. If his information is correct, then we're sure to make a fortune this time. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, is what your classmate told you true? He's not lying to you, is he? Seeing that he had guided him step by step and that the goal was about to be achieved, Qin Hao immediately shook his head and said decisively, He definitely won't lie to me. Lu Hua said that his father is going to buy 2 houses on Puyuan Road. He can make a lot of money by reselling them. Lu Jiarong's eyes lit up. Qin Jinghua hesitated. Although he understood the situation, he felt the risk was too great. Even if Qin Hao's information is correct, who knows when the #1 middle school will relocate, and when the housing prices there will rise. What if it takes 3 to 5 years? Jiarong, you're not actually tempted, are you? Are you thinking of buying a house on Puyuan Road like Xiao Hao's dad? Qin Jinghua asked. Lu Jiarong chuckled. It's not that I want to buy it, it's that we're buying it together. I don't have that much money. Even if we take out a loan, we still need to make a down payment. We'll have to rely on you and my sister. Seeing Qin Jinghua frown, Lu Jiarong explained. Brother-in-law, the news Xiao Hao heard might be true. I also heard a bit of a rumor a while ago, but I'm not sure. As you know, the #1 middle school in the city was upgraded to a national key school last year. The old campus of the #1 middle school has been around for decades. The original planning was flawed, and it should have been relocated long ago. Once the #1 middle school moves to Puyuan Road, the houses in that area will immediately become school district properties, and the property prices will definitely skyrocket. Brother-in-law, this is a rare opportunity. You work hard in the factory, and if this goes through, you can earn some money and do whatever you want with it. Qin Hao watched from the side without interrupting. He had already done his job, and saying more would probably have the opposite effect. After all, he was still a high school student. Seized the opportunity presented by the real estate boom and soaring housing prices to speculate on properties. This was Qin Hao's idea. The sharp rise in housing prices on Donghua Road was just the beginning of a real estate boom. He remembered clearly that the most dramatic price increases weren't on Donghua Road, but on Puyuan Road. Because it was a school district property, the price of housing on Puyuan Road rose by nearly 1,000 yuan per square meter in less than a year. A typical three-bedroom apartment, which is only about 100 square meters, appreciated by 100,000 yuan in just a few months. Of course, 100,000 yuan is not a lot, but Lu Jiarong works as a real estate agent, so he knows how to operate and how to acquire as many houses as possible with limited funds. If you can make 100,000 from one set, what about 2 or 3 sets? Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the number 1 middle school will relocate and Puyuan Road will be upgraded within a year or 2. Otherwise, everything will be over. Qin Hao was the one who knew this best. He not only knew that the number 1 middle school of the city would be relocated and that the price of Puyuan Road would rise, but he also knew that the matter would be resolved within the next few months. In 3 or 4 months, the public notice that the number 1 middle school of the city would be relocated to Puyuan Road would be issued, and there was a new building under construction at the moment, which was the perfect time to make a move. The reason he knew all this was because he had a classmate, but not named Lu Hua. Lu Hua was just a fabrication. The classmate was named Xiaolin. Her family bought a house on Puyuan Road around this time. The development was called Iha Jinyuan. When the first phase opened, the price per unit was just over 3,000. But a few months later, when the second phase opened, the price per unit had already risen to 4,000, a full 1,000. Xiaolin's family bought in the first phase, so they naturally got a good deal. She was very happy about it and showed it off more than once, so Qin Hao knew this very well. At this moment, Lu Huifang came out of the kitchen carrying 2 dishes. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, she asked. After Lu Jiarong explained, she looked at Qin Hao with surprise, then looked at Qin Jinghua. Jinghua, what do you think about this? Although Qin Jinghua wasn't very capable, he wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he said, Jiarong, you definitely know more about the house than we do. How about this? You go and find out more about it, and see if it's really true. If it's really as Xiao Hao heard, then we'll do it. Lu Jiarong nodded. Okay, I'll go and look into it. There's a housing development over there, and I heard the first phase of apartments will be launched soon. I think it's a good idea. Even if the price doesn't rise much, it shouldn't fall. I'll buy it now and hold it for a year or 2. I'm sure I won't lose money. Where it might take a year or 2, we'll see the results in a few months. Qin Hao thought to himself that he knew the truth of the matter. He could tell that his uncle and his parents were already interested in it. With this matter in the background, Lu Jiarong and Qin Jinghua were discussing it at the dinner table, while Qin Hao became the nobody, happily eating his meal without caring. After finishing his meal, Lu Jiarong couldn't wait to get back to work. Qin Jinghua and Lu Huifang were still a little worried, but Qin Hao smiled and comforted them, saying there was nothing to worry about. For a period of time afterward, Qin Hao focused on training. With the City League drawing ever closer, the atmosphere in the number 7 middle school basketball team has become increasingly tense, and the players have even become much more serious during training. Coach! Coach! The crowd exclaimed. Jiang Fangping walked over, nodded to everyone, and said, Stop for a moment. I have something to say. Everyone stopped and looked at Jiang Fangping, who said, I participated in the draw today, and our opponents for the first round have been determined. Wow. I wonder which team it is. As long as it's not number 3 middle school, it's fine. This is only the first round. Besides number 3 middle school, number 4 and number 9 middle schools are also tough to deal with. For a moment, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Yuyang City has a total of 15 high schools. The City League adopts a single elimination system, where each match determines the winner. The matchups are decided by drawing lots. Since there are only 15 schools, one school will receive a bye in the first round and will directly enter the second round. The others will be matched according to the draw, and the winners will enter the top 8. Then came the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and finally the championship was decided. Quiet down, Jiang Fangping said sternly, looking at you all. So what if we run into number 3 middle school in the first round? Our goal is the championship. Why are we afraid of number 3 middle school? The crowd quieted down. Jiang Fangping paused for a moment before announcing. Our first opponent is number 6 middle school. 6th middle school. Luckily, it wasn't number 3 middle school. We're lucky. Last year, several of number 6 middle school's key players were seniors. With them graduating, number 6 middle school's strength will definitely decline significantly. The players all breathed a sigh of relief. Among the 15 high schools in Yuyang City, number 3 high school is the strongest, followed by number 4 high school, number 9 high school, and number 7 high school. All of these schools have very strong teams. 6th middle school is considered to be of an above-average level among the 15 schools. However, most of their main force last year consisted of senior high school students who are graduating this year. Unless they have students like Jiang Feng, Wang Lei, and Qin Hao among their new recruits this year, their strength will definitely not be as good as last year, and they are not a threat to 7th middle school. However, Qin Hao couldn't help but frown. Chapter 21 The City League arrives. 6th middle school, Qin Hao murmured. He remembered that it was also the first game where he played against Liuzhou. Now it seems that the butterfly effect is not everywhere. Some things have changed, but some things have not. It is still the first game where he played against Liuzhou. But number 6 middle school is a problem. Back when they played against number 6 middle school, Qin Hao had just joined the school team and wasn't strong enough. He was only average. He remembered that the game was very difficult. Not because number 6 middle school was particularly strong, but because they played very dirty. In fact, number 6 middle school has always been known for its aggressive playing style. However, it was just aggressive before. No one expected that number 6 middle school would change its coach this year, and the playing style would change from aggressive to dirty. When number 7 middle school and number 6 middle school played against each other, number 6 middle school resorted to all sorts of dirty tricks and underhanded tactics. If Guokai hadn't stepped up and scored the crucial goal, they would have lost that game. After the match, Fu Chong was covered in bruises, and Yuan Xiaojiang had sprained his ankle. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. In addition, in order not to interfere with students' studies, the City League has a long schedule with only one match every weekend, so Yuan Xiaojiang has enough time to recover. Otherwise, it would have affected his later matches. Playing against a team like this is indeed very troublesome. What's even more troublesome is that, at present, teammates, including coach Jiang Fangping, are still unaware of the current situation at number 6 middle school, and they may suffer losses in the future. Qin Hao immediately reminded everyone, 6th middle school is quite strong, and their playing style is very aggressive. Be careful and avoid getting injured. Aggressive playing style? We're not pushovers either. What are we afraid of? Exactly. It's not like we haven't clashed with number 6 middle school before. Fu Chong, Wang Qingyu, and others laughed and said that because they had fought against number 6 middle school before, they felt that although the other side was fierce, they were nothing special, and they were not to be trifled with either. Qin Hao could only shake his head helplessly, knowing that further persuasion would be useless. Fu Chong, Wang Qingyu, and others had played against number 6 middle school last year, while he had just joined the school team. In their eyes, he certainly didn't know as much about number 6 middle school as they did, so they definitely wouldn't take what he said to heart. Guokai nodded seriously, but that was because he was always composed. Afterwards, Jiang Fangping gave some instructions and introduced the situation of number 6 middle school, mainly to Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei, because they were newcomers. After the game, Qin Hao ran up to Jiang Fangping and reminded him to be careful of number 6 middle school. He only mentioned that he had heard from a friend that number 6 middle school had changed coaches and that the team was now playing very dirty basketball. Really? Jiang Fangping frowned. Yes, definitely. My friend wouldn't lie to me, Qin Hao replied. I understand. I'll remind Fu Chong and the others. Jiang Fangping nodded and patted Qin Hao on the shoulder. Better safe than sorry. You did the right thing. Train hard. Although I'll still put you on the bench for now, I'll give you plenty of playing time. Qin Hao's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly promised that he would not slack off. Yuyang number 6 middle school, basketball court. A group of number 6 middle school players stood on the court, with Huang Hao, the school's new coach, in front of them. You all need to remember that fouling isn't just about stopping the opponent's attack this time, but also about stopping their next attack, and the one after that, Huang Hao said. So you have to be ruthless, you have to make the opponent afraid, and not dare to play freely. But be careful with your movements. and watch out for technical fouls. Now, I will teach you. As he spoke, Qin Hao began demonstrating to the players how to trip the opponent when they were breaking through, how to subtly push them when they were going for a layup, how to use their elbows effectively during their own offense, and even how to subtly trip them. Some people listened with shining eyes, while others frowned secretly. After Qin Hao finished teaching, he instructed everyone to train. The team's starting shooting guard, was Xiaojun, frowned, pulled aside the team captain, Qi Bing, who plays power forward, and whispered, "Captain, isn't what we're doing a bit wrong?" Qi Bing glanced at him and sneered. "You mean we're being despicable by doing this, right?" The coach was right about one thing. The winner takes all, the loser is nothing. The methods don't matter, the result is what matters. The City League is a single elimination tournament. One match decides everything. Our first opponent is number 7 Middle School. Last year, number 7 Middle School made it to the semifinals. Guokai and Yuan Xiaojing are tough opponents. Without these methods, are you confident you can beat number 7 Middle School? But, alright, Qi Bing waved his hand. If we don't do this, how can we compete with teams like number 3 Middle School, number 4 Middle School, and number 9 Middle School? How can we win? Are we participating in the City League just to be stepping stones for other teams, watching them step on us to get into the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals? No, I'm not willing to accept that. So Xiaojun opened his mouth, but could only manage a bitter smile. If you're not strong enough, but unwilling to lose, what can you do? Looking at his teammates around him, who were racking their brains to figure out how to sabotage others instead of training properly, Zhou Xiaojun felt a sense of oppression. Basketball shouldn't be like this. Qin Hao's home. When Qin Hao returned home, his uncle Lu Jiarong was also there. During this time, Lu Jiarong went to investigate and further verified what Qin Hao had said. Today, he came to discuss it with Qin Hao's parents. Although he felt that this was a chance to make money, he himself did not have any money. Even if he took out a loan or borrowed money, he was afraid it would not be enough for the down payment. So he would have to ask Qin Hao's parents for help. Moreover, Qin Hao heard about this from his classmate, and Lu Jiarong felt embarrassed to keep it all to himself. His sister and brother-in-law were not outsiders, so if they could really make money together, why not share it? Watching the three of them discuss things together, Qin Hao listened for a while and couldn't help but nod secretly, without getting involved. Since his uncle was a real estate agent, Qin Hao didn't need to worry about things like getting a loan, buying a house, getting a mortgage, or how to sell it. As for the parents, although they were still somewhat hesitant and afraid of the risks, they eventually agreed. Lu Huifeng was worried and asked Qin Jinghua to take a few days off to go with Lu Jiarong to handle the matter. This was also within Qin Hao's expectations. In his opinion, he should just have his father resign. This real estate speculation was just the first step in making his fortune. Qin Hao had no intention of letting his parents and uncle continue speculating in real estate. Opportunities don't come everywhere. Even if Qin Hao knew that housing prices would rise and where they would rise, he wasn't an expert. Even if he remembered the properties, either the time wasn't right or the buildings in those areas hadn't been constructed yet. These days, hoarding land in advance can make a fortune, but projects that cost hundreds of millions are beyond Qin Hao's means. Even if he did have the capital, his parents and uncles couldn't manage them. Real estate speculation was just the first step, a one-off deal. Only after accumulating this initial wealth would Qin Hao guide his parents to take the second step. In the following days, Qin Hao was busy with training and would occasionally ask his parents about the house. Everything went smoothly, which put his mind at ease. Time flies, and the City League has officially begun. Chapter 22: The First Opponent. Because neither number 7 Middle School nor number 6 Middle School has an indoor gymnasium, the match between number 7 Middle School and number 6 Middle School was arranged to be held at number 2 Middle School, which had just built a gymnasium 2 years ago. The match is scheduled for the afternoon, on the weekend. Qin Hao arrived at number 2 Middle School early with his teammates. Looking up, he saw that there were many students from number 7 Middle School in the audience, including the chubby Peng Jun. There were also many girls, who were obviously there for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was now the school heartthrob in the eyes of the girls at number 7 Middle School, although he was a bit cold. The colder he is, the more girls flock to him. Besides the students from number 7 Middle School, there were also students from number 6 Middle School, The two sides clearly separated on the left and right, while the students from number 2 middle school were in the middle, each one curious but a little depressed. After all, this is their stadium, but the strength of the number 2 middle school basketball team is hard to describe. They are eliminated in the first round every year. Watching other schools' teams have a great time on their own basketball court, the number 2 middle school basketball team has nothing to do with it. Watching the game at their own home court is like being in an away game. How could I not feel frustrated? That's Qi Bing, number 10. He's the captain of number 6 middle school, and he plays power forward. He's pretty good. Guo Kai called out to Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei, introducing the players from number 6 middle school to them. Jiang Fengping had previously introduced the situation of number 6 middle school, but since the three of them hadn't seen it in person, Guo Kai was now introducing it to them again, which finally matched the people and names together. Of course, Qin Hao had known him for a long time. Qin Hao looked across at the other side, his gaze sweeping over the group of number 6 middle school players. He shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. That's not how you play basketball. After warming up, both teams returned to their respective sides of the field. Jiang Fengping clapped his hands, and the players gathered around him. He took out his tactical board and first called out his players: Guo Kai, Zhao Hai, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing, and Zhao Xuebing. You'll be starting. Then he began drawing up a play, instructing Guo Kai and Zhao Hai, protect the rebounds. Jiang Feng and Yuan Xiaojing, your job is to score, play decisively. Zhao Xuebing, you organize the offense, don't hold onto the ball. All right, that's it. Play well, play the way we practiced, beat 6th middle school, and win the game. Victory is certain, the crowd shouted. The sound reverberated throughout the stadium, reaching the ears of the players from number 6 middle school. Ho Yong, the center of number 6 middle school, couldn't help but sneer, saying, "Humph, do you think we number 6 middle school are weak? It won't be that easy for them to defeat us. They'll be crying later." Qi Bing clapped his hands. Stop talking tough. We'll show you what we're capable of later. Remember, this is a single elimination tournament. One match decides life or death, so don't hold back. Hee, I understand. Why should I hold back? Look at how arrogant they are. I'll just wait and see them cry. The players from number 6 middle school all sneered, but Zhou Xiaojun frowned inwardly and said nothing. He wasn't in charge of the team. There was a coach and a captain. At this moment, Huang Hao, the coach of number 6 middle school, coughed lightly, unfolded his tactics board, and began to give instructions. The opponent's key players are Guo Kai and Yuan Xiaojing. Take out Yuan Xiaojing first. A moment later, the match began. Qin Hao pulled Guo Kai and the others aside and added, "Be careful." Guo Kai nodded. Jiang Feng frowned slightly, but the others didn't care and walked onto the court laughing. The number 7 middle school had a strong lineup now, even stronger than last year. So what was there to be afraid of? Beep. The whistle blew, and the competition officially began. For number 7 middle school, the starting lineup is Guo Kai, center, Zhao Hai, power forward, Jiang Feng, small forward, Yuan Xiaojing, shooting guard, and Zhao Xuebing, point guard. The starting lineup for the 6th team is Ho Yong, center, Qi Bing, power forward, Deng Xianhai, small forward, Zhou Xiaojun, shooting guard, and Zhao Liang, point guard. The players from number 7 middle school are so tall. Those three must be about 1.9 meters tall. Well, Guo Kai and Zhao Hai are both around 1.9 meters tall. I don't recognize the other one. He's probably a freshman. He looks like a pretty boy, but he's a starter in his freshman year, so he's probably not bad either. 6th middle school is no match for 7th middle school. They played against each other last year, and I watched the game. 7th middle school won in the end. Now, 6th middle school has lost several key players, so they are even less likely to beat 7th middle school. People in the audience were talking about it. Apart from the students of number 6 middle school, no one is optimistic about number 6 middle school. After all, number 6 middle school is at a disadvantage in terms of roster. Last year's main players are only Qi Bing and Zhou Xiaojun. Among the 5 starters, Ho Yong and Zhao Liang were substitutes last year, and their strength is not very outstanding. Deng Xianhai is a freshman in the first year of high school. Furthermore, number 7 middle school also has an advantage in height, especially in the inside and front court. Guo Kai, Zhao Hai, and Jiangfeng are all around 1.9 meters tall, while number 6 middle school only has Ho Yong, who is 190 centimeters tall, Qi Bing, who is only 187 centimeters tall, and Deng Xianhai, Zhou Xiaojun, and Zhao Liang, who are even shorter, none of whom are over 1.85 meters tall. The advantage of height was evident in the jump ball. Wakai, who is 193 centimeters tall, easily jumped to the ball and bounced it to the backcourt. Zhao Xuebing then got the ball and quickly advanced it to the front court. Seeing Zhao Liang approach, Zhao Xuebing chuckled. He had faced Zhao Liang last year, and Zhao Liang was his defeated opponent. However, his mission was to organize, so he didn't get entangled with Zhao Liang and passed the ball to Yuan Xiaojun. Go! Qi Bing gave Zhou Xiaojun a wink. Zhou Xiaojun stepped forward and blocked Yuan Xiaojun. Yuan Xiaojun dribbled between his legs repeatedly, then suddenly accelerated and broke through Zhou Xiaojun. Zhou Xiaojun turned to chase, and Yuan Xiaojun rushed to the inside, jumping up in front of the defender. Zhou Xiaojun reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and did not use force, but only pushed him lightly. Beep! Whoosh! The whistle blows, and the ball goes in. The referee pointed at Zhou Xiaojun, giving him a foul, while indicating that Yuan Xiaojun's goal was valid and that he would have to take an additional penalty. Qin Hao, the coach of number 6 middle school, frowned on the sidelines. What are you doing? Qi Bing walked up to Zhou Xiaojun, glared at him, and said in a low voice, the coach said that fouls must be ruthless, and you must never let the opponent get a 2-1. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Xiaojun was speechless. Qi Bing snorted, too lazy to say more. He knew what Zhou Xiaojun was thinking, but he could tolerate Zhuo's complaints all the time. This was a competition, and if he kept doing this, he would only be substituted. Qin Hao kept his eyes on the court, his gaze falling on Zhou Xiaojun. He couldn't help but nod. Not everyone at number 6 middle school was a bad guy. He just wondered if there were any other people besides Zhou Xiaojun. Whoosh! Yuan Xiaojun scored the penalty, eliciting cheers from the students of number 7 middle school. Then, during the 6th middle school's offensive play, Zhao Liang came to the front court and asked for a screen. Ho Yong stepped forward and blocked Zhao Xuebing from the side. Zhao Xuebing quickly moved, intending to get around Ho Yong, but suddenly he tripped and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Wakai, who was originally going to step forward to delay Zhao Liang, couldn't help but look over. Heh! Zhao Liang seized the opportunity, blew past Wakai in one step, and made a layup. Chapter 23: The Despicable 6th Middle School. Whoosh! Goal! Score 3-2. The referee didn't notice Ho Yong's little movement, so he didn't call a foul. But Qin Hao was paying attention and saw it clearly. Just as Zhao Xuebing was about to get around Ho Yong stuck out his foot and tripped Zhao Xuebing, almost making Zhao Xuebing fall. On the field, Wakai didn't care about Zhao Liang scoring a goal, but instead looked at Zhao Xuebing and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhao Xuebing shook his head. "It's nothing, I just tripped." But he also felt something was wrong, and remembering what Qin Hao had said, he secretly became more cautious. The 7th team launched an attack. Zhao Xuebing came to the front court and passed the ball to Yuan Xiaojun. Yuan Xiaojun had easily beaten Zhou Xiaojun before, so he decided to try again. Zhou Xiaojun is 184 centimeters tall, so his height is not a disadvantage, but he is too thin and weak compared to Yuan Xiaojun. He was forced aside by Yuan Xiaojun. Yuan Xiaojun dribbled past Zhou Xiaojun and drove towards the basket. He jumped towards the defender, but Ho Yong, who was inside, jumped up and slapped him across the face. He missed the basketball, but hit Yuan Xiaojun in the face instead. Snap! A sharp crack. It sounded painful. Yuan Xiaojun cried out in pain, covered his face, and landed on the ground. The referee blew his whistle and gave Ho Yong a foul. Ho Yong, however, didn't care and even gave Yuan Xiaojun a cold smile. Damn it! Zhao Hai roared, shoving Ho Yong. Do you even know how to play basketball? Are you going for the ball or for the player? I didn't do it on purpose. Ho Yong immediately put on an innocent expression and looked at the referee. The referee thought for a moment, but didn't give Zhao Hai a technical foul. He just warned him to calm down. Wakai pulled Zhao Hai back, and Yuan Xiaojun also looked up, enduring the burning pain on his face, and advised, "Da Hai, I'm fine. Don't be impulsive. But Yuan Xiaojing clearly had several bright red finger marks on his face. How could he be all right? Damn it. Is this a fight or a game of ball? The players from number 7 middle school were furious when they saw the finger marks on Yuan Xiaojing's face. They all glared at Ho Yong, but Ho Yong put on an arrogant look, opening and closing his mouth as if to provoke him. Come on, come and hit me. Fuck, the number 7 middle school player roared in anger. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Jiang Fangping immediately called a pause. The number 7 middle school players angrily returned to the sidelines, while the number 7 middle school students in the stands had no such scruples and began to curse loudly. The chubby Peng Jun blushed and cursed number 6 middle school for being despicable. However, his eyes were too small, and he was wearing black-rimmed glasses, so he didn't look fierce at all. That's too ruthless. Was it really necessary? A student from number 7 middle school said indignantly. That's called tough defense. Do you even know basketball? The student from number 6 middle school argued. Both sides stuck to their own stories and exchanged insults from a distance, creating quite a scene. Fortunately, there were students from number 2 middle school between the two sides' audiences. Otherwise, they might have gotten into a fight. The rest area of number 7 middle school, next to the sports field. The players from number 7 middle school were still furious, and Jiang Fangping's face was also gloomy. He glanced at Qin Hao and said, "Looks like you were right. Number 6 middle school isn't tough, it's dirty." Wakai agreed wholeheartedly and frowned as he asked, "Coach, so what's next?" Jiang Fangping said, "Yuan Xiaojing is resting now. Lu Jun will go up. Jiang Feng, the offense will depend on you later. Show your strength. If the opponent thinks they can win by using some underhanded tricks, they're dreaming. But you also need to be careful. Try to shoot more and drive less, and avoid getting injured." Jiang Feng nodded, his expression cold, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing Yuan Xiaojing like this, Jiang Shui couldn't help but worry about her older brother and pulled Jiang Feng aside. "Brother, be careful. It's okay if you miss a couple of goals, just don't get injured." Jiang Feng simply hummed in agreement. The pause ended quickly. Back on the court, Ho Yong grinned, looking smug. During the timeout, the coach had praised him, saying he had done a great job taking Yuan Xiaojing down, which meant number 7 middle school was missing its strongest scorer, essentially crippling the school. He had done a great service. While praising Ho Yong, Huang Hao, the coach of number 6 middle school, substituted Zhou Xiaojun, as he was very dissatisfied with Zhou Xiaojun's indecisiveness. Yuan Xiaojing's face was still burning as he stepped to the free throw line. He missed both free throws and was substituted out by Lu Jun. Not only were the 6th middle school players despicable and cunning on the defensive end, but they were also cunning on the offensive end. Qi Bing, who was in the low post, received the ball and relied on Zhao Hai. Suddenly, he grabbed the ball, turned around, and swung his elbow so high that it hit Zhao Hai in the chest, making Zhao Hai feel a tightness in his chest and almost suffocate. However, Qi Bing seized the opportunity to score. Qin Hao frowned as he watched, but frustratingly, Qi Bing's actions were very subtle, and the referee didn't see them or call an offensive foul. In the following rounds, number 6 middle school used various underhanded tactics to trip up number 7 middle school players, making them very frustrated. Even when they had good opportunities, number 6 middle school could not use dirty tricks in a subtle way, and would also commit fierce fouls, making number 7 middle school's offense very difficult and stumbling all the way. The game was divided into 4 quarters, each lasting 10 minutes. However, after just over 4 minutes of the first quarter, the score was 10-5, with 6th middle school leading by 5 points. Number 7 middle school is nothing special. That is. In the audience, students from number 6 middle school laughed and joked. However, their joy quickly faded. On the field, ball. Jiang Feng made a run, shaking off Deng Xianhai, and called for the ball from Zhao Xuebing. Zhao Xuebing immediately passed the ball to Jiang Feng, who caught it and shot without hesitation. Deng Xianhai followed behind, unconcerned, only sneering. Jiang Feng was just a freshman, just like him. He didn't believe Jiang Feng could be that strong, especially since it was a three-pointer. However, the next moment, whoosh. With a soft thud, the basketball swished through the net. Deng Xianhai's cold smile froze as he stared in astonishment at the basket. Jiang Feng had actually made the shot. Coach Qin Hao of number 6 middle school stared at Jiang Feng, his eyelids twitching. He shouted to the field, "Deng Xianhai, keep a close eye on him." He had a bad feeling that this freshman from number 7 middle school was not simple. Deng Xianhai got serious and followed Jiang Feng closely. But Jiang Feng was 190 centimeters tall, while Deng Xianhai was only 183 centimeters tall. A significant difference. Jiang Feng received the ball, first made a probing step, and Deng Xianhai subconsciously stepped back. Then Jiang Feng pulled up for a jump shot with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! They went in again. The score suddenly became 10-10. The coach of number 6 middle school changed his expression, his unease growing stronger. He stared intently at the court, his face growing increasingly grim, because Deng Xianhai couldn't defend Jiang Feng at all. Jiang Feng's shooting was too accurate. He used his height advantage to shoot jump shots, and before Deng Xianhai could even react, the ball was in. Before we knew it, the first quarter was almost over, and the score was 17-15, with number 7 middle school taking the lead by 2 points. Damn it! Qin Hao cursed under his breath, calling a pause and staring intently at Jiang Feng. I thought taking Yuan Shaojiang down would cripple number 7 middle school, but then this guy popped up. Number 7 middle school is really lucky. A freshman is this strong. Humph, you just wait. Chapter 24. Let's try it out. During the timeout, the players from number 7 middle school returned to the sidelines. A few minutes ago, Jiang Fangping substituted Lu Junin and then replaced Zhao Hai with Fu Chang. At this moment, Fu Chang was rubbing his chest, grimacing, and cursing. Damn it. These guys are all using dirty tricks. My chest hurts so much. If the coach hadn't forbidden it, I would have really wanted to beat them up. All right. Zhao Hai had received the same treatment. He had been struggling with the opponent under the basket and had taken a lot of sneaky elbows. His chest was still sore. He said irritably, "It's not just you. The captain and I haven't even started cursing yet." Fu Chang looked at Guokai and shut his mouth. Guokai was on the court the whole time and was heavily targeted by the opponent. He suffered just as many underhanded attacks as Fu Chang and Zhao Hai, such as elbows and back bumps. It's only because he has a calm personality that he survived. Anyone else would have cursed and might have even started a full-blown fight. The other players from number 7 middle school weren't much better off. They were also frustrated by the underhanded tactics of number 6 middle school. Seeing his players constantly complaining, Jiang Fangping's face darkened. The opponent's methods were insidious, with all sorts of dirty tricks. Sometimes they were even blatant. For example, when they finally got a chance through tactics and were about to make a layup, the opponent would roughly pull them down with a big move. The referee wasn't indifferent either. Jiang Feng's jump shot after a fake was brutally tackled by Deng Xianhai, and the referee immediately gave Deng Xianhai a technical foul. In addition, several other players from number 6 middle school had fouls on their hands. But even so, number 6 middle school's tactics were still very dirty and extremely vicious. Coach, Guokai approached Jiang Fangping. "This can't go on." Jiang Fangping nodded. "This can't go on. Either we can't control our anger and end up fighting with the other side. In fact, if it weren't for him keeping us in check, a conflict would have already broken out, or our players will be afraid of the other side's ferocity and won't dare to make any moves, playing timidly on the field. Neither of these scenarios is a good thing for number 7 middle school." Jiang Fangping pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Hao. It was Qin Hao who first reminded them to be careful of number 6 middle school, which showed that Qin Hao was very prescient, and the facts proved this point. Seeing the coach looking over, Qin Hao said, "Coach, let me go up later." Jiang Fangping raised an eyebrow, carefully examined Qin Hao, and asked, "Do you have a way to deal with their methods?" Qin Hao said, "Let's give it a try. There are solutions, of course, but things can change in an instant on the court. Besides, Qin Hao's current strength is less than 30% of his peak, so we can't make any definitive statements." However, he knew very well that he had to do something at this point. He couldn't keep fighting like this. The other side had realized how powerful Jiang Feng was. Deng Xianhai had just attacked Jiang Feng. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was not injured. Yuan Shaojiang still had bright red finger marks on his face. If something happened to Jiang Feng, number 7 middle school would be in a passive position. Moreover, the morale of number 7 middle school was somewhat low at this time. Despite being in the lead, the players were all holding back their anger and their performance was unstable. Continuing to play would not be good. Okay. Jiang Fangping gave Qin Hao a deep look and said, "You'll go up later and replace Zhao Xuebing. But be careful not to get injured." After saying that, he added, "Jiang Feng, you'll go down later and Lei Yuchuan will come in. Fu Chang will also come down to rest, and Wang Lei will come in." "Coach," Jiang Feng called out, still wanting to continue playing. Jiang Fangping waved his hand, leaving no room for argument. Not far away, Huang Hao unleashed a torrent of abuse on his players, clearly displeased that Jiang Feng had scored so many points. After his reprimand, his eyes turned cold as he whispered, "Get that kid, Jiang Feng, out of here. Take him down." He was incredibly jealous that a freshman from number 7 middle school was so strong. "Yes. Watch me later." The players from number 6 middle school responded in unison. However, when the timeout ended, the 6th middle school players, who were full of confidence about taking down Jiang Feng, came onto the court only to be dumbfounded. Jiang Feng hadn't played. He had been substituted. They felt like they had been building up their confidence for so long, only to have their final punch land on cotton. They glared angrily at Qin Hao and the others, wanting to vent their anger on them. At this moment, the 5 players on the number 7 middle school team were Wang Lei, Zhao Hai, Lei Yuchuan, Lu Jun, and Qin Hao. Several starters from number 6 middle school were substituted, leaving only Zhao Yang. In addition, Zhua Xiaojun, who had been substituted early, was brought back on, bringing the total number of starters to 2 and 3 substitutes. On the field, during the 6th middle school's offensive play, Zhao Yang advanced to the front court, and Qin Hao stepped forward. Zhao Yang asked for a screen, and substitute center Wang Dong stepped forward, preparing to imitate Ho Yong and trip Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao did not fall for it at all. He jumped lightly, avoiding the dirty trick, and quickly caught up with Zhao Yang, not letting the opponent shake him off. Wang Dong was taken aback, somewhat surprised, and thought to himself, "You're lucky this time." Zhao Yang couldn't shake off Qin Hao, but he didn't care. He sneered and slowed down, waiting for Qin Hao to close in so he could deliver a sneaky elbow strike. However, Qin Hao didn't close in at all. With this delay, Wang Lei rushed forward and blocked Zhao Yang's path. Zhao Yang cursed under his breath. What a pity, and had no choice but to pass the ball out. After several passes, the ball finally reached Wang Dong. With little time left on the shot clock, Wang Dong had no choice but to force a shot. However, he underestimated Wang Lei's explosiveness and jumping ability. With his smack, the basketball was swatted away by Wang Lei. "Well done." Qin Hao praised inwardly, grabbed the basketball, and launched a fast counterattack. "Damn it," Zhao Yang cursed, not expecting Wang Dong to be blocked. Seeing Qin Hao get the ball and launch a fast break, he quickly turned around and chased after Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced back, but didn't go all out. He deliberately slowed down so that Zhao Yang could catch up. The two of them arrived at the 6th middle school's half of the court one after the other. Qin Hao stepped into the 3-second zone, gathered the ball, and pretended to jump. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yang's eyes, and he immediately jumped up, his arm about to strike Qin Hao's head and face. Not good. People in the audience gasped in surprise. "Careful." Jiang Shui covered her eyes, unable to look any longer. However, the next moment, a loud bang rang out, followed by various exclamations and screams. Jiang Shui cautiously let go, only to be shocked to find Qin Hao standing there unharmed, while Zhao Yang collapsed to the ground in pain. For a moment, she was bewildered. What had happened? Humph. A cold snort sounded beside her. Jiang Shui turned her head and saw Yuan Xiaojing cursing with satisfaction. "Serves you right, you despicable and shameless bastard. Good for you to fall. Damn it. This is called reaping what you sow." If he hadn't wanted to mess with Qin Hao, he wouldn't have fallen like this. It shows that good and evil are rewarded accordingly. Look, the time has come. Phew, I was really on edge just now. Luckily, Qin Hao is all right. On the number 7 middle school side, the players who hadn't played started talking, their spirits lifted, all the frustration they had felt earlier now gone. Even Jiang Feng had a smile on his lips, but Jiang Shui looked confused. She was too scared to look and didn't know what had happened. Chapter 25. He reaps what he sows. In the audience seats, the students of number 6 middle school all shut their mouths. Little fatty Peng Jun wiped away a bead of cold sweat. He had been really on edge just now. Luckily, Qin Hao was all right. It's a good thing Qin Hao was alert, otherwise he would have been in trouble with that bastard. Good riddance, serves him right. Yes, this guy was clearly going for the person. He deserves a technical foul. Those who reap what they sow. The students from number 7 middle school echoed this sentiment. Jiang Shui looked at Jiang Fangping with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Jiang Fangping explained with a smile. Just now, the opposing team's number 8, Zhao Yang, saw Qin Hao about to make a layup and jumped up behind Qin Hao. However, judging from his appearance, he was obviously going to commit a malicious foul. If he had succeeded, Qin Hao would probably have repeated Yuan Xiaojiang's mistake. Maybe, it would have been even worse. However, he did not expect that Qin Hao's shot was just a fake move, and he did not jump at all. When he jumped, Qin Hao probably sensed the danger and did not go for the layup. He turned to the side and dodged the number 8. On the contrary, the number 8 used too much force and did not expect Qin Hao to dodge. In his haste, he lost control of his body and fell from the air. After hearing this, Jiang Shui patted her chest, still shaken. Jiang Fangping looked at Qin Hao with a smile on his face. He actually thought that Qin Hao deliberately lured Zhao Liang into this ball, just waiting for Zhao Liang to get himself into trouble, just like when Qin Hao lured Huang Sudong to rush up and steal the ball during the school team selection. However, he could see through this, but could not say it out loud. In short, Qin Hao is fine, and Zhao Liang deserved it. On the field, players from both number 6 and number 7 middle schools ran over. The number 6 middle school players looked at Qin Hao with icy eyes, as if they wanted to devour him. Wang Lei stepped forward, blocking Qin Hao's path, and said, "Want to fight?" Humph. The number 6 middle school players snorted coldly, but dared not actually make a move. They're experts at using dirty tricks and underhanded tactics, but when it comes to a real fight, they're no match for the students from number 7 middle school. Not to mention the other students from number 7 middle school. Wang Lei alone is 1.91 meters tall and as strong as an ox. One of him could take on several of them. If a fight really breaks out, the people from number 6 middle school will definitely be the ones who suffer. Coach Wang Hao of number 6 middle school called a timeout and had someone help Zhao Liang up. Zhao Liang held his waist, walked with a limp, and did not forget to look back at Qin Hao with a venomous look in his eyes. Qin Hao shook his head and said, "I didn't even touch you. If you hadn't been so malicious and tried to sabotage me, I wouldn't be in this situation. Let me give you a piece of advice. Basketball isn't played like this. You can't win by using underhanded tactics." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang gritted his teeth, while the players from number 6 middle school scoffed at him. Zhou Xiaojun nodded secretly, looked at Qin Hao, and agreed with Qin Hao's words. Unfortunately, when he looked at his coach and teammates, he could only sigh helplessly, with no way to help. "Qin Hao, well done. Hey, that was close. You were the one who almost got hurt. By the way, how did you know that guy would resort to dirty tricks? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? But your dodge was a stroke of genius. That guy looks pretty badly injured. He probably won't be able to play today." The players from number 7 middle school surrounded Qin Hao, chattering amongst themselves. Qin Hao just smiled. He was indeed prepared, but he didn't know Zhao Liang would fall so badly. He wouldn't use any underhanded tricks to deliberately harm people like those people from number 6 middle school. Of course, if the other party intends to harm him but ends up harming himself, then he can't blame anyone else. Qin Hao isn't a saint. He won't sympathize with such a person. Beep. A moment later, the pause ended. With only a few dozen seconds left in the quarter, Jiang Fangping looked at Qin Hao, hesitating whether to substitute him. The people from number 6 middle school definitely harbored resentment towards him and would surely target Qin Hao later. "Coach, don't worry. I'll be careful," Qin Hao said with a smile. "Okay." Jiang Fangping nodded, but still cautioned, "Be careful." The game continues. Both teams return to the court. The referee, considering how badly Zhao Liang had fallen, did not give him a technical foul, but Zhao Liang's action was indeed a foul, so he was given a regular foul. Qin Hao went to the free throw line to take 2 free throws. Qin Hao had been specifically training his free throws during this period, so he made both free throws steadily, making the score 19-15, with 7th place leading by 4 points. Just as Qin Hao was about to turn around and head back to his own half of the court, Zhou Xiaojun brushed past him and suddenly whispered, "Be careful, they're going to mess with you." Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, looked at Zhou Xiaojun, and quickly said, "Thanks." Zhou Xiaojun just shook his head, a bitter look on his face. He couldn't change the team, nor could he stop others. All he could do was offer a reminder. 6th Middle School was determined to get rid of Qin Hao, but given Qin Hao's experience, how could they give 6th Middle School the opportunity to make a move? The 6th Middle School players felt helpless. They couldn't just rush up and beat him up, could they? For a moment, even the 6th Middle School forgot about attacking. Several passes were made, all looking for Qin Hao, but there was no opportunity. Finally, when the whistle blew, several players from number 6 Middle School were dumbfounded, as they were called for a 24-second violation. "Are you out of your minds? Don't you even check the shot clock?" Huang Hao was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He yelled at the 6th Middle School players on the court, wishing he could go up there himself. 7th Middle School launches an attack with just over 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Qin Hao came to the front court. Zhao Liang couldn't get on, so substitute guard Lu Wei came in. Qin Hao wasn't in a hurry. He protected the ball with one hand and roamed around the three-point line. A few seconds later, Lu Wei couldn't resist and rushed forward. As soon as he got close, Qin Hao immediately raised the ball, collided with Lu Wei, and released the ball. This was unexpected for Lu Wei. Before he could even use his dirty trick, he heard the referee blow his whistle, point at him, and give him a shooting foul, and Qin Hao was sent to the free throw line. Furthermore, it was a 3-point foul. "Damn it, how did I foul? I didn't even make a move." Lu Wei roared at the referee in a rage. "Do you even know how to call a foul?" The referee's face darkened. He thought to himself, "How dare you? A mere brat who hasn't even grown his first hair. Curse at me? Do you think I have a good temper?" He immediately blew his whistle and gave Lu Wei a technical foul, and it was a second-degree technical foul. He pointed to the sidelines, indicating that Lu Wei should be ejected from the game. This scene unfolded so swiftly that it left everyone stunned. The students from number 6 Middle School were utterly devastated, as Lu Wei was expelled less than a minute after he went up. "What gives you the right to?" Lu Wei continued to shout. Seeing that things were about to go wrong, Huang Hao, the coach of number 6 Middle School, shouted, "Quickly go and grab him. Hurry." Several players from number 6 Middle School realized what was happening and quickly went to pull Lu Wei away. Some even covered Lu Wei's mouth to prevent him from saying anything even worse. Although Lu Wei had been ejected, the game wasn't over yet. If he offended the referee too much, there was no guarantee that the referee wouldn't be biased towards number 7 Middle School when making calls later. Chapter 26, A Stroke of Genius. After Lu Wei was helped down, Huang Hao wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. "You idiot. There were only a few seconds left. Why did you rush up there? Even if you wanted to avenge Zhao Liang, there was no need to rush now." "Okay, fine, let's leave it at that. Why did you have to yell at the referee? You're asking for trouble. Get out of here." Huang Hao pointed at the stadium entrance. Lu Wei looked aggrieved but didn't dare to talk back, and slunk away. Watching Lu Wei leave, Qi Bing frowned and asked Huang Hao, "Coach, what do we do now?" Huang Hao thought for a moment and said helplessly, "There are only 4 seconds left. This is the only way for this quarter. Let's see how things go in the second quarter." Lu Wei is such an idiot, he's driving me crazy. For a moment, Huang Hao just wanted to curse. He originally thought that getting Yuan Xiaojing out of the competition was like cutting off one of the arms of number 7 Middle School, and that Guokai alone couldn't carry the team, so his side was sure to win. But unexpectedly, Zhang Feng suddenly appeared, a freshman who was no worse than Yuan Xiaojing, and Deng Xianhai couldn't defend against him at all. Before they could even deal with Zhang Feng, Qin Hao suddenly appeared. This time it was even worse. First, Zhao Liang tried to sabotage Qin Hao, but ended up getting injured himself, and it's clear he won't be able to play today. Then, Lu Wei acted impulsively in the last few seconds, trying to lunge at the defense, resulting in Qin Hao drawing a 3-point foul. Lu Wei then verbally abused the referee and was ejected. And that's not all. What's giving Huang Hao a headache is that Lu Wei is verbally abusing the referee, and the insults he's using are quite offensive, which could affect the referee's subsequent rulings. Don't say that number 6 middle school relies on underhanded tactics. Even if they don't rely on those and just play normally, as long as the referee wants to catch you, you will definitely not have a good outcome. At that time, would the players of number 6 middle school still dare to act recklessly? Damn it, Qin Hao cursed angrily, looking towards the number 7 middle school rest area. His gaze fell on Qin Hao, and recalling the past minute or so, a thought suddenly struck him. That kid injured Zhao Liang right away, and then gave Lu Wei a technical foul and got ejected. Is this just a coincidence? Looking back now, he suddenly realized that it was probably not a coincidence that Zhao Liang and Lu Wei had all happened in just over a minute. But how could an unremarkable high school student, especially a freshman, have such cunning and deep schemes? Here at number 7 middle school, the players surrounded Qin Hao, extremely excited. Haha, you did a fantastic job this time. That was a brilliant foul, and it directly resulted in the opponent's ejection. That guy from number 6 middle school was really stupid, actually insulting the referee. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? The players from number 7 middle school were no longer depressed, and were all beaming with joy. Qin Hao has finally avenged them. Since he took over, Zhao Liang from number 6 middle school was injured first, and then Lu Wei was expelled. It's a huge morale booster. I just wanted to draw a foul. I didn't expect him to yell at the referee. Qin Hao shrugged. He really didn't expect things to turn out this way, but judging from the result, it couldn't be better. A moment later, the pause ended. With only 4 seconds left in the first quarter, Qin Hao went to the free throw line. This time he was a little unsteady and only made 2 of his 3 free throws, making the score 21-15, with 7th middle school leading by 6 points. With 4 seconds left, number 6 middle school launched their final attack, but unsurprisingly, they failed to score, and the first quarter ended. Qin Hao returned to the sidelines, and a hand reached out from behind him, offering him a bottle of water. Qin Hao turned around and saw Jiang Shui smiling at him. Her smile as beautiful as a flower, dazzling to behold. However, Qin Hao, being an adult at heart, possessed considerable immunity. He took the water, nodded, and casually handed it to Lei Yuchuan beside him. Jiang Shui huffed angrily. The atmosphere in the rest area of number 7 middle school was relaxed at this moment, and Zhang Fangping had a smile on his face. Guo Kai came to Zhang Fangping's side and said, "Thanks to Qin Hao." "Yes." Zhang Fangping nodded. "I noticed him when the school team was selecting new players. Although he is only 15 years old, he has a very steady mind and plays very intelligently. It was he who brought the white team together during the school team selection, and it was his organization and mobilization that led the white team to victory." Mentioning this, Guo Kai couldn't help but look at Qin Hao with some emotion. This year's freshmen are truly surprising. Jiang Feng, Wang Lei, and Qin Hao are all remarkable. Zhang Fangping added, "Remember? A few days ago, Qin Hao warned us to be careful of number 6 middle school. And just now, in the first quarter, it was thanks to Qin Hao that we were able to regain our morale." "Yes," Guo Kai said. "So it's all thanks to him, especially that last foul that made Lu Wei from number 6 middle school lose his temper and insult the referee. Now look what happened. Lu Wei was ejected, and number 6 middle school offended the referee. They won't dare to resort to dirty tricks or underhanded tactics anymore. Yes, that last move was absolutely brilliant. Even I didn't think of such a method." Jiang Fangping exclaimed with deep emotion. Qin Hao has a very bright future ahead of him. The second quarter began quickly. Qin Hao did not play. The 6th middle school team first tested the referee's mood, but as soon as they used dirty tricks and underhanded tactics, they were called for fouls. Sometimes, they did not even use any tricks. They were just playing normal defense, and their movements were slightly too big, but the referee immediately blew the whistle and called a foul. Shortly after the start of the second quarter, 6th middle school had already accumulated 3 fouls. This is a formal competition. 5 fouls and you're out is no joke. Qi Bing, Ho Yong, and others from number 6 middle school all had at least 2 fouls on their hands. The referee was clearly watching them, which made Qi Bing and the others feel frustrated. They didn't dare to use any dirty tricks or underhanded tactics anymore, and could only play cautiously. Without underhanded tactics and dirty tricks, number 6 middle school was no match for number 7 middle school. Yuan Xiaojiang from number 7 middle school also returned to the court. He had been holding back his anger, and it all came out at this moment. He scored like crazy on the offensive end. In just a few minutes, he scored 7 points by himself, 3 out of 4 shots. In a short time, the score difference widened further, reaching double digits. Beep. The 6th middle school requested a suspension. Qin Hao's face was dark, his eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone, while his players lowered their heads, looking dejected and no longer as arrogant as before, like wilted eggplants. Coach, Qi Bing called out, what do we do now? The referee is too strict, and we can't use many of our tactics. If we continue like this, we're going to lose the game. Nonsense, can't I see it? Qin Hao glared, annoyed. But what can I do? He looked towards the number 7 middle school rest area and stared at Qin Hao. It's all that bastard's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this situation. Humph, even if we lose this game, I won't let you get away with it. Qi soldiers. Coach, what can I do for you? Wait a minute, do this. Chapter 27, Whoever touches Qin Hao is doomed. The rest area of number 7 middle school. Jiang Fangping began to make substitutions. He looked at Qin Hao, somewhat hesitant. The other party must hate Qin Hao to the bone. If Qin Hao went up, he would inevitably be targeted, and it would be terrible if he got injured. Qin Hao understood immediately from the coach's look, smiled, and said, Coach, let me play. It's okay, I'll be careful. Seeing that Qin Hao had said so, and considering that Qin Hao was always steady and knew his limits, Jiang Fangping no longer hesitated and nodded. Okay, you go up in a bit. However, Jiang Fangping had also made up his mind that if things didn't go well, he would immediately replace Qin Hao. Zhao Liang from number 6 middle school was injured, Lu Wei was ejected, and the others were also carrying fouls. The referee was still watching them. Today's game has become clear for number 7 middle school. Even if Qin Hao doesn't play, it won't be a big problem. Qin Hao knew this, and he also knew that number 6 middle school hated him to the bone at this moment. But he still had to go, because at this point, number 6 middle school was probably going to do something desperate. With no hope of winning and forced into a corner, what will the 6th middle school do? If I go up there, number 6 middle school will come after me. If I don't go up there, they'll target the others. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes. Desperate measures? Humph. Then we'll break your legs first. The pause has ended. When both sides returned to the field, the players from number 6 middle school all gleamed with cold light when they saw Qin Hao enter the game. Qi Bing's pupils contracted, and he grinned menacingly as he recalled his coach's instructions. 6th attack. The referee kept a close eye on the students from number 6 middle school, so they could only rely on their strength. However, these students were so focused on learning underhanded tactics that they neglected their training, and their strength was much worse than last year. They were not even on the same level as number 7 middle school. They were unable to get a shot off, and ended up only hitting bricks. The students admitted to number 7 middle school are Fu Chong, Zhao Hai, Wang Qingyu, Lu Jun, and Qin Hao. Fu Chong grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Hao. After Qin Hao arrived at the front court, Su Xiangjia, the 6th center guard, came up to greet him. Qin Hao glanced at him and quickly looked away. Su Xiangjia's eyes clearly showed a sinister look, but Qin Hao sensed that there was another gaze besides his, from Qi Bing, the 6th center captain. Humph. Come on, whoever comes will be unlucky. Qin Hao sneered, asked for a screen, and easily shook off Su Xiangjia. Someone came up to delay them, so Qin Hao passed the ball to Wang Qingyu. After receiving the ball, Wang Qingyu broke through, and the 6th middle school team dared not make a move easily, just watching Wang Qingyu score. The gap widened further. In the following rounds, number 7 middle school scored 2 more goals, and number 6 middle school also scored 1. However, the score difference had widened to 16 points, and the game was about to end before the first half was over. The outcome of this match is no longer in doubt. It was never going to be a suspense from the beginning. What else can those guys from number 6 middle school do besides resorting to despicable tactics? That is, in the audience, the students from number 7 middle school relaxed. Just then, on the court, Qi Bing gave Su Xiangjia a wink. Su Xiangjia understood, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing Qin Hao break through, he pounced on Qin Hao. He had tried to take action against Qin Hao several times before, but hadn't found an opportunity. Now, with the captain's signal, he could no longer suppress his anger. He didn't care if he would be called for a technical foul. He just wanted Qin Hao to pay the price. They're here. Qin Hao had sharp eyes and had been paying attention, so he caught Qi Bing's gaze. Plus, his experience far surpassed Su Xiangjia's, so he saw through Su Xiangjia's intentions at a glance. Seeing Su Xiangjia lunge at him, arms flailing, looking fierce, Qin Hao quickly bent down and crouched low. What? Su Xiangjia waved his arms, pretending to grab a ball, but actually aimed for Qin Hao's head and face, intending to give Qin Hao a good beating, but he missed. In an instant, Qin Hao bent down and dodged it. Su Xiangjia stared blankly, his body lurching forward with inertia. Suddenly, he tripped, his eyes widened, and he lunged forward. Bang! With a muffled thud, Su Xiangjia fell to the ground, landing face first. His face hit the floor and bounced back up, and he felt dizzy and seeing stars. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Su Xiangjia's fall was no less severe than Zhao Yang's. His face made intimate contact with the ground. It's unclear whether he knocked out any teeth, but it looked painful. The referee ignored him and didn't blow the whistle. Qin Hao glanced back, then smoothly made a floater, scoring 2 more points. Damn it! Ho Yong roared, charging at Qin Hao. You tripped me, I'll kill you. Ho Yong. Zhou Xiaojun quickly hugged Ho Yong. Wang Qingyu, Fu Chang, Zhao Hai, and others from No. 7 Middle School rushed over and stood in front of Qin Hao, glaring at the people from No. 6 Middle School as if they were ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Qin Hao stepped forward, separating himself from his teammates, and said, What evidence do you have? Huh, I didn't trip him on purpose. He just rushed over like a madman and didn't watch his step. Besides, don't you guys have any idea what he was trying to do? Was he trying to steal the ball or to hit someone? You? Ho Yong glared, speechless after being rebuked. Su Xiangjia was obviously after the person, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. Ho Yong stared at Qin Hao, feeling a chill run down his spine. This guy is a bit strange. Zhao Yang, Lu Wei, and now Su Xiangjia. All the people who tried to get rid of him ended up in terrible situations, but this guy hasn't lost a single hair. Qin Hao could tell at a glance that Ho Yong was all bark and no bite. All bark and no bite. He couldn't help but curl his lip and say, You bunch of brats dare to fight me? I've seen more tricks than you've ever heard of. It was indeed Qin Hao who tripped Su Xiangjia this time. But if Su Xiangjia hadn't been trying to harm Qin Hao and hadn't put in so much effort, even if he had just been tripped, he wouldn't have fallen so hard. Can you blame others? The game was interrupted again. The referee gave Ho Yong a technical foul, but did not eject him from the game. Looking at Qin Hao, the referee couldn't help but twitch his lips. It felt strange. The game was interrupted several times, and it was all related to Qin Hao. He even felt a little sorry for No. 6 Middle School. 3 times in a row, whoever touched Qin Hao was unlucky. Su Xiangjia was helped off the field, and the match was suspended. When Qin Hao returned to the sidelines, he was surrounded by his teammates. This time, there was no noisy banter or jokes. Instead, everyone looked at Qin Hao with curiosity. What's wrong? Qin Hao asked, touching his face. Qin Hao, Fu Chang called out. Are you a hedgehog? Uffed. Jiang Shui couldn't help herself and covered her mouth, laughing so hard she was shaking. Everyone else laughed too. Sure enough, Qin Hao really was like a hedgehog. Whoever touched him was doomed. The students from No. 6 Middle School were probably on the verge of a mental breakdown. The players at No. 6 Middle School are indeed on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked like they were constipated. Looking at Zhao Yang, and then at Su Xiangjia whose mouth was full of blood and whose front teeth were almost knocked out, they didn't know what to say. They could only secretly rejoice that they weren't the ones who were unlucky. Huang Hao's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he shouted, Qi Bing, you will take action yourself later. Qi Bing shuddered and reluctantly agreed. At this moment, he was also a little nervous. Would attacking that guy lead to the same fate as Su Xiangjia and the others? Chapter 28 Victory. Beep. The pause has ended. Both sides returned to the field. Qi Bing looked at the No. 7 Middle School players and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Hao had been substituted. Of his 3 teammates, 2 were injured and 1 was ejected. Although he hated Qin Hao, he always felt that Qin Hao was a bit strange and was afraid that he would follow in his teammates' footsteps. Since Qin Hao didn't play, he could explain to the coach. Although Qin Hao didn't play, number 7 middle school still maintained a steady advantage, with the score difference remaining at around 10 points. With the referees watching, number 6 middle school became much more restrained and didn't dare to make such big moves. By the end of the second quarter, number 7 middle school was leading by 15 points. Several players from number 6 middle school returned to the sidelines, all with their heads down, avoiding the coach's gaze. At first, they listened to the coach and were ruthless and vicious. When they saw their teammates injured, they all wanted to avenge them and give Qin Hao a hard time. However, Lu Wei was expelled and Su Xiangjie was injured. None of them had a good outcome, which made them a little uneasy. Now that the point difference has widened to more than 10 points, and the referees have been watching them closely, everyone knows that there is probably no hope for them in today's game. So what's the point of resorting to dirty tricks? If you can't win, are you going to keep courting disaster? Zhou Xiaojun secretly breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but look at Qin Hao not far away. His mood was a bit complicated. He didn't expect that he was helpless against his teammates and couldn't persuade them no matter what he did, but he was restrained by the players from number 7 middle school. Here at number 7 middle school, Qin Hao sat on the bench and gave high fives to each of his teammates who came down. The atmosphere was relaxed. After all, they were now leading by more than 10 points, and everyone could tell that number 6 middle school had lost its fighting spirit. All right, get ready, the second half is about to begin. Jiang Fangping clapped his hands and began to call out his players. Guo Kai, Zhao Hai, Jiang Feng, Lu Jun, Zhao Xuebing, you guys go up. He then unfolded the tactics board and made some arrangements. As the second half began, Jiang Fangping watched the players walk onto the court and sat down next to Qin Hao, explaining, if nothing unexpected happens, we're going to win this game today. So you don't need to play anymore. Although it seems like the other side won't dare to mess with you again, he laughed as he spoke. But just in case, you don't need to play for the remaining 2 quarters. Okay. Qin Hao nodded. I'll follow your instructions. 3 players from number 6 middle school suffered losses against Qin Hao in a row, but Qin Hao's actions were impeccable, and he didn't even use any tricks. But the more impeccable he was, the more shocking it was. The players from number 6 middle school have clearly lost their fighting spirit, and Qin Hao is not worried that they will play recklessly. Whether he plays or not is irrelevant. By the end of the third quarter, number 7 middle school was leading by 20 points. The final quarter had completely become garbage time. The players from number 6 middle school seemed very lazy and just wanted to end the game as soon as possible. No matter how much Huang Hao scolded them, they could no longer muster any fighting spirit. Qin Hao didn't play in the last 2 quarters, which made the players of number 6 middle school feel regretful, but they couldn't help but feel fortunate, as no one wanted to follow in the footsteps of Zhao Yang, Su Xiangjie, and others. Beep. Finally, the game ended with a score of 78-61. Number 7 middle school defeated number 6 middle school by 17 points, winning their first victory in the City League. After the match, during the routine handshake, everyone from number 6 middle school looked constipated when shaking hands with Qin Hao. Only Zhou Xiaojun smiled sincerely and secretly gave Qin Hao a thumbs up, praising, awesome. Qin Hao smiled, not caring. The people from number 6 middle school are just a bunch of high school students who have gone astray. He, on the other hand, has the soul of an adult and is a professional athlete. He can't possibly feel any sense of accomplishment just by dealing with a few high school students. If Qin Hao weren't currently less than 30% of his peak strength, he wouldn't even bother with such calculations. He would simply use his power to overcome everything. I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible, Qin Hao muttered to himself. Although today's game had some twists and turns, it was fortunate that it ended without serious consequences. Zhang Feng scored the most points for number 7 middle school with 18 points, followed by Yuan Xiaojing with 15 points, and the others also scored points. Qin Hao didn't play for long, less than 10 minutes, and only scored a few points and had 1 assist, but his performance was impressive. The next day was Monday. When Qin Hao arrived at school, he felt that his classmates were all looking at him. When he got to his class, several boys surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions about yesterday's competition. Some girls even gathered around, looking at Qin Hao with the curiosity of curious children, as if they had just met him today. When Qin Hao looked over, one of the girls looked shy, her face flushed, and she didn't dare to meet his eyes. Qin Hao was speechless. He was, after all, an adult, while these 15 or 16-year-old high school girls were still buds. How could he bring himself to do it? Sigh. People fear becoming famous, just as pigs fear growing fat. They're absolutely right. Qin Hao muttered to himself, then suddenly realized, Pa, how can a pig compare to me? No, how can I compare to a pig? Damn it. I've gotten myself into this mess. Fortunately, Qin Hao didn't need to deal with it. The chubby guy stepped forward and talked eloquently about yesterday's match. Some people had only heard about it and hadn't been there yesterday, but now, listening to the chubby boy's embellished account, they felt a sense of dread and exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Just then, someone outside shouted, Qin Hao, someone is looking for you. Qin Hao agreed and went outside the classroom. He saw Jiang Shui wearing a light pink dress and a t-shirt with a cute bear pattern on top. The dress was not short, and the hem did not go past her knees, but her long legs were really dazzling. Just looking at her slender legs gave people a stunning feeling. With legs like those, 10 years from now, they'll truly be legs to admire for years to come. Hey, where are you looking? Jiang Shui blushed and glared at Qin Hao, saying, The coach asked me to tell you to be on time for training this afternoon and not to be late. He has something to announce. Oh, Qin Hao withdrew his gaze. Then suddenly a thought struck him, and he asked, Have the results of the next round of the draw been released? Seeing Qin Hao look away with a calm expression, Jiang Shui felt a little disappointed for some reason. She quickly put that aside and said, Yes, we're out now. Our next opponent is number 2 middle school. Qin Hao laughed and said, Second place. That's great. A small shop outside Yuyang number 4 middle school. A tall student, nearly 2 meters tall, came out of the school, walked into the shop, and called out with a smile. Zhuo Xiaojun, isn't it Monday today? What are you doing here? A young man was sitting in the shop. He was Zhuo Xiaojun, a player on the number 6 middle school basketball team. He stood up with a smile, handed the other man a bottle of Coke, and said, Chu Yan, why are you unhappy to see me? I'm on my lunch break, so I came to see you and chat with you. Chu Yan asked curiously, Did something happen? You don't mean you want to borrow money from me, do you? Get lost. Zhuo Xiaojun laughed and cursed, then said, Come on, take me to your school for a walk. We can talk as we go. Chapter 29, The Next Opponent. It was lunchtime, and Chu Yan led Zhuo Xiaojun into the campus of number 4 middle school. The two talked as they walked, and unknowingly arrived at the basketball court. There were many people playing basketball on the court. Despite the scorching sun, it couldn't stop their love for basketball. They poured out their sweat and youth. Chu Yan stopped and said, I'm not trying to criticize you, but staying at number 6 middle school is a complete waste of your talent. Number 6 middle school used to be all right, but look at it now. It's a complete mess. I told you to come to number 4 middle school with me back then, but you wouldn't listen. Now you regret it, don't you? I am a little regretful, Zhuo Xiaojun said with a smile. That's why I came to find you. I'm planning to transfer to your school next semester. Would you like to welcome me? Really? Chu Yan's eyes lit up, revealing a look of delight. Haha, of course you're welcome. Along the way, Zhuo Xiaojun and Chu Yan talked about yesterday's match between number 6 middle school and number 7 middle school, and about the current situation of number 6 middle school. The reason he came here today was that he had the idea of leaving number 6 middle school. He didn't want to stay in that filthy, muddy swamp any longer. Zhuo Xiaojun and Chu Yan are childhood friends. They grew up together and went to elementary and junior high school together. However, when it came time to go to high school, Zhuo Xiaojun chose number 6 middle school. Chu Yan was a few months older than Zhuo Xiaojun and was always taller than him, like an older brother. From elementary school to junior high, Zhuo Xiaojun was always under Chu Yan's protection. When he graduated from junior high, Zhuo Xiaojun didn't want to continue under Chu Yan's protection and wanted to go out and face the challenges on his own. So he didn't choose to go to number 4 middle school with Chu Yan, but went to number 6 middle school instead. That's not wrong. It's just a pity about number 6 middle school. Haha, with you joining us, our 4th middle school will become even stronger. We're a golden duo. But it's a deal. I'll go talk to the coach later. Chu Yan was very happy, then suddenly remembered a question. By the way, you said you lost to 7th middle school yesterday by more than 10 points. Did 6th middle school not use those dirty tricks? Hey, stop talking. Zhua Xiaojun didn't know whether he should laugh or not. So he explained, "At first, we were in the lead and used a lot of dirty tricks to make number 7 middle school very frustrated. Number 7 middle school's top scorer, Yuan Xiaojing, was taken off the court after a short while. But then a freshman from number 7 middle school suddenly exploded. Although he was a freshman, his scoring ability was very strong, no less than Yuan Xiaojing's. He scored one after another, and the score was reversed. Oh, Chu Yin became interested. A freshman, no less impressive than Yuan Xiaojing. What's your name? His name is Jiang Feng. Zhua Xiaojun shook his head and said, I'm not talking about him, but someone else. Another person? Yes, another freshman. Zhua Xiaojun couldn't help but exclaim. TSK, I have to say number 7 middle school is really lucky. Jiang Feng and Qin Hao, both very talented freshmen, they've struck gold. He paused deliberately, seeing Chu Yan's curious expression, before continuing. You might not believe it, but number 6 middle school originally planned to target Jiang Feng, but he was replaced by Qin Hao. And Qin Hao immediately gave Zhao Liang a hard time. The two stood by the basketball court, and Zhua Xiaojun recounted yesterday's game, especially the unfortunate fact that whoever touched Qin Hao was doomed, which amazed Chu Yin. After Zhua Xiaojun finished speaking, Chu Yin laughed and said, Now that you mention it, this Qin Hao is really something else. He's practically cunning as a devil. What kind of analogy is that? Zhua Xiaojun chuckled. He's just clever. To be honest, I never expected him to do it so brilliantly. It's like the using their own methods against them trope in Jin Yang's novels. He seems to have done nothing, yet he always manages to make those who want to harm him suffer the consequences. Hearing you say that, I'm actually looking forward to playing against number 7 middle school. Chu Yin laughed. However, our next opponent is number 1 middle school, and number 7 middle school's opponent seems to be number 2 middle school. They'll probably beat number 2 middle school without much suspense. When we get to the semifinals, we might actually have a chance to play against them. Zhua Xiaojun laughed and scolded. Don't be too confident. Number 7 middle school is really strong. Chu Yin curled his lip and said arrogantly, We're not weak either. Just then, a basketball rolled to their feet. As if to prove his point, Chu Yin grabbed the basketball, dribbled it twice, and then suddenly started running towards the basket. The people on the court made way, and they saw Chu Yin step into the free throw line, hold the basketball with both hands, bend his knees, bend over, exert force with his legs, jump up suddenly, turn his body 180 degrees, grab the ball with both hands, and put it behind his head. He was already in front of the basket, and then he made a reverse dunk. Bang! A loud bang drew gasps from the crowd on the field. Chu Yinsong opened the basket, struck what he thought was a cool pose, and winked at a few girls on the sidelines, looking incredibly smug. Come on, Zhua Xiaojun said, covering his face. You're such a show-off. Haha. Chu Yin, however, was not ashamed at all, but rather proud. He held his head high and shamelessly recited, Pretentiousness is like the wind, always by my side. Zhua Xiaojun pretended to vomit, thinking to himself that he would probably be happier playing basketball at number 4 middle school than at number 6 middle school, at least with Chu Yin around. He wondered if number 7 middle school would run into number 4 middle school this year. It was said that number 4 middle school's freshmen were also very strong. He wondered how they would compare to Jiang Feng and Qin Hao. Number 7 middle school. After school in the afternoon, Qin Hao went to the basketball court. Jiang Fengping announced the next opponent. When they heard it was number 2 middle school, the players were delighted. Number 2 middle school had been at the bottom of the 15 teams for years. This round is a sure win. Don't let your guard down, Jiang Feng said with a straight face, although number 2 middle school doesn't really have any outstanding people, and we only made it to the second round because we got a bye. But even a lion will go all out when hunting a rabbit. No matter what kind of opponent we encounter, we can't let our guard down. Clear? Yes, coach. Everyone responded with a smile. Qin Hao was taken aback. Number 2 middle school had entered the second round by drawing a bye, but he remembered that number 2 middle school had not drawn a bye and had entered the second round by defeating number 14 middle school. It was also the first time in recent years that number 2 middle school had passed the first round and advanced to the second round, thanks to a first-year high school player named Lu. Judging from the coach's words, There aren't any outstanding students at number 2 middle school. Isn't that true for Lu? Coach, who are the students from number 2 middle school? Qin Hao asked hurriedly. I was just about to say that, Jiang Fangping said with a smile, introducing the situation of number 2 middle school, including its roster, but Lu was not among them. Where did Lu go? Qin Hao frowned. It seemed that some things were still different from his memory. It wasn't surprising, after all, there was the precedent of the brother and sister Jiang Feng and Jiang Shui. But if Lu was not in number 2 middle school, then where was he? It couldn't be that a perfectly healthy person just disappeared like that, could it? Also, he remembered that after defeating number 2 middle school, he entered the semi-finals, where his opponent was number 4 middle school. Since the situation of number 2 middle school was different from what he remembered, what about number 4 middle school? Will I really face the 4th middle school in the semifinals? Chapter 30 Winning by Doing Nothing, 2nd middle school. Suddenly, a host of problems arose. Qin Hao shook his head and decided not to worry about anything else. His goal was the championship, so it didn't matter which team he faced. In short, he would just do it. Actually, this is good news. Without Lu, number 2 middle school is no match for them. The upcoming matches should be relatively easy, and they can really win without lifting a finger. Of course, number 2 middle school is not a big deal for Qin Hao, but there are still strong opponents to come, such as number 4 middle school. If he successfully wins the city championship and enters the provincial league, there will be even stronger opponents. Therefore, he cannot relax at all and must intensify his training. He trains at school in the afternoon, and then trains for an hour at the community court after evening self-study. After all, Qin Hao was a professional player before, and now it's like reviewing his lessons again, so his progress is amazing. In just 1 month, his ball control, breakthroughs, and passing have all improved a lot. Even his free throws and three-pointers have improved a lot. Of course, that's not all that has improved his physical fitness. The results of a month of training are clearly visible. Now that he's at the community court in the evening, Qin Hao simply took off his shirt, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. They don't look explosive, but the lines are smooth. Whoosh! Qin Hao started his run from beyond the three-point line, made a crossover and drove into the 3-second zone. Then used his legs to propel himself into the air, paused briefly in mid-air, and then released the ball. Whoosh! Goal! Because he's still too short, Qin Hao's finishing moves after a breakthrough are problematic and will be greatly affected. Therefore, he must pay attention to technique, utilizing rhythm, timing, and hang time, etc. They were all trying to avoid the defense and score the goal. In the darkness, Qin Hao was like a shadow, impossible to see clearly. In the dim light, his astonishing speed became even more ghostly. If there were any defenders at this moment, they would definitely not be able to stop him. The 1-hour training session has ended. Qin Hao gasped for breath, packing his school bag and clothes while pulling out his saved pocket money. I need to buy some training equipment tomorrow. Good equipment will make things much easier. When Qin Hao returned home, he found that his parents were still awake. Seeing Qin Hao return, Qin Jinghua and Lu Huifang stood up together. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard his parents say a couple of days ago that his uncle had almost figured it out and was going to make a purchase in the next few days at Yijingyuan on Piyuan Road, where the first phase had already been launched. Dad, Mom, Qin Hao said, feigning ignorance as he guessed what was going on. Why aren't you asleep yet? Xiao Hao. The couple exchanged a glance, and Lu Huifang said, Your uncle came today and said that the first phase of the Yijingyuan residential complex on Piyuan Road has already opened for sale, and we need to buy one quickly. Your dad and I discussed it and think it's an opportunity, but we're still not sure. Did your classmate tell you anything else? Qin Hao laughed and said, There really is. Lu Hua said his dad has already bought 2 sets. Dad, Mom, I think this can work out. We can't miss this opportunity. Hearing this, Qin Jinghua and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Jinghua smiled and said, Okay, we'll do as you say. We'll provide the money, and your uncle will handle the arrangements. Qin Hao added, Dad, buying a house is no small matter. It can easily cost hundreds of thousands. I think you should take a few days off and go with uncle yourself. That would be more appropriate. Qin Hao originally wanted his father to quit his job. He went to so much trouble just to improve the family's living conditions so that his father could leave the toy factory and stop working night shifts all the time. That makes sense. Qin Jinghua nodded. He had the same idea. Of course, Qin Jinghua would definitely not resign right now. Qin Hao knew this, so he didn't mention it. He had already made a plan. He would never let his father go back to the toy factory. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Over the weekend, the number 7 middle school basketball team visited number 2 middle school for their second round of matches. This time it was truly an away game, as their opponent was number 2 middle school. Many students from number 7 middle school were sitting in the stands. After defeating number 6 middle school in the first round, the number 7 middle school basketball team received a lot of attention, and the students of number 7 middle school were hoping that the number 7 middle school basketball team could continue to advance. Even the teachers and school leaders of number 7 middle school have started to pay attention to the basketball team. Today, some school leaders came, and Su Guangyan, the director of teaching, sat in the audience with a dignified and authoritative air, as if he were in charge of the event. On the other side were students from number 2 middle school, along with several teachers and 2 school leaders, who were there to show their support for the number 2 middle school basketball team. However, the number 2 middle school basketball team was at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the game. In Qin Hao's memory, number 2 middle school made it to the second round because of Lu. Now that Lu is gone, the other players are just a few small ones, and their strength is not outstanding. At most, they are about the same as Huang Sudong, Lu Jun, and Lei Yuchuan from number 7 middle school. In this way, Guokai, Yuan Xiaojing, and Zhang Feng become completely overpowered, and no one in number 2 middle school can compete with them or defend against them. Qin Hao came on in the 4th minute of the first quarter. He didn't attack much. He mainly organized the offense and passed the ball. Because the opponent's strength was indeed very average, there were plenty of players in the 7th team who could score, so he didn't need to take any shots. Given Qin Hao's maturity, he naturally wouldn't care about showing off. By the end of the first quarter, number 7 middle school was leading by 13 points, with a score of 25-12. In a game with a 10-minute quarter, number 7 middle school scored 25 points, which is considered a high score in high school basketball. After the first quarter, Jiang Fangping benched Qin Hao, saying that the game wouldn't be helpful for him, and it would be better to give the opportunity to someone else. Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh. They really were going to win without lifting a finger. Qin Hao didn't play in the next 3 quarters, but Zhang Feng and Wang Lei played a lot of time. In terms of score, number 7 middle school always had the upper hand over number 2 middle school, maintaining a lead of more than 10 points. The score remained 86-65 until the end of the game, with number 7 middle school defeating number 2 middle school by 21 points, advancing to the 3rd round of the City League, or the semifinals, with almost no setbacks. There are 15 teams in total. 7 teams are eliminated in the first round, 4 teams are eliminated in the second round, and only 4 teams remain in the third round, which is the semifinals. At the same time, Qin Hao's father, Qin Jinghua, and his uncle, Lu Jiarong, went to the Iha Jingyuan on Puyuan Road and purchased 3 properties in their own names. 1 property was under Lu Jiarong's name, and 2 were under Qin Jinghua's name. All of them were purchased with mortgages. The price was 3,300 yuan per square meter, with a down payment of 30%, which cost nearly 400,000 yuan in total. Most of the 400,000 yuan came from Qin Hao's parents' savings and a loan secured by their current house. The remaining portion was borrowed by Lu Jiarong from his parents. Previously, Lu Jiarong proposed that the profits be distributed according to the investment ratio after the house was sold. Later, Qin Hao suggested to his parents that the profits be divided into 3 parts, with their family taking 2 parts and their uncle taking 1 part, since their uncle had contributed the most to the project. The parents didn't object, and the matter was settled. After completing the formalities, Qin Jinghua and his wife, along with Lu Jiarong, left the sales office with heavy hearts. They had bought the house, and were just hoping for a price increase soon. Chapter 31, 4th Middle School. Lu. 6 o'clock in the morning, at the community sports field. Qin Hao is currently training. He didn't play for long when they defeated number 6 middle school, and he won by default when they defeated number 2 middle school. In both games, he didn't exert much effort. Instead, Zhang Feng and Wang Lei stole the show. Zhang Feng scored 18 points against number 6 middle school and 27 points against number 2 middle school, showing a strong momentum to take away Yuan Xiaozhang's position as the top scorer. Wang Lei also excelled on the defensive end. He has a fast jump and good leaping ability, contributing a lot of blocks. People who don't know him well and try to shoot at him are likely to suffer losses. After 2 consecutive resounding victories, the number 7 middle school basketball team was filled with joy. Even the students, teachers, and school leaders had high expectations for the team, hoping they could win the championship. But Qin Hao knew that winning the championship would not be easy. Therefore, he did not slack off in training during this period, and even increased the intensity of training. Although the daily training time did not change, the intensity increased. To his delight, his young body was full of energy. Even with such intense training, he was exhausted every day, but after a night's rest, he would be full of energy again the next day. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the basketball flew from Qin Hao's hands, piercing the net precisely. He picked up the basketball, returned to the free throw line, and took another shot. Another one in. The best way to train shooting is to start with free throws. Any player who is accurate with free throws will be pretty good at overall shooting. Qin Hao recalled his coach's words and wholeheartedly agreed. NBA players who are accurate with free throws are also very accurate with their overall shots, like Ray Allen, J.J. Redick, Nash, Paul, and Curry. After all, free throws are the most basic form of shooting. They are the foundation, seemingly simple, but actually very important. Continue. Qin Hao continued training. With each shot, the basketball seemed like an obedient sprite, piercing the net time and time again. Qin Hao even bought a basketball net to hang up, finding the crisp sound a pleasure every time he heard it. Half an hour later, Qin Hao stopped. After a 10-minute rest, it's time for training on other events. Every day was the same, a repetitive cycle, and he was all alone. It was incredibly boring, but in Qin Hao's eyes, there was nothing more interesting than this. Many people dislike training and prefer playing games, especially amateur players who rarely practice and just like to find a court to play 3-on-3 games. Therefore, their skill level remains difficult to improve, because it is precisely this monotonous training that is the only way to improve basketball skills. Real combat is certainly important, but without training and a solid foundation, real combat is like a mirage, and it won't be of much use. The higher the level, the more emphasis is placed on training and basic skills. It has been said that the reason why NBA players are better than other players, besides their innate physical qualities, is mainly due to their fundamental skills. Qin Hao wholeheartedly agreed. So now that he's getting a second chance, he places great emphasis on training his fundamentals, striving to perfect every movement and every detail, and training with meticulous care. The 1-hour training session has ended. Qin Hao sat down on the sidelines and took off the weighted straps tied to his legs and waist. These straps were similar to sandbags, but instead of sand, they were filled with lead blocks, which were smaller in size but heavier. Qin Hao bought this a few days ago, along with 2 dumbbells and some stretching straps. He doesn't have much pocket money and can't afford to buy more professional equipment, so he can only make do with what he has. After removing the lead weights, Qin Hao jumped up and down twice, feeling quite relaxed. He couldn't help but smile. After wearing them for a week, they're starting to show results. Qin Hao had lead weights strapped to his legs and waist to train his jumping ability and explosive power. However, coaches generally don't recommend doing this, because it's like constantly putting extra weight on your leg muscles. The muscles are always under load and tense, which can cause them to stiffen and lose elasticity over time. It's not entirely impossible, but you should remove the weights periodically and massage the muscles to prevent stiffness. At this moment, Qin Hao removed the sandbag to massage his muscles and relax them. He knew how to control the time of the lead weight binding and the massage technique, so he wasn't worried. The advantage of doing this is that it can improve jumping ability and explosiveness faster and better than simply jumping to touch a high point. After a massage that lasted about 10 minutes, Qin Hao reattached the sandbags, slung his backpack and basketball over his shoulder, and went home. The next day, in the afternoon, on the number 7 middle school basketball court, the players stood in a row. Jiang Fangping opened his notebook, his expression serious, and said, "The draw for our semi-final opponent has been completed. This time we will be facing number 4 middle school." 4th Middle School. This is not a good match. The players were all solemn, and their hearts were heavy. Number 4 Middle School is one of the strong teams in Yuyang City. Last year, they even made it to the finals. Although they lost to number 3 Middle School in the end, their strength should not be underestimated. They are definitely not comparable to number 6 Middle School or number 2 Middle School. It really is number 4 High School. Qin Hao wasn't surprised. Jiang Fangping, with a serious expression, began to describe the situation of number 4 Middle School. Number 4 Middle School easily defeated its opponents in the first 2 rounds, winning by more than 10 points each time, including number 9 Middle School. Number 9 Middle School is quite strong, having reached the semi-finals last year, but it lost to number 4 Middle School by 15 points in the second round. The strongest point of number 4 Middle School is their inside game, with their main center Chu Yan and Lu Yi, a first-year high school player. I don't need to say much about Chu Yan, you all should know him. As he spoke, remembering that there were 3 newcomers, Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Wang Lei, Jiang Fangping introduced them. Chu Yan is a sophomore in high school this year. He is 196 centimeters tall, plays center, has excellent physical qualities, and is skilled in the paint. He is a formidable weapon on both the defensive and offensive ends. Last year in the City League, Chu Yan led number 4 Middle School to the finals. In the first 3 rounds, he averaged 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks per game. In the final against number 3 Middle School, Chu Yan scored 26 points and 9 rebounds. However, number 4 Middle School was not as strong as number 3 Middle School as a whole, and they lost in the end. But Chu Yan's strength is beyond doubt. He is definitely one of the best in our Yuyang City. I'm afraid the only one who dares to say that he is worse than him is Tu Lei from number 3 Middle School. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Lei's expression was serious, while Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Qin Hao's attention wasn't on Chu Yan. He knew Chu Yan. He had faced Chu Yan when he led number 7 Middle School to the city championship. He was focused on another inside player from number 4 Middle School, Lu. Lu actually went to number 4 Middle School. Lu, the star player and inside monster of number 2 Middle School, actually went to number 4 Middle School. This was different from what Qin Hao remembered, which made him frown. Number 4 Middle School already had Chu Yan, and now there was Lu. No wonder the coach said that number 4 Middle School was strong in the inside. With 2 super inside players, how could they not be strong? Chapter 32 Semifinals. At this point, Jiang Fangping began to introduce Lu Yi. As for Lu Yi, he is a first-year high school player from number 4 High School, but he is the team's starting power forward. He is 198 centimeters tall and has excellent physical qualities. However, his skills are a bit rougher than Chu Yan's, but he has an absolute height advantage. In the first 3 rounds of the game, Lu Yi averaged 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game. Upon hearing this, all the players from number 7 Middle School turned pale. With Chu Yan, who is 196 centimeters tall, and Lu Wei, who is 198 centimeters tall, and the coach saying that both of them have excellent physical qualities, the inside line of number 4 Middle School is simply an iron barrier. This match will be tough. I never expected there to be such a player among the freshmen at number 4 High School. He averages 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game. Even with a super center like Chu Yan, he still managed to grab 11 rebounds and deliver 4 blocks in a single game. TSK, this guy named Lu is not simple. The players from number 7 Middle School whispered among themselves. Chu Yan, along with Lu Yi, are both very tall. Will be at a disadvantage against number 4 Middle School's inside players, Yuan Xiaojing said, looking at Guo Kai and Wang Lei. As for Fu Chong and Zhao Hai, they are definitely not reliable. Fu Chong and Zhao Hai are alright against other teams, but against Chu Yan from number 4 Middle School, and this newcomer named Lu, Fu Chong and Zhao Hai are not good enough. Everyone else looked at Guo Kai and Wang Lei. Against number 4 Middle School, Guo Kai and Wang Lei were the only ones they could rely on in the paint. Wang Lei remained silent, while Guo Kai quickly and calmly stated, 4th Middle School has gained a formidable freshman, Lu, but we also have Jiang Feng, Qin Hao, and Wang Lei. With one of them and 3 of us, we should have the advantage no matter how you look at it. The game isn't just about who's inside. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, The game isn't just about the inside game. Number 4 middle school's inside game is very strong. Perhaps Guokai and Wang Lei together might not be their match. But what about the outside game? We have Jiang Feng on the outside, as well as Yuan Xiaojing, Qin Hao, Zhao Xuebing, Wang Qingyu. Fu Chang shouted. With so many people, I don't believe we can't beat number 4 middle school. That's right, Lei Yuchuan exclaimed. It's just number 4 middle school, right? They're stronger than last year, and we're stronger too. Who's afraid of who? The atmosphere in the number 7 middle school basketball team instantly became lively. However, Qin Hao couldn't help but frown. He didn't know 4th middle school better than anyone else, but he knew Lu Qi better than them. Lu Qi was indeed a troublesome guy. In terms of talent, Lu Qi was definitely superior to Chu Yin. He was nearly 2 meters tall and could run and jump. If his technique was a little better, he would be practically a bug. It seems that facing the 4th middle school won't be easy, Qin Hao thought to himself. The basketball court at number 4 middle school. A group of players from number 4 middle school gathered on the field for training. They had already learned the results of the draw. Chu Yin dribbled the basketball a couple of times, and then slammed it down with a powerful dunk, as stylish as ever. However, his face was less cheerful this time, and more serious. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect to actually run into number 7 middle school. Jiang Feng and Qin Hao. Are these two really as good as what Xiaojun said? Thinking about it, he looked at Lu Qi not far away and called out, Lu Qi. Lu walked over. He was robust and looked a size larger than Chu Yin. He also had thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding an air of authority. He asked, Captain, did you call me for something? Chu Yin said, we will be facing number 7 middle school in the semifinals. Number 7 middle school is not easy to deal with. Are you scared? Lu scoffed. I don't know how to spell fear. Number 7 middle school didn't even make it to the finals last year. How can they be our opponent this year? We only have one opponent, and that is number 3 middle school. Yes. Chu Yin nodded. That's right. We only have one opponent, and that is number 3 middle school. Number 3 middle school has won the City League Championship for 2 consecutive years. It's time for them to move up a rank. With the two of us here, anyone from number 7 middle school who dares to step into the free throw line will be guaranteed to get a hot pot, Lu said proudly. His inside combination with Chu Yin is definitely the best among all the universities in Yuyang City. Not to mention number 7 middle school, he is not afraid of even number 3 middle school. Seeing Lu's confidence, Chu Yin was also infected by his emotions and laughed loudly. You're right. What is number 7 middle school? Even if we face number 3 middle school, we can make them cry. However, recalling Zhou Xiaojuan's words, Chu Yin still felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Finally, the semifinals began. At 2 p.m., the number 7 middle school basketball team gathered on the playground and then took a bus to the number 2 middle school basketball hall to prepare for the semifinals. Upon entering the stadium, Wang Lei was taken aback. So many people? Qin Hao laughed and said, this is the semifinal, and it's against number 4 middle school, so of course a lot of people will be paying attention to this match. Look at the audience. Besides students from number 7 middle school and number 4 middle school, there are also many students from other schools. Wang Lei was taken aback. You can tell from that. Qin Hao said, how can you not see it? People from different schools are clearly divided. Just look at how many groups of people are in the audience. The audience was divided into several groups. One from number 7 middle school, one from number 4 middle school, and one from number 2 middle school. These 3 groups had quite a few people. In addition, there were several smaller groups, only a few dozen people, but they clearly did not belong to these 3 schools. They were all 16 or 17 years old and came from other schools. Although each group only had a few dozen people, they added up to 200 or 300 people. If you include the students from number 7 middle school, number 4 middle school, and number 2 middle school, the audience was packed with nearly 1,000 people. This is a much bigger lineup than the previous 2 rounds. Qin Hao glanced around and suddenly spotted a familiar face, Zhou Xiaojun from number 6 middle school. Zhou Xiaojun smiled and nodded at him, greeting him. Qin Hao nodded back, feeling a little strange. What was Zhou Xiaojun doing here for the match between number 7 middle school and number 4 middle school? Among the group from number 7 middle school, Guokai, Yuan Xiaojing, and others had seen this kind of scene before and remained calm. Jiang Feng and Jiang Shui were also calm, which surprised Qin Hao. Just then, a commotion broke out. The people from number 4 middle school have arrived. Wow, those two people are so tall, probably almost 2 meters tall, right? TSK, like two small mountains. Hey, when did 4th middle school get a big guy? Wasn't there only one Chu Yin? You don't know? The one taller than Chu Yin is a freshman at number 4 middle school this year, named Lu. He's very strong, and he can get several blocks in every game. In the stands, people pointed at the players from number 4 middle school and discussed them. A group of players from number 4 middle school walked over, and Chu Yin and Louis stood out because they were both very tall, almost 2 meters tall, much taller than the others. There are players who are 2 meters tall in high school basketball games, but they are rare in third-tier cities like Yuyang. 1 meter 9 is considered tall. Chapter 33, A Show of Force. The players from number 7 middle school all looked over, their gazes falling on Chu Yin and Lu Yi. They all felt the pressure. These two inside players brought a terrifying sense of oppression. A group of people walked over, also sizing up the players from number 7 middle school. Chu Yan's gaze swept over Guo Kai, Yuan Xiaojiang, and the others. Although they had never fought before, he recognized Guo Kai, Yuan Xiaojiang, and the others. He only glanced at them before looking away, and finally his gaze fell on Wang Lei and Jiang Feng. Wang Lei and Jiang Feng are both 1.9 meters tall. One is as muscular as an ox, and the other is as handsome as a prince from a comic book. They are both unfamiliar to him, so he immediately noticed them. Damn, he's even more handsome than me, Chu Yin complained. Lu, standing next to Chu Yin, glanced at him speechlessly, thinking to himself, Captain, aren't you being a little shameless? He's way more handsome than you. Don't you have any self-awareness? Chu Yan's gaze lingered on Jiang Feng's face for a moment, realizing that this must be the Jiang Feng that's what Xiaojun had mentioned. Then he shifted his gaze to Qin Hao and frowned. He should be Qin Hao. He matches what Xiaojun said. He is indeed only about 1.7 meters tall and looks quite ordinary. Is he really as strange as he said? Jiang Feng and Qin Hao were peoples Xiaojun had specifically mentioned to him. Upon seeing the two men, Chu Yin was somewhat at a loss. One was too handsome, and the other was too unremarkable, making it impossible for him to connect the two men with Xiaojun's description. He looked at Xiaojun in the audience. Xiaojun understood his gaze and nodded to Chu Yin. Hey, this is really interesting. Chu Yin grinned, becoming even more excited for the upcoming match. Both sides took to the field to warm up. There were an unusually large crowd in the stands today, so Chu Yin couldn't miss this opportunity to show off. He grabbed the ball, took a few steps, and unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, drawing gasps from the audience. That wasn't all. Chu Yin then delivered a powerful one-handed dunk. Although it wasn't as explosive as an NBA dunk, it was the first time many people had ever seen someone dunk in person, and they were deeply impressed. Screams and cheers erupted from all sides. Chu Yin grinned and struck a pose. Chu Yin, the number 4 middle school coach roared, "You better behave yourself." Oh, Chu Yin shrank back, explaining, "I just wanted to give number 7 middle school a hard time, to demoralize them. Seeing my explosive dunk, they must be feeling apprehensive and have lost all fighting spirit. Coach, didn't I look cool with that dunk?" The coach of number 4 middle school was exasperated and could no longer tolerate it. "Shut up. If you keep spouting these fancy nonsense, you won't be able to play today's game." Chu Yinlian begged for mercy, but he knew the coach was just saying it for show. This is the semi-finals. One step further, and you'll be in the finals, just one step away from the championship. If you lose, you'll be sent home, and this season will have been a complete waste. How could the coach not let him play in such an important match? Of course, although he loved to show off, he also knew what was important. Seeing the coach's face darken, he stopped showing off and obediently returned to the free throw line to start practicing free throws. Swish, swish. Chu Yin had a soft touch and hit the target repeatedly. Lu watched with envy. Although Chu Yin was a tall player, his technique was very refined. A common problem for many centers is that they are not good at free throws, but his free throws were quite good. Compared to Chu Yin, Lu Yan's technique is too rough, and his free throws are very inconsistent. but he doesn't rely on free throws for a living. Here at number 7 middle school, seeing Chu Yin showing off, the players from number 7 middle school were immediately annoyed. Fu Chang shouted to Guokai, "Captain, the other side is taunting us. Why don't you deduct one too? We have to respond." Guokai pretended not to hear. It wasn't that he couldn't dunk, but he just didn't like to show off. He felt disgusted by Chu Yan's showy attitude. If you're going to play basketball, just play basketball properly. Showing off will get you struck by lightning. Seeing that Guokai ignored him, Fu Chang was immediately embarrassed. He could actually dunk, but his jumping ability was not good, so he could only dunk with difficulty and was a level below the opponent. Just then, Jiang Feng grabbed the basketball, started from beyond the three-point line, took 2 steps to the free throw line, jumped up, grabbed the basketball with his right hand, glided through the air, raised his right hand high as if wielding a battle axe, and slammed it down hard on the basket. Bang! A loud bang ignited the entire venue. The audience was stunned. Wow, that's a tomahawk dunk. Damn, this guy's jumping ability is insane. He's so tall, yet he can jump like that, and on top of that, he's so handsome. It's just not fair. God really is unfair. The boys were all amazed, and then immediately reacted as if they had swallowed a lemon. Wow, so handsome. Who is this guy? What's his name? He can dunk, and he's so handsome too. I'm in love. Jiang Feng, I like you. The girls were even more excited than the boys, shouting loudly, which reminded Qin Hao of a scene from Slam Dunk, where girls waved their arms and shouted, "Rukawa, I love you." This guy should just change his name to Jiang Luchuan Feng. Seeing Jiang Feng's dunk, the players of number 4 middle school were also shocked. Chu Yin narrowed his eyes. His pupils contracted instantly. Lu frowned, and the other players whispered among themselves, all feeling somewhat shocked. For a moment, both sides quieted down and just warmed up, but anyone with a keen sense of smell could feel that the atmosphere on the court had become somewhat oppressive. Warm-up complete. The players from number 7 middle school returned to the sidelines and surrounded Jiang Fangping. Guokai, Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing, and Zhao Xuebing, you guys will start today. Jiang Fangping adjusted the starting lineup, replacing Zhao Hai with Wang Lei instead. The main reason is that the opponent is number 4 middle school, which has an inside combination of Chu Yin and Lu. No matter which one Zhao Hai faces, he will only be beaten. First of all, his physical quality is much worse. Therefore, Jiang Fangping promoted Wang Lei to the starting lineup. His physical quality is better, and he is also a little taller than Zhao Hai. Then, Jiang Fangping spread out his tactical board. The strongest point of number 4 middle school is their inside game. Chu Yin and Lu Yi. They are tall and athletic, especially on the defensive end. With the two of them in the paint, number 4 middle school's inside game is an impenetrable wall. So we need to play more flexibly, start by attacking from the outside, and try to draw the two of them out of the paint. In addition, we need to find a way to inflict damage. If we can get Chu Yin or Lu Yi to commit 2 or 3 fouls early on, the game will be easier. Even so, it only makes it easier to fight. Jiang Fangping looked at Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing, and Zhao Xuebing. You guys also need to be careful. The strength of number 4 middle school lies in the inside. But it's not just the inside. Their outside is also strong. Shooting guard Su Ning and point guard Zhou Hanyuan are both very strong. You must not let your guard down. Yes. Clear. The three of them readily agreed. Chapter 34 Twin Towers. Chu Yin, Lu Yi, you two protect the rebounds. I want you to turn the paint into a no-fly zone for number 7 middle school. The number 4 middle school coach was also giving instructions. He looked at Chu Yin and Lu Yi and demanded, "Can you do it?" "Able." "No problem." The two were very confident. The number 4 middle school coach nodded and looked at the others. Be careful of Yuan Xiaojing and Jiang Feng on the other side. These two are very good scorers. Stay close to them on defense. It's better to let them break through than to let them easily shoot from the outside. The three players, Xia Qijing, Su Ning, and Zhou Hanyuan, all agreed. With Chu Yin and Lu Yi in the paint, they weren't afraid of number 7 middle school's breakthroughs. They just needed to defend against the opponent's outside shots. Beep. The whistle blows, and the game begins. The players from number 7 middle school came onto the court and looked at the opposing team. Chu Yin, the center of number 4 middle school, Lu, the power forward, Xia Qijing, the small forward, Su Ning, the shooting guard, and Zhou Hanyuan, the point guard, were all looking at the players from number 7 middle school. Their eyes met, and it seemed as if invisible sparks were flying in the air. Smack! First, there was a jump ball. Although Wang Lei had excellent jumping ability, Lu was 198 centimeters tall with a long arm span. So he touched the basketball first and tipped it to the backcourt. Point guard Zhou Hanyuan got the ball, and number 7 middle school quickly retreated on defense. Number 4 middle school players came to the front court, and Chu Yin wrestled with Wang Lei in the low post on the left, using one hand to block the ball and raising the other. Ball. Without hesitation, Zhou Hanyuan immediately passed the ball to Chu Yin. Chu Yin received the ball, glanced at Wang Lei, and then backed down to attack, pushing Wang Lei towards the inside. Wang Lei was close to Chu Yin, and although there was a slight height difference, Wang Lei was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, at this moment, Chu Yin suddenly turned around with the ball, instantly bypassed Wang Lei, and was already under the basket, where he slammed the ball down with a powerful dunk. Bang! The entire audience was stunned, and the students of number 4 middle school began to cheer. Be careful. Chu Yin is not only tall, but also very skilled, Guokai warned. Wang Lei nodded. The 7th team launched an attack. Zhao Xuebing arrived at the front court, where Zhou Hanyuan rushed at him. Last year, number 7 middle school didn't face number 4 middle school, but in the semifinals, they directly encountered number 3 middle school, so this was the first time Zhao Xuebing and Zhou Hanyuan had faced each other. Their eyes clashed, both burning with fighting spirit. Zhao Xuebing suddenly changed direction, feigning a breakthrough to the left. Zhou Hanyuan sneered, took a half step forward, and pressed close to Zhao Xuebing, using his body to apply pressure. Standing so close, Zhao Xuebing said deliberately, "Aren't you afraid I'll break through your defenses? Then go for it," Zhou Hanyuan said, completely unconcerned. Zhao Xuebing snorted and suddenly accelerated. The two were too close, and Zhou Hanyuan didn't have time to retreat. He was immediately half a body length past Zhao Xuebing. Zhao Xuebing took advantage of the situation and accelerated towards the inside. However, a figure flashed in front of him, and a wall of people blocked his way. The twin towers of Lu and Chu Yin obscured the basket, casting a shadow that forced Zhao Xuebing to stop. Damn it! Zhao Xuebing had no choice but to pass the ball. He was only 179 centimeters tall, which was almost 20 centimeters shorter than Chu Yin and Lu Yi, making it too difficult for him to shoot at the two of them. The ball was passed to Yuan Xiaojing, who frowned. The twin towers of Chu Yin and Lu Yi had practically turned the 3-second zone into a no-go zone. If he rushed in, he would inevitably face them, making it very difficult to score. Then let's shoot. Yuan Xiaojing made his choice, took a step forward, and then suddenly jumped up, releasing his signature fadeaway jump shot. Bang! But the ball didn't go in. As soon as Yuan Xiao landed, he looked at Su Ning, who was defending him. It was his first time playing against Su Ning, and he didn't expect Su Ning to react so quickly and defend so well, interfering with his shot. 4th middle school secured the rebound and launched a counterattack. Zhou Hanyuan came to the front and made a gesture, then moved to the right. Zhao Xuebing quickly moved, but bumped into a wall of people. Looking up, he saw Lu. It's that guy again. Zhao Xuebing was annoyed and quickly bypassed Lu to chase after Zhou Hanyuan. Meanwhile, Guokai mentioned that the free throw line delayed Zhou Hanyuan, and with Zhao Xuebing in front and behind, Zhou Hanyuan was caught in a pincer movement, but he did not panic at all, instead showing a smile. Upon seeing that smile, Guokai's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. As soon as he turned around, he saw that Lu had already sprinted down the court. Zhou Hanyuan made a bounce pass to the middle, and Guokai had no time to block it. He saw Lu receive the pass from Zhou Hanyuan, take 3 big steps, swing his long arms, and easily make a one-handed dunk. The game had just begun when number 4 middle school delivered 2 powerful dunks in quick succession, instantly energizing the students and eliciting loud cheers. The morale of the number 4 middle school players on the court also soared. The eyes of each of the number 4 middle school players were captivating. The opponent has gained the upper hand, and the situation has become unfavorable for us. Qin Hao frowned. His teammates had underestimated the twin towers of number 4 middle school. On the field, the players from number 7 middle school were all terrified. They hadn't expected such a start. They exchanged glances and all understood that they had to retaliate, otherwise their momentum would be suppressed by the opponent. Zhao Xuebing came to the front court, and Zhang Feng made a run, calling for the ball from him. Zhao Xuebing passed the ball to Zhang Feng, who stood outside the three-point line. He was being defended by Xia Qijing, the small forward from number 4 middle school, who had his arms outstretched and was only half a meter away from Zhang Feng. This is clearly a case of allowing free throws, but not free shots. Seeing this, Zhang Feng decisively broke through. In any case, the coach's plan was to attack the inside and create scoring opportunities. He took a probing step, then suddenly changed direction and accelerated, breaking through from the left side. Xiaoqi was taken aback. Although the rule was to allow Zhang Feng to drive but not shoot, it didn't mean he could let Zhang Feng break through. It was just that Zhang Feng had a long stride and a fast start. For a player who was 1.9 meters tall to have such a fast start was really catching him off guard. With one step, Zhang Feng left Xiaoqi behind, but a figure flashed in front of him. Chu Yin was already blocking his way, staring at him menacingly, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhang Feng caught the ball and jumped up to face Chu Yin. Chu Yin also jumped up, raised his arm, and tried to block the shot. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly shouted and switched hands in midair, avoiding Chu Yan's block. When Chu Yan's arm fell, it failed to block the basketball and instead hit Zhang Feng's arm. Beep! Whoosh! The whistle blows, and the ball goes in. The referee pointed at Chu Yan, gave him a foul for hitting the hand, and indicated that the goal was valid. Zhang Feng was to go to the free throw line for another free throw. Just as Chu Yan made the tackle, Zhang Feng threw the ball. The referee immediately blew his whistle, and the basketball bounced off the backboard before finally falling into the net. A brilliant 2-1. Pretty. Nice shot. In the audience, students from number 7 middle school cheered loudly. Qin Hao and his teammates stood up, waving their towels and cheering for Zhang Feng, finally getting their revenge. Watching Zhang Feng walk to the free throw line, Chu Yin grinned and muttered to himself, "Sui Xiaojun was right. This guy may look a bit annoying, but he's still very strong." Then, he moved closer to Lu Yi and reminded him, "The other side is trying to draw a foul on us, so be careful later." Lu nodded. Chapter 35 Methods to Deal with the Twin Towers. In the blink of an eye, for minutes of the first quarter had passed. For the next 4 minutes, number 7 middle school was at a disadvantage. Although Zhang Feng successfully drew a foul from Chu Yan, he tried to attack the paint twice more to create scoring opportunities, but he failed to do so. Chu Yan and Lu Yi restrained their movements as soon as they saw Zhang Feng, and the other players from number 4 middle school helped with the defense, not giving Zhang Feng a chance to play one-on-one, forcing Zhang Feng to pass the ball. However, apart from Zhang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing and Zhao Xuebing's breakthroughs were not that threatening, and they were unable to effectively create damage, while Wang Lei and Guokai also suffered some disadvantages in the low post. In the past, Guokai and Wang Lei could gain the upper hand against other teams, but Chu Yan and Lu Yi from number 4 middle school are not only tall enough, but also have excellent physical qualities. Wang Lei's advantages of good jumping ability and strength cannot be relied on against Chu Yan. Instead, Chu Yan defeated him with his skills. Snap! With a crisp sound, the referee blew his whistle, pointed at Wang Lei, and gave him a hand foul, signaling Chu Yan to go to the free throw line and take 2 free throws. Chu Yan chuckled, glanced smugly at Wang Lei, stepped to the free throw line, and calmly made both free throws. At that moment, the score became 12-6, with 4th middle school leading by 6 points. Requesting a pause, Zhang Fengping frowned and called a timeout. The first quarter was only halfway through and his team was already down by 6 points. This was a terrible start. Most importantly, they had failed to deal with the opponent's twin towers, and their strategy of creating scoring opportunities had failed. On the defensive end, Wang Lei was completely suppressed by Chu Yan. Not only could he not stop Chu Yan, but he also committed 2 fouls, which made Zhang Fengping very helpless. He was unable to take Chu Yan down, but Wang Lei was about to be taken down. "Wang Lei, You come down and rest. Fu Chang will go in. Jiang Fangping made the substitution. Wang Lei had 2 fouls on his record and was clearly at a disadvantage against Chu Yin, so he couldn't continue playing. Of course, replacing him with Fu Chang probably wouldn't be much better. Jiang Fangping understood this, so he didn't intend to change only this one position. He thought for a moment and looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, you go up and replace Zhao Xuebing. Yes. Qin Hao stood up. Remember, use your speed to break through enemy lines and find ways to inflict damage. Jiang Fangping instructed Qin Hao. The current situation is that if the opponent's twin towers are not dealt with, the game will be very difficult. To deal with the opponent's twin towers, you must break through enemy lines, and Qin Hao's specialty is breaking through enemy lines. There are 2 ways to deal with this kind of twin towers. One is to find a way to move the twin towers to the outside. This requires a center or power forward who can shoot 3-pointers, such as NBA star Kevin Love. He has an accurate 3-point shot, and the defenders guarding him must stay outside the 3-point line. With Kevin Love on the court, the space can be spread out well, giving teammates more opportunities to attack the paint. Another method is to draw fouls by constantly attacking the paint and drawing fouls from the opposing center. Once the opposing center has accumulated 2 or 3 fouls, they will be substituted. Take Wang Lei for example. He has 2 fouls on his hands, so Jiang Fangping had to substitute him. It was only the first quarter of the game, and if Wang Lei committed 2 more fouls, he would become a weak point for the 4th middle school. The opposing team would target him, and he would either be hampered and his defense would be greatly reduced, or he would foul out. Substituting him early is a form of protection, preventing him from accumulating too many fouls too soon, so that Wang Lei can return to the court at crucial moments and play his role. Therefore, if Chu Yin or Lu Yi also accumulates 2 fouls, the number 4 middle school coach will have to substitute them. With 1 less player, the number 4 middle school's twin towers will no longer exist. No one like Kevin Love is available at number 7 middle school. Guo Kai, Wang Lei, Fu Chang, and Zhao Hai are all 3-point shooters, so the only option is to use the second method to create scoring opportunities. 4th middle school is really strong, especially those 2 big guys. Yuan Xiaojing and Zhao Xuebing don't even dare to go for the basket. Yeah, those 2 guys are too tall, like small mountains. Anyone would be scared if they ran into them. Didn't you see that even Guo Kai couldn't defend against them? This is troublesome. Do you think our number 7 middle school can win? In the audience, the students from number 7 middle school whispered among themselves, all somewhat worried. In those few minutes, number 7 middle school was clearly at a disadvantage. Many students don't really understand basketball, but judging from the score, they can tell that number 7 middle school suffered a loss in those few minutes. Stop boosting others' morale and diminishing our own. Fatty Peng Jun slapped the thigh of the classmate next to him and stood up abruptly. It's only the first period, what's the rush? Fortunately, the person next to him was a boy, not a girl. He was startled and looked at the chubby boy with a resentful expression. Fatty, why don't you slap your own thigh instead of me? The chubby boy waved his hand, exuding a sense of heroic spirit. Don't worry about these details. Just remember, the competition has only just begun, and it doesn't mean anything. Besides, Qin Hao hasn't even played yet. His voice was loud, and not only the students from number 7 middle school next door, but also the students from other schools nearby heard it. They couldn't help but wonder, who is Qin Hao? Is there some kind of hidden master in number 7 middle school? The students from number 7 middle school couldn't help but twitch their faces, thinking to themselves, you're just a classmate of Qin Hao. Why are you praising Qin Hao like this? It's one thing normally, but today you're praising Qin Hao so much. Aren't you afraid that the higher you're praised, the harder you'll fall? After all, Qin Hao is only about 1.7 meters tall, while Chu Yin and Lu Yi from number 4 middle school are both close to 2 meters tall, a difference of more than 20 centimeters. Expecting Qin Hao to deal with the 2 towers of number 4 middle school is a joke. The chubby boy also realized he'd acted rashly. He grinned awkwardly, shouted a couple more slogans, sat down listlessly, looked at the court, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, Qin Hao's on. Haha, what did I just say? Look, the coach just substituted my desk mate, Qin Hao. Everyone pretended not to hear. On the field, For number 7 middle school, Qin Hao replaced Zhao Xuebing and Fu Chang replaced Wang Lei. Number 4 middle school also made personnel changes, keeping the two towers, but replacing Suning with substitute defender Zheng Quan. Seeing that number 7 middle school had substituted Wang Lei and Zhao Xuebing, the players from number 4 middle school exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that number 7 middle school was nothing special, and they had already chickened out. Without Wang Lei, Chu Yin was even more confident against Fu Chang. His tendency to show off kicked in again, and he said to his teammates with a smile, "Give me the ball later, and watch me destroy the number 7 middle school's inside game." Zhou Hongyuan and the others rolled their eyes, knowing that Chu Yin was acting out of character again. However, with Wang Lei replaced by Fu Chang, the 7th middle school's position became even weaker. Of course, they had to make use of this and give Chu Yin more opportunities to play one-on-one. The others nodded in agreement. The 7th team launched an attack. Qin Hao received the ball in the backcourt and was surprised to find a gaze directed at him when he reached the front court. It was Chu Yin. Seeing that Qin Hao had noticed, Chu Yin withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that this kid had a pretty keen sense of things. But was his height of 1.7 meters really as strange as what Xiaojun said? Chapter 36. Hard Chu Yin. The number 2 middle school basketball court. Before the first quarter was even halfway through, number 4 middle school had already taken the lead. The students from number 7 middle school in the audience were all sweating for their school. The chubby Peng Jun was especially nervous. He had praised Qin Hao a lot before, but he was really not confident. After all, Qin Hao was too short, and there was a big gap between him and Chu Yin and Lu Yi. You should know that basketball is a sport for tall people. At that moment, the chubby boy stared intently at Qin Hao and saw Qin Hao make a hand gesture. Guo Kai stepped forward to set a screen for him, and Qin Hao suddenly accelerated, almost instantly shaking off the 4th center guard, Zhou Hongyuan. "So fast," the chubby boy exclaimed. Not only him, but everyone was startled. They didn't expect Qin Hao to be so fast. In just a moment, he had shaken off Zhou Hongyuan. Even the players from number 4 middle school on the court were shocked. Chu Yin had been watching Qin Hao and was somewhat prepared, but just as he was about to step forward to delay him, he found it was too late. Chu Yinxin cried out, "Oh no!" Before he could even jump, Qin Hao reached the basket, threw the ball out, and the basketball bounced off the backboard and fell into the net. "Good shot." The chubby boy reacted the fastest, slapping his classmate's thigh again and shouting excitedly, "See that? That's my brother Qin Hao. He made a contribution right away. Isn't that amazing?" The classmate next to me couldn't help but grimace and move to the side, thinking to himself, "Why does this chubby guy always take pictures of me? If he dares to take pictures of me again, I'll get mad at him." The others were speechless, secretly cursing the fat man for being shameless. He had just called him deskmate, and now he was calling him my brother. Sure enough, this guy has a big face and thick skin. On the court, Guo Kai and Yuan Xiaojiang from number 7 middle school went up to give Qin Hao a high five. Zhang Feng nodded to Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled back, glanced at the number 4 middle school players, and quickly retreated to defense. This guy is fast. Zhou Hongyuan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint in them. As expected, Chu Yin thought to himself, glanced at Zhou Xiaojun in the audience, and then called out to Zhou Hongyuan, "Don't let your guard down. That kid is very fast and cunning." Zhou Hongyuan was taken aback. "I saw that you were fast, but what do you mean by cunning?" The 4th middle school launched a counterattack. After the ball reached the front court, it was passed to Chu Yin, who then went one-on-one against Fu Chang. As expected, Fu Chang couldn't stop him. His physical attributes were significantly inferior to Wang Lei's, and he was outmatched in strength, being forced back step by Chu Yin. Yuan Xiaojiang had no choice but to go up to help defend, while Chu Yin quickly passed the ball to the outside, to Zheng Quan, who had just come up. Zheng Quan caught the ball and immediately shot a three-pointer without hesitation, and with his swish, the three-pointer went in. Qin Hao frowned and said to Yuan Xiaojiang, "Be careful later." That last play was probably one of their standard tactics. Chu Yin drew help defense and then passed to Zheng Quan for a three-pointer. Yuan Xiaojiang nodded. He remembered that when the coach introduced the players from number 4 middle school, he said that Zheng Quan was a three-point shooter, and the others were mediocre, but his three-point shooting was not bad. But who will help Fu Chong with his defense? I'll do it, Qin Hao said. I'll go help him with defense later. Great. Yuan Xiaojing's eyes lit up. You're faster than me, and you can quickly return to your defensive position after helping out. You're definitely more suitable than me. Qin Hao just smiled and didn't explain. He knew he was fast enough, but his height was a weakness, and his ability to help defend was definitely not as good as Yuan Zhao's. At this point, the score became 15-8, with the difference widening by 1 point. Qin Hao came to the front court and asked for a screen. This time, Chu Yin had learned his lesson and knew that Qin Hao was fast. When he saw Guo Kai go up to set a screen, he stepped forward and positioned himself in advance to delay Qin Hao. But at that moment, Qin Hao moved to the right, and Guo Kai took the opportunity to cut inside. Chu Yin frowned, hesitating whether to retreat back to the inside to guard against Guo Kai's cut. Just as he hesitated, Qin Hao suddenly started the engine. Whoosh! Qin Hao's speed was astonishing. He rushed straight to the inside. Just as he got past Guo Kai, Zhou Yuan, who was about to chase Qin Hao, subconsciously reached out but grabbed nothing. He didn't even get a foul. At the same time, Qin Hao had already rushed into the 3-second zone and jumped up to face Chu Yin. Oomph, you're asking for death. Chu Yin was furious. How dare you, a guy who's over 1.7 meters tall, go up against me for a layup? Did you get cocky after scoring just one basket? Or do you think I, old Chu, can't even lift a knife after only a few minutes of playing? Oh dear, Qin Hao is too reckless. Chu Yin is the center. He acted impulsively. With his height, going up against Chu Yin in the paint is just asking for a block. Many people in the audience sighed, feeling that Qin Hao played too impulsively. With a height difference of more than 20 centimeters, where did he get his confidence? However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Hao leaped towards Chu Yin, and Chu Yin also leaped, raising his hands high, as large as palm leaf fans, blotting out the sky and completely blocking Qin Hao's shooting space. It seemed that Qin Hao had no other option but to have his shot blocked. But at that moment, Qin Hao suddenly curled up, pulled the ball back, and his entire body mysteriously stopped in midair, as if time had stood still. What? Chu Yin was also taken aback. He himself had already begun to fall, but Qin Hao finally opened up his curled-up body and lifted the basketball again. Now, there is finally an opportunity to make a move. Qin Hao's body was also falling, but his eyes were incredibly bright as he stared straight at the basket, forcefully throwing the basketball out with both hands. Whoosh! A soft sound, like heavenly music. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. The students in the audience were stunned. Even the chubby boy forgot to brag. His small eyes widened to their limit, though they were still very small, staring at Qin Hao in disbelief. After a long while, he finally figured out how to describe it and shouted, "Holy crap!" People around them turned to look. The student who had been slapped twice on the thigh by the chubby boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the chubby boy didn't hit him this time. He gave the chubby boy a contemptuous look. That's what happens when you're uncultured. All you can do is fucked. In the rest area of number 7 middle school, the players' excitement was ignited. They jumped up and cheered loudly. It should be noted that Qin Hao is only 1.7 meters tall, yet he dared to challenge Chu Yin and succeeded. Sharp. That speed, that hang time, wow. People were full of praise, and the way they looked at Qin Hao was completely different now. Previously, seeing that Qin Hao was only 1.7 meters tall, everyone unconsciously underestimated him. However, after 2 balls, everyone's impression changed. It turns out that someone who's only 1.7 meters tall can go toe-to-toe with a 2-meter-tall man. Chu Yan's face was grim. He, who loved to show off, had become the backdrop for someone else's show-off, and this was not a pleasant feeling. He looked coldly at Qin Hao and said, "I'll definitely slap you next time." Sensing Chu Yan's gaze, Qin Hao grinned, revealing a bright and sincere smile. However, Chu Yan's expression clearly darkened, which made Qin Hao even happier. Is this getting intoxicating? It's good that you're on fire, because it's easier to make you commit fouls when you're on fire. Chapter 37 scored 8 points in a row. Qin Hao didn't actually intend to provoke Chu Yin with these 2 attacks. He just wanted to demonstrate his ability to break through and score, and make the players of number 4 middle school feel threatened so that he could create scoring opportunities. If your breakthrough poses no threat, why would the opponent risk fouling to stop you? However, the effect was better than Qin Hao expected. The way the players from number 4 middle school looked at him changed significantly, and Chu Yin seemed to be a little emotional. Qin Hao was unaware that Chu Yin had a habit of showing off. He didn't mind showing off himself, but he couldn't stand others showing off, especially when it was someone stepping on him to show off. "Give me the ball." Chu Yin immediately reached out for the ball after arriving at the front court. When his teammate passed the ball to him, he turned to post up for a one-on-one attack. Unfortunately, Fu Chong was behind him. If it were Qin Hao, it would have been perfect. Fu Chong, however, had a bitter expression on his face. He understood Wang Lei's frustration. No, he was even more frustrated than Wang Lei. Wang Lei was only at a disadvantage in terms of technique, experience, and height. He was not at a disadvantage in terms of strength, jumping ability, and explosiveness. However, Fu Chong was at a disadvantage in every aspect. He had no way to defend against it, and could only be beaten. Chu Yin pushed Fu Chong toward the inside line. Fu Chong gritted his teeth and tried his best, but he was no match for Chu Yan's strength. Just then, Qin Hao rushed over to help Fu Chong defend, and the two of them attacked Chu Yin from both sides. Good timing. Seeing Qin Hao come over to help defend, Chu Yin was not worried but happy. He turned around and went from back to front of the basket. Then he took 3 big steps while holding the ball, leaving Fu Chong behind. Qin Hao did not, but he was not tall enough and his physical strength was not as good as Chu Yan's. He was pushed aside by Chu Yin. Whoosh. Chu Yin made a layup, making the score 17-10. Roar. Chu Yin flexed his biceps and roared at Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao didn't seem upset at all. Instead, he gave him a bright smile, just like before. But to Chu Yin, that smile seemed a bit irritating, greatly diminishing the thrill of showing off after scoring a goal. The 7th middle school launched a counterattack. When Qin Hao came to the front court, Zhou Hanyuan no longer dared to underestimate him, but he didn't stick too close. After all, Qin Hao was fast but short, and the thing to watch out for was his breakthrough rather than his shooting, so there was no need to stick so close. Seeing this, Qin Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking that this would prevent him from breaking through. They were being far too naive. The next moment, Qin Hao started moving. Without even a screen, he accelerated and broke through from the right side at incredible speed, making Zhou Hongyuan's eyelids twitch, and he quickly moved to the left. But in that instant, Qin Hao changed direction, switching the basketball from his right hand to his left, executing a crossover. Damn it, Zhou Hanyuan cursed under his breath, trying to adjust his balance, but it was too late. The change of direction was incredibly fast and perfectly timed, completely fooling Zhou Hanyuan. Qin Hao dribbled past him from the left and then attacked the paint, once again going head-to-head with Chu Yin. Chu Yin was waiting for Qin Hao to rush in so he could give him a good thrashing and show him his power. When he saw Qin Hao charging in, he couldn't help but grin maliciously, crouching low like a cheetah eyeing its prey, ready to unleash a fatal attack at any moment, its eyes fixed on Qin Hao. "They're here," Chu Yin thought to himself, a low growl escaping his lips. Qin Hao had already reached the basket, grabbed the ball, bent his knees, and prepared to jump for a layup. Chu Yin instinctively jumped up, waving his hand to block Qin Hao's shot. As a result, Chu Yin jumped up only to find that Qin Hao hadn't jumped at all, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no. I've been waiting for you to jump." Qin Hao chuckled to himself, and only jumped after Chu Yin did so, deliberately leaning against Chu Yin. Sure enough, the referee blew his whistle, and Qin Hao had achieved his goal, but he still tried his best to throw the basketball towards the basket, but unfortunately it didn't go in. Qin Hao landed and looked at Chu Yin, thinking to himself, "This guy is really tall, otherwise this ball could have been a 2-1. Then he felt relieved. What did it matter? He was growing. In the past 2 months, he had grown nearly 5 centimeters. In less than half a year, he would be over 1.8 meters tall, and then his height would no longer be a disadvantage. Even if he's not tall enough right now, can Chu Yin really stop him? Damn, this kid is really weird." Chu Yin looked constipated as he watched Qin Hao walk to the free throw line. Thinking back to the 2 or 3 shots just now, he had a feeling that he had been tricked by Qin Hao. Could it be that this kid planned this all along? The first 2 goals were just to show his skills, and this third goal was his ultimate goal, to draw a foul on me. Suddenly, Chu Yin realized that he seemed to have 2 fouls on his record. Jiang Feng drew a foul earlier, and now Qin Hao has drawn one. Before the first quarter is even over, Chu Yin has already committed 2 fouls, which is not a good sign. Whoosh! The sound of a basketball piercing the net came from behind. Chu Yin looked over and saw Qin Hao dribble the ball and shoot his second free throw. His movements were textbook perfect. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball went into the net. Chu Yin's expression changed. Qin Hao's shooting motion was very standard, and he was obviously not an ordinary player. So why did he make 3 consecutive breakthroughs after coming on? Is this not for the purpose of drawing a foul or something? This further confirmed Chu Yan's conjecture, but he didn't know that Qin Hao's shooting was actually not consistent. Although his movements were standard, he had been training for too short a time and was still far from perfect. In the following rounds, Chu Yin suppressed his anger and deliberately restrained his movements to avoid fouls. Qin Hao's attempts to draw fouls by attacking the paint were unsuccessful. However, Chu Yan's restraint gave Qin Hao the opportunity to score. He attacked the paint twice, missing 1 shot and making the other. In just a short time, he scored 8 points with a combination of shots and free throws. Chu Yin wasn't the only one feeling frustrated. Zhou Hongyuan, who was on the outside, was even more frustrated. He had underestimated Qin Hao before, seeing that he was only about 1.7 meters tall. But who knew that after a few minutes, Qin Hao could break through him whenever he wanted. He was too fast, and his timing was too precise. Zhou Hongyuan tried his best, but he just couldn't stop Qin Hao's breakthrough. Qin Hao could get past him as easily as crossing the road in the early morning. Requesting a pause. The coach of number 4 middle school looked grim and had no choice but to call a timeout. At this point, there was a little over a minute left in the first quarter, with the score at 21-20. 4th middle school was only leading by 1 point, and 7th middle school had narrowed the gap to 5 points in just a few minutes. Chu Yin, what's wrong with you? The number 4 middle school coach glared at Chu Yin. When that kid breaks through, you just watch him go for a layup and go up to block it. Coach, Chu Yin said with a bitter face, I already have 2 fouls on my record. The coach of number 4 middle school was furious. He thought to himself, you're not a rookie, so what if you committed 2 fouls? You're still a long way from graduating with 6 fouls. As long as you pay attention to your movements and don't commit fouls easily, you don't have to play passive defense. Little did he know the frustration in Chu Yan's heart. Qin Hao's performance in the past few minutes, coupled with Sui Xiaojuan's earlier warning, had made him deeply wary of Qin Hao. Seeing the coach's displeased expression, he couldn't argue, and could only glare at Zhou Hongyuan. How could you let him break through so easily? Zhou Hongyuan smiled wryly and said silently, I didn't want to either, but that kid is too cunning. Chapter 38 Overtaking. After a few minutes, Zhou Hongyuan was even more frustrated than Chu Yin. However, what annoyed him the most was not Qin Hao's amazing speed, but his cunning. Chu Yin had previously told him to be careful of Qin Hao, saying that Qin Hao was not only fast, but also very cunning. He didn't believe it at the time, but now he does. The reason Qin Hao was able to get past him every time in those few minutes was not only because of his speed, but also because of Qin Hao's grasp of timing and application of techniques. When he thought Qin Hao was going to break through with speed, Qin Hao would use technique instead. When he thought Qin Hao was going to break through with technique, Qin Hao would directly rely on speed and get past him in 1 step. The key point is that Qin Hao's entire body was a fake movement. Even his eyes were fake. On one occasion, Qin Hao kept his eyes fixed on the basket, seemingly aiming for the ball. He kept aiming for a long time without making a breakthrough, just wandering around, as if looking for an opportunity to pull up for a shot. The next moment, Qin Hao indeed raised his center of gravity and reached for the basketball with both hands. Zhou Hongyuan thought he was going to shoot and subconsciously jumped up, only to realize that he had been tricked. Qin Hao was just a Buddha-like expert who, taking advantage of Qin Hao's jump, easily swept past him in 1 step. It was only then that Zhou Hongyuan realized that Qin Hao's gaze was fake, deliberately misleading him by aiming at the basket, as cunning as a little fox. Of course, Qin Hao disagrees. How can playing basketball with your brain be called cunning? That's called intelligence, you bunch of clueless, big-headed idiots with no sports IQ wouldn't understand. There's a little over a minute left in this quarter. The number 4 middle school coach said in a muffled voice, Chu Yin, Zhou Hanyuan, you two come down and rest. Gao Feng, He Xingyang, you two go up. Here at number 7 middle school, the players surrounded Qin Hao and gave him high fives in celebration. Jiang Fangping also praised Qin Hao, but he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Qin Hao had been on the school team for almost 2 months. Before, Qin Hao played for less than 10 minutes against number 6 middle school and only half a quarter against number 2 middle school. It wasn't until today that he suddenly realized how sharp Qin Hao's breakthroughs were. Jiang Fangping knew that Qin Hao was good at making breakthroughs, and he could tell from the day of the new talent selection. But he didn't expect that Qin Hao's breakthroughs would become so strong in just 2 months. Compared to the selection of new talents, it's on a completely different level. It's only been 2 months. Looks like I underestimated Qin Hao. I need to give him more playing time. Jiang Fangping muttered to himself, then clapped his hands. The opponent will probably substitute Chu Yin later. Wang Lei, you're in. Also, Yuan Xiaojing is out. Wang Qingyu is in. Wang Qingyu, take any 3-pointers you get the chance. After saying that, he looked at Qin Hao and said, Qin Hao, I'm entrusting the organization to you. Jiang Fangping still remembers how Qin Hao revitalized the team with his organization on the day of the newcomer selection. In one selection match, in addition to scoring more than 10 points, he also delivered an astonishing 10 assists. Qin Hao is more than just someone who can break through limits. Hey, now you know I wasn't bragging, right? Fatty Peng Jun boasted smugly from the audience. See how amazing my brother is? He closed the gap to just 1 point right from the start. Chu Yin from number 4 middle school is so arrogant, but he still got completely beaten. Yes, Qin Hao is really amazing. TSK, his breakthrough is too sharp. He's simply unstoppable. This time, people indeed enthusiastically echoed the sentiment. Qin Hao's performance was indeed outstanding. He changed the situation on the court right from the start, broke through several times, and even scored several points against Chu Yin, leaving everyone speechless. Consequently, they became even more polite to the chubby boy. The chubby boy was overjoyed and laughed. Just wait and see, my brother only used 50% of his strength. If he goes all out, 4th middle school will be defeated immediately. Everyone was speechless, wondering if they had exaggerated a bit. The chubby boy, however, didn't care about any of that. His flamboyant nature was overflowing, and he was even more pretentious than Chu Yin. What? You don't believe me? That's because you haven't witnessed his strength. Back then, this guy's voice was quite loud. It even reached the players' rest area on the sidelines. The players from number 7 middle school were stunned. They couldn't help but look at Qin Hao, wondering if it was true that Qin Hao had been hiding his strength all along. Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. This fat guy's boasting was too outrageous. He immediately waved his hand and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. Is he talking about me? Everyone burst into laughter. The timeout ended quickly, and both teams returned to the court. During the 4th middle school's offensive possession, Zhou Hanyuan was substituted out and replaced by backup guard He Xingyang. The players at the 4th middle school are generally quite tall, with Zhou Hanyuan at 183 centimeters and He Xingyang at 185 centimeters. They also have good ball control skills. As they advanced from the backcourt to the front court, they saw Qin Hao coming up to meet them. He frowned and then gave a hand signal to his teammates. Open it. The others spread out, and He Xingyang went one-on-one against Qin Hao. He first dribbled between his legs repeatedly, then suddenly accelerated and broke through from the right side. But Qin Hao reacted faster and blocked him first. He Xingyang was not surprised. He grabbed the ball and was about to jump shoot. He clearly wanted to bully Qin Hao with his height. He was going to shoot right in front of Qin Hao. What could he do about it? Snap! With a crisp sound, He Xingyang felt his palm go empty and was stunned. By the time he turned around, Qin Hao had already grabbed the ball and launched a fast break. He was as fast as lightning, and the players from number 4 middle school couldn't catch up at all and had to give up. Qin Hao rushed to number 4 middle school's half of the court and easily made a layup, making the score 22-21. After 9 minutes of play, number 7 middle school finally took the lead. Nice shot. That was a beautiful steal. The students from number 7 middle school shouted excitedly, "We've finally overtaken them." He Xingyang came to his senses, his face grim. He had planned to use his height to overpower the opponent. But before he could even pick up the ball, Qin Hao had already stolen it. Recalling what had just happened, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Qin Hao had acted too quickly. Qin Hao returned to his own half of the court, looked at He Xingyang, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This kid's thoughts are all written on his face. How could he hide them from me? I may not be as tall as you, but who says I have to block you? The same applies to steals. With only 1 minute left in the first quarter, He Xingyang dared not be overconfident anymore. After getting to the front court, he asked for a screen and then obediently passed the ball to Xia Qijing. With Chu Yin gone, the twin towers became a single tower. Unfortunately, Lu's technique was too rough, lacking the low post one-on-one ability of Chu Yin, and he could only rely on his teammates to feed him the ball. The number 4 middle school's offense could only be initiated from the outside. Jiang Feng was guarding Xia Qi. Xia Qi was about to break through for a layup, but Jiang Feng interfered and her shot missed. Wang Lei grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Hao, who quickly launched a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao arrived at the front, and He Xingyang quickly stepped forward. Laugh. Qin Hao started moving, his shoes scraping against the floor with a soft sound. With a sudden change of direction, Qin Hao broke through from the left and quickly got past He Xingyang, who was still unsteady on his feet. Stop him, He Xingyang shouted. Don't worry, I'm here, Lu replied from inside the paint, stepping forward. Chapter 39 Alley-oop Dunk. Seeing Lu Qi come up, Qin Hao's lips curled up into a smile, and he jumped up. Lu Qi also jumped up, stretched out his arm, and swung at the basketball. As a result, they came up empty-handed. Lu looked up, somewhat surprised. Is that a floater? But it seems too casual, and the direction is wrong too. It's probably half a meter away from the basket. Oh no. Suddenly, Lu realized what was happening and quickly turned around. He saw Wang Lei jump up behind him. The basketball was indeed about half a meter away from the hoop, but it was right above Wang Lei. Wang Lei roared and grabbed the basketball in midair, displaying his jumping ability and explosive power, slamming the ball into the basket with one hand. Bang! A loud bang shook the entire stadium. The audience was stunned. After a couple of seconds of silence, someone screamed, "My God! It was an alley-oop dunk. This is insane." Then came a chorus of exclamations and praises. All the students from number 7 middle school stood up excitedly and cheered loudly. Even the number 7 middle school players in the rest area on the sidelines wanted to rush onto the field and give Wang Lei a hug. This kid really dares to pass, Zhang Fangping chuckled and teased. Passing a ball like that to Wang Lei. Isn't he afraid Wang Lei won't be able to catch it? Jiang Xuan nodded repeatedly, then realized that the coach was clearly showing off. The score was 24-21, with number 7 middle school leading by 3 points. This play dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the 4th middle school. To allow such a team to execute such a play, Lu's face turned ashen. After arriving at the front court, he reached out for the ball, wanting to retaliate. However, he was not good at dribbling, and his low post technique was somewhat rough. Although he was being guarded by Fu Chong, the two were much shorter, and Fu Chong was unable to block him. Lu still missed the shot, allowing Wang Lei to grab the rebound and pass it to Qin Hao. There are still a dozen seconds left in the first quarter. Qin Hao came to the front court, and He Xingyang came up to meet him. He was about half a meter away from Qin Hao. He was taller than Qin Hao and was not worried about Qin Hao's shot, but only about his breakthrough. Seeing this, Qin Hao asked for a screen and then moved to the side. Lu Qi came up to delay him, and Qin Hao immediately accelerated to break through. Lu Qi turned around, and the other players from number 4 middle school also returned to the inside to surround Qin Hao. It was like running headlong into an encirclement, surrounded by people from number 4 middle school. This is bad. We've gotten ourselves into a crowd. People whispered among themselves. However, at that moment, an orange phantom flew out from the crowd. People's eyes lit up. They didn't expect Qin Hao to be able to pass the ball. Following the orange shadow, the students of number 7 middle school couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised Wang Qingyu was outside the 3-point line on the left. Everyone was drawn to Qin Hao, and all the players from number 4 middle school collapsed into defense. However, Wang Qingyu was already waiting outside the left three-point line, with no one in front of him for 2 meters. However, he was a little worried about whether Qin Hao could pass the ball. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. When he saw the basketball flying towards him, Wang Qingyu felt relieved. He caught the ball, made a slight adjustment, glanced at the number 4 middle school player who wanted to rush over but couldn't, and then jumped up and confidently shot. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the ball went in. Meanwhile, the first quarter ended with a score of 27-21, with number 7 middle school leading by 6 points. This result was hard for the students of number 4 middle school to accept, and the number 4 middle school coach was so angry that his face turned black, and he almost threw the tactics board. Chu Yin hesitated for a moment, but still did not tell the coach that Xiao Jun had reminded him of this. At the time, he had thought about telling the coach, but he felt that hearsay was unreliable and the coach might not believe it. Even he himself would not believe that a guy who was over 1.7 meters tall could be so strong if he had not seen it with his own eyes. During the holiday break, Xiao Jun quietly slipped into the number 4 middle school's rest area, pulled Chu Yin aside, and said with a hint of schadenfreude, "How about that? Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Chu Yin pursed his lips and said, "It's still early." Xiao Jun chuckled. The atmosphere at number 7 middle school was relaxed. Even Wang Lei, who had been almost completely crushed and felt extremely frustrated, had regained his composure. That alley-oop dunk just now had finally given him a chance to vent his anger. Qin Hao sat down, his expression calm. This was only the first quarter, and the opponent would be fielding 2 towers later. Chu Yin had only committed 2 fouls, and the situation was far from optimistic. "Give." A hand handed me a bottle of water from behind. Qin Hao subconsciously took it, turned his head, and saw that it was Jiang Shui, so he smiled and nodded. He was also thirsty, so he unscrewed the cap and took small sips. Seeing that Qin Hao didn't even say thank you, Jiang Shui pouted. Fortunately, this time Qin Hao didn't give it to anyone else. In the second quarter, Chu Yin was sent on from the 4th team, while Lu remained on the bench. When a team is led by a single tower, Chu Yin is clearly better than Lu Wei. This is because Chu Yin is technically skilled and has sufficient ball handling and one-on-one ability. He can score himself, lead his teammates, and even draw the defense to create opportunities for them. Lu Wei, on the other hand, has to rely on his teammates to create opportunities for him. On the number 7 middle school side, Qin Hao didn't play, and Zhao Xuebing returned to the field. A few minutes later, the score was reversed again. Under the leadership of Chu Yin, number 4 middle school took the lead. Without Qin Hao or Jiang Feng, the others posed no threat to Chu Yin. He dominated the field, unstoppable on offense and delivering block after block on defense, and was the talk of the town. Requesting a pause, Jiang Fengping called a pause and began making substitutions. Jiang Feng, Qin Hao, you 2 go up. He looked at the 2 of them. Break through and inflict damage. The opponent will most likely make substitutions later and bring back their twin towers. We must take down their twin towers, otherwise they will be too much of a threat. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, Qin Hao replied. The twin towers of number 4 middle school are the biggest threat. Even if they do nothing, just standing on them is a deterrent. So we must solve this problem and take down one of them. At the same time, the number 4 middle school also changed its leadership. Lu, you go up. The number 4 middle school coach said, Lu, Chu Yin, you 2 need to be careful. The other side will definitely bring on that number 0, Qin Hao, and still try to draw a foul on you. Be careful with your movements and don't jump easily. You are tall enough that you don't need to jump. In short, be careful and don't foul easily. We misjudged number 7 middle school in the first quarter. We didn't expect their new players to be so strong. But it's okay. Now that we know, we're prepared and have nothing to fear. After saying that, the coach of number 4 middle school clapped his hands and roared. Play well, show us your strength. Don't forget, our goal is the championship. Yes, coach. For the championship. The players from number 4 middle school clenched their fists. The timeout ended quickly, and both teams returned to the court. The number 4 middle school coach watched his players walk onto the court, then turned to look at the number 7 middle school's rest area. His gaze fell on Jiang Fengping, and he sneered. Just wait and see. our twin towers are not as simple as you think. Chapter 40 Undeterred and Unstoppable. Beep. The game continued, and the 7th team launched an attack. The 5 players on the court were Wang Lei, Zhao Hai, Jiang Feng, Wang Qingyu, and Qin Hao. Qin Hao received the ball in the backcourt and quickly moved to the front court. The 4 players who came on were Chu Yin, Lu Wei, substitute small forward Chen Donghe, Su Ning, and Zhou Hanyuan. Zhou Hanyuan stepped forward, opened his arms, and stared at Qin Hao. After more than a quarter of the game, both sides had gained some understanding of each other. Zhou Hanyuan had a serious expression, standing a full meter away from Qin Hao, his eyes fixed on Qin Hao's shoulder. Qin Hao's breakthrough poses a significant threat. Pick and roll. Qin Hao gestured, and Wang Lei came up to set a screen. Qin Hao took the opportunity to shake off Zhou Hanyuan and rushed towards the inside, still aiming to draw fouls. However, this time it wasn't Chu Yin who came up to fill the gap, but Lu. Lu was a bit taller than Chu Yin. He just raised his hands without jumping, but even so, he still stood in front of Qin Hao like a human wall, blocking his shooting space. Qin Hao frowned, flicked his hand, and passed the ball out. 2 more passes were made, finally reaching Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took a probing step, then suddenly pulled up for a shot, facing Chen Donghe. Whoosh. Goal. Impressive, as what Xiaojun exclaimed. 4th middle school attack. After Zhou Hanyuan arrived at the front court, he passed the ball to Chu Yin. Chu Yin backed down to one-on-one, and Qin Hao came up to help defend. Wang Lei alone could not defend Chu Yin and had to help defend, forcing Chu Yin to pass the ball and not give him a one-on-one opportunity. In the low post, Chu Yin was too threatening. As expected, Chu Yin passed the ball. Surprisingly, he didn't pass the ball to the outside, but to the inside, directly to the basket. Qin Hao turned his head and saw Lu jump up. He was nearly 10 centimeters taller than Zhao Hai. Considering the difference in wingspan and jumping ability, he completely overwhelmed Zhao Hai. He grabbed the ball over Zhao Hai's head, roared, and pushed Zhao Hai aside with his buttocks, then scored with a bank shot. Internal transmission. Qin Hao frowned. If the other party still had internal transmissions, then things would be troublesome. At the same time, Jiang Fangping was also frowning. The opponent's twin towers were already a formidable force just standing in the paint, and if they also had inside-out passes, it would be too troublesome. The combination of 2 nearly 2-meter-tall giants was playing the ball above the rim, which was beyond the reach of most people, let alone their ability to stop. We have to take one down. Qin Hao glanced at Lu Qi, asked for a screen, and then drove straight to the basket, jumping up to face Lu Qi. The 2 made physical contact, and Qin Hao was knocked off balance, but the referee didn't blow the whistle. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and forced the ball out. Whoosh. Goal. It's a pity the referee didn't call the foul, Qin Hao said with some regret, but thankfully the ball went in. In the next round, Qin Hao attacked the paint again, looking for Lu Qi. He wanted to find a way to take down Lu Qi first. Lu Qi was very fast and had excellent timing, so breaking through was not difficult. However, after breaking through and rushing into the paint, he was at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. As he repeatedly attacked the paint and clashed with Lu, Qin Hao felt a sharp pain all over his body, but he had to do it. In a close contest, the brave prevail, and only by forging ahead could he hope to win. TSK, number 7 middle school, is playing really fiercely. He's really aggressive. He always attacks the inside, going head-to-head with Chu Yin and Lu Yi. I definitely wouldn't do that. It would be too physically demanding. This is a game. We have to play whether we want to or not. Otherwise, how can number 7 middle school keep the score close? It's just that Qin Hao is only 1.7 meters tall, so it's really a disadvantage for him to drive into the paint like that. There were also some savvy people in the stands who knew that number 7 middle school had no choice but to do this. Relying solely on outside shooting without attacking the paint would make it difficult to win. After all, even the NBA hadn't yet popularized three-pointers, and the Warriors hadn't even established a three-point shooting team, let alone a high school team. There aren't many people who can actually shoot three-pointers. At that time, the domestic high school basketball scene still adhered to the traditional approach, mainly relying on inside players, with height being the key factor. There were some excellent outside players, but very few specialized in three-point shooting. Of the 3 players at number 7 middle school, only Zhao Xuebing, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Feng can shoot 3-pointers. Qin Hao can be considered half of them, mainly because his shooting percentage is unstable, sometimes high and sometimes low. Sometimes it can be over 40%, and sometimes it is only 20%, so he generally doesn't shoot. Even for Zhao Xuebing, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Feng, their 3-point shooting percentage wasn't very consistent, only around 30%. Furthermore, due to the limitations of the era, 3-pointers were not yet popular, and people didn't really like shooting 3-pointers. They still believed in the saying, "The closer you are to the basket, the easier it is to score." That's true, but it was later shattered by a group of waves. Because 3-pointers aren't very reliable, number 7 middle school had no choice but to attack the paint. Otherwise, shooting from the outside would be a waste of time and practically handing the ball to the enemy. Pick and roll. On the field, Qin Hao made a hand gesture, used a screen to break through again, and resolutely rushed into the paint. His sharp eyes startled Lu Qi. When he saw Qin Hao rushing over, he subconsciously jumped up. Qin Hao laughed, holding the ball, but only standing on tiptoe, without jumping. He only jumped when Lu was in the air, using the fake accident technique to lean against Lu. Damn it, I've been tricked. Lu was furious, waving his arms at the basketball sector. I will never let you make it 2-1. Smack. Beep. Thug. Whistle blows. The referee pointed at Lu and gave him a foul. Instead of cheering, people watched Qin Hao with concern, only to see him clutching his head, looking pained. What's wrong? It looks like he's injured. Ouch, it's bleeding. Someone exclaimed in surprise. People then noticed a trickle of bright red blood seeping from between Qin Hao's fingers, and they all panicked. The players from number 7 middle school felt a jolt of fear and surrounded Qin Hao. Jiang Shui covered her mouth, her face full of anxiety, while Jiang Fengping stood up and called a timeout. How are you, Qin Hao? Are you all right? Qin Hao. The players from number 7 middle school surrounded Qin Hao. Those who hadn't played yet, along with Jiang Fengping and Jiang Shui, also came to the side, all looking at Qin Hao with concern. Qin Hao released his grip, grimaced, and said with a wry smile, "It's all right, just a superficial injury." Only then did people notice that there was a cut on his brow bone, and blood was gushing out, blurring his vision and sliding down his face. "Ah!" Jiang Shui cried out in fright. "Don't be afraid." Qin Hao smiled at her. "It's just a minor injury." It looked terrifying, but Qin Hao was still laughing. Jiang Shui looked at Qin Hao and felt that his smile was heartbreaking. Jiang Fengping immediately called his teammates to check on Qin Hao. The team doctor treated him and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Luckily, the wound isn't big and doesn't need stitches. Let me take care of it first." Then the team doctor began to clean the wound and applied a medical bandage to stop the bleeding. The students from number 7 middle school finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Hao let out a breath and said to his teammates, "No sacrifice, no victory. What's this little injury? It's just a pity we couldn't make the 2-1 play." "Even in this situation, you're still thinking about 2-1, Jiang Shui shouted. Jiang Feng was taken aback and looked at his sister, thinking to himself, "It's Qin Hao who's injured. Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Shui also realized what was happening and turned around. "Qin Hao," Jiang Fengping patted Qin Hao on the shoulder and said, "Come down and rest after you finish your free throws." "No." Qin Hao shook his head. "Coach, let me continue playing. There's only 1 minute left in this quarter. I want to stay on the court. We're still down by 2 points. Jiang Fengping hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance with the team doctor, and then nodded. "Okay, you can continue playing, but be careful not to push yourself too hard." Qin Hao smiled brightly. "Don't worry, it was just an accident." Chapter 41, Playing with Injuries. Seeing Qin Hao return to the field, all the students from number 7 middle school in the audience got excited. The chubby Pingjun stood up and shouted loudly, "Qin Hao, Qin Hao." Then more people joined in, shouting Qin Hao's name loudly, to the point that even some students from other schools were infected and joined in the shouting. In an instant, Qin Hao's name resounded throughout the entire stadium. Nothing is more inspiring than playing with an injury. Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, and others who walked onto the court with Qin Hao had sharper eyes than ever before. Number 7 middle school was full of fighting spirit, and their blood was boiling. If Qin Hao could go forward without fear of injury, how could they be willing to lag behind? We must win this game. The momentum of number 7 middle school is astonishing. Lu frowned. Chu Yin nodded, his mood serious, and comforted him. It's okay. Basketball isn't just about passion. As long as we play well, victory will eventually be ours. Qin Hao stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and calmly made both free throws, bringing the score back to even once again. Fourth middle school attack. When the players from number 4 middle school arrived at the front court, they immediately felt an overwhelming aura coming towards them. The players from number 7 middle school all had murderous intent on their faces, and the atmosphere seemed to become oppressive. Chu Yin frowned, reached out for the ball, intending to break the oppressive atmosphere and help the team regain its morale. But as soon as he got the ball, Qin Hao pounced on him and joined Wang Lei in defense. Seeing the band-aid on Qin Hao's brow bone, with a patch of bright red blood on it, it was clear that the bleeding hadn't completely stopped, but Qin Hao's eyes were incredibly bright, and Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Chu Yin, Zhou Hongyuan shouted. Pass the ball. Chu Yin snapped out of his daze and passed the ball to Zhou Hongyuan. Just as Zhou Hongyuan was about to shoot, he saw Qin Hao rush back and block his way again. Zhou Hongyuan couldn't help but feel a deep respect. If he were in Qin Hao's position, he might not have been able to do what Qin Hao did, attacking the paint time and time again, and continuing to play even when injured. Of course, at this moment they are opponents, and he will not show any mercy. Pick and roll. Zhou Hongyuan made a hand gesture, and Chu Yin came up to set a screen. Zhou Hongyuan quickly moved to the right and saw Wang Lei coming up. He immediately passed the ball back to Chu Yin. Chu Yin received the ball, and Qin Hao was in front of him. Without hesitation, he took a jump shot. He was a full 20 centimeters taller than Qin Hao, and considering his wingspan, even if he didn't jump, it would be difficult for Qin Hao to block the shot. Whoosh. Goal. Chu Yin gave Qin Hao a provocative look, then turned and retreated to defend. With a few dozen seconds left in the third quarter, Qin Hao came to the front court and faced Zhou Hongyuan. Their eyes met, and their fighting spirit clashed. Laugh. The next moment, Qin Hao started his run, breaking through from the right side. Zhou Hongyuan quickly stepped back half a step to block him. But at that moment, Qin Hao executed a behind-the-back dribble, switching the ball to his left hand, his left shoulder lowered, and his center of gravity very low. Zhou Hongyuan knew he was in trouble and quickly adjusted his center of gravity, taking a step to the right. But it was this one step that caused him to completely lose his defensive position. Qin Hao didn't actually break through to the left. It was all just to mislead Zhou Hongyuan. Although his left shoulder dropped, he only swayed it slightly. Then, with a crossover, he slammed the ball onto the floor with his left hand, moving with the ball. As the ball bounced off the floor and landed in his right hand, Qin Hao had already changed direction, creating a 2 or 3 body gap between himself and Zhou Hongyuan, and accelerated past him from the right. I've been tricked again, Zhou Hongyuan said, annoyed. Because he was too wary of Qin Hao's breakthrough, he became like a frightened bird. Whenever Qin Hao made a move, he would subconsciously move, only to find that it was just a feint. After getting past Zhou Hongyuan, Qin Hao took 3 big steps and rushed towards the inside again. The twin towers of number 4 high school were right in front of him, but they could not make him hesitate for a moment. Attacks the paint again. In the stands, people were deeply moved. Qin Hao had just been injured while attacking the paint, yet he remained as determined as ever, and his courage was truly admirable. Lu frowned. He didn't expect Qin Hao to dare to rush in. Wasn't he afraid of getting hurt again? Was this guy made of iron? With a brief hesitation, Qin Hao had already rushed to the basket. Louis reacted and took a step forward. Just as he moved, Qin Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised the ball and charged at Louis. Bang! The two collided, and Qin Hao was thrown back and fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the referee blew his whistle, pointed at Liu, and gave him a defensive foul because he hadn't been standing properly and was still moving when the two collided. Qin Hao, are you all right? The players from number 7 middle school gathered around. Qin Hao waved his hand, got up from the ground, and laughed. I'm fine. Liu has committed 5 fouls now. Yeah, Liu has already committed 5 fouls. Doesn't that mean that if he commits just one more foul, he'll be discharged with 6 fouls. The players from number 7 middle school reacted and were all pleasantly surprised. Lu had already accumulated 2 fouls, and in this quarter, Jiang Feng drew 1 foul on him, and Qin Hao drew 2 more, bringing his total to 5 fouls. He's just 1 step away from expiring with 6 fouls. Beep. The number 4 middle school coach immediately requested a substitution, taking off the sullen-looking Lu. Even though there were only a dozen seconds left in the quarter, he didn't want Lu to stay on the court any longer. What if he picked up another foul and couldn't play in the 4th quarter? Without Lu, the Twin Towers are useless. As Qin Hao walked to the free throw line, the students from number 4 middle school started shouting and yelling, and some even cursed at Qin Hao in an attempt to distract him from his free throws and vent their anger at him. If it weren't for Qin Hao, how could Lu Wei have accumulated 5 fouls and been substituted? The trash from number 4 middle school, a bunch of trolls. What else can you do besides spewing filth? What are you looking at? I'm talking about you guys. You can't stand how well Qin Hao plays, can you? If you're so capable, go up and compete with Qin Hao. He could beat all of you with one hand. Qin Hao played, even though he was injured. Could anyone from number 4 middle school do that? It's clear who the warriors are and who the trash are. 4th middle school is doomed to defeat. 4th middle school is doomed to defeat. The students from number 7 middle school, enraged, started yelling at the number 4 middle school students in the audience, led by the chubby boy. The two sides started a war of words, which only made the students from other schools suffer. They were caught in the middle and had to endure the insults from both sides at the same time. Their faces turned green with anger. Swish. Bang. One of 2 free throws made. Qin Hao grimaced as he continued to attack the paint, colliding with Lu Yi and Chu Yan. With his small frame, it was really tough for him. Now his whole body ached, and his free throws were also affected. In fact, it didn't stop there. The continuous breakthroughs and the confrontation with the 2 towers had taken a huge toll on Qin Hao's physical strength. At this moment, he was holding his knees, and his legs were trembling slightly. Fortunately, there were only 20 seconds left in the quarter, and number 4 middle school failed to score, ending the 3rd quarter with a score of 63-62, with number 4 middle school leading by 1 point. Although number 7 middle school is still 1 point behind, Lu has accumulated 5 fouls and Chu Yan has 3, which has greatly improved the situation. Chapter 42 No Regrets Even When Blood is Stained. Qin Hao, you did a great job. You're a real man, no doubt about it. I, old Zhao, admire you. Qin Hao was surrounded by his teammates. Wang Qingyu, Zhao Hai, and a few others patted his shoulder with a lot of force, making Qin Hao wince in pain. Guo Kai noticed and growled. Get out of the way. Can't you see Qin Hao's bruises? Stop filming. Only then did everyone notice that Qin Hao had large bruises on his arms and shoulders, and these were only the visible areas. There must have been even more bruises in the unseen areas. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Seeing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Qin Hao laughed and said, Why are you all like this? Although I was injured and bled, I have no regrets. As long as I can win this match, it will all be worth it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Hao added, But I can't do it alone. We all need to work together. Brothers, don't let me down. Rest assured. Don't underestimate us. We're no worse than you. The players from number 7 middle school spoke up one after another, full of fighting spirit. As the game entered the 4th quarter, it became increasingly intense. Inspired by Qin Hao, the other players at number 7 middle school were also ignited with passion, becoming exceptionally fierce on both the defensive and offensive ends, exuding a chilling aura. Meanwhile, number 7 middle school continued to attack the paint. Chu Yan remained on the court, while Lu Yi was out with 5 fouls, but Chu Yan also had 3 fouls. Therefore, number 7 middle school set its sights on Chu Yan and went straight for him. Chu Yan had no choice but to hold back his movements. With Lu Yi absent, the seemingly impenetrable interior defense of number 4 middle school gradually crumbled, and Guo Kai finally erupted, scoring 2 consecutive baskets. In a short time, number 7 middle school took the lead. Seeing the situation was not good, the number 4 middle school coach gritted his teeth and substituted Lu Qi. Jiang Fangping looked at Qin Hao, who grinned and smiled brightly, indicating that he was fine. Jiang Fangping nodded, his eyes slightly red, and said, "Okay, you go in and replace Zhao Xuebing. Remember, don't get injured again." Sensing the coach's concern, Qin Hao chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Jiang Fangping watched him walk onto the field, a smile spreading across his face. He felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing he was fortunate to have such a player under his command. Qin Hao was certainly not stupid, but he wanted to win. The current number 4 middle school was stronger than before, and the Twin Towers were too intimidating. If they didn't abandon everything to attack the inside and create damage, number 7 middle school would have a hard time winning. He vowed to lead number 7 middle school into the national challenge and compete for the national championship. He would never allow the team to fall in the city league. On the field, Qin Hao broke through using a screen, which startled the 4th middle school team into immediately collapsing their defense. However, Qin Hao suddenly passed the ball to Zhang Feng on the outside, who made a clean shot from mid-range. 4th middle school attack. The ball was passed to Chu Yin, who went one-on-one against Wang Lei. Wang Lei raised his hands and stayed close to Chu Yin. Chu Yin then turned his back to the basket and dribbled with one hand while using the other to push against Wang Lei. Beep. Suddenly, the referee blew his whistle, pointed at Chu Yin, indicating that he had made an elbowing motion, and gave him an offensive foul, which almost made Chu Yin furious, as he had already committed 4 fouls. The number 4 middle school coach became nervous. Lu had committed 5 fouls and Chu Yin had committed 4 fouls. Both of them were in bad shape, and the deterrent effect of the Twin Towers had been greatly reduced. At this point, Chu Yin and Lu Yi had to restrain their actions, because they could easily be called for a foul. Lu Yi would be ejected if he committed another foul. The 4th middle school is in chaos. Well, Chu Yin and Lu Yi both have several fouls on their hands, so they're a bit hesitant to make any moves. The biggest asset of number 4 middle school is their Twin Towers, and if those Twin Towers are restricted, their advantage disappears. People in the audience were talking about it. The Twin Towers of number 4 middle school were plagued by foul trouble, which greatly reduced their deterrent effect. As a result, the entire defense of number 4 middle school dropped a level, and the situation has turned in favor of number 7 middle school. Huff, huff. With 1 minute left in the game, the score was 74-70, with number 7 middle school leading by 4 points. Number 4 middle school called a timeout, and Chu Yin and others came to the sidelines, all panting heavily. As the game progressed, it became increasingly intense, with escalating competition and fierce defense. Scoring a goal required tremendous effort and stamina. The coach of number 4 middle school frowned, somewhat worried about the players' stamina, but there was nothing he could do. Chu Yin and Lu Yi couldn't be substituted, and no one else could be brought on. He said in a deep voice, "There's 1 minute left. Hold on, everyone. We still have 2 more chances to attack. Score the ball and win this game." Yes. The players from number 4 middle school were too exhausted to speak. However, everyone's eyes were filled with determination and desire. Winning this match and entering the finals would give them a chance to compete for the championship, while losing would mean the end for everyone. "Let me explain," the number 4 middle school coach said, spreading out his tactics board. "There's only 1 minute left. Chu Yin and Lu Yi, you don't need to hold back anymore. You need to defend when you need to defend, and you need to attack when you need to attack." In the last few minutes, Chu Yin committed another foul, bringing his total to 5 fouls, the same as Lu Yin. Because both players had 5 fouls, they had to play cautiously, and number 4 middle school fell into a disadvantageous position. If Suning hadn't played quite well, number 4 middle school would not be trailing by 4 points, but probably by 6 or 8 points. Also, Xia Qijing, Su Ning, and Zhou Hanyuan. The number 4 middle school coach then looked at the others. "Hanyuan, don't get entangled with Qin Hao. Just focus on organizing the offense. Su Ning, you need to be more proactive and show your true abilities. Xia Qijing, your task is to keep an eye on Zhang Feng and not let him score easily." The group readily agreed. Here at number 7 middle school, Qin Hao and the others surrounded Jiang Fangping, who said, "Wang Lei, Wakai, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojiang, and Qin Hao, you guys should go for it. We're only leading by 4 points right now, which isn't safe. So, besides defending against their offense, We also need to seize our own offensive opportunities and score. As he spoke, he looked at Qin Hao and said, Qin Hao, you decide who to pass the ball to and how to play it later. I trust you. Others chimed in, saying, we believe in you too. Okay, Qin Hao replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Brothers, thank you for your trust. I won't let you down. Jiang Fangping added, there's only 1 minute left. If nothing unexpected happens, the opponent will have 2 attack opportunities, while we only have 1. So the most important thing is still defense. Guokai and Wang Lei, your task is very important. You must defend against Chu Yin and Lu Yi no matter what. The two nodded emphatically, their expressions extremely serious. The match has been going on for nearly 39 minutes, but they have been at a disadvantage against Chu Yin and Lu Yi. However, they cannot allow things to continue like that in the last minute. All right. Jiang Fangping took a deep breath and set in as calm a tone as possible. Play well, for the championship, for number 7 middle school, go for it. Go for it, they shouted in unison. Chapter 43 Advancing to the Finals. In the final minute, everyone held their breath and stared at the court. The entire stadium suddenly fell silent. Both sides returned to the field, and 4 teams launched an attack. After Zhou Hanyuan arrived at the front court, he passed the ball to Chu Yin, letting Chu Yin take a one-on-one shot. At this moment, Chu Yin was the most confident player in the team. After receiving the ball, he leaned against Wang Lei with his back to him. Wang Lei gritted his teeth and stared intently at Chu Yin. Chu Yin started to back down and take a one-on-one shot. Qin Hao came up to help defend, and Chu Yin passed the ball. After Qin Hao moved away, the ball returned to his hands. At this moment, Chu Yin had reached the 3-second zone and pushed back, but found that he could not move Wang Lei. He frowned, but did not have time to hesitate and immediately flipped over and jumped to shoot. I will never let you in. Wang Lei jumped up and made a flying block. This time, Wang Lei jumped very high, surprising everyone. Chu Yan's turnaround jump shot had already created distance between the two, and with his height and wingspan, it would have been impossible for Wang Lei to touch the basketball, but this time he did. Even though it was just a tiny bit of touch with my fingertips, it was enough. Oh no! Chu Yan's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, Lu, rebound. Lu reacted quickly, only to see the basketball bounce off the rim and miss. He was just about to jump up and grab the rebound when someone was faster than him. Guokai roared and jumped first, getting to Lu before him and snatching the ball away. Damn it! Lu was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. Get back on defense. Chu Yin could only sigh helplessly and shouted, if we can stop this ball, we still have a chance. However, everyone knew that the chances of number 4 middle school winning were slim. With a 4-point deficit and 40 seconds left in the game, each team has one offensive possession. Even if number 4 middle school manages to defend number 7 middle school's attack, they won't have much time left. It will be too difficult for them to close the 4-point gap. Wang Lei defended that ball well. Guokai also got a great rebound. Phew. Thankfully we defended that ball. The students from number 7 middle school in the audience all breathed a sigh of relief. The students from number 4 middle school, however, looked extremely worried and nervous. As soon as Qin Hao crossed the center line, Zhou Hanyuan came up to meet him, constantly putting pressure on Qin Hao and reaching for the ball. Time was running out, and number 4 middle school had to try their best to force number 7 middle school to make a mistake. However, Qin Hao was incredibly experienced. He protected the ball with one hand and dribbled with the other, not giving Zhou Hanyuan a chance to make a move. Zhou Hanyuan was forced into a corner and started to make big moves. Qin Hao then stepped back first, and then suddenly accelerated forward. Zhou Hanyuan was still in the forward lunge position when he was immediately called for a foul. How did I commit a foul? Zhou Hanyuan argued with the referee with a bitter face. The referee ignored it, simply indicating that the foul count was full, and Qin Hao went to the free throw line to take 2 free throws. Because the game became more intense in the second half, fouls increased, and both teams had reached their total foul count, meaning even non-shooting fouls required players to go to the free throw line. Chu Yin walked over, patted Zhou Hanyuan on the shoulder, and comforted him. It's okay, there wasn't enough time to begin with, just consider it a foul tactic. Zhou Hanyuan smiled wryly. He knew that he had to resort to fouling tactics. But if he could defend the ball and score a quick goal, then it would make sense to resort to fouling tactics. Committing a foul at this point is tantamount to giving away a kill. Here you go. Take it easy and make the shot. Qin Hao's teammates gave him high fives. If he made both free throws, the game would be in the bag. Qin Hao nodded and stepped to the free throw line. Suddenly, a huge uproar erupted from the audience. The students of number 4 middle school could no longer remain silent. It was unclear who started it, but hundreds of students from number 4 middle school stood up and burst into boos and curses. They were waving their arms, and some even took off their clothes and waved them around, trying to distract Qin Hao. That's it. Qin Hao sneered. He used to be a professional player and had seen much more than this. This was child's play. Whoosh. Qin Hao flicked his wrist, and the first free throw went in. The noise from the number 4 middle school students in the audience immediately subsided. Immediately afterward, Qin Hao took a deep breath and shot again. The basketball arced through the air and went in steadily, completely unaffected by the audience. In terms of mental fortitude, everyone else in the audience was a junior. Yes, it means little brother literally. 76:70, number 7 middle school, is leading by 6 points. Because Zhou Hanyuan committed a foul early, there are still 30 seconds left in the game. Is it possible to catch up by 6 points in 30 seconds? Beep. The coach of number 4 middle school called a timeout to give some instructions on tactics. Actually, there's not much to plan at this point. It's just a matter of getting a three-pointer first, then quickly using foul tactics to send the opponent to the free throw line, and then praying that they miss. However, judging from Qin Hao's free throws today, he only missed one. The coach of number 4 middle school sighed inwardly, thinking that the game was probably already over. In fact, it was even simpler than he had thought. The number 4 middle school failed to score 3 points, and the game was completely over. Although the number 4 middle school still used the fouling tactic, it only gave Qin Hao more points. Beep. When the game ended with a score of 78-72, one more goal was scored in the final seconds, but it was too late. At the end of the match, number 7 middle school won by 6 points and advanced to the final. We won. We've made it to the finals. Haha, we won. Long live number 7 middle school. The students from number 7 middle school shouted excitedly, extremely happy. The students from number 4 middle school, who were not far away, fell silent. Filled with disappointment and resentment, they stood up one by one, wanting nothing more than to leave as soon as possible. On the field, the players shook hands. Chu Yin looked at Qin Hao, who was a head shorter than him, and said unwillingly, "You guys got lucky this time. We will never lose to you again next time." Qin Hao shook his head and said, "It's a pity. I'm afraid there won't be a next time." Chu Yin was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Even after leaving the arena, Chu Yin still didn't understand what Qin Hao meant by no next time. Did he mean that the two teams wouldn't meet again next year? The players from number 7 middle school boarded the bus. Since it was the weekend and the players didn't need to go back to school, the bus took them directly home. The bus was filled with joy all the way. They had defeated number 4 middle school and made it to the finals. They had never been so close to the city championship. They were just one step away. Qin Hao didn't intend to participate, but his teammates wouldn't let him off the hook. Today, Qin Hao scored 16 points and had 6 assists. He didn't score the most points on the team. Jiang Feng scored the most with 18 points. But Qin Hao was the biggest contributor to the team's victory. If Qin Hao hadn't played despite his injury and taken down the opponent's 2 towers, number 7 middle school would have remained at a disadvantage and might not have won the game. Qin Hao, you were amazing today. Hey, that's why we always have to rely on you in crucial moments. It was the same last time we played against number 6 middle school. If you hadn't stepped up, the outcome might have been very different. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Qin Hao smiled and said a few modest words, thinking to himself that he was really too weak now compared to his peak strength, and there was really nothing to be proud of. Chapter 44: A Surprising Discovery. In the blink of an eye, the bus arrived outside Qin Hao's residential compound. Qin Hao stood up. "I've arrived, brothers. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." "Hey coach, we've made it to the semifinals. Can we take a day off tomorrow and not train?" As they said goodbye to Qin Hao, the group complained to Jiang Fangping. Jiang Fangping deliberately kept a straight face and refused to budge. "This is only the beginning. We've only won the semifinals. There's still the final. All right. All right. Once we win the championship, I'll give you a month's vacation. That's more like it, Fu Chong laughed. Are you stupid? Zhao Xuebing slapped Fu Chong on the head. The league will be over when you win the championship, and it will be winter break soon. It's supposed to be a holiday anyway. Fu Chong realized what was happening, looked at Jiang Fangping with immense resentment, and said, Coach, you've tricked me. Jiang Fangping laughed and nodded at Qin Hao, praising him. You did a great job today. Qin Hao smiled and was about to get out of the car when he heard Jiang Shui call out, Wait a minute. Qin Hao turned around. This is medicine to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Go back and apply it to your body, and the bruises will heal faster. Jiang Shui flipped her hand and handed Qin Hao a bottle of safflower oil. She lowered her head slightly. Her eyes were like water, and she said softly, No need to thank me. I only thank you for making a great contribution to the team today. Thank you. Qin Hao said thank you anyway, waved to everyone, and got out of the car. Everyone in the car looked at Jiang Shui, while Fu Chong, Zhao Hai, and a few others exchanged knowing glances, their faces full of ambiguity. Jiang Feng sat down next to Jiang Shui and asked curiously, Weren't you with us the whole time? When did you go to buy the medicine? Jiang Shui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Brother, your focus is really unusual. Well, being quirky isn't so bad. When Qin Hao returned home, his mother, Lu Huifeng, was heartbroken to see the band-aid on his brow bone and the bruises on his arm. She immediately asked him what had happened. Hearing that it was caused by the competition, Lu Huifeng almost gave Qin Hao an order to stop playing basketball. Fortunately, the father was quite open-minded. Although he felt sorry for his son, he thought that it was nothing for a boy to suffer a few minor injuries, especially since it wasn't a fight. He was bringing honor to the school. Even so, Qin Hao had to reassure his parents for a long time, saying that he would be more careful in the future, never be reckless, and be careful not to get hurt, before they were finally reassured. Before going to bed that night, Qin Hao took out the bottle of safflower oil and applied it to the bruises on his back and arms in front of the mirror. He didn't dare let his mother help him apply it, afraid that if she saw so many bruises on his back, she would feel heartbroken and shed tears again. Phew, I'm exhausted. Qin Hao put on his clothes and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Qin Hao got up without needing an alarm clock. His biological clock was set to 6 in the morning. Even after a tough match the day before, he still got up on time. After training at the community court for an hour, Qin Hao went home to shower before heading to school. Qin Hao took off his jersey and was surprised to find that the bruises on his arms and body had faded a lot and were barely noticeable unless you looked closely. That healed way too fast. What brand of safflower oil did Jiang Shui give me yesterday? It's so effective. Qin Hao was surprised. He hadn't even noticed when he got up that the bruises on his body had healed so much. Usually, bruises like these would take 3 to 5 days to heal. When Qin Hao peeled off the band-aid on his brow bone, he was completely dumbfounded. Although the wound on his brow bone wasn't deep and didn't require stitches, it would still take several days or a week to heal. However, when he peeled off the bandage, he found that the wound had already scabbed over, and there were no signs of redness or swelling around it, as if 2 or 3 days had passed. This doesn't use safflower oil. Is my recovery ability a bit too fast? Even if I'm young, it shouldn't be this fast, right? This doesn't make sense. Qin Hao suddenly thought, scientific? The most unscientific thing is that I woke up back to the age of 15. If that happened, then a faster recovery ability doesn't seem so bad. Could my rapid recovery ability also be related to the fact that I suddenly returned to the age of 15? Oh dear, could it be like in the movies, because of a faster metabolism? Will I age prematurely? Qin Hao jumped up as if stung by a bee, carefully examining his face in the mirror and running his fingers through his hair to check it over before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, I shouldn't age prematurely. It's been 2 months, and my face is still so tender, and I don't even have a single gray hair. Thank goodness. The fact that there wasn't a single gray hair greatly boosted Qin Hao's confidence. But then he thought, it didn't seem impossible, especially since even more unscientific things had happened. Moreover, considering that he had been training morning and evening, and also had to train at school in the afternoon, Yet he could be full of energy again after just one nap. He felt that this was not such a bad thing. At least it will allow him to withstand high-intensity training. Many players don't lack the desire to improve or the willingness to work hard. It's just that their bodies can't handle the high-intensity training. Without sufficient training intensity, improvement is naturally limited. Now I don't need to worry about that anymore. Qin Hao became more and more excited as he thought about it. The biggest factor limiting Asian players is their physical fitness. With this kind of recovery ability, I can support high-intensity training, and maybe I can break through the limitations of physical fitness. Qin Hao's meteoric rise to fame was due not only to his outstanding skills and exceptional basketball IQ, but also to his physical attributes, which far surpassed those of ordinary people. Even then, he was still somewhat behind those Black and European players, so the outside world only said that he had the potential to enter the NBA, but dared not say that he would definitely be able to enter the NBA. Now that his body has undergone such changes, entering the NBA may no longer be just a possibility. To make it to the NBA, Qin Hao was excited, his eyes burning with passion. As a basketball player, who wouldn't want to enter the NBA? That's the highest stage of basketball in the world, a dream that countless people can only look up to but never reach. Even counting back the past 20-odd years, Qin Hao has never felt so close to his dream as he does now. Perhaps, dreams really can become reality. Haha, is this an extra perk of time travel? I wonder if there are any others. Qin Hao became happy and carefully checked himself again, but found nothing different. Well, not entirely. It seemed that he had grown taller than before. In just 2 months, he was already almost 1.75 meters tall. It grew about 5 centimeters in 2 months. Qin Hao laughed so hard he squealed like a pig. I was 1.95 meters tall back then, which wasn't short for a guard, but it wasn't particularly tall either. However, I might grow even taller now, and it would be fantastic if I could exceed 2 meters. Chapter 45 Wang Lei's Weaknesses. Number 7 Middle School, Grade 1-3. When Qin Hao entered the classroom, he saw the chubby Peng Jun performing, surrounded by more than a dozen people, both men and women. Peng Jun was talking animatedly. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao moved like a rabbit, easily getting past Zhou Hanyuan from number 4 Middle School and rushing into the paint. Holy crap, are you telling a story? Qin Hao was speechless, but then he saw several girls blink and excitedly shout. And then what? And then what happened? You can tell from the sound that this person didn't go to see it in person yesterday. A male classmate next to him interjected unhappily. They probably got robbed. Bullshit. The chubby boy glared. Nonsense. How could Qin Hao be outmaneuvered? You weren't there, you didn't see how powerful Qin Hao is, like someone riding on a colorful cloud. That's Sun Wukong. Qin Hao couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Fatty, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't give me this nonsense. I'm against personality cult. The chubby boy was taken aback, then shamelessly leaned closer. Hey, you finally arrived. He then whispered, several girls from other classes came to see you this morning. Some gave you love letters, and others brought you milk sandwiches. Don't worry, I've put them all away for you. Qin Hao rolled his eyes. Keep those things for yourself. And stop bragging everywhere. Is that even human? Riding on a colorful cloud? You've probably watched too many Stephen Chow movies. The chubby boy chuckled. How am I bragging? You were a hero yesterday. No, you're already a hero of our number 7 middle school. Qin Hao curled his lip, unconcerned. However, as he walked from the school gate to his classroom, he did notice that his classmates looked at him differently, and some even pointed at him and cast slightly admiring glances at him. It felt pretty good. Ugh, this damn vanity. Qin Hao soon discovered that not only his classmates, but even his teachers had changed their attitude towards him. After the first class, his math teacher, Mr. Liu, specifically stopped him and urged him to continue to work hard and bring back a city league championship for number 7 middle school. After school in the afternoon, Qin Hao went to the basketball court. The coach hadn't arrived yet, but Jiang Shui had already come and gave Qin Hao a sweet smile, making Qin Hao feel the burden of fame. I just want to play basketball in peace. Players Guo Kai, Jiang Feng, Zhao Xuebing, Yuan Xiaojiang, Wang Qingyu, Wang Lei, and others have all arrived and are training freely on the field. After glancing around and not seeing Fu Chang and Zhao Hai, Qin Hao asked Guo Kai, Wakai snorted unhappily and said, "Who knows where those two ran off to? We'll teach them a lesson when they get back." Qin Hao thought to himself that the two of them were in for trouble. Qin Hao then came to the court, stood at the free throw line, flicked his wrist, and the basketball went into the net. Wang Lei under the basket picked up the basketball and passed it to Qin Hao. Just as Qin Hao was about to continue shooting, he suddenly noticed that Wang Lei's mood was a little off. In the past, he always had a simple and honest smile. Although he was a little silly, he was very sunny. But today, there wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. "Are you all right?" Qin Hao asked. "It's nothing." Wang Lei shook his head. "Something's wrong." Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood why Wang Lei was in a bad mood. "Do you think you did a bad job in yesterday's game?" "What?" Wang Lei was stunned. "Oh." Qin Hao chuckled dryly and changed his tune. "I meant, do you feel like you didn't play well in yesterday's match, that you were always at a disadvantage against Chu Yin, and that you felt useless?" This time, Wang Lei didn't shake his head. He just lowered his head, looking dejected. Wang Lei had been playing well before, against number 6 middle school and number 2 middle school, especially against number 2 middle school, where he played exceptionally well in the paint. However, yesterday against number 4 middle school, he was completely dominated by Chu Yin. He couldn't stop Chu Yin on the defensive end and didn't perform well on the offensive end either, which hurt him deeply and severely damaged his confidence. Qin Hao patted Wang Lei's arm and said, "You didn't play very well in yesterday's match, and it exposed some of your problems. But that match is over. What's important is moving forward and looking to the future." Since they were on the topic, Qin Hao didn't mince words. "Your strength is your excellent physical attributes. Your strength, jumping ability, and explosiveness are all comparable to Chu Yan's. You even have an advantage in speed. It's just that you lack experience, and your technique is a bit rough. In the past, when facing other inside players, either they were not as tall as you, or they were not as physically strong as you, so you always had the upper hand. But Chu Yin is taller than you, has excellent physical qualities, and his skills are far superior to yours, so you can only get beaten up." Listening, Wang Lei nodded repeatedly, then couldn't help but ask, "Then what should I do?" Qin Hao said, "From now on, hone your skills. Free throws, shooting, dribbling, passing, positioning, and even three-pointers." Wang Lei asked curiously, "You need to practice three-pointers too?" Because in the early 2000s, NBA centers didn't shoot three-pointers much, or almost none of them had the ability to shoot three-pointers. Influenced by the NBA, whether it was the CBA, Cuba, or high school players, they almost never required their centers to be able to shoot three-pointers. Some radicals even ban interior players from shooting three-pointers, believing it's a waste of their time and that interior players should focus on interior play, while shooting three-pointers is the job of perimeter players. Qin Hao was well aware that the future of basketball would change dramatically. When the NBA entered the small ball era, three-pointers would become increasingly important. At that time, not only guards and forwards, but even centers would need to be able to shoot three-pointers. It would be an era of decline for traditional centers. Some people feel sorry about this, but times are progressing and basketball is changing. Those who are stuck in the past and fail to adapt to the changing times will only be eliminated. In Qin Hao's memory, Wang Lei later grew to 205 centimeters. Because everyone's growth stage is different, it doesn't mean that Wang Lei is more than 10 centimeters taller than Qin Hao now, and he will be more than 10 centimeters taller than him when he grows up. With a height of 205 centimeters, Wang Lei is fine for playing in amateur games, but if he plays in a professional league, his height is actually a bit of a disadvantage when playing inside. Therefore, Qin Hao does not want Wang Lei to become a traditional center. Regardless of whether he continues to play inside or not, becoming more versatile would be beneficial for him. Wang Lei played in the second division for a while after graduating from university, but he gave up quickly because his skills were rough and he had little potential for growth. He couldn't even get into the team's regular rotation. Qin Hao recalled the scene with some regret. It's a bit of a pity that Wang Lei was so talented. Qin Hao and Wang Lei were the most talented players on the number 7 middle school team, but Qin Hao eventually became a professional player while Wang Lei failed to pursue a professional career, which is a great pity. Chapter 46, Gathering Military Intelligence. In fact, Qin Hao had wanted to talk to Wang Lei for a long time, but he hadn't found an opportunity. He figured that just saying it wouldn't have much effect, since that's how basketball is now. Inside players don't need to have good dribbling skills, nor do they need to break through or shoot three-pointers. With just a few words from him, Wang Lei probably wouldn't take it to heart. Now is a good opportunity. After yesterday's match, Wang Lei should have realized his shortcomings. Now he can listen to what Qin Hao says. If he can put it into action, after all, Wang Lei is only 15 years old and his character is not yet fully formed. He may become a different person in a few years. At that time, perhaps Wang Lei's life will be different. Qin Hao. Seeing Qin Hao suddenly lost in thought, Wang Lei called out. Oh. Qin Hao snapped out of his reverie and continued the previous topic. Yes, you need to practice three-pointers too. Maybe you think that as an inside player, you don't need to shoot threes, or even put in too much effort to practice ball handling and penetration. But I can tell you that you are wrong. After a pause, Qin Hao asked, do you like basketball? Wang Lei replied without hesitation, I like it. Have you ever thought about making basketball your profession and becoming a professional player? Huh. Wang Lei opened his mouth wide, dumbfounded. After a long while, he scratched his head, revealed a shy smile, and said, I've fantasized about it when I watched NBA games on TV, but that's just daydreaming and doesn't count. Becoming a professional player is too far away from me. Qin Hao laughed and said, if a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Becoming a professional player is indeed not easy, but with your physical talent, it's not impossible. You should feel lucky that you have such height and excellent athletic ability. Many people love basketball more than you, and even regard it as their life, but they don't have your innate conditions, so their love can only be love. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei wholeheartedly agreed. He truly loved basketball. Although he only started playing basketball at his father's request, he knew he loved it from the very first time he touched a basketball. Wang Lei, Qin Hao said, the NBA may be too far away, but there's the CBA. Even if you can't get into the CBA, there's the next level of professional league. With your talent, as long as you work hard, you might have a chance. But the premise is that you must make up for your weaknesses. Your skills are too rough and too one-dimensional, so you must work hard to make your skills more comprehensive and proficient. Besides, you're 191 centimeters tall now, and you can play center in high school leagues. But do you know how tall you can grow? 2 meters, or 2 meters and 1. What if you can only grow to 2 meters? If you really go to a professional league full of tall players, can you still play center? Don't confine yourself to the center position. You need to broaden your horizons and plan ahead. Besides, honing your skills, improving your abilities, and becoming more well-rounded and technically superior are never bad things, right? Qin Hao didn't tell Wang Lei that the basketball landscape would change and that the era of small ball would begin, because that was something for the future, and words alone wouldn't be enough to prove it. Even if he did tell Wang Lei, he might not believe him. Therefore, it would be better to start with Wang Lei himself, using his dreams as motivation and the idea of planning ahead as a reason to persuade him to change. After listening to Qin Hao's words, Wang Lei remained silent for a long time, his eyes flickering between light and shadow. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, Qin Hao, you're right. But isn't it a bit late for me to start training now? I mean, for the team, this weekend is the City League Finals. It's only been a few days. What can we possibly achieve in training? I still won't be able to help much then. Haha. Qin Hao laughed. It's not too late, not at all. The City League Finals are just around the corner, but who says there won't be any more matches after the City League Finals? As long as we win the City League Championship, we can represent the city in the Provincial League next year, and even the National Challenge. So it's definitely not too late for you to start training now. If you can get into the Provincial League, or even the National Challenge, you'll be able to make a difference. Wang Lei's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Okay, I'll listen to you. But you have to help me with my coaching. I don't dare to trouble the coach. This suits Wang Lei's shy personality. Qin Hao readily agreed. He had always felt sorry for Wang Lei, but back then, he didn't have the foresight to help him. He had only been at number 7 middle school for a year, so he couldn't care less about Wang Lei. Now that he had a chance to start over, he wanted to not only change his own future, but also help Wang Lei out. Of course, success depends on oneself. In the end, whether Wang Lei can change his fate depends mainly on himself. Qin Hao has done all he could. This conversation brought the two closer together, and Wang Lei grabbed Qin Hao, wanting him to teach him. Qin Hao readily agreed. He wasn't worried about misleading anyone. With Qin Hao's skill level, he was more than capable of guiding Wang Lei. Start with dribbling. First, pay attention to your movements. Standard movements are a good start. Your ball sense isn't good. You need to work on it. Play with the ball whenever you have free time. Hey, your movements are too stiff. Playing ball requires skill. Do you think brute force is enough? I suggest you try yoga. I heard it works. What is yoga? Never mind. We'll talk about this later. The two were practicing when Fu Chang and Zhao Hai ran back. The two men were panting heavily and looked disheveled. Qin Hao couldn't help but wonder where they had gone. Had they skipped class to play games online? Come here. Guo Kai roared, summoning Fu Chang and Zhao Hai to his side. Where have you two been? Don't you know you're supposed to be training? Huff, huff, Fu Chang said, panting heavily. We knew. That's why we rushed back. Exactly, Zhao Hai added. Besides, the time we've wasted is for the team. Guo Kai didn't believe it and scoffed. For the team? Then tell me, what have you all been doing? How is this for the team? Catching his breath, Fu Chang and Zhao Hai exchanged a glance, and Fu Chang said, Captain, we went to number 3 middle school and sneaked into their basketball gym to watch their training. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Yes, Zhao Hai quickly interjected. We were spying for the team, and we almost got caught by the people from number 3 middle school. Puff. Jiang Shui was drinking water when she suddenly spat it out. She quickly covered her face, not wanting others to see her less than Leda-like appearance. Guo Kai's face darkened. Looking at Fu Chang and then at Zhao Hai, Qin Hao was both amused and exasperated. Holy crap, what kind of crazy operation is this? Spying on military intelligence? Did you two wander onto the wrong set? You should be acting in a spy drama. Oh, and we almost got caught by the people from number 3 middle school. Chapter 47, The Giant 3rd Middle School. Number 3 middle school is a behemoth in Yuyang City. Last year, they defeated number 4 middle school to win the city championship. This year, they have swept all the way from the first round to the finals. They can be described as unstoppable, winning by more than 10 or even 20 points in almost every game. No matter which team they face, they always win by a large margin. Of course, like other schools, number 3 middle school had some changes in its roster due to the graduation of its senior students. Also, since the City League matches were all held on the weekend and on the same day in different stadiums, players, unless they were already eliminated, such as was Xiaojun from number 6 middle school, would not be able to watch other teams' matches. Since number 7 middle school couldn't watch number 3 middle school's matches, their understanding of number 3 middle school was still based on last year's data, which is why Fu Chang and Zhao Hai thought of going to spy on the situation. Although their actions were indeed a bit flashy, their intentions were genuinely for the team. Guo Kai glared at the two of them and asked, How strong is number 3 middle school? Hey! Fu Chang's spirits lifted, and he was about to speak when he suddenly became depressed again, replying with a bitter face. Just one word, strong. Very strong, Zhao Hai added. Qin Hao was not surprised by this. He had led number 7 middle school all the way to the finals, where they faced number 3 middle school. He had played against number 3 middle school before, so he was very clear about their strength. In that final match, number 7 middle school won, but the victory was somewhat fortunate. During the third quarter, number 3 middle school's star player, Tu Lei, twisted his ankle while attempting a layup and had to leave the game. With number 3 without their star player, and Qin Hao's explosive performance on number 7's side, number 7 narrowly defeated number 3. That game was Qin Hao's best performance since joining number 7 middle school, which solidified his position on the number 7 middle school basketball team and led him to become the school's ace. But if Tu Lei hadn't been injured, the outcome might have been different. Of course, number 3 middle school is strong. Tu Lei's strength is definitely among the top in Yuyang, and even in the whole province, he would probably rank in the top 10. Qin Hao thought to himself. Moreover, number 3 middle school is not only strong because of Tu Lei. They are a very strong team as a whole, with all positions being very balanced and almost no weaknesses. The fact that it has almost no weaknesses is enough to demonstrate the strength of number 3 middle school. Keep in mind that this is a high school league. As a group of high school players, they are certainly not mature enough and their talent is limited. Many schools even put together a 12-man roster, and the players' abilities vary greatly. Even a strong team like number 4 high school has its weaknesses. For example, their outside shooting is much weaker than their twin towers inside. Otherwise, number 7 high school might not have one. However, number 3 middle school has almost no weaknesses. Whether it is the outside or the inside, the strength is very strong, which is very rare among high school teams. Furthermore, thanks to the balanced performance of players in all positions, many tactics can be executed effectively, resulting in a high level of technical and tactical skill. Therefore, even though number 7 middle school has a strong lineup now, Qin Hao does not dare to be careless in the final. Just as Fu Chang and Zhao Hai said, number 3 middle school is strong, very strong. How exactly will it be strengthened? Guokai asked, frowning. Fu Chang and Zhao Hai took turns recounting what they had seen, and it didn't differ much from Qin Hao's memory. Upon hearing this, Guokai's expression changed. The group of number 7 middle school players had already gathered around and heard what Fu Chang and Zhao Hai had to say. Their hearts sank, and they gained a new understanding of the strength of number 3 middle school. Judging from this, number 3 middle school is probably even stronger than last year. Yes, Tule was only a junior in high school last year, and he's a senior this year. In a year, he certainly couldn't have made no progress. Moreover, in a year, the teamwork among the players at number 3 high school will definitely be better. They were already a team with a high level of technical and tactical skills. As the players' teamwork improves, their coordination becomes better, and their overall strength naturally becomes stronger. This final will be tough. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, all feeling immense pressure. At this moment, Jiang Fangping's voice suddenly rang out. What are you afraid of? They're just the defending champions, aren't they? Number 3 middle school is indeed very strong, but we're not weak either. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Qin Hao and Jiang Feng. Don't boost others' morale and diminish our own. After 3 rounds of competition, we defeated number 6 middle school and number 4 middle school. We don't need to belittle ourselves. We should have the confidence that we are invincible. Right. The competition hasn't even started yet. So what if it's number 3 middle school? Let's just do it. Encouraged, the crowd roared in unison. Jiang Fangping nodded and gave everyone a detailed introduction to the situation at number 3 middle school. He had his own channels to learn about this information, and although it wasn't particularly detailed, it was roughly the same as what Qin Hao remembered, with no major discrepancies. What comforted Qin Hao was that nothing unexpected happened this time, the butterfly effect, unlike the situation at number 4 middle school where Lu was added. The lineup of number 3 middle school was the same as he remembered. All right, let's continue training. Jiang Fangping waved his hand after saying that, signaling everyone to continue training, while he sat down on the sidelines. Coach, are you thirsty? Jiang Shui asked, holding a bottle of water. Would you like some water? I'm not thirsty. Jiang Fangping shook his head, looked at the players on the field, and suddenly asked, Jiang Shui, what do you think about starting Qin Hao? Jiang Shui was taken aback and couldn't help but look at Qin Hao, saying, Coach, didn't you say you weren't in a hurry to put him in the starting lineup and planned to give him more experience? Jiang Fangping laughed and said, Times have changed. Back then, I didn't expect Qin Hao to improve so quickly. In just 2 months, his progress even surpassed that of others in a year. I originally planned to hone his skills a bit more, but now I think he already has the ability to do so. Jiang Fangping had 2 considerations. First, Qin Hao's strength, and second, Qin Hao was only a first-year high school student and probably not mature enough yet. However, after 2 months, he changed his mind. Qin Hao's strength has improved rapidly, almost by leaps and bounds, and he has already surpassed Zhao Xuebing. Moreover, his maturity has far exceeded Jiang Fangping's expectations. Qin Hao's performance against number 6 middle school and yesterday against number 4 middle school is enough to prove this point. Jiang Shui thought for a moment and said, Qin Hao is good enough, but coach, the finals are just around the corner. Would it be inappropriate to change the starting guard at this time? No, Jiang Fangping said. It's precisely because the finals are coming up that I want Qin Hao to start. Number 3 Middle School is a very cohesive team, and our technical and tactical level is much lower than theirs. To make up for this, we need an excellent playmaker, and Qin Hao is far better than Zhao Xuebing in terms of playmaking. Okay, Jiang Shui understood. In fact, Jiang Fangping didn't really want to ask Jiang Shui's opinion. He was just hesitant and wanted to talk to someone about it. Jiang Fangping didn't continue the topic after that. He had already made a decision. Chapter 48 City League Finals. Afternoon training ends. There is still evening self-study. When Qin Hao returned to the classroom, he saw the chubby boy hunched over his desk, writing something. He would occasionally pause to think, looking very serious. Qin Hao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Fatty, what are you writing?" "No, it's nothing." The chubby boy quickly covered his mouth. This made Qin Hao even more curious. He pulled the chubby boy's hand away, revealing a piece of letter paper. Qin Hao asked in surprise, "Writing a letter? Why are you covering it up? I thought it was something else." The chubby boy blushed and said shyly, "Actually, I was replying to your letter. This morning I told you that several girls from other classes wrote to you, and you said I should handle it myself. I felt it would be impolite not to reply, so—" Holy crap! Qin Hao almost jumped up. Is this some kind of politeness issue? Didn't you say it was a love letter? What's the meaning of replying to it? Seeing Qin Hao's reaction, the chubby boy immediately became nervous and stammered. Didn't you say I should handle it myself?" As he spoke, to Qin Hao's astonishment, he took out a few more letters from the drawer. "Just these few. They're all here." A few more. Qin Hao was speechless and couldn't help but complain. "Not bad, Fatty. I didn't realize you had the heart to be a playboy." "Neptune?" The chubby boy looked completely bewildered. Qin Hao's lips twitched. He patted the chubby boy's shoulder and waved his hand, saying, "Fine, whatever. With your round body, you probably have no chance of becoming a sea king, a womanizer. Try your best. It wouldn't be bad if you could become a fish pond owner, a man who manages a fish pond." After saying that, Qin Hao added in his mind, "It's just a pity that even becoming a fish pond owner is probably a long shot. I remember this kid ended up becoming a simp." Seeing the chubby boy, who looked confused but quickly got back into his work, Qin Hao silently mourned for the kid for 3 seconds. Qin Hao simply forgot to ask one more question, so he didn't know that the little fat boy's replies to the love letters were all signed with his name. Before we knew it, it was the weekend. Although today is the day of the City League Finals, Qin Hao did not skip his morning training and even practiced for an extra 15 minutes. Ever since realizing his body was somewhat different from others, Qin Hao began to find ways to test his current physical condition, recording the healing process and time of bruises and the wound on his brow bone, and gradually increasing his training volume to see if there was a limit to his body's recovery ability. After a few days, Qin Hao had gained some understanding. The bruises on my body healed the fastest, almost completely, in just 2 days. The wound on my brow bone took a little longer, but it still only took 3 days. In addition, he used to train for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening, and he trained at school in the afternoon. Because he had to go to school, his time was tight, and he could only train for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. He couldn't add more time. Now that he has to take a test, he can only increase the intensity. Qin Hao first increased the intensity of his morning and evening training by a quarter, and found that his body could still handle it, and he was full of energy again after a night's sleep. Then he increased it to 1/3, and only then did he feel a little strained. Firstly, he was only 15 years old and still growing. And secondly, the training intensity was too high and the consumption was too great. It was difficult to fully recover in just one night. In fact, Qin Hao's training volume was already very high, much higher than that of other team members. In addition, he wears lead weights almost all day long, so his overall training intensity is at least 2 or 3 times that of others. Now, with an additional third of that, even adults wouldn't be doing this much. Therefore, Qin Hao decided to increase the training volume by a quarter for the time being, and planned to gradually increase the training volume later when his body grew a bit more, so that there would be an adaptation process and there wouldn't be any major problems. Huff! Qin Hao stopped, packed his things, and went home. At 3 p.m., Qin Hao arrived at the school and met up with his teammates. Together, they headed to number 2 middle school to prepare for the City League Finals, which would also be played at number 2 middle school. At the same time, many students rushed to number 2 middle school, and the entire school gate became lively. Many students poured into the basketball court, and even some adults. To ensure safety, the number 2 middle school has increased the number of security guards. All students entering the school must show their student ID, while adults must show their ID card and register. TSK, so many people have come to watch the game. Old Lou, the gatekeeper, clicked his tongue as he held the registration book. There are dozens of adults among them. I don't know how these people have so much free time. Maybe this is a student's parent. Another security guard, old son, said with a smile. Besides, can't adults like basketball? My son likes basketball. Although I don't understand what's so great about basketball. Everyone has their own hobbies, right? Hee, that's true. Old Lou laughed as well. When the number 7 middle school basketball team's bus arrived at number 2 middle school, the basketball gym was already packed with people, almost 1,000. Most of them were students from number 7 middle school and number 3 middle school, followed by students from number 2 middle school, and the rest were students from other schools, as well as adults who came to watch the spectacle. The players from number 7 middle school have arrived. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the audience. As the players from number 7 middle school entered the field one after another, they were greeted with loud cheers from the students. Some girls shouted Jiang Feng's name, clearly showing their infatuation with him. Several girls stared at Qin Hao with shy expressions, while the chubby Peng Jun looked at them with a somewhat lewd smile. These are all fish, he raised in Qin Hao's name. The players from number 7 middle school came onto the field and began warming up. Soon after, the players from number 3 middle school arrived, led by their star player Tu Lei. The group walked in with an imposing presence. Qin Hao's gaze swept over the players of number 3 middle school, finally settling on Tu Lei. You only played 3 quarters in that match before you got injured. You must have been very unwilling to accept the loss back then, right? I hope you won't get injured again this time, so we can have a fair match. At the same time, Tu Lei sensed Qin Hao's gaze and looked at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Qin Hao, a freshman at number 7 middle school, played a crucial role in the games against number 6 and number 4 middle schools. Tu Lei recalled the coach's introduction and evaluation of Qin Hao. Although this player is not very tall, he is very fast, and his breakthroughs are very sharp. Jiang Fangping was able to obtain some information about number 3 middle school, and the coaches of number 3 middle school could naturally obtain information about number 7 middle school as well, so they could introduce it to their players in advance and make some arrangements. So even though this was the first time Tu Lei had met Qin Hao, he recognized him at a glance, and Qin Hao's gaze gave him a dangerous aura. Chapter 49 Only victory allowed, no defeat. After warming up, both teams returned to the sidelines. On the number 7 middle school side, Jiang Fangping looked serious as he selected his players. Guokai, Wang Lei, Jiang Feng, Wang Qingyu, and Qin Hao. You guys will be the starters. Me? Wang Lei was stunned, incredulous. Because his performance in the last game was terrible, scoring only 6 points and 4 rebounds, less than half of his usual stats, he didn't expect the coach to start him again in this game. Oh, me too. Wang Qingyu was also surprised. Although Qin Hao was a little surprised, he was mature after all. He glanced at the 3rd middle school and quickly understood the coach's intention. He replied loudly, "Yes, coach." Jiang Fangping nodded to Qin Hao, ignoring Wang Qingyu, and looked at Wang Lei, deliberately putting on a stern face. What? You don't want to? Wang Lei was startled and jumped up, waving his hands hurriedly. No. I'm willing. Actually, starting Wang Lei was a decision made by Jiang Fangping after careful consideration. Wang Lei didn't play well in the last game, but that was because the opponent was too strong. Facing the Twin Towers of number 4 middle school, not only did he not play well, but even Captain Guokai didn't perform well. Moreover, he saw Wang Lei diligently practicing free throws, shooting, and dribbling these past few days, actively making up for his weaknesses, which made him very pleased. Of course, the reason why Wang Lei was started was not only because of these factors, but also because of the team's interior defense. The inside players of number 3 middle school are Hu Jixuan and Zheng Qingdong. Hu Jixuan is 193 centimeters tall and plays center. His physical attributes are not particularly outstanding. His skills under the basket are average. His advantages are excellent awareness, good rim protection, and outstanding rebounding ability. The other players from number 7 middle school are not bad against Hu Jixuan, but they will be at a disadvantage in rebounding and are mostly no match for him. Only Wang Lei, who is 191 centimeters tall, is slightly shorter than Hu Jixuan, but has better jumping ability and explosiveness than Hu Jixuan, making him more suitable than others to compete with Hu Jixuan for rebounds. The reason why number 3 middle school has a high level of skill and tactics is not only due to its balanced lineup and good teamwork, but also because each player has a specific role and clear task. Although this may seem like one-on-one play, for example, Hu Jixuan's task is not to score, but to protect the rim and grab rebounds. But it is precisely because everyone does only one thing and fulfills their respective duties that the teamwork in the 3rd middle school is exceptionally smooth and their tactical and technical level is so high. Therefore, Jiang Fangping made adjustments to the starting lineup based on the characteristics of number 3 middle school. He not only promoted Qin Hao to the starting lineup, but also let Wang Lei continue to play in the starting lineup. As for letting Wang Qingyu start, there were reasons for that as well. Although number 3 middle school is strong, we are not weak either. We've made it to the finals, so what's there to worry about? Just like you said, let's do it. Jiang Fangping encouraged everyone, then spread out the tactical board. Wang Lei, you are responsible for guarding Hu Jixuan. His strength is his excellent rebounding ability, so your task is to compete with him for rebounds. As long as you out-rebound Hu Jixuan, you will have completed your mission. Wang Lei's eyes lit up. He wasn't very confident about other things yet, but he could grab rebounds, especially since his opponent was only 193 centimeters tall. Jiang Fangping added, Guokai, you're in charge of Zheng Chengdong. Actually, his characteristics are a bit like yours. You don't necessarily have to defend against him. It's okay if he scores. As long as you can retaliate and take it back, that's fine. Guokai nodded, indicating that he understood. Jiang Feng, you're in charge of Qin Shen. Stick close to him when you're defending him. His 3-pointers are very accurate. Jiang Fangping continued. Wang Qingyu, you're in charge of defending Tu Lei. I don't need to elaborate on Tu Lei's abilities, but you must do your best to contain him, understand? Understood. Wang Qingyu gave a wry smile. Tu Lei from number 3 middle school is one of the top high school basketball players in Yuyang City. He has an exceptional scoring ability and once scored 43 points in a single game. Wang Qingyu felt immense pressure when facing him. In fact, Jiang Fangping knew that Wang Qingyu probably couldn't defend Tu Lei, but defending Tu Lei would definitely be a physically demanding task, requiring a lot of energy. That's why he didn't start Yuan Xiaojiang or assign Jiang Feng to defend Tu Lei, but instead used Wang Qingyu. If Jiang Feng or Yuan Xiaojiang were to defend Tu Lei, it would inevitably be extremely taxing, as they would focus too much energy on defense. What would they do on the offensive end then? Jiang Feng and Yuan Xiaojiang are both scorers. While Wang Qingyu's scoring ability is inferior to Jiang Feng and Yuan Xiaojiang, he has good physical attributes and decent defense, so we decided to let him deal with Tu Lei. Finally, Jiang Fangping looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, your task is to organize the attack. The opponent is a team with a high level of technical and tactical skill. If we cannot play a smooth and organized attack, we will most likely fall behind. The situation on the field can change in an instant. You can act according to the situation. I believe in you. Yes, Qin Hao said solemnly, don't worry. Jiang Fangping then gave a few more instructions, clapped his hands, and said, the championship is only one step away from us. We must go all out in today's match. We can only win. We cannot afford to lose. Yes. 7th middle school will surely win. The crowd roared. Not far away is the rest area of number 3 middle school. A group of number 3 middle school players surrounded Coach Jiang Yang, who said in a deep voice, Hu Jixuan, Zheng Qingdong, Chun Shun, Tu Lei, Meng Hao, you guys will still be in the starting lineup. This is not surprising. Number 3 middle school is different from number 7 middle school. Number 3 middle school emphasizes teamwork and has a fixed lineup and tactical system. It is impossible to change the starting lineup at will, as that would only disrupt the tactical system of the starting lineup. With a balanced lineup across all 3 positions, This starting 11 can handle any team, and there's no need for any adjustments. That's why Jiang Fangping made such detailed arrangements. The strength of number 7 middle school should not be underestimated, so don't let your guard down. Jiang Yang reminded them first, then spread out his tactics board. Although we don't know what starting lineup number 7 middle school will field, it doesn't matter. We will stick to our own strategy and just need to play our own offense well and defend well. Of course, we also need to be careful. Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing, Qin Hao, and Guokai are all very strong, so we must be cautious. Jiang Yang then made some arrangements, namely how to defend against these players. Since it was uncertain which starting lineup number 7 middle school would send out, he only gave some pointers. After everything was arranged, Jiang Yang raised his voice and said, "Remember, we are the defending champions, and we have only one goal, to win the championship." "Yes, coach. Win the championship," the players from the 3rd middle school shouted in unison. For the giant number 3 middle school, the previous 3 rounds of matches were just warm-ups. Today's match is the main course, and it's time for them to go all out. The defending champion, of course, wants to successfully defend their title. Chapter 50 Teasing. Beep. The match began, and the players from both sides took to the field. The audience was surprised to see the starting lineup sent by number 7 middle school. Tu Lei and others were also somewhat surprised, not expecting such a big change. Not only were Wang Lei and Qin Hao promoted to the starting lineup, but Wang Qingyu was also in the starting lineup. Yuan Xiaojing, who was known as the number 7 middle school's top scorer, became a substitute. Tu Lei is not only physically excellent and technically proficient, but also has considerable experience in basketball IQ. After thinking for a moment, he understood and turned to his teammates to instruct them. 7th middle school sent Wang Lei up to grab rebounds. He will most likely be matched up against Jishuan. He has good jumping ability and explosiveness, so you need to pay attention to positioning. Hu Jishuan nodded. Meng Hao, Tu Lei continued. Qin Hao's strengths are speed and sharp breakthroughs. In the semi-finals between number 7 middle school and number 4 middle school, it is said that it was his sharp breakthroughs that took down number 4 middle school's 2 towers, which allowed number 7 middle school to defeat number 4 middle school. You need to be careful when defending against him, and watch out for his breakthroughs. Don't worry, Meng Hao replied with a smile. In fact, Meng Hao, like Qin Hao, is known for his speed and sharp breakthroughs, so he wasn't too worried about facing Qin Hao. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to it. After giving his instructions, Tu Lei looked at Wang Qingyu, a cold smile playing on his lips. Trying to use Wang Qingyu to wear me down? How naive of him. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and Wang Lei and Hu Jishuan jumped almost simultaneously, but Wang Lei had better explosiveness and faster spring speed, touching the ball first and tipping it to the backcourt. Qin Hao caught the ball and saw that number 3 middle school had already completed their defensive retreat, so he wasn't in a hurry. Upon arriving at the front court, just as the coach had predicted, Wang Lei was matched up against Hu Jishuan, Guokai against Zheng Qingdong, Jiang Feng against Chen Shun, Tu Lei against Wang Qingyu, while Meng Hao stood in front of him, looking at him with a cold smile and provocatively saying, "I heard your breakthroughs are very sharp, and so am I. Want to have a match?" Qin Hao scoffed and replied, "Let's not compete. You're no match for me." Meng Hao sneered, "We'll only know who's stronger after the competition. I understand now, are you scared?" Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh at this childish and crude flirting tactic. Meng Hao's little scheme naturally couldn't be hidden from him. He just wanted to provoke him and make him break through, which was exactly what Meng Hao wanted. After 3 rounds of competition, number 3 middle school must have known about Qin Hao's sharp breakthroughs and had definitely made preparations to deal with him. Even if he could get past Meng Hao, there were still other players from number 3 middle school behind him. If Qin Hao was provoked by Meng Hao and started shooting right away, he would definitely not have a good outcome. If it were someone else, they might actually fall for it. Unfortunately, Qin Hao was far more experienced than Meng Hao, whose tricks were no match for him. Since he was going to provoke him, Qin Hao decided to provoke him back, and with a disdainful smile, said, "Yeah, I'm afraid you can't handle losing. What if you start crying later?" "You?" Meng Hao felt a little angry. Qin Hao ignored him completely, not even glancing at him. He asked for a screen, and Wang Lei came up. Qin Hao took the opportunity to shake off Meng Hao, moved to the right, and then gave Jiang Feng a hand signal. During the past 2 months of training at number 7 middle school, Qin Hao often teamed up with Jiang Feng and Wang Lei for intra-team scrimmages. All three were freshmen and had already developed some tacit understanding after the school team selection competition. After 2 months, their level of understanding far surpassed that of others. Seeing Qin Hao's gesture, Wang Lei and Jiang Feng knew what to do. When Qin Hao moves to the right, Wang Lei begins to cut inside, which is the roll in a pick and roll. The term pick and roll actually has 2 meanings. One is pick, and the other is roll. A screen, needless to say, means the center moves to the baseline and sets a screen for the guard, blocking the defender so the guard can get away. A roll, on the other hand, means that after setting a screen, the center shouldn't stand still but immediately cut to the basket. The center mentioned that a pick and roll at the top of the court would create a situation. For example, right now, Wang Lei's pick and roll not only screened Meng Hao, but because Meng Hao was screened, someone from the third team had to rush towards Qin Hao. Now it's Hu Jixuan who's going up. He has to delay Qin Hao, otherwise Qin Hao could score directly. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was bypassing Wang Lei and chasing Qin Hao, which meant that both Meng Hao and Hu Jixuan's attention was on Qin Hao, giving Wang Lei a scoring opportunity when he cut inside. However, this was just a simple pick and roll tactic. Given the technical and tactical level of number 3 middle school, they would not let number 7 middle school succeed so easily. When Wang Lei cut to the inside, someone had already collapsed to the basket to block in front of Wang Lei. Even if Qin Hao passed the ball to Wang Lei did not have a direct scoring opportunity. The defense at number 3 middle school is indeed very tight, Qin Hao thought to himself. He flicked the ball, but instead of passing it to Wang Lei, he passed it to the 3-point line at the top of the arc. As Qin Hao moved to the right, Wang Lei cut inside, completely exposing the defender at the top of the arc to a blank space. Jiang Feng then made a reverse run, shaking off Chen Shun who was sticking to him, and quickly ran to the 3-point line at the top of the arc. When the person arrives, the ball arrives. Jiang Feng raised the ball, and Chen Shun, who was chasing behind, became anxious and instinctively lunged at Jiang Feng, trying to stop him from shooting a 3-pointer. But Jiang Feng was prepared and did not shoot immediately. Instead, he made a shooting fake, and only after Chen Shun was shaken off did he jump and shoot. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the 3-pointer went in. Nice shot. The students from number 7 middle school in the audience shouted excitedly. In a secluded corner, Chu Yin, Zhou Xiaojun, and Lu sat together. They were all considered defeated opponents of number 7 middle school and came from 2 different schools. Not wanting to attract too much attention, they deliberately chose an inconspicuous corner. However, Chu Yin and Lu's height still drew the attention of some people. Fortunately, all 3 were wearing baseball caps with the brims pulled low, and the person who noticed them was unfamiliar with them and did not recognize them. Wow, I didn't expect number 7 middle school to have such tactical coordination. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he praised. That was a beautifully executed teamwork. Lu nodded. Zhou Xiaojun chuckled and said, now you know I wasn't lying, right? Jiang Feng's scoring ability is really strong. As for Qin Hao, to be honest, I always feel like he's a bit unpredictable. Let's not talk about the game against us, but I also watched the game against you guys, and his breakthroughs were indeed very sharp. But looking at that play just now, it's clear that Qin Hao not only has breakthroughs, but his playmaking ability is also quite good. Chu Yin and Lu Qi nodded in unison, unable to suppress a wry smile. If it weren't for Qin Hao, they might not have lost to number 7 middle school in the semifinals. We lost this year, but there's always next year, Chu Yin thought fiercely. Next year, not only will Lu Yi and I be here, but Xiao Jun will also transfer to our 4th middle school, further strengthening our outside shooting. We definitely won't lose to 7th middle school again. However, when he thought of Qin Hao's words, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. He couldn't help but frown. What did he mean by that? Chapter 51 You fucking tricked me. On the field, number 7 middle school took the first point, securing 3 points. On the third counterattack, Meng Hao advanced the ball to the front court and saw Qin Hao coming towards him. Because Qin Hao had deliberately provoked him earlier, And he also wanted to test Qin Hao's abilities. He didn't ask for a screen and went straight for a one-on-one against Qin Hao. He used a series of crossover steps, then suddenly changed direction and accelerated, breaking through from the left side. Qin Hao moved quickly and took the lead in positioning himself. The reaction is indeed very fast. Meng Hao thought to himself, quickly retreating and changing direction again, breaking through from the right side, and only then did his speed fully burst out. Meng Hao is known for his speed. His previous maneuvers were just to confuse Qin Hao and did not unleash his true speed. Only now is he truly unleashing his full potential. As expected, Qin Hao was not surprised at all. Meng Hao was just as he remembered. He was very fast, especially his first step, which was very fast, so his breakthrough was very sharp. When the two fought before, Qin Hao had the upper hand, but he did not completely overpower Meng Hao. However, now Qin Hao could see Meng Hao's weakness at a glance. He was too flashy and made a lot of unnecessary moves, which actually affected his speed advantage. Of course, Qin Hao's advantage lies in his adult soul, his incredibly seasoned experience and awareness, which allows him to see through Meng Hao's flashy moves at a glance. In front of him, Meng Hao's maneuvers were a complete waste of his energy and actually slowed him down. It would have been far more effective to be simple and direct. However, if it were someone else, they would easily be fooled by Meng Hao's fancy dribbling. Once fooled, Meng Hao's speed would suddenly explode, often resulting in a quick breakthrough. Because of this, Meng Hao had previously encountered opponents of similar age who lacked experience and couldn't see through his feints. This made Meng Hao think that his fancy dribbling, combined with his speed, was the best combination, and his repeated successes in getting past defenders were the best proof of that. Unfortunately, you've run into me. Qin Hao had already seen through Meng Hao's intentions. He held back some of his strength and immediately took a half step back while moving to the left. Meng Hao was taken aback. It actually blocked it. He thought he could easily get past Qin Hao, but unexpectedly, Qin Hao blocked his way. Meng Hao glanced at Qin Hao and reluctantly passed the ball out, but he had already wasted a lot of attack time. When the ball reached Tu Lei had no more options but to go one-on-one. Tu Lei first took a probing step, and Wang Qingyu raised his hand and subconsciously retreated. Then Tu Lei broke through in the opposite direction. Wang Qingyu was caught off guard and had no time to adjust, so he could only watch Tu Lei pass by him. In front, Wang Lei and Guo Kai simultaneously retreated to the inside. But Tu Lei didn't attack the basket. After getting past Wang Lei, he made a sudden stop and jump shot. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball accurately pierced the net, and it was a buzzer beater. TSK Tisk. Zhou Xiaojun exclaimed, "This guy's skills are too comprehensive, and he has too many ways to score. I'm afraid Wang Qingyu won't be able to defend against him. They definitely can't stop him. The two are not in the same league," Chu Yin said, shaking his head. However, the coach of number 7 middle school never expected Wang Qingyu to be able to stop Tu Lei. That's true. Zhou Xiaojun nodded. Lu looked a little confused and looked at Chu Yin with a puzzled expression. "Eating so much, why do you only gain weight and not brain?" Chu Yin rolled her eyes at Lu Yi with disdain, but still explained it to him. Meanwhile, on the field, Qin Hao came to the front court. This time, Qin Hao still did not break through, because his primary task today was to organize the attack. First, they set a screen. Wang Lei and Zhang Feng moved at the same time, but this time the third middle school was on guard and didn't give Zhang Feng a chance to shoot a three-pointer. Zhang Feng could only pass the ball out to Guo Kai. Qin Hao moved to the three-point line and set up Guo Kai for a one-on-one. Meng Hao, sticking close to Qin Hao, sneered, "Why don't you just drive to the basket? You're so timid." "Here we go again." Qin Hao chuckled and replied, "I won't." Meng Hao, bang. With a muffled thud, Guo Kai's one-on-one attempt was met with help defense, and he failed to score. Wang Lei and Hu Zhishuan fought for the rebound, but Hu Zhishuan's positioning was excellent, leaving Wang Lei helpless. Hu Zhishuan grabbed the rebound, glanced at Wang Lei, and thought to himself, "What's the use of being able to jump? Rebounding isn't about jumping high, it's about skill." Three-pronged attack. Meng Hao arrived at the front, and Qin Hao stepped forward with a smug look on his face, teasing Meng Hao. "Come on, I'll give you another chance. Try to break through. If you can get past me, you can take my surname." You said it yourself, Meng Hao said instinctively, then realized what he meant and flew into a rage. You fucking tricked me. Isn't it obvious? You only just realized it. Qin Hao spread his hands. Still a teenager, Meng Hao couldn't resist such provocation and stimulation. He went all out, lowered his center of gravity, and unleashed a flurry of powerful moves. The basketball bounced back and forth in his hands, looking extremely cool and drawing cheers from the audience. Qin Hao stood there, motionless, without even extending a hand. This gave Meng Hao a sense of frustration. Could it be that his actions weren't deceptive enough? Why wasn't this guy falling for it? He felt a pang of guilt, knowing that he still had to rely on speed. He immediately changed direction and accelerated, trying to get past Qin Hao. Whoosh! Meng Hao rushed past Qin Hao, but he still had a feeling of unreality in his heart. How could it be so easy? The next moment, Meng Hao understood, because there were two big guys in front of him, Wang Lei and Guo Kai, and Qin Hao also caught up from behind, the three of them forming a pincer attack. Oh no, we're surrounded. Meng Hao was alarmed. He wanted to pass the ball out, but Qin Hao and the other two surrounded him tightly, blocking the passing route. It would be easy for him to be intercepted if he passed the ball at this time. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and force a shot, but there were two huge mountains in front of him, blocking out the sun. Bang! That shot definitely missed. It's a pity, I almost blocked it. Wang Lei was a little disappointed. Fortunately, Meng Hao also missed. He grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Hao. Jiang Yang, the coach of number 3 middle school, snorted with a dark face on the sidelines. Although he could not hear what Meng Hao and Qin Hao were saying, he saw the whole process clearly and guessed that Meng Hao had probably provoked him. But this is even more unforgivable. You are a senior high school player who has played point guard for so long. Don't you know that the most important thing on the court is to stay calm? It's really inappropriate to lose your composure after being provoked by a few words from a freshman in high school. Tu Lei frowned as he retreated to defend, not understanding Meng Hao's two offensive choices. We are a team that emphasizes teamwork. Why are you breaking through as soon as you get to the front court? Meng Hao, what are you doing? Tu Lei shouted. You're a point guard. Don't just dribble and shoot one-on-one. Pass the ball. Oh. Reminded by this, Meng Hao calmed down, his face turning red with embarrassment. He had originally wanted to tease Qin Hao, since Qin Hao was only a first-year high school student and usually impulsive, but in the end, he was the one who lost his composure after being teased by the other's few words. Chapter 52 Breakthrough Point. They arrived at number 7 middle school. Qin Hao looked at Meng Hao and saw that Meng Hao seemed to have calmed down. He couldn't help but feel a little sorry, but it wasn't too surprising. Number 3 middle school was a system-based team. Like the San Antonio Spurs in the NBA, players on such teams rarely act impulsively because the first thing the coach always requires is to stay calm. Only by staying calm can players execute good tactical plays. Meng Hao was also watching Qin Hao. Having suffered a loss, he didn't dare to provoke Qin Hao anymore, but he couldn't help feeling annoyed. Humph, you don't even dare to lunge? I don't believe you're really that strong. The defense at number 3 middle school is very rigorous, and their tactical execution is very high. This is reflected not only in their offense, but also in their defense, where they do a great job in dealing with pick and rolls and other situations. The ball was passed around 2 or 3 times by number 7 middle school, but they still couldn't find an opportunity. Qin Hao shook his head, signaling everyone to spread out and let Zhang Feng play one-on-one. Zhang Feng held the ball, standing outside the three-point line. In front of him was Chun Shun from number 3 middle school, who had his arms outstretched and his eyes fixed on Jiang Feng's shoulder. Jiang Feng suddenly took a probing step, and his shoulder swayed accordingly. The left side. Chun Shun's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously moved his feet. The next moment, Chun Shun realized he had been tricked. Jiang Feng didn't break through from the left, but from the right. He slammed the ball onto the floor and accelerated. His speed was quite fast, although not as fast as Qin Hao's, but still amazing for his 190 centimeters height. With a whoosh, Jiang Feng blew past Chun Shun, but the inside players of number 3 middle school immediately responded by tightening their defense and moving forward to delay the attack. Jiang Feng didn't stop. He charged towards the defender and only stopped when he was about to collide with him. He grabbed the ball, jumped to the side, avoided the defender, and sent the basketball toward the basket with his right hand. Whoosh! A layup went in. Tu Lei looked at Jiang Feng, his pupils shrinking. The two sides then traded baskets, and half the quarter quickly passed. Under Qin Hao's organization and with Jiang Feng's outstanding performance, number 7 middle school scored a total of 12 points. Number 3 middle school, relying on teamwork and Tu Lei's performance, scored 14 points, leading number 7 middle school by 2 points. On the field, Tu Lei received the ball and made a breakthrough to the right. Wang Qingyu subconsciously moved to the left, but Tu Lei immediately stepped back and pulled the ball back to the three-point line. Oh no, they're going to shoot a three-pointer. Wang Qingyu exclaimed in alarm, lunging forward. However, at that moment, Tu Lei lowered his center of gravity and started again, breaking past Wang Qingyu in one step. Wang Qingyu was completely bypassed, and when he landed and turned his head, he saw Tu Lei make a layup. The score was 16-12. Beep. Zhang Fangping requested a pause. Once the players were on the sidelines, Zhang Fangping clapped his hands and spread out his tactical board. The overall strength of number 3 middle school is indeed very strong. Their defense is very rigorous, and there's also Tu Lei. Upon hearing Tu Lei's name, Wang Qingyu could only manage a helpless, bitter smile. He truly couldn't defend against Tu Lei. Zhang Fangping glanced at him and said, "I'm not blaming you. It's okay if you couldn't defend. Tu Lei is indeed very strong. Just do your best." After saying that, Zhang Fangping looked at Qin Hao. "You haven't made a move these past few minutes. You've been observing your opponent, right? Any insights?" In the past few minutes, Qin Hao has not made any breakthroughs or attacks, except for organizing the offensive. Zhang Fangping knew that he was observing his opponent and planning his move. Qin Hao nodded and said, "Third middle school is indeed very strong in both defense and offense. Every position on their team is well balanced, with clear division of labor, and they are adept at both advancing and retreating. Their defense is almost flawless. So there is really no good way to deal with their defense. You can only rely on strength." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhang Fangping then asked, "And what about an attack?" This is exactly what Qin Hao wanted to say. Through these few minutes of observation, I found that although number 3 middle school also emphasizes teamwork and tactics on the offensive end, many of their tactics rely on Tu Lei and are initiated by Tu Lei. Therefore, as long as we can limit Tu Lei, we can limit number 3 middle school's offense. Hearing the first half, everyone's eyes lit up, but when they heard the second half, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It sounds simple, but restricting Tu Lei is not so easy. Zhang Fangping nodded in agreement. This is indeed a breakthrough point. Only by limiting Tu Lei can we disrupt the third middle school system. Otherwise, no matter which player we target, as long as Tu Lei is there, the third middle school system will not have any problems. After speaking, Zhang Fangping gave Qin Hao a deep look. The surprise in his heart was something he couldn't tell outsiders. His previous idea was to have Wang Qingyu wear down Tu Lei. He knew that Wang Qingyu couldn't defend against him, but it didn't matter. He thought that it was better for Tu Lei to score alone than for the third middle school to have multiple players score. But now he realizes that the idea itself was wrong. In the system of number 3 middle school, Tu Lei is the key. Only when he opens up can the other students of number 3 middle school perform well. Of course, Zhang Fangping hadn't known before how important Tu Lei was in the third middle school system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made that arrangement. In the past few minutes, he had realized this, which was why he called a timeout. He just hadn't expected Qin Hao to see it so clearly. Keep in mind, Qin Hao is only 15 years old. Zhang Fangping was unaware that Qin Hao's insightful observations stemmed not only from his few minutes of observation, but also from his past encounters with number 3 middle school. In fact, Qin Hao was just verifying whether the third team was the same as he remembered. Although the lineup of the third team was the same, it was hard to guarantee that the others were the same. The good news is that after observing for a few minutes, Qin Hao confirmed that number 3 middle school was the same as he remembered. However, he could not defeat number 3 middle school in the same way as before. Back then, it was because Tu Lei was injured that the most important link in number 3 middle school system was missing, which allowed number 7 middle school to defeat number 3 middle school. However, this also gave Qin Hao an idea. To defeat number 3 middle school, he had to start with Tu Lei. Limiting Tu Lei's performance would be equivalent to limiting the entire number 3 middle school. Yuan Xiaojing, you're up, replacing Wang Qingyu. Zhang Fengping thought for a moment and began to give instructions. Zhang Feng will be guarding Tu Lei, and the others should also help him defend. Our focus in defense going forward is to limit Tu Lei. The rest of you should also pay attention and try to cut off the connection between Tu Lei and his teammates as much as possible. Yes. Clear. Everyone readily agreed. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze gleaming with excitement. He had long wanted to compete against Tu Lei, but the coach had previously arranged for him not to face Tu Lei. This arrangement suits him perfectly, allowing him to directly compete against Tu Lei. Not far away, Jiang Yang, the coach of number 3 middle school, was also making arrangements. However, he did not make any adjustments. He simply substituted Chun Shan with the backup small forward Yu Liang. Chun Shan's advantage lies in his offense. He has excellent three-point shooting, but defense is not his strong suit. Zhang Feng scored a lot of points in those few minutes, and Jiang Yang realized that Chun Shan couldn't defend against Zhang Feng, so he sent in Yu Liang, who was better at defense. Chapter 53: The Wind Chaser. It seems that number 3 middle school is still stronger. Lu glanced at the scoreboard and said, the difference is 4 points. Although it is not much, number 7 middle school has been clearly at a disadvantage in these few minutes. 7th middle school can't defend against Tu Lei, Sui Xiaojun said, acknowledging Lu's assessment. Chu Yin looked at Qin Hao, who was walking onto the court, and shook his head, saying, the game has only just begun. Qin Hao hasn't scored yet. He hasn't even taken a shot in the last few minutes. Upon hearing this, Sui Xiaojun and Lu Yi both looked at Qin Hao and nodded. Yes, Qin Hao hadn't even made a move yet, and Yuan Xiaojing had also come up. The game is only halfway through, so it's really hard to say. On the field, the timeout is over, and the 7th team is on offense. Seeing Yuan Xiaojing come up, Tu Lei and his teammates exchanged glances, knowing they needed to be extra careful. Yuan Xiaojing was known as the top scorer at number 7 middle school, and that reputation was well-deserved. Qin Hao dribbled the ball forward and approached Meng Hao. Qin Hao didn't even look at him, lowered his center of gravity, and immediately accelerated past him. To defeat number 3 middle school, limiting Tu Lei is one aspect, and number 7 middle school's own offense needs to be effective as well. Both aspects must be done well to defeat number 3 middle school. Qin Hao hadn't made much of a move in the previous few minutes, but now it was time for him to act. So fast. How can this guy be so fast? When Qin Hao unleashed his speed, all the players from number 3 middle school were taken aback. They had heard Coach Jiang Yang say that Qin Hao was very fast, but they didn't expect him to be this fast. Meng Hao was stunned and didn't react in time. Qin Hao used his speed to get past him. The other players from the 3rd middle school behind him were also caught off guard and didn't have time to help defend. By the time they reacted, Qin Hao had already reached the inside and jumped up to make a layup off the backboard. This speed. Meng Hao's heart trembled, and his expression stiffened. He had underestimated Qin Hao somewhat before. After all, his strengths were speed and breakthroughs, so he was naturally arrogant and thought that even if Qin Hao had some skills, he was definitely not as good as him. It wasn't until this moment that Meng Hao realized he was wrong. Moreover, he is completely wrong. Regardless of anything else, just comparing speed, he is no match for Qin Hao. Meng Hao, Tu Lei called out. Meng Hao snapped out of his daze. What? Tu Lei reminded him. Qin Hao is very fast, so don't get too close when you're defending him. Fortunately, he's only good at driving to the basket. He doesn't seem to be that good at shooting. As long as you stay away from him, with your speed, you should be able to keep up with him. The speed that Qin Hao had just unleashed had also surprised Tu Lei. Meng Hao nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and his expression became more solemn than ever before. The students from number 7 middle school cheered from the stands. The chubby boy was even more excited, raising a homemade flag with "Victory is certain" written on one side and "Invincible" on the other, looking very imposing. In an inconspicuous corner, Chu Yin and his 2 companions' eyes lit up. Chu Yin said, "Here they come." Qin Hao is about to start scoring. Sui Xiaojun and Lu Qi nodded in unison, their eyes fixed on the field. From this moment on, the game was truly getting down to business. Pick and roll. Tu Lei gestured for his teammates to set a screen, and then tried to break through. However, someone immediately came to delay him. Just as he was about to pass the ball, he found that the players from number 7 middle school were blocking his passing route, cutting off the passing lane between him and his teammates. Left with no other option, Tu Lei had to go it alone, jumping up to face Wang Lei's defense. At the same time, Wang Lei also jumped up, raising his arms high. His jumping ability and explosiveness were extremely outstanding. Tu Lei is 187 centimeters tall, and Wang Lei has a height advantage, which blocked Tu Lei's shooting space for a moment. Tu Lei gritted his teeth, leaned back, and avoided the block. When his body was almost about to hit the ground, he finally managed to throw the ball. Bang! That was too difficult. I couldn't score. Well done. Zhang Fangping stood up and clenched his fist. We've successfully contained them. Zhang Shui was also very excited. She had been right there when they were setting up the tactics and knew that as long as they could contain Tu Lei, it would be the same as containing number 3 middle school. Guokai jumped up, grabbed the rebound, and was just about to look for someone when he heard Qin Hao's voice. Captain, throw it up the court. Qin Hao. Guokai didn't have time to think and forcefully threw the ball forward. In the rush, the ball was passed a bit too far, and in the blink of an eye it crossed the half-court line. Only then did people realize that Qin Hao had already sprinted down the court at lightning speed, crossing the center line. But the basketball was already at the three-point line, and he could hardly catch up. Meng Hao was chasing after him, but all he felt was helplessness. He kept his eyes on Qin Hao without letting his guard down. When he saw Qin Hao turn around and speed down, he immediately gave chase. But he soon realized the speed difference between the two and was left behind by Qin Hao in just a few steps. Oh no, I gave him too much, Guokai said in frustration. We can't catch up. What a pity about a fast break opportunity. The audience also sighed. However, at that moment, Qin Hao's speed increased by 3 points again. Like a shooting star chasing the moon, he caught up with the basketball, grabbed it, and made a layup. Whoosh. Goal. Nice shot. That was a great shot. A deafening roar of cheers erupted. Everyone thought they couldn't catch up with that ball, but unexpectedly, Qin Hao was even faster under those circumstances, turning the mistake into a beautiful fast break goal. People were shocked to see Qin Hao turn around and run back to his own half of the court. Qin Hao's speed was simply too fast. Wow, that's fast. Lu couldn't help but exclaim. This speed feels even faster than when they fought us. How could that be? It's only been a few days. Chuyan scoffed. Perhaps it's a burst of potential at a crucial moment. But Qin Hao's speed is truly impressive, which compensates for his height disadvantage. Looking at him, I suddenly remembered a song. Before he could speak, Zhou Xiaojun gave the answer first. Chasing the Wind, boys. Chu Yinlian nodded. That's right, it's Chasing the Wind. That fast break just now really felt like he was chasing the wind. On the field, the game continues. Under the conscious restriction imposed by number 7 middle school, Tu Lei's scoring efficiency declined, and at times even receiving the ball became difficult, because the number 7 middle school players cut off his connection with his teammates, isolating him. Of course, investing too much defensive effort in Tu Lei inevitably led to gaps in the defense of number 7 middle school against the other number 3 middle school players. However, without Tu Lei's involvement, number 3 middle school's tactics became sluggish. Despite the shortcomings in number 7 middle school's defense against the other number 3 middle school players, number 3 middle school failed to capitalize on the opportunities. On the other hand, Qin Hao of number 7 middle school turned on breakthrough mode, breaking through number 3 middle school's defense time and time again, either scoring himself or assisting his teammates. Yuan Xiaojiang was in good form, and with Qin Hao feeding him the ball, he scored 2 goals in a row. Before they knew it, number 7 middle school had gained the upper hand. Chapter 54 is not just about breaking through. Beep. The 3rd middle school requested a suspension. At this point, 8 minutes of the first quarter had passed, and the score was 21-20. Not only had number 7 middle school narrowed the gap by 6 points, but it had also taken the lead by 1 point. Zhang Yang's expression was serious. He did not blame the players, but instead made personnel changes, replacing Tu Lei, Meng Hao, and Hu Zhixuan with substitute players. After giving instructions to the substitutes, Zhang Yang turned to Tu Lei and the others, saying, I have to say, the opposing coach is very skilled, but we have indeed relied on Tu Lei too much. Meng Hao, Hu Jixuan, Zheng Qingdong. If the opposing team tries to swarm Tu Lei again in the second quarter, you guys have to step up and score, understand? Understood, the three replied in unison. Zhang Yang nodded. 8 minutes into the first quarter, his team was already down by 1 point, which was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't expected number 7 middle school to be so strong, nor had he expected the number 7 middle school coach to have such a sharp eye, seeing their team's problems so quickly. However, this part was somewhat unexpected. Tu Lei was restricted by the opponent, and Hu Jixuan, Meng Hao and others were a little flustered for a moment. But things won't be like that in the second quarter. Here at number 7 middle school, Zhang Fangping praised Qin Hao and others, then made substitutions, replacing Qin Hao, Zhang Feng, and Wang Lei with other players, while Yuan Xiaojing and Guo Kai remained on the field. With 2 minutes left in the first quarter, after a timeout, number 3 middle school scored first. Utilizing continuous passing, they finally capitalized on a gap in number 7 middle school's defense when they failed to react in time, with substitute player Yu Liang hitting a mid-range shot. After a counterattack, the ball was passed to Wang Qingyu, who took a 3-pointer but missed. The opponent launched another counterattack, with a series of fast passes that were almost too fast to keep up with. After several passes, the defense of number 7 middle school broke down, allowing the opponent to penetrate into the paint. Guo Kai jumped to block the shot, but was called for a foul. As Zhang Fangping watched the number 3 middle school players go to the free throw line, he frowned. As expected of the defending champions, they have a deep foundation. Even the substitutes have such a high level of skills and tactics. In terms of roster, number 7 middle school has Guo Kai, Yuan Xiaojing, Wang Qingyu, and others, which is pretty much the same starting lineup as last year. Against number 3 middle school's reserve lineup, they should theoretically have the upper hand. However, number 3 middle school's reserve lineup has a surprisingly high level of skill and tactics, and their teamwork is very good, making it difficult for number 7 middle school to defend for a while. Fortunately, the game turned from defense to offense. Yuan Xiaojing broke through, drew the defense, and then passed the ball to Guo Kai. The two old partners made a combination, and Guo Kai made a jump shot. Neither side scored again until the end of the first quarter, with the score settling at 24-23, with the third team leading by 1 point. As expected of number 3 middle school, even their substitutes are so strong. Chu Yan's expression was solemn. He couldn't help but wonder, if they hadn't lost to number 7 middle school in the semi-finals and made it to the finals against number 3 middle school, could they have won? He shook his head. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the answer was indeed no. 7th middle school played very well. To be honest, it was a bit beyond my expectations that they could fight 3rd middle school to this extent, as Zhou Xiaojun also said. Judging from the first quarter, the two sides were evenly matched, and neither side gained much of an advantage. Therefore, Chu Yan, Zhou Xiaojun, and Lu Yi all found it difficult to predict who would win the match, but their curiosity only grew stronger. Who will rise to the top and become king, and who will end up in desolation? We'll probably only find out at the very last moment. The point difference has widened. Yes, this is not good. In the stands, students from number 7 middle school watched the field with concern. By this time, the second quarter was already halfway through. Because Qin Hao, Zhang Feng, Guo Kai, and others had played for a relatively long time in the first quarter, Zhang Fangping did not let them play in the second quarter. Instead, he sent in the substitute lineup. However, the substitute lineup of number 7 middle school was obviously not as good as that of number 3 middle school. After a few minutes, the point difference was widened. Substitution. Zhang Fangping requested a substitution. At this point, the score difference had widened to 8 points. If the score difference widened to double digits, it would be really bad. Qin Hao, Zhang Feng, you two go up. Zhang Fangping looked at Qin Hao and Zhang Feng and quickly gave instructions. Qin Hao, organize the attack. We're playing a bit chaotically, but you need to be decisive when it's time to strike. Zhang Feng, bring out your scoring ability. Your only task is to score. Clear? Yes. The two responded and replaced Lei Yuchuan and Zhao Xuebing, leaving Fu Chong, Zhao Hai, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojing, and Qin Hao as the 5 players on the field. However, at this moment, the coach of number 3 middle school also requested a substitution, bringing on Tu Lei. Qin Hao frowned, exchanged a glance with Jiang Feng, and quickly advanced the ball from the backcourt to the front court. Yang Ji, the substitute guard of number 3 middle school, came forward with his arms outstretched, a full meter away from Qin Hao. He was obviously wary of Qin Hao's breakthrough and left enough distance to react. Seeing this, Qin Hao suddenly changed direction, and Yang Ji's heart trembled. He quickly took half a step back, and his body was already inside the free throw line. Just then, Qin Hao stepped back and took a mid-range shot. What? Yang Ji was taken aback. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the ball went in. Not only Yang Ji was astonished, but the other players from number 3 middle school were also surprised. Tu Lei's expression changed drastically. He originally thought Qin Hao was only good at breaking through, but he didn't expect him to be good at shooting as well. How could he defend a player who was as fast as the wind, had a sharp breakthrough, and had a stable shot? Yang Ji also realized what was happening and looked at Tu Lei. How should I defend against this? Tu Lei thought for a moment and said, just defend normally, don't stay too far away. As for his breakthroughs, I and the others will help you with the defense. There was no other way. Tu Lei knew very well how difficult it was to defend a player who could both drive and shoot, because that was exactly the kind of player he was. If the defender got too close to him, he would get past them. If they stayed too far away, they couldn't stop him from shooting. It was a dilemma no matter which way they went. On the sidelines, Jiang Yang, the coach of number 3 middle school, also changed his expression. He stood up abruptly, frowned, and paced back and forth, thinking about how to deal with the situation. On the other side, Jiang Fangping kept a straight face and a mysterious expression, but it was actually an act. He couldn't let anyone see through him because he knew very well that Qin Hao's shooting motion looked very standard, but it was not consistent. Sometimes it was accurate, and sometimes it was not. The reason Qin Hao chose to shoot that ball was clearly a gamble. If it had gone in, the opponent would have been wary, making it easier for him to break through. This kid is too cunning. Oh no, I mean too clever, Jiang Fangping thought to himself. At the same time, in the audience, Chu Yin, Lu Yi, and Zhou Xiaojun stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Lu Yi exclaimed, he can actually shoot hoops? This. Zhou Xiaojun opened his mouth and muttered, damn it, isn't this guy only good at driving to the basket? I rarely see him shoot. Not only them, but also other people who knew Qin Hao and watched his first 3 games were surprised. In the previous 3 games, Qin Hao hardly shot and only drove to the basket. Many people thought that he could only drive to the basket. Now they suddenly felt like they had been deceived by Qin Hao. But upon closer reflection, something seemed off. If Qin Hao had the ability to shoot, why didn't he shoot in the first 3 games? Chapter 55 Infinite Switching. Because Qin Hao practiced the most standard shooting motion from the very beginning, his shooting motion looks extremely standard, absolutely textbook level. Anyone who doesn't know him would never know that Qin Hao is actually only a half-baked player. That's really impressive. The reason Qin Hao didn't shoot much in the previous games wasn't because he was deliberately hiding it. It was because he genuinely lacked confidence in his shooting and wasn't very sure of himself. Although some people realized this and felt something was wrong, they didn't think about it. At least the players from number 3 middle school wouldn't understand the intricacies of this situation, because their knowledge of Qin Hao was based solely on the information Jiang Yang had gathered. Therefore, they were more inclined to believe what they saw, that Qin Hao not only could shoot, but was also quite skilled. Therefore, when Yang Ji faced Qin Hao again in the next round, he dared not go too far. Previously, Yang Ji kept a full meter away from Qin Hao when defending against him, but now he only dared to keep half a meter away, because if he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to stop Qin Hao from shooting. Half a meter, isn't this forcing me to break through? Qin Hao chuckled inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to prevent the opponent from going too far, so that he could break through. Laugh. Qin Hao started moving, his shoes rubbing against the sole, making a soft sound. The sound was particularly jarring to Yang Ji, making him shudder and quickly retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Half a meter was a distance Qin Hao could cover in an instant at his speed. By the time Yang Ji tried to move, it was too late, and he could only watch as Qin Hao darted past him. Reinforce the defense, Yang Ji shouted. Someone came up to help defend from behind, but Qin Hao didn't care. His goal wasn't to shoot himself. Seeing the opponent coming up inside, he made a bounce pass. The basketball bounced off the defender's feet, flew to the basket, and landed right in Fu Chang's hands. Fu Chang caught the ball and banked it in. Goal. Score 28-24. Yang Ji felt frustrated and had a headache. He couldn't stop Qin Hao's breakthrough if he stayed too close, but he was worried that Qin Hao would shoot if he stayed too far away. He could only hope that his teammates would help defend, but that would leave someone open. I misjudged him. Zhang Yang slammed his fist into his palm. I thought this kid was just good at driving to the basket, but I didn't expect him to not only drive to the basket, but also shoot and pass the ball. A guard who can drive, pass, and shoot is any team's nightmare. For the moment, Zhang Yang couldn't think of a good way to deal with it, so he could only shout at the field to tell the others to pay attention, tighten the defense, and help Yang Ji with defense and cover. However, this still couldn't stop Qin Hao's breakthrough, or rather, his breakthrough and pass. The third school tightened their defense, and it wasn't easy for Qin Hao to score after his breakthrough, but he could create opportunities for his teammates. In order to limit Qin Hao, the third school's defense was set up a bit too small, giving the seventh school the opportunity to shoot from the outside. Qin Hao passed the ball to the three-point line, and Zhang Feng made a three-pointer, further narrowing the score gap. At this moment, Tu Lei stepped up and scored a single-handed goal, helping number 3 middle school stabilize the situation somewhat. However, Yuan Xiaojing quickly followed suit and scored a goal as well. Within 3 minutes, the two sides traded blows, with number 7 middle school gradually closing the gap and catching up in the score. If it weren't for Tu Lei from number 3 middle school, number 7 middle school would probably have already taken the lead. Beep. The third middle school requested a suspension. Zhang Yang made substitutions, bringing on all the starting players who hadn't played, and said fiercely, "From now on, we're going to switch on every possible defense." Here at number 7 middle school, Qin Hao and the others surrounded Jiang Fangping. Jiang Fangping nodded approvingly at Qin Hao, but his expression was not relaxed. He said in a deep voice, "There is still a little over a minute left in this quarter. We need to try to take the lead before the end of the first half. Play well and keep it up." Then he spread out his tactical board and made some arrangements. The timeout ended quickly, and both teams returned to the court. The third middle school brought out its starting lineup and immediately executed a beautiful tactical play. Two players from the third middle school set a double screen for Tu Lei, allowing him to shake off the defense, run to the right side of the three-point line, receive a pass from his teammate, and shoot a three-pointer that went in. The third team is leading by 3 points. The 7th middle school launched a counterattack. Qin Hao went to the front court and asked for a screen, then drove to the basket again. But this time the situation changed. Number 3 middle school started switching on defense indefinitely. If one player helped defend Qin Hao, another player would inevitably be left out, and then another player from number 3 middle school would cover for that player, and so on, one player covering for the other. The so-called switch everything defense is designed to ensure that there is always a defensive player in front of the ball handler. It is mainly used to defend pick and rolls, but it can also be applied to other scenarios. For example, when Qin Hao makes a breakthrough, number 3 middle school needs someone to come up and cover. At this time, Qin Hao passes the ball to Jiang Feng of number 7 middle school, who has an opportunity. Number 3 middle school immediately responds. Yang Ji, who has been beaten by Qin Hao, does not chase Qin Hao, but instead rushes towards Jiang Feng, blocking him. And when Jiang Feng passes the ball to Yuan Xiaojing, other players from number 3 middle school rush towards Yuan Xiaojing, similarly blocking the ball handler. In other words, the third team is defending the ball, not the player. So even if you can't stop Qin Hao's breakthrough, it doesn't matter. You can't stop Qin Hao, but you just need to keep your eyes on the ball. Of course, this defensive method requires a high degree of coordination between the defenders, otherwise problems can easily arise, such as not being able to close in time on the ball handler, or two defenders closing in on the same ball handler at the same time, causing other players on the offensive side to be left out. However, number 3 middle school is a team with a high level of skills and tactics, and the players have excellent teamwork, so it is not a problem for them. Damn it, After several passes, number 7 middle school still couldn't find a good shooting opportunity. With little time left on the shot clock, Yuan Xiaojiang had no choice but to force a shot, but he failed to make it. On a counter-attack, the ball was passed to Tu Lei, who then passed it to Tu Lei and moved quickly. The players from the third team kept setting screens for him, allowing him to shake off his defender. Ball. Tu Lei shook off the defense and reached out for the ball. His teammate passed the ball to Tu Lei, who immediately shot a long two-pointer, making it 3 times in a row and taking a 5-point lead. With little time remaining in the quarter, number 7 middle school had one last offensive opportunity. Qin Hao made a quick pass, but just like before, number 3 middle school's defense was too fast-paced, and number 7 middle school couldn't find a good shooting opportunity. The ball was passed to Qin Hao again. Qin Hao glanced at the timer and decided to take the shot himself. Left side. Seeing Qin Hao's left shoulder drop, Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately realized, no, it's a feint. As expected, Qin Hao's lowering of his left shoulder was just a feint. He was actually breaking through from the right side. Meng Hao quickly moved to the left and took a step back at the same time. At this moment, Qin Hao performed a reverse crossover dribble, pulling the ball back while simultaneously stepping back. Meng Hao panicked upon seeing this, thinking Qin Hao was about to take a step-back jump shot, and jumped up without thinking, lunging forward. However, just then, Qin Hao lowered his center of gravity again and accelerated. I've been tricked. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat. Qin Hao dribbled past Meng Hao and charged into the paint. In front of him was Hu Jixuan, the center of the third highest center. Hu Jixuan jumped high and made a desperate block. He wasn't worried about Qin Hao passing the ball because there wasn't enough time left on the shot clock. However, Qin Hao did not intend to pass the ball. After jumping, he raised the ball with his right hand and threw it out towards Hu Jixuan. The ball had a high arc. Hu Jixuan watched as the basketball passed his fingertips, but he could not reach it. He only heard a whoosh sound behind him. Goal! At the same time, the flute sounded, and the second section ended. Chapter 56, Jiang Feng's Outburst. That was a beautiful throw. Yeah, it was a buzzer beater, but unfortunately number 7 middle school is still down by 3 points. When Qin Hao made his floater, the second quarter ended with a score of 47-44, with the third team leading by 3 points. During halftime, the audience was still discussing the first half, talking about Tu Lei's unstoppable performance, Jiang Feng's cool and stylish demeanor and accurate shooting, and also Qin Hao. Qin Hao's amazing speed and sharp breakthroughs were all impressive. Even those who had watched number 7 middle school's matches before and witnessed Qin Hao's outstanding performances against number 6 and number 4 middle schools were full of praise for Qin Hao at this moment. Compared to those two matches, Qin Hao played even better today. Xu Yin, Zhuo Xiaojun, and Lu Wei were discussing Qin Hao's performance that day. Zhuo Xiaojun kept shaking his head, lamenting that he couldn't see through Qin Hao. He felt that Qin Hao was getting better and better with each game. Just when you think that's his strength, you'll soon find that he's even stronger than you think. What Zhuo Xiaojun couldn't understand was why he had this feeling. He didn't believe that Qin Hao could make much progress in such a short time, but what he dared not imagine might not be the truth. The reason why many people feel that Qin Hao is playing better and better in each game is simply because Qin Hao has been constantly improving, so he is getting stronger in each game. Well done. That was an awesome throw. In the number 7 middle school players' rest area, the players surrounded Qin Hao. Qin Hao just smiled and said, "We were lucky," then looked at Jiang Fengping and said, "Coach, we're afraid the second half will be even harder." Upon hearing this, the players all fell silent. Before Jiang Fengping could speak, Jiang Feng, who had always been a man of few words and taciturnity, suddenly said, "We have to fight, even if it's tough, and we have to win. This is the final. One step forward opens up a vast expanse, while one step back leads to an abyss. We have no way out. We can only forge ahead and win the match. Only by winning the match and taking the championship can we secure our ticket to the provincial league." Jiang Feng is right. Everyone echoed this sentiment. Qin Hao keenly noticed that Jiang Feng had just mentioned the provincial league. He gave Jiang Feng a deep look and became increasingly interested in him. Why did Jiang Feng come to number 7 middle school? That was still unknown, but one thing was certain. His ambition was great, and it wasn't just about winning the City League championship. Jiang Fangping nodded and said, "The second half will be very difficult. The opponent's constant switching on defense makes Qin Hao's breakthroughs less threatening. But Jiang Feng is right. We have to play even if it's difficult, and we have to win. I said before the game that we will not accept defeat, understand?" "Clear." The crowd responded in unison. Qin Hao thought for a moment and said, "Coach, I think we need to continue to limit Tu Lei in the second half, while also strengthening our attack." At this moment, Jiang Feng spoke up again. "Coach, I hope you can give me the ball more often in the second half. Don't worry, I won't let you down." "I promise you," Jiang Fangping said. "It's okay if I'm disappointed, but you can't let your teammates down, and you can't let down all the students from number 7 middle school in the audience who support us." Jiang Feng was startled, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders, and solemnly replied, "Yes, coach." Jiang Fangping then unfolded the tactical board and began to make arrangements. The second half began soon. The players on the number 7 middle school side were Wang Lei, Zhao Hai, Wang Qingyu, Jiang Feng, and Zhao Xuebing. Jiang Fangping had promised Jiang Feng that he would pass the ball to Jiang Feng more often before he went on the court. Jiang Feng is the only player with the strongest scoring ability in this lineup. He is undoubtedly the only core player, and Jiang Fangping even gave him unrestricted shooting rights. The third middle school fielded a reserve lineup, but also sent out their starting power forward, Zheng Qingdong. Zheng Qingdong is actually very strong, with excellent defense and comprehensive skills. However, because Tu Lei was there, his role was more to assist Tu Lei, and he was unable to fully utilize his abilities. Since Tu Lei wasn't playing, Zhang Yang had him lead the substitute players. The seventh team launched an attack. Zhao Xuebing advanced the ball to the front court and saw Jiang Feng reach out for the ball. He immediately passed it to him. Jiang Feng stood outside the three-point line, holding the ball at his waist, and scanned the defense of the third team. The third middle school also knew that Jiang Feng was the biggest threat in this 7-man midfield lineup. So apart from Yu Liang, who was matched up against Jiang Feng, the other players also kept an eye on Jiang Feng, ready to provide support or cover at any time. Yu Liang stared at Jiang Feng, ready for anything. Laugh. Jiang Feng initiated the attack, breaking through from the right side. Yu Liang quickly moved to the left and took a step back at the same time. But at that moment, Jiang Feng suddenly changed direction, breaking through from the left. The change of direction was so sharp that Yu Liang couldn't stop him in time and could only watch as Jiang Feng passed by on the left. After Jiang Feng got past Yu Liang, Zheng Qingdong immediately stepped forward to cover him. Drink. However, Jiang Feng did not pause at all, nor did he intend to pass the ball. He grabbed the ball and rushed to the inside, leaping up in front of Zheng Qingdong as if defying gravity, flying into the air, holding the basketball with one hand as he flew towards the basket, like a god descending to earth. Zheng Qingdong was shocked. He didn't even have time to dodge. He felt a darkness above his head, followed by a loud bang as a powerful force struck him, causing him to stumble back several steps. Hiss! A collective gasp rippled through the audience. What's this? That was a tomahawk dunk, and a poster dunk at that. Dunking over Zheng Qingdong, it was absolutely explosive. Tsk tisk. Qin Hao couldn't help but click his tongue, a little envious. I'm still a bit short. When will I be able to dunk? For Qin Hao back then, dunking was not a problem, even dunking over someone. It's just that he is too short now, and he has only been seriously training for 2 months. It's still a bit unrealistic for him to dunk. On the field, Zheng Qingdong from number 3 middle school scored a basket, somewhat redeeming himself, but Jiang Feng quickly followed suit. He executed a series of crossover steps beyond the three-point line, then suddenly accelerated, forcefully pushing past Yu Liang and rushing into the paint. Zheng Qingdong and number 3 middle school's backup center simultaneously swarmed Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't pass the ball. His eyes were fixed on the basket. He jumped towards the two, leaning back in midair and flicking his wrist. Whoosh! He made a fadeaway jump shot. A cheer erupted from the audience, and many girls screamed excitedly, staring intently at Jiang Feng with hearts in their eyes. Qin Hao turned his head and saw Jiang Shue's excited face, so he went over and asked, "Why are you so excited?" I've never seen your brother play ball like this before. Jiang Shui blushed slightly when she saw Qin Hao so close to her, and shook her head, saying, "No, my brother used to play like this, but he changed a lot after coming to number 7 middle school. This is the first time I've seen him play like that before." Then, she added proudly, "This is my brother's true strength." Qin Hao looked towards the court, as if he had just realized something. Chapter 57 Showdown. The game continues at the number 2 middle school gymnasium. Spread out. Jiang Feng gestured to his teammates to spread out so he could play one-on-one. Who? Yu Liang took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and stared at Jiang Feng, lowering his center of gravity and carefully guarding against Jiang Feng's breakthrough. He had already conceded several goals to Jiang Feng. Everyone was focused on Jiang Feng. In the second half, Jiang Feng exploded onto the court, scoring repeatedly with dunks, layups, and shots, showcasing his formidable scoring ability. In fact, number 3 middle school had already implemented a very effective defense, with players helping Yu Liang on defense, but they still couldn't stop him from scoring. Seeing Jiang Feng lower his center of gravity and about to break through again, Yu Liang's heart trembled. His teammates behind him gritted their teeth and rushed forward, shouting, "Flank him. This might cause people to be missed, but we can't worry about that now. They've double-teamed us. Pass the ball." People stared at Jiang Feng, only to see that instead of passing the ball, he suddenly started moving, taking advantage of the fact that the number 3 middle school's double team had not yet fully formed. He slapped the ball forward, followed by himself, and actually managed to dart through the middle of 2 number 3 middle school players before grabbing the ball and rushing into the paint. Yu Liang was dumbfounded and stood there stunned. How could he have gotten past that? "Go to hell!" Zheng Chengdong roared, leaping up and raising his hands high. He was determined not to let Jiang Feng score over him again and had to stop him. The next moment, with a loud bang, Jiang Feng and Zheng Chengdong collided in midair. The dull sound made those near the court tremble and feel a chill. The referee blew his whistle. Jiang Feng was knocked aside, lost his balance, and began to fall. But even at this moment, he did not give up. He used his waist and abdomen to twist his body, lifted the basketball, and threw it towards the basket. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the ball went in. "What?" Zheng Chengdong asked incredulously. They can get in?" Everyone was astonished. It was truly unexpected that Jiang Feng was still able to score under such circumstances. The referee was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, raising 2 fingers to indicate that the ball was valid and giving Zheng Chengdong a foul, while Jiang Feng was to receive an additional penalty. "A beautiful 2-1. Chu Yin exclaimed, then frowned. He suddenly realized that Jiang Feng was probably at his full potential now, and when he went all out to score, he was terrifying. When Jiang Feng's eyes were only on the basket, and when he relentlessly went for the score, the strength he displayed shocked everyone. This is the real Jiang Feng. As expected, this is his true strength. Jiang Fengping smiled. He knew about Jiang Feng's past, and had specifically asked around. In the previous few matches, Jiang Feng had played well, but Jiang Fengping always felt that something was missing. Now I finally understand. Yuan Xiaozhang's expression changed, and after a while he exhaled and said with a wry smile, "It seems this guy really wasn't bragging. He should be the number 1 scorer at number 7 middle school." Jiang Feng had played very well before, but Yuan Xiaozhang felt that even if Jiang Feng was better than him, his improvement was only limited. The top scorer of number 7 middle school might not necessarily be him. Only at this moment did he realize that he was indeed inferior to Jiang Feng. Whoosh! Jiang Feng stepped to the free throw line and calmly made the extra free throw. The 3rd middle school immediately called a timeout. Zhang Yang's face was so dark it could drip water. He didn't blame Yu Liang, but looked at Tu Lei and said, "Tu Lei, you go up. You don't need to match up against Jiang Feng, but you have to score for me. For every goal Jiang Feng scores, you have to score 1 too. Can you do that?" Tu Lei nodded emphatically. "Yes, as long as he scores, I will definitely retaliate." Zhang Yang's expression finally relaxed. Fortunately, he still had Tu Lei under his command. Jiang Feng was very strong, stronger than he had expected, but Tu Lei was not weak either, and was enough to counter Jiang Feng. There was another reason for sending Tu Lei. With Jiang Feng's recent outburst, The morale of number 7 middle school was greatly boosted, while the morale of number 3 middle school was somewhat low. Sending Tu Lei to compete against Jiang Feng was the only way number 3 middle school needed Tu Lei to revitalize its morale. When Tu Lei came up, the two began their duel. In reality, the two weren't directly matched up. Jiang Feng didn't guard Tu Lei, and Tu Lei didn't guard Jiang Feng. However, their offense was fiercely competitive, with neither willing to back down. Both were incredibly capable scorers. Neither could stop Jiang Feng from scoring, and neither could stop Tu Lei from scoring. The back-and-forth exchanges kept the audience thoroughly entertained. This kind of duel is rare and exceptionally exciting. Whoosh! Jiang Feng scores. Turning around, Tu Lei took the ball, dribbled forward 2 steps, and then suddenly took a step back and jumped to shoot. The basketball crossed a line and went into the net. Jiang Fengping glanced at the technology display screen. There were 4 minutes left in the third quarter, with the score at 61-62, and number 7 middle school currently leading by 1 point. The number 7 middle school was initially leading by 4 points, but Tu Lei narrowed the gap to 1 point after coming on. Although Jiang Feng's scoring ability is no less than Tu Lei's, number 3 middle school's teamwork is better than ours, Jiang Fengping thought to himself, looking at the bench. Qin Hao, Wang Lei, get ready, you two go in. Yes. The two stood up. Qin Hao high-fived his teammates as they came down and walked onto the court. He looked at Tu Lei not far away. With Tu Lei coming up and the overall strength of number 3 middle school, it would be difficult for Jiang Feng to defeat them alone. So what if he joined in? The 7th team launched an attack. Qin Hao came to the front court, but didn't pass the ball to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng had been playing too aggressively in the previous few minutes and was a bit exhausted, so he wanted to let him catch his breath. He gestured to Wang Lei. Wang Lei nodded and walked towards the outside, while Qin Hao drove to the basket. His drive wasn't flashy, but it was simple and effective, maximizing his speed and feints. It was just a simple change of direction, but it was done very deceptively. As long as the defenders shifted their center of gravity slightly, Qin Hao's speed would be enough to get past them. Meng Hao was also sent up, still to face Qin Hao. Despite being on high alert and carefully on guard, he was still deflected off balance by Qin Hao's feint. By the time he regained his balance, Qin Hao had already rushed past him. Damn it, this is so hard for me. Meng Hao was almost driven to despair. Qin Hao charged towards the inside, and Zheng Qingdong came up to delay him. At the same time, Wang Lei, who had moved to the outside, suddenly made a reverse cut, cutting inside. Qin Hao jumped and tossed the ball towards the basket. Zheng Qingdong instinctively jumped to block, but realized something was wrong as soon as he jumped. Qin Hao's shot didn't look like a floater because it was too casual. Oh no, it's a pass. Zheng Qingdong turned his head and saw Wang Lei jump up behind him, catch the basketball in midair, and slam it down on the rim. Bang! He scored the putback. Wang Lei's dunks weren't as elegant as Jiang Feng's, but they were powerful and heavy, making the rim shake, which also drew cheers from the audience. 64:61, number 7 middle school leads by 3 points. Chapter 58 has been discovered. In the next round, during the third attack, the ball was passed to Tu Lei. Qin Hao quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Flank." To limit number 3 middle school's offense, the first step is to contain Tu Lei. Therefore, Qin Hao chose to double-team Tu Lei, forcing him to pass the ball. Even if it meant scoring for other players on number 3 middle school, he would not allow Tu Lei to score. Seeing the double team, Tu Lei frowned and could only pass the ball. He then started running, trying to shake off his defender using his teammates' screens. He did manage to shake off his defender, but this time he missed the shot. Wang Lei grabbed the rebound and passed it to Qin Hao, who launched a fast break. Upon arriving at the front, Meng Hao stepped forward. Qin Hao roamed outside the 3-point line, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity and took a step forward. Meng Hao retreated, but Qin Hao suddenly raised his center of gravity and made a prayer motion. Should we throw? Meng Hao was already on edge and jumped up instinctively. However, Qin Hao's move was just a feint, making Meng Hao jump. Qin Hao then accelerated past Meng Hao and made a passing motion. Zheng Qingdong fell for it and rushed towards the direction of Qin Hao's pass, only to find that Qin Hao had taken the ball back. Whoosh! Qin Hao scores a layup. In the stands, the students from number 3 middle school were frustrated. One ball had fooled Qin Hao and Zheng Qingdong. Was the opponent too strong, or had their defense gotten worse? At this point, the score was 66-61, with number 7 middle school leading by 5 points, and there were still a little over 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Beep. The third middle school requested a suspension. After the players came down, Zhang Yang said to Qin Hao, when you're defending Qin Hao, don't get too close. Just stop his breakthroughs. Qin Hao was taken aback and asked, what if he shoots? You really think his shooting is a threat? Zhang Yang glanced at the number 7 middle school rest area and snorted, this kid is like a little fox. We were almost fooled by him. Huh. The players from number 3 middle school were surprised. Zhang Yang said, think about it. Apart from the one shot he took in the second quarter, did he take any other shots? Not a single one. Even on the last offensive possession of the second quarter, when time was almost up, he clearly had the option to shoot, but he chose to drive instead, and in the end, he made a floater over Hu Zhishuan. Why did he choose to drive and challenge Hu Zhishuan when he had the chance to shoot? The players from all 3 schools were startled, and some of them began to realize what was going on. Yes, apart from Qin Hao taking a mid-range shot in the second quarter, he hasn't taken any shots since then, only driving to the basket. And on the last offensive possession of the second quarter, he could have taken a shot. Generally speaking, a player with a shooting ability should take a shot, but he still drove to the basket. Isn't this just making things difficult for yourself? Why is this happening? There's only one explanation, Zhang Yang sneered. Qin Hao is bluffing. His shooting isn't consistent, so he doesn't dare to shoot and only dares to drive. Right. That must be it. I knew it. If he really had a shooting ability, why did he always drive to the basket? The players from the 3rd middle school all expressed their frustration. Qin Hao, in particular, felt so pathetic. How could he not have noticed? He was worried about Qin Hao's breakthroughs and his shots, which made him unsure of how to defend against him. Zhang Yang clapped his hands and said, now that we know how to defend. Qin Hao, just stop his breakthroughs. Also, besides providing more cover for Tule, the rest of you need to be more proactive. Didn't I tell you? We need to be decisive in our attacks. Clear. Yes, coach. The crowd agreed. On the number 7 middle school side, Zhang Fangping replaced Zhang Feng. Back on the court, number 3 middle school changed their tactics. Tule drew the defense, allowing other players from number 3 middle school to shoot, and finally Chen Shen hit a 3-pointer from the outside. As the 7th team launched their attack, Qin Hao frowned as he approached the front court. Qin Hao was a full meter away from him, and he feared that the opponent had noticed his inconsistent shooting. He wasn't surprised by this. The game had gone on for 3 quarters, and he had only taken 1 shot. The rest were all drives to the basket. Anyone would have been suspicious. Only defend against my drives? Fine, when you all think my shots are no threat, that's my best chance. Qin Hao sneered inwardly. Wasn't this looking down on him? Did they really think he couldn't shoot? He was just inconsistent, not incapable of shooting. Of course, there's no need for that now. Qin Hao gestured for Wang Lei to come up and set a screen, then tried to drive to the basket. Sure enough, it wasn't so easy this time. He didn't force it and passed the ball to Guokai. The others spread out, and Guokai went one-on-one. He backed down twice, then suddenly flipped over and hooked the ball into the net, scoring 2 points. In a one-on-one situation, Guokai is not inferior to Zheng Qingdong. The 2 sides traded baskets, and a little over a minute passed quickly. When Qin Hao of number 7 middle school missed a mid-range shot, the third quarter ended with a score of 68-66, with number 7 middle school leading by 2 points. Sure enough, this kid doesn't shoot. That shot in the second quarter must have been a fluke. No wonder he's been relying on drives. Chu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Hao had really been hiding his strength all along, and was actually not only a sharp dribble driver, but also a very accurate shooter, then that would be truly terrifying. So Xiaojun shook his head and reminded him, have you forgotten? Qin Hao is only a freshman. Even if he can't shoot now, or his shooting is unstable, what about next year? Chu Yin was dumbfounded and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Given Qin Hao's demonstrated talent, his progress in a year will definitely be significant. By this time next year, he will likely be able to drive, pass, and shoot effectively. If we encounter number 7 middle school then, can we win? The rest area of number 7 middle school. Jiang Fangping frowned and said to Qin Hao, "Your inconsistent shooting has been noticed." Qin Hao nodded. "Yeah, but it's okay, it might not be a bad thing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fangping's heart stirred and his brows relaxed. You're right, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After speaking, he looked at the group of players. We are only leading by 2 points now, and the fourth quarter will be the key. The outcome depends on this. We have no way out. Let's go all out. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. The fourth quarter begins. Both sides fielded their reserve lineups. Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Guo Kai were not playing for number 7 middle school. Yuan Xiaojiang and Zhao Xuebing led the other players in the game, with Yuan Xiaojiang as the offensive initiator and Zhao Xuebing organizing the offense and providing some three-point support. However, the substitute lineup of number 3 middle school was stronger. Tu Lei did not play, and Zheng Qingdong and Chun Shun led the team. Zheng Qingdong was good at scoring in the low post, and Chun Shun's three-point shooting was very sharp. Not long into the fourth quarter, Chun Shun had already hit 2 three-pointers, helping number 3 middle school to take the lead. Jiang Fangping checked the time. More than 3 minutes of the fourth quarter had already passed. He immediately called a timeout and looked at the bench. Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, Guo Kai, get ready to go on the court. It's time to decide the winner. Chapter 59, The Decisive Moment. With a little over 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter, number 7 middle school called a timeout. Everyone understood that they were bringing on their main players for an all-out effort. At the same time, number 3 middle school also made substitutions, bringing on Tu Lei and other starting players. After the timeout, the starting lineup for number 7 middle school was Wang Lei, Guo Kai, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojiang, and Qin Hao. Number 3 middle school's starting lineup was Hu Zhixuan, Zheng Qingdong, Qin Shun, Tu Lei, and Meng Hao. The score was 68-67, with 3rd middle school leading by 1 point. Brothers, Qin Hao took a deep breath and shouted, "These are the last 6 minutes or so. It's all or nothing. Let's fight this battle. Let's give it our all. 7th middle school will surely win." The group roared, their momentum unstoppable. Not far away, Tu Lei squinted, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Don't forget, we are the defending champions, and now is the time for us to defend our championship glory. Everyone, give it your all. The championship belongs to us." Champion. The players from number 3 middle school were so inspired that their eyes turned red. In an instant, everyone could feel the intense fighting spirit of both teams. A chilling atmosphere permeated the entire stadium, causing the audience to fall silent and hold their breath as they stared at the court. Attack. Qin Hao received the ball in the backfield and launched an attack. Upon reaching the front court, the 3rd middle school had already set up their defense. Meng Hao was a full meter away from Qin Hao, carefully guarding against his breakthroughs. Over the past 3 quarters, he had suffered quite a bit against Qin Hao. At this point, Meng Hao was determined not to let Qin Hao easily get past him again. Qin Hao suddenly accelerated, but it was just a probe. As expected, Meng Hao reacted quickly, moving immediately to block the shot. Meanwhile, the other players from the 3rd team were also moving at the same time, ready to provide help defense and rotations at any moment. Even if Qin Hao managed to get past Meng Hao, he couldn't score directly. At this point, the defense of number 3 middle school had improved to another level. Pick and screen. Qin Hao called for a pick and screen, then drove and passed the ball to Wang Lei. At this moment, Jiang Feng made a reverse run and brushed past Wang Lei. Wang Lei passed the ball hand-to-hand, and then set a screen for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng took the ball and broke through, attacking the inside. He jumped up in front of the defender. He had enough height and jumping ability to not be at a disadvantage even if he went head-to-head with 3 inside players. Jiang Feng and Hu Zhixuan jumped up almost simultaneously, colliding in mid-air. Jiang Feng paused, using the force of the collision to lean back, and then raised the ball with his right hand, flicking his wrist. Whoosh. Goal. Good shot, shouted the students from number 7 middle school. 3rd middle school launched a swift counterattack. After Meng Hao arrived at the front court, he passed the ball to Tu Lei. 7th middle school double-teamed him, and Tu Lei quickly passed the ball to Hu Zhixuan. Surprisingly, Hu Zhishuan didn't pass the ball this time. After receiving the ball, he went one-on-one, dribbled forward a step, and then raised the ball. Wang Lei, being young and inexperienced, instinctively jumped up, only to find that Hu Zhishuan was faking it. Hu Zhishuan jumped only after Wang Lei jumped, creating a time difference. Whoosh! Hu Zhishuan scores. In the final minutes, the confrontation between the two sides became more intense, and their attacks became more resolute and fierce. The team from No. 7 Middle School included Jiang Feng, Guokai, Yuan Xiaojing, and Qin Hao, while No. 3 Middle School had Tu Lei, Hu Zhishuan, Zheng Qingdong, Qin Shun, and others. Previously, Hu Zhishuan, Zheng Qingdong, and Qin Shun, who had always played a supporting role to Tu Lei, suddenly became more determined on the offensive end. The 7th Middle School's attempt to limit Tu Lei actually gave them an opportunity. After a few minutes, no one was able to gain any advantage. The 3rd Middle School called a timeout. Jiang Yang looked at Tu Lei and said, "There are still a little over 2 minutes left in the game. Tu Lei, it's up to you now." Then, he instructed the others, provide more cover for Tu Lei. At such a crucial moment, Jiang Yang still trusted Tu Lei more. Here at No. 7 Middle School, Jiang Fangping's gaze swept across the players' faces, a hint of hesitation in his mind. Jiang Feng was undoubtedly the strongest scorer, but he had expended too much energy in the 3rd quarter. His 2 shots before the timeout had both missed, clearly indicating a problem with his stamina. Furthermore, No. 3 Middle School was now very wary of Jiang Feng and was focusing their efforts on containing him. Wang Lei's technique is still a bit rough, and he lacks the ability to dribble and attack one-on-one. Guokai and Yuan Xiaojing are capable players, but they are still a bit inferior to Jiang Feng. Finally, there's Qin Hao. Sensing the coach's gaze, Qin Hao nodded and said, "Coach, trust me." Jiang Fangping gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. We'll pull them apart and let Qin Hao do the beating." The players looked at the coach, then at Qin Hao, and finally their gazes fell on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded and said to Qin Hao, "It's up to you." In this way, Guokai and Yuan Xiaojing had no objections. Watching the team walk onto the court, Jiang Fangping clenched his fists, unable to contain his nervousness. He didn't know why he had trusted Qin Hao, but once the decision was made, it couldn't be changed. However, he couldn't help but worry. With only 2 minutes left, could they win? "You have to win." Jiang Shui watched Qin Hao's retreating figure and silently said, "Qin Hao, good luck." The pause has ended. Both sides returned, and the 3rd team launched an attack. At this point, the score was tied at 76-76. Meng Hao came to the front court and wanted to pass the ball to Tu Lei, but he found that Tu Lei was surrounded by people, and he couldn't pass the ball to him at all. Tu Lei gave him a no-hurry gesture, then walked towards the perimeter. Once he reached the 3-point line, he suddenly made a cut back towards the inside. No. 7 Middle School quickly collapsed their defense to surround Tu Lei. However, Tu Lei wasn't really going to make the cut. He circled around the inside, used his teammates' screens to shake off his defender, and returned to the 3-point line. At this moment, the ball was passed to Tu Lei, who caught it and shot. The basketball drew an arc and finally pierced the net, making the score 78-76. "It's in. Great job. Tu Lei is awesome." Amid cheers from the students of No. 3 Middle School, Qin Hao dribbled the ball up the court. Seeing Meng Hao coming up, Qin Hao asked for a screen, but there was no opportunity. He passed the ball to Yuan Xiaojing. 2 more passes, still no chance. Really? Qin Hao sighed inwardly. At this point, both sides were like they had been injected with chicken blood, and their defense was exceptionally aggressive. With the discipline of No. 3 Middle School, they would not give them an easy chance to shoot. Therefore, we have no choice but to fight hard. Qin Hao called for the ball, and when it returned to his hand, he lowered his center of gravity and dribbled between his legs repeatedly. Then he suddenly changed direction, switched the ball to his left hand, and broke through from the left side. Left. Meng Hao quickly retreated. He was already a meter away from Qin Hao, so he wasn't worried about Qin Hao passing him with a change of direction. But this time Meng Hao guessed wrong. Qin Hao wasn't trying to break through, but to shoot. Seeing Meng Hao retreat, Qin Hao immediately pulled the ball back and stepped back with both feet. This back and forth increased the distance between the two by more than a meter. At this point, Meng Hao had no way to interfere with Qin Hao. He hadn't expected Qin Hao to choose to shoot, and could only watch in astonishment as Qin Hao jumped up, his right hand supporting the basketball, his left hand protecting it, and with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 60 0-second kill. Whoosh. A soft sound rang out, and Meng Hao shuddered. He didn't need to turn around to know that the ball had gone in. Just when everyone thought that Qin Hao's shooting was unreliable and that he would definitely choose to drive rather than shoot, Qin Hao suddenly scored a basket. What's this? Not only Meng Hao, but also Jiang Yang, the coach of number 3 middle school on the sidelines, looked extremely ugly. He felt like he had been slapped in the face, and it stung. His judgment was wrong. Qin Hao really did have a shot. The shot in the second quarter was not accidental. But if he had a shot, why did he keep driving to the basket? In the audience seats, Chu Yan, Zhua Xiaojun, and Lu looked at each other, all a little confused. What the hell was going on? Only Jiang Fangping smiled and muttered to himself, "Good luck." In fact, even the players from number 7 middle school didn't understand why Qin Hao didn't like to shoot. Qin Hao's shooting was inconsistent, but it wasn't that he couldn't shoot. Why did he always have to drive to the basket? Only Jiang Fangping guessed a thing or two. First, Qin Hao's shooting is inconsistent, and his accuracy is hard to guarantee. He is not as reliable as a breakthrough. When he is unlucky or has a bad touch, his efficiency is far less than that of a breakthrough. Second, Qin Hao did this on purpose to mislead others and make them think that he cannot shoot or that he lacks confidence in his shooting. Although this is the reality, if used well, such as now, it can have a surprisingly effective result. What a little fox. He's only 15 years old. Even if he's mature beyond his years, this is way too mature. Jiang Fangping thought to himself. Maybe this is a kind of talent. On the field, the score was tied again at 78-78. Seeing that Meng Hao seemed a bit distracted, Tu Lei patted him and shouted, "Don't think so much, focus on the game." Meng Hao nodded, then asked in anguish, "But how the hell am I supposed to defend against this?" Tu Lei's face twitched, and he also felt a headache coming on. He sighed and said, "Just defend normally. Don't get too close or too far away. Just defend like you would someone else. Don't worry, your teammates will help you with defense and cover." All right. Meng Hao had no choice but to agree. With just over a minute left in the game, Meng Hao, who had just arrived at the front court, felt a shiver run down his spine when he saw Qin Hao coming up. He was even a little afraid of Qin Hao. Immediately, Meng Hao quickly passed the ball to Tu Lei. The coach's instructions were to give the ball to Tu Lei and let him take the shot. However, Jiang Yang almost cursed at this move. "You're the point guard. Tu Lei is the shooting guard." Passing the ball to Tu Lei just past half court, even a fool would know Tu Lei is going to attack. Besides, why aren't you, the point guard, organizing things? Why are you so eager to pass the buck? Jiang Yang was so angry that he wanted to make a substitution, but there was only a little over a minute left in the game, and making a substitution at this time would only backfire. Tu Lei was so angry, he almost lost his temper. He glared at Meng Hao and was just about to take action when the number 7 middle school's encirclement arrived. Left with no other option, Tu Lei could only pass the ball to Chen Shun and start making a run himself. However, Meng Hao's earlier pass to him was a waste of attacking time. "Cover him! Cover him!" Jiang Yang shouted at the field, ignoring Meng Hao. The number 3 middle school players set a screen for Tu Lei, who shook off his defender and received the ball on the right side. Jiang Feng, who was guarding him, was blocked behind him. Guo Kai rushed towards Tu Lei, and when he saw Tu Lei pretending to shoot, he instinctively jumped up. However, Tu Lei only faked the shot, then made a breakthrough and rushed towards the inside. Seeing Tu Lei rush in, Wang Lei leaped up, trying to block the shot, but instead slapped Tu Lei's wrist with his smack. Beep. The referee blew his whistle, called a foul on Wang Lei, and signaled Tu Lei to go to the free throw line to take 2 free throws. "It's a pity we couldn't make it into a 2-1 game." The students from number 3 middle school all expressed their regret. "Damn, we almost covered it." The students from number 7 middle school also felt regret. Tu Lei stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and calmly made his first free throw. He then made his second, also making it. With only a few dozen seconds left in the game, he made 2 free throws to change the score to 80-78, giving number 3 middle school a 2-point lead. Don't underestimate these 2 points, At times like this, even a 1-point lead is crucial. With 54 seconds left in the game, 7th Middle School launched an attack. Qin Hao broke through but was surrounded. He passed the ball to Jiang Feng on the outside. Perhaps due to excessive physical exertion, Jiang Feng's shot missed. 3rd Middle School grabbed the rebound. Meng Hao passed the ball to Tu Lei after reaching the front court, but Tu Lei was not in a hurry to attack. They're leading by 2 points right now, with less than 30 seconds left in the game. They need to run down the clock and give number 7 Middle School a few more seconds. Of course, this attack should also try to score as many points as possible. Unfortunately, number 7 Middle School was prepared this time and guarded Tu Lei tightly, not giving him any chance. Tu Lei didn't even have a chance to shoot and could only pass to his teammates. However, Chun Shin's shot missed and Guokai grabbed the rebound. Zhang Fangping immediately called a timeout. There are only 8 seconds left. Time is running out. Yes, number 7 Middle School is struggling to even organize a complete offensive play, and they're down by 2 points. This is really troublesome. People in the audience were talking about it. The students of number 7 Middle School were all on tenterhooks. There are 8 seconds left. We need to score this basket, aiming for 2 and striving for 3. Zhang Fangping didn't waste any words and gave direct instructions. On the premise of ensuring a basket, prioritize getting 2 points. If there is a good 3-point opportunity, you can also shoot a 3-pointer. Remember, be quick. There are only 8 seconds left, and we need to leave 2 or 3 seconds in case of emergency. As he spoke, Zhang Fangping unfolded the tactics board and laid out a tactic. He did not designate any particular person to come and throw, but rather let whoever had the best opportunity come. After making some arrangements, Zhang Fangping shouted loudly, "The game isn't over yet. We can't give up. Come on, score this goal." Yes. Never give up. The group agreed and went onto the field. With 8 seconds left, Guokai inbound the ball. Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, Yuan Xiaojiang, and Wang Lei, who were standing in a line, suddenly started running in unison. Wang Lei stayed in place, while Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, and Yuan Xiaojiang each ran in a different direction. The players from number 3 Middle School also immediately moved to chase after their respective defenders. The ball was served and passed to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng then made a breakthrough, as instructed by the coach to prioritize scoring 2 points. However, time was too tight, and there was no time to prepare or make any more moves to get rid of the defense. Jiang Feng could only hold the ball and forcefully attack the inside, shooting at the defender. Bang! A muffled thud. The students from number 7 Middle School in the audience were heartbroken. The players from number 7 Middle School also felt a chill run down their spines, almost to the point of despair. It's not time to give up yet. Qin Hao remained calm. The game wasn't over yet. There were still 2 seconds left. He shouted, "Rebound." Wang Lei jumped up to grab the rebound, but Hu Jixuan swatted the ball away first, sending it flying out of the 3-point line. Chen Shun was very close to the basketball and was overjoyed. Just as he was about to grab the basketball, a figure suddenly appeared in his eyes, grabbed the basketball before him, and immediately jumped up. Chen Shun was shocked, but when he saw that it was Qin Hao, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It was Qin Hao, since Qin Hao had never shot a 3-pointer before. Indeed, Qin Hao has never shot a 3-pointer in the 4 rounds of the league, but that doesn't mean he can't shoot 3-pointers. In Qin Hao's usual shooting practice, 3-pointers are ranked ahead of mid-range shots. Qin Hao stared intently at the basket, as if he had returned to the days when he played in the professional league, or to the time when he was selected for the school team. Many images flooded his mind, but then they all disappeared, leaving only one belief to put this ball in. Will it get in? It's the last second. To be precise, when Qin Hao released the ball, there were only a fraction of a second left on the clock. Everyone stared at Qin Hao, watching the basketball fly from his fingertips, arc through the air, and finally pierce the net with a swish, the net billowing up and sending up a white spray. At that moment, the entire stadium erupted in cheers. Chapter 61: The Coach Cheats. Number 7 Middle School. As Qin Hao stepped into the school gate, many classmates greeted him with smiles, most of whom he didn't recognize. A few bolder girls approached him, shyly and hesitantly handing him the breakfasts they had prepared. Unfortunately, Qin Hao was a typical straight man. He raised the paper bag in his hand and said, "I bought mine myself." Oh, the girls left disappointed, their resentful looks almost making Qin Hao the target of the other boys' ire. Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief after walking all the way to his classroom. Indeed, fame brings its own set of problems. Even becoming a hero isn't necessarily a good thing. I just want to play basketball quietly. Qin Hao had just finished complaining when he was surrounded by his classmates. "Qin Hao, that last second shot of yours was absolutely brilliant." Yeah. Qin Hao is so handsome. There was only 1 second left in the game, and I thought we were doomed. But you managed to grab the ball and make the game-winning shot. Tell us, how did you feel at that moment? By the way, why didn't you shoot 3-pointers in the previous 3 games? The various problems, along with the girls' adoring gazes, almost drove Qin Hao to the brink of collapse. He became famous for his goal at the Asian Championships and was mobbed by fans, but he had teammates and security guards around him, so he only needed to smile. But now these are all his classmates, and he can't just ignore them. Nor can he tell them that he had no other choice back then and that it was all down to luck. Fortunately, the chubby boy stepped in time to help Qin Hao out of the predicament. "Class is about to start. Everyone go back to your seats. The teacher will be here soon." "Oh, Qin Hao, let's talk after class." The students then returned to their seats, looking rather dejected. Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. In yesterday's City League final, he fought to the very last moment. He didn't think too much. He just wanted to win. He grabbed the basketball that had been swatted away and then made the final shot to win the game, defeating number 3 middle school 81-80 and helping his team win the championship. This ball was priceless. Number 7 middle school won the championship and also earned a ticket to the provincial league, while Qin Hao became the hero of number 7 middle school. When the game ended, Qin Hao was picked up by his teammates and tossed into the air, the entire stadium resounding with cheers from the students of number 7 middle school. The competition has ended, but its influence at number 7 middle school remains. Qin Hao has become a prominent figure at the school, known to almost everyone, and regarded as a hero. Although his classmates express their affection for him in this way, Qin Hao still wants to keep a low profile. The provincial league won't start until February or March next year, so I need to make the most of this time to improve myself. What kind of past does Jiang Feng have? Qin Hao muttered, thinking of Jiang Feng. After yesterday's competition, everyone was excited, except for Qin Hao, who was relatively calm. He also noticed that Jiang Feng was also very calm. Although Jiang Feng had always been a cold person, he seemed a little too calm, and there seemed to be some dissatisfaction deep in his eyes. Qin Hao was certain that for Jiang Feng, the City League championship meant nothing. He was not satisfied with it, and felt it was not enough to excite him. He had great ambitions. So, is his goal the provincial league or the national challenge? Although curious, Qin Hao did not investigate. Everyone has secrets, including himself. Respecting other people's privacy is also respecting yourself. As Qin Hao was lost in thought, he saw the chubby boy hunched over the table, writing intently. He glanced down and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Fatty, replying to a letter again?" The chubby boy looked up, smiled, and said, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you. This morning I collected over a dozen love letters for you. Didn't you say I could handle them myself? So, okay, I don't know what Jiang Feng's goal is, but I do know that this fat guy's goal is definitely to become a playboy." Qin Hao waved his hand, too lazy to bother with this guy. The chubby boy chuckled and continued his fish farming business. "Qin Hao." A voice came from behind. Qin Hao looked over and saw Jiang Shui wearing a white shirt and jeans, her hair pulled back. She had delicate features and a hot figure that would melt even the most hardened straight man. Quite a few boys in the class have already shown their lecherous side. Qin Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances before getting up and going to the door. "What do you need me for?" Jiang Shui looked at Qin Hao with her big, watery eyes and smiled sweetly, saying, "The coach asked me to tell you to remember to assemble at the playground this afternoon. Didn't they say we'd have a break after the City League?" Qin Hao was taken aback. Hee. Jiang Shui laughed. "Yes, that was originally the plan, but we won the championship. There's still the provincial league coming up, so the coach changed his mind. The provincial league is much harder than the City League, so how can we not seize the time to train?" She paused, then said mysteriously, I heard that the coach has come up with a special training plan. Qin Hao chuckled, not expecting his coach to resort to such underhanded tactics. However, he didn't care. Even if the coach really took a break, he would still train on his own. It was Fu Chang and Zhao Hai who would probably be so frustrated that they would want to bang their heads against the wall if they heard this news. After seeing Jiang Shui off, Qin Hao returned to his seat. Sigh. The chubby boy sighed deeply, picked up the dozen or so letters in the drawer and shook them, saying, I finally understand why you have no interest in these. Well, compared to Jiang Shui, the school beauty, these girls are just ordinary beauties. No wonder you look down on them. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Hao said speechlessly. I have nothing to do with Jiang Shui. Uffed. The chubby boy scoffed, not believing it at all. School ends in the afternoon. Qin Hao arrived at the court, and the others followed one after another. Sure enough, Fu Chang, Zhao Hai, Lei Yuchuan, and the others looked like wilted eggplants, with expressions of wanting to cry but having no tears. Fu Chang complained with a bitter face. Didn't the coach say before that we'd get a month off after the City League? There's still more than half a month until winter break, and they're still putting us through this. Yeah. Zhao Hai wiped away non-existent tears. The coach cheated. I had plans to go for a walk and have dinner with someone this afternoon, and now that's all ruined. Hey, everyone perked up. Who did you make plans with? A guy or a girl? Zhao Hai took 2 steps back warily before saying, Of course it's a man. Puff. Holy crap. I'm going to throw up. Everyone burst into laughter. Lei Yuchuan shook his head and complained, More training, and I heard there's even special training. Suddenly, the City League Championship doesn't seem so appealing anymore. The others nodded in agreement. Qin Hao smiled and said, If the City Championship isn't appealing anymore, what about the Provincial League Championship? Upon hearing the words Provincial League Champion, the players' eyes lit up immediately. If they could win the Provincial League Championship, then all the special training would be for nothing. Chapter 62 Special Training Plan. A short while later, Jiang Fangping and Jiang Shui also arrived. Coach! Coach! The players shouted in unison. Fu Chang and Zhao Hai, who had been complaining non-stop, became as obedient as little babies in front of Jiang Fangping, not daring to utter a single complaint. Jiang Fangping nodded, realizing it would be unfair to suddenly go back on his word after agreeing so readily. He coughed lightly before saying, We defeated number 3 middle school and won the City League Championship, which was no easy feat. You all put in a lot of effort and are heroes of number 7 middle school. But now that we've won the City Championship and qualified for the Provincial League, we should cherish this opportunity even more. Perhaps some of you are not aware that in the Provincial League stage, we will face champion teams from various cities and districts. There are a total of 29 prefecture-level cities and county-level cities in our province. The first round will be a single elimination tournament with a draw, including 3 bye rounds to determine 16 winning teams. In the second round, these 16 teams will be drawn again to determine the top 8. Entering the top 8, also known as the National Selection Tournament, is when you truly enter the national competition. After entering the top 8, it will no longer be a single elimination tournament. Instead, the teams will be divided into 2 groups, first playing a round-robin tournament, and then a single elimination tournament based on points, to finally determine the champion. Because this stage is considered to be the national competition stage, there will be reporters interviewing and even television broadcasts. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. Fu Chang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise, There are even reporters interviewing me. Doesn't that mean I have a chance to be in the newspaper too? Lei Yuchuan pouted, looking disgusted, and said to Chang, Didn't you hear me? It's not just a reporter interview. There's also a TV broadcast. I can be on TV. Oh my, that means my parents can see me on TV. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yes. That would be quite a spectacle. The crowd whispered among themselves. Jiang Fangping frowned and snapped, Are you dreaming? If you want to be on TV, you first have to make it into the top 8 of the Provincial League. After everyone quieted down, he continued, Now you know my good intentions, right? You all don't want to be eliminated in the first round after finally making it into the Provincial League, do you? So we need to seize the time to train and improve ourselves as much as possible. With the prospect of appearing on television on their minds, no one was unwilling. They all nodded in agreement, brimming with confidence and determined to perform well in the provincial league. Qin Hao smiled calmly. His goal was not just to appear on television, but to win the provincial championship, advance to the national North-South Division competition, and compete for the national championship. Qin Hao's regret has always been that he narrowly lost the provincial championship by 2 points in the provincial finals and missed the chance to enter the North-South Division tournament. Now that he has a second chance, he cannot afford to miss the championship again. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm had been mobilized and that his last-minute change of plans had been dealt with, Jiang Fangping smiled, clapped his hands, and said, "In order to prepare for the provincial league and improve everyone's strength as much as possible in the limited time, I have developed a special training plan for you." "Jiang Shui," Jiang Fangping called out. Jiang Shui handed a notebook to Jiang Fangping, who opened it and said, "From today until the winter break, I have obtained the school's approval to allow you to skip one evening self-study session and extend your afternoon training time from 1 hour to 1.5 hours. Oh. Upon hearing this, the players stopped laughing. Qin Hao didn't care, since he also planned to increase his training volume anyway, because time was more pressing for him than for others, because his ambitions were greater. Furthermore, Jiang Fangping continued, ignoring everyone's reactions, "I will create individual training plans for each of you based on your individual strengths, specifically targeting your individual abilities. Don't think it's unnecessary. I'm not afraid to criticize you, but with your current strength, you'll only get thrashed in the provincial league. Don't try to improve yourselves, or you'll embarrass yourselves then." Alright, let me explain the specific training plan. It took Jiang Fangping a full 20 minutes to finish introducing the training plan. This training plan is divided into 2 parts. One part is the team training plan, which mainly aims to enhance the team's technical and tactical level, tacit understanding, and cooperation. The other part is the players' individual training plans, which aim to improve the players' individual abilities in a targeted manner. For example, Wang Lei's advantage is his excellent physical fitness, but his technique is too rough. Therefore, the training plan that Jiang Fangping made for him is mainly aimed at this point, to improve his technique. For example, Fu Chang and Zhao Hai have poor physical strength, high body fat, and are somewhat overweight, so their training plan mainly focuses on physical training. Jiang Fangping also developed individual training plans for Qin Hao, Jiang Feng, Wakai, Yuan Xiaojiang, and others. Qin Hao's plan mainly focused on shooting. Jiang Feng's focused on passing. His scoring ability and physical attributes are undeniable, but his passing is a bit lacking, and he doesn't like to pass. Yuan Xiaojiang's focused on penetration. He relies too much on shooting, and his offensive decision-making has some issues. After explaining, Jiang Fangping clapped his hands and said, "Alright, remember your training plan. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Dismissed, let's begin training." Yes. Everyone agreed and dispersed. However, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They could feel how much effort the coach had put into this special training program, the importance the coach placed on the provincial league, and how difficult the future opponents would be. Everyone felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation regarding the provincial league. Qin Hao patted Wang Lei's arm and comforted him. "Don't think too much. Right now, you just need to focus on one thing, training." Wang Lei nodded, feeling a sense of relief, and smiled at Qin Hao. "Thank you." On the sidelines of the stadium, Jiang Fangping looked at the players' training and breathed a sigh of relief. He had stayed up all night to come up with this special training plan, and it had taken a lot of thought, but as long as it was useful, that was fine. This is the first time in several years that number 7 middle school has made it into the provincial league. He doesn't want number 7 middle school to only play 1 or 2 games in the provincial league and then be sent home. An hour and a half passed quickly. In addition to free training, there was also group multi-resistance training. Jiang Fangping was always on the sidelines supervising, and Jiang Shui did not leave either, taking charge of logistics. By the end of training, the players were all exhausted. Previously, training sessions were for an hour, but now it's been an hour and a half. Plus, we just finished a game yesterday, so you can imagine how tired we are. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Fangping announced some good news. In order to reward them for winning the city championship and bringing honor to the school, the school decided to give them a reward of 10,000 yuan, with each person receiving about 800 yuan. Although it wasn't much, the players were still very happy. Chapter 63 Winter Vacation. The basketball court at number 7 middle school. Qin Hao stood under the basket, while Wang Lei was at the free throw line. Qin Hao passed the ball to Wang Lei, who caught it, jumped up, and launched a mid-range shot. With his swish, the basketball went in. Again, Qin Hao passed the ball over once more. Wang Lei continued to shoot, each shot finding its mark. He gained more and more confidence, and felt more comfortable with each shot, the swish sound echoing throughout the room. On the other side of the field, Fu Chang, Lei Yuchuan, Lu Jun, and others were training, but they all stopped and looked towards Wang Lei. "Tsk tisk," Zhao Hai exclaimed. "Wang Lei's shooting is getting better and better. It hasn't been long, and he's almost catching up with the captain. He's still a bit short of catching up to the captain, but he's definitely going to surpass you." Fu Chang's face was full of envy. With Wang Lei's physical attributes, once he develops this shooting ability, he'll be amazing. Before, he could only grab rebounds and wait for the ball to be fed to him before he could score, all inside. Now he can score from the outside. That's not all. He can also dribble and break through defenses now. Although his movements are still not very skillful and not very practical, it's only a matter of time before he succeeds if he continues like this. Lu Jun sighed. Since finishing his 4th year of high school, Wang Lei has been training in shooting, dribbling, and other skills. Now that the City League finals have been over for more than half a month, Wang Lei has only been training for about a month, but his progress is obvious. He has become more skilled at dribbling, and his crossover dribble and breakthroughs are also quite impressive. His shooting percentage has also improved a lot, especially at the free throw line, where he has already achieved a success rate of over 60% during training. This rapid progress stems from 2 main factors. Firstly, Qin Hao's guidance. With Qin Hao's extensive basketball knowledge, guiding Wang Lei was more than sufficient. Qin Hao taught diligently, and Wang Lei learned attentively, naturally leading to rapid improvement. Secondly, Wang Lei's own talent. He's not just a big, dumb guy. Wang Lei has made such progress in just 1 month, so it's easy to imagine that given time, it won't be difficult for him to surpass Guokai in strength. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wang Lei struck the iron. After training for so long, Wang Lei's arms were a bit stiff. Qin Hao called a stop, and Wang Lei took over receiving the ball under the basket, passing it to the outside to shoot. However, Qin Hao was at the 3-point line. Qin Hao has always paid special attention to 3-point shooting training. In his usual shooting practice, 3-point shooting is ranked before mid-range shooting because he is not tall enough, so shooting 3-pointers is better for him. Also, in the future small ball era, 3-pointers will be king, and he must plan ahead. "Begin," Qin Hao said, bending over and kneeling, ready to catch the ball and shoot. Some people don't pay attention to details when playing basketball. When they catch the ball and shoot, they stand up straight and then squat down, jump, and shoot after receiving the ball. But this will take a lot of time, and with just that delay, the defender might have already pounced on you. Therefore, the correct action is to bend over and bend your knees before receiving the ball, and then extend your arms to catch it. The advantage of this is that you don't need to bend over and bend your knees again after you get the ball. By eliminating this action, you can release the ball faster and avoid wasting the opportunity. Qin Hao did just that. Once he got the ball, he jumped up, aimed at the basket, flicked his wrist, and the basketball arced through the air before going into the net. If someone pays attention, they will notice that Qin Hao's movements are textbook perfect, with his elbow, index finger, basketball, eyes, and rim all in a straight line. Of course, shooting involves more than just these things. There are many other details that even if Fu Chang, Zhao Hai, and others were watching from the sidelines, they wouldn't notice. And these are precisely the key points. Again, the ball went in, and Qin Hao reached out again. Wang Lei passed the ball to Qin Hao, who caught it and shot. The whole movement was smooth and beautiful, and with a swish, another clean shot went in. Then the next one, and the one after that. Watching Qin Hao shoot and shoot, making his shots again and again, Fu Chang, Zhao Hai and the others became somewhat numb. Although Qin Hao missed a few shots in the middle, these were 3-pointers, and a 3-point shooting percentage of nearly 60% was already terrifying to them. Sigh. Lei Yuchuan covered his face, not wanting to look anymore. Compared to them, we're trash. What is talent? This is talent. Yes. Fu Chang and Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. The group exchanged glances and silently consoled themselves, thinking, there's nothing we can do. It's not that we don't try, it's just that hard work can't catch up with talent. Compared to Wang Lei, Qin Hao's talent was even more disheartening for Fu Chang, Zhao Hai, and others. He was improving by leaps and bounds. When Qin Hao hit the game-winning three-pointer in the City League Finals, his teammates thought it was somewhat lucky. But in just half a month, Qin Hao had already made shooting three-pointers a routine operation. Of course, this is not the result of the past 2 weeks, because Qin Hao has been practicing three-pointers for a long time. But Fu Chang and the others clearly remembered that more than half a month ago, when they trained together, Qin Hao's three-point shooting percentage was less than 50%. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Hao stopped. It's still not consistent enough. Qin Hao shook his head, not satisfied with his three-point shooting. His accuracy was good at the beginning, but it dropped a lot later, and in the end it was less than 50%. Keep in mind this is training. There are no defenders in front of you, and you don't need to run back and forth. You just shoot from the right spot. How can you be satisfied with such a low shooting percentage? However, he forgot that, all things considered, he had only been in serious training for 3 months. Alright, that's all for today's training. Jiang Fangping clapped his hands to signal the end of the training, then gathered everyone together and said, tomorrow is the start of the holiday, so today is the last day of training. Winter break is just around the corner, and I know you've all been waiting for a long time. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. We also wish the coach a happy new year. Everyone said in unison. Jiang Fangping waved his hand, his tone becoming serious. During the nearly month-long winter break, I hope everyone will not just focus on having fun, but rather try to find some time to train. After the new year, we will soon be facing the provincial league, and time is too tight for us. Everyone was solemn, their hearts heavy, and they all nodded in unison. Yes, coach. After everyone dispersed, they said their goodbyes. Qin Hao. Jiang Shui suddenly called out. Is there something you need? Qin Hao turned around. Jiang Shui blushed and stammered. Can we exchange phone numbers? Aren't we classmates? I just want to wish you a happy new year. Qin Hao looked at his teammates, wondering if they had each other's phone numbers, but he wasn't quite at the level of being a male chauvinist. He smiled and exchanged phone numbers with Jiang Shui. After Jiang Shui left, Qin Hao noticed that his teammates were looking at him with somewhat ambiguous eyes, but Jiang Feng still had a cold face. No, he seemed even colder than usual. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I was the one who was passive. Chapter 64. He's grown taller again. The students were ecstatic when winter break arrived. Although winter vacation is much shorter than summer vacation, it also means that the new year is approaching, which is something that summer vacation does not have. As the new year approaches, a festive atmosphere permeates everywhere. On the 28th and 29th of the 12th lunar month, lanterns and decorations adorn every place, creating a lively and bustling scene. Yuyang City is located in the south, but it doesn't snow. The temperature is warmer than in the north, and you can see many children playing happily on the streets. Even at this time, Qin Hao did not stop training. Because of the winter break, he has more training time than usual. From the start of the break until today, the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Qin Hao has been training every day without fail. Furthermore, he increased his training volume. After several months of training, he grew much taller, and his physical fitness improved significantly. In addition, due to some unknown reason, his physique was different from that of ordinary people, and he was able to withstand the training intensity that his peers could not bear. Whoosh! Qin Hao stood outside the three-point line. The basketball flew from his hands and pierced the net. This is a community sports field near the neighborhood. With the Lunar New Year approaching, not many people come to play, so Qin Hao can occupy the field without any worries and stay there all day without any problem. Today was a family reunion, so he didn't have much time. He practiced shooting for half an hour, followed by physical training, ball handling, dribbling, and passing drills. After finishing all the training sessions, Qin Hao stopped, sat on the sidelines to rest for a while, then stood up, hugged the basketball, and looked at the basket. I wonder if I can dunk it. Since the City League Finals, Qin Hao has had the urge to dunk, but unfortunately he is not tall enough and the time he has been training is too short to do so. He tried frequently during this period, but failed every time. Give it a try. Qin Hao took a deep breath, caught the ball outside the three-point line, and quickly drove to the free throw line. He pushed off the ground forcefully, soaring into the air, his right hand gripping the basketball as he slammed it towards the basket. Bang! He still couldn't dunk it, and the basketball flew out. Qin Hao landed, staggered a couple of times before regaining his balance, picked up the basketball, looked at the hoop, and clenched his fist tightly. Next time I must succeed. When Qin Hao returned home, his uncle, maternal grandparents, and paternal grandparents were already there. The two families sat together, creating a lively atmosphere. Grandpa and Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma. Qin Hao called out obediently. Xiao Hao is back. Grandma waved to Qin Hao, and when Qin Hao came in front of her, she looked him over carefully and smiled. Xiao Hao has grown taller. He has grown quite a bit taller, Grandma agreed. The old man hadn't seen Qin Hao for almost half a year and was quite surprised. Compared to half a year ago, Qin Hao had grown a lot taller and was now 1.78 meters tall. In fact, this was not the result of half a year. Strictly speaking, Qin Hao only took 4 months to grow 8 centimeters taller, from 1.7 meters to 1.78 meters. His parents see him every day, otherwise they would be startled. The family had a reunion dinner, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. This was not only because it was the new year and the family was reunited, but also because the house that Qin Hao's parents and Uncle Lu Jiarong bought in the Iha Jingyuan on Piyuan Road 2 months ago had appreciated in value. Before the winter break, an official document was released confirming previous reports that the number 1 middle school of the city would be relocated to Piyuan Road. Iha Jingyuan suddenly became a school district property, and its housing prices immediately soared. In less than a month, the price per square meter of the first phase of Iha Jingyuan rose from 3,300 yuan to 3,800 yuan, and it looks like it will continue to rise. This directly led to the postponement of the launch of Phase 2 of Iha Jingyuan, originally scheduled for next year. The developer clearly intends to hold onto the properties and wait for appreciation. It's conceivable that the price of Phase 2 will not be 3,300 yuan per square meter when it launches. It will likely exceed 4,000 yuan. In other words, the total value of the house that Qin Hao's parents and Uncle Lu Jiarong bought has increased by 200,000 yuan so far. So during this period, Lu Jiarong would visit Qin Hao's house every few days, expressing his gratitude endlessly. He even wanted to buy Qin Hao a game console, but Qin Hao refused and replaced the game console with basketball shoes instead. Lu Jiarong even promised that once the house is sold, Qin Hao could have as many pairs of basketball shoes as he wanted, no problem. Seeing the house appreciate rapidly and the prospect of making a fortune by reselling it, Qin Hao's parents finally felt relieved and started smiling more often. It wasn't until evening that Qin Hao's maternal grandparents and uncle left. His paternal grandparents stayed to celebrate the new year with Qin Hao and the others. Qin Jinghua also has 2 older sisters, but they are both married and live in other places. His paternal grandparents usually live in the countryside and don't like city life, so they only come during holidays. Grandpa and Grandma, have some fruit. Qin Hao placed the fruit plate in front of his grandparents, then looked at his parents beside him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Lunar New Year's Eve, early morning. Qin Hao was keeping vigil with his parents when suddenly a loud bang rang out outside, and fireworks filled the sky, colorful and beautiful. These are New Year's fireworks. Ring ring. Just then, he received one phone call after another, all from Qin Hao's classmates and teammates. A group of classmates and a dozen teammates kept Qin Hao busy for a while before he finally finished dealing with them. He then called Jiang Fangping to wish him a happy new year. Before I could even catch my breath after finishing my work, the phone rang again. Qin Hao picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Qin Hao. A sweet voice came through the phone, and Qin Hao was taken aback for a moment before realizing what it was. Jiang Shui, it's you. Your brother just called to wish me a happy new year, and now you're calling again. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, probably taken aback by Qin Hao's blunt words. After a long pause, Jiang Shui's somewhat annoyed voice finally came through. My brother is my brother, and I am me. What? My brother can call you, but I can't. Is she angry? Qin Hao quickly said, No, that's not what I meant. I meant. Before he could finish speaking, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Qin Hao also said. Qin Hao resumed training starting from the second year of junior high school. The streets were getting busier, but the court where Qin Hao trained was a bit old, and apart from a few children, not many people came to play. Today is the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Qin Hao arrived at the court and found that there were already people playing, quite a few, at least a dozen. Upon seeing Qin Hao, a boy of about 16 or 17 years old with a buzz cut, probably a high school student, waved to him and asked, Are you here to play basketball too? Yes. Qin Hao nodded. I live around here and come here every day, but I've never seen you before. Aren't you from around here? Hey, the man with the buzz cut said, looking annoyed. I live on Nantung Street. If the basketball court there hadn't been taken over, I wouldn't have come here today. Damn it, it makes me so angry. Just because they're gangsters doesn't mean they can hog the court. If I could beat them. Nantung Street, a community? Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Since there were so many people on the court today, he couldn't train anyway. He might as well go to Nantung Street. It had been a long time since he'd been there. Chapter 65 I'm Here to Challenge. Nantung Street wasn't far from Qin Hao's home. It only took him about 10 minutes to get there. Following his memory, he found the Nantung Street Community Sports Court. From afar, you could hear the sounds of people playing ball, accompanied by various shouts. What are you doing? Pass the ball. Here, give it to me. Zhao Jian, what are you thinking? I have an open spot here. You should have passed it to me earlier. You wasted the opportunity. Defend well. Defend well. We can't let them score easily again. Hearing the shouts, Qin Hao smiled. Actually, Qin Hao was quite familiar with the Nantung Street basketball court. He used to come here often. However, nowadays, because of training, the court is usually crowded and not very suitable for practice. So, not counting the past, this was Qin Hao's first time at the court. The court is paved with PVC, the backboard is made of tempered glass and has a net, and there are even several rows of wooden benches on the sidelines as spectator seats, where many people are sitting. Some were people wearing jerseys and resting on the sidelines, while others were spectators who had come just to watch the game. When Qin Hao walked onto the court, he saw that both halves of the court were playing 3-on-3, and all of them were adults. A few people on one side were particularly eye-catching because they were all very tall, around 1.8 meters. In this kind of community court, such height is already a great advantage. These people also have conspicuous tattoos on their arms. No wonder the crew cut man calls them socialites. I'd heard about this group before. They would sometimes come to Nantung Street and take over the court, not letting anyone else play. Qin Hao sat down in the stands next to him, intending to observe their skill level first. He had heard of them before, but he hadn't encountered them the few times he'd come. As soon as they sat down, they heard a dark-skinned, lean young man, about 1.7 meters tall, mutter indignantly. Damn it. These guys are awful. It's fine to come and play basketball, but there are only about 10 of them, and they insist on taking up both halves of the court, not letting anyone else play. What kind of behavior is that? These are ball hogs. A man next to him was also furious, but then shrank back and advised, Brother Xing, let it go. These guys are all thugs. If we can't afford to mess with them, can't we at least avoid them? I'm just so angry. Why is it that they get the better treatment? Xing shouted, but he didn't dare to raise his voice too much, afraid that the group of thugs would hear him. Qin Hao observed for a while longer and found that there were quite a few people who shared the same resentment as them, many of whom were students. They were sitting on the sidelines, fuming, but dared not provoke them. On the field, several gangsters were playing 3-on-3. To Qin Hao's surprise, their skills were actually quite good, especially one guy with long hair, which he tied up in a bun on top of his head. He had a tattoo on his neck, was about 1.8 meters tall, had dark skin, and had good jumping ability and speed. His ball control was also good, but his movements were a bit flashy, leaning towards street ball, and somewhat impractical. But on this kind of basketball court, the guy with the top knot is already considered a pro. Hey, how much longer are you guys going to fight? After waiting a while longer, Xingge couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the crowd. Are you guys even being reasonable? There are so many people waiting here, just to see you have your fun. The group stopped. The man with the top knot was clearly the leader. They exchanged a glance, and the man with the top knot said, "You want to play? Sure. Form your own team, and play 3 against 3. If you win, we'll continue. If you lose, get lost. Dare to come." Sensing the contempt of the man with the top knot, Xingge was provoked. "What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight. 3 against 3, 6 balls. The loser gets out of here." "Okay." The man with the top knot smiled, pointed to 2 people, making a total of 3 including himself, and beckoned to Xingge with his finger. "Then come on." Seeing the commotion, many people gathered around and stood outside the stadium. Some people are still discussing it, and are not optimistic about Xingge and others. Qin Hao watched with great interest, not planning to make a move right now. He was just there to watch the show, so he figured he'd observe first. However, the excitement didn't last long. Xingge picked 2 teammates, but none of them were as good as their opponents in terms of physical fitness or skills. They were beaten 6-0 in no time, a complete one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. 6-0 you lost. The man with the top knot sneered. "With this level of skill, you dare to show your face? You're dreaming. Get lost. This stadium is under my protection. Don't ever show your face here again." Xingge gritted his teeth, then just snorted and turned to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. "You're saying you've got this stadium under your protection?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Xingge also stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a boy who looked to be less than 1.8 meters tall, about 15 or 16 years old, with a somewhat immature appearance. He was holding a basketball and had a smile on his face. The man with the top knot frowned and looked at Qin Hao. "So what if it is? Little brother, this is not something you should be doing. Go play somewhere else. I'm not young anymore, and I'll still grow." Qin Hao didn't care whether they understood his flirtatious talk or not. He pushed through the crowd and stepped onto the field. "Also, I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" These words caused an uproar in the audience. "He's the one who'll challenge us. This kid's pretty arrogant. He looks like a middle school student, right? Didn't he see those gangsters with their tattoos? And he still dares to mess with them." People whispered among themselves. Some people kindly advised Qin Hao, "Young man, don't be impulsive. We also really want to play, but we really can't afford to mess with them, and we can't beat them either, so forget it." Qin Hao smiled slightly and looked at the man with the top knot. "1-on-1, 10 balls. Whoever hits 10 balls first wins. The loser leaves his jersey and gets out." The man with the top knot looked Qin Hao up and down, not understanding where this kid got his confidence from or why he was so arrogant. But after thinking for a moment, he laughed. "All right, since you're looking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Just like you said, play 10 balls, and the loser leaves his jersey and gets out." "No." Qin Hao shook his head. "What I meant was, if you lose, all of you will have to leave your jerseys, go shirtless and get out of here, and you're not allowed to come to this court again." "No problem." The man with the top knot agreed without hesitation, knowing he was guaranteed to win. This caused an uproar in the crowd, even more lively than before. People on the opposite side of the field stopped playing and ran over to surround the field. Xingge stopped walking and just shook his head at Qin Hao. This young man is quite bold, but he's probably no match for him and will likely suffer a loss. The people around him nodded in agreement. No one thought Qin Hao was a good candidate to win. After all, Qin Hao looked to be only 15 or 16 years old and was less than 1.8 meters tall. He didn't seem like a very strong player. How could this possibly be a match for the man with the top knot? Chapter 66. Completely crush you, no questions asked. Everyone retreated to the outside of the court, leaving the court open to Qin Hao and the man with the top knot. Seeing that Qin Hao looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, the man with the top knot looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, so he pretended to be magnanimous and waved his hand, saying, "Since you are young, I will let you attack first." "Okay." Qin Hao didn't stand on ceremony and passed the ball to the man with the top knot. This is called ball inspection. It involves letting the defender touch the ball to indicate that they are ready to defend. The man with the top knot tossed the ball back to Qin Hao, signaling that Qin Hao could attack. Qin Hao took the ball and stood outside the three-point line. The man with the top knot stepped forward, more than a meter away from Qin Hao, looking lazy and contemptuous. He was just short of saying, "Go ahead and shoot if you dare." Seeing the opponent's overconfidence, Qin Hao chuckled inwardly and jumped up to shoot from beyond the three-point line. Not good. Seeing Qin Hao's shooting motion, the man with the top knot felt a jolt in his heart, realizing he had been careless. This kid was no ordinary person. Whoosh! A soft sound was heard, followed by gasps from outside the stadium. The man with the top knot knew the ball had definitely gone in. 3 points count as 2, it's 2-0 now, Qin Hao said with a smile. Humph. The man with the top knot looked annoyed and snorted. I underestimated you. But this is just the beginning. Let's go again. In this one-on-one situation, possession of the ball is not exchanged. Possession is only exchanged when the offensive player fails to score or is blocked, and then the defensive player takes the offensive turn. Therefore, it was still Qin Hao's turn to attack. Qin Hao remained standing outside the three-point line, posing as a triple threat. The so-called triple threat refers to an offensive player making 3 threatening moves after receiving the ball: passing, shooting, and dribbling. Specifically, this involves placing the ball at the waist, not in front of the player, as it's easy to steal, stepping forward with the right foot as if making a breakthrough move, and slightly bending over to make a shooting motion at any time. Of course, the player can also pass the ball at any time if necessary. NBA star Carmelo Anthony is a master of this technique. His triple threat is so convincing that it often makes it difficult for defenders to anticipate his moves, leading them to make incorrect defensive decisions. At this moment, Qin Hao's 3 threats were also very standard. For a period of time, Qin Hao specifically studied Anthony's triple threat, finding many videos and replaying them in slow motion to analyze every detail of his movements. Furthermore, he also studied the triple threat moves of other players and compared them with Anthony's, striving to thoroughly understand the triple threat move. Qin Hao held the ball at his waist, bent slightly, took a half step with his right foot, and swayed his shoulder. The man with the top knot was just an amateur player, and he couldn't resist the deception of such a professional move. He subconsciously thought that Qin Hao was going to break through, and immediately moved a step to the left. But the next moment, Qin Hao pulled his foot back, jumped up, and took another three-pointer. Whoosh. Going again. I'm feeling pretty good today, Qin Hao chuckled. The man with the top knot turned pale, feeling a burning sensation on his face. He never expected that this kid, who clearly looked like a middle school student, would be so powerful. Meanwhile, people on the sidelines were already cheering. Wow, another three-pointer. That three-pointer is so accurate. TSK, I misjudged him. Look at his movements. To be honest, I've never seen anything like it on a pickup court, only on TV. Look at his jab step and shooting motion. It's as professional as a professional player. This young man must still be a student. I wonder which school he goes to. With 2 three-pointers, Qin Hao proved his strength and won over the spectators on the sidelines. Although these were all amateur enthusiasts, keyboard warriors, and armchair critics, anyone who knew a little about basketball could see that Qin Hao was extraordinary. Every move he made exuded a professional flair. The expressions of the people with the man in the top knot all changed at this moment. One of them whispered, "Brother Tiger, is this any good?" The man with the top knot turned his head and cursed, "Bullshit. There are only 2 balls so far. It's still early. Just watch from the sidelines and see how I turn the tables." After saying that, he threw the ball to Qin Hao, his face dark, and shouted defiantly, "Continue." Qin Hao shook his head inwardly. This person's heart was really not good. If he could stay calm and adjust his state in time, he might still have a chance to defend the next ball. But now, sorry, I'm going to completely crush you, no questions asked. Qin Hao received the ball and still used the triple threat move. The man with the top knot twitched, momentarily at a loss for what to do, because he couldn't tell whether Qin Hao was going to shoot or drive. Of course, this was a one-on-one game, so passing wasn't an option. The next moment, Qin Hao retrieved the ball and raised it up. Again, the man with the top knot was annoyed and jumped up to cover the man without thinking. However, when he jumped, he realized he had been tricked. Qin Hao hadn't shot, it was just a feint. After making him jump, Qin Hao accelerated and easily made a layup. In one-on-one situations, Many people like to drive to the basket because there's only one defender. Once you get past him, all that's left is the basket, making scoring easy. However, for true masters, driving to the basket is not the only way to attack. The optimal solution is to combine shooting and driving to the basket in a reasonable way. 5-0. Qin Hao returned to the three-point line. Damn it. The man with the top knot said angrily. The next ball, the ball after that. Qin Hao made consecutive breakthroughs. His speed was too fast, and with his extremely deceptive feints, the man with the top knot couldn't stop him at all. He was beaten by Qin Hao and could only watch helplessly as Qin Hao scored 3 consecutive balls. In the blink of an eye, the score became 8 o'clock, and the one-on-one match was about to end with only 2 points left. The man with the top knot was completely panicked. Wow, what a huge difference in strength. This young man is amazing. Yeah, that's the difference between professional and amateur. Could this kid be a player from some youth team? He's too strong. 8-0. People were talking about it. Brother Xing's eyes lit up. He felt a great sense of relief. With 2 points remaining, Qin Hao received the ball and first made a probing step. The man with the top knot had been beaten several times in a row and had become somewhat familiar with Qin Hao's feints, so he didn't fall for it easily. But the next moment, Qin Hao really broke through, slapped the ball forward, and accelerated. Holy shit, the man with the top knot yelled, and quickly retreated. However, he was still wrong. Just as he retreated, Qin Hao chuckled, suddenly pulled the ball back, and deftly moved his feet on the ground, retreating back to the three-point line. I'm having a good shooting night. I wonder if this third one will go in. Qin Hao wasn't entirely confident, but with only 2 points to go, why not take a three-pointer? I've been tricked again. The man with the top knot was on the verge of tears, too exhausted to even lunge forward. Qin Hao jumped up, holding the basketball in his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball flew from his fingertips, arcing through the air before swishing into the net. 10-0, it's over. Chapter 67, Lei Feng Number 2. That's it. Hey, as expected, there was no suspense. The gap is too big. Haven't you heard the saying, don't use your hobby to challenge someone's profession? That young man looks like a professional. He's not very old. Maybe he's a player from some youth team? But he's a professional after all, not someone we amateurs can compare to. Yeah, that guy with the top knot looked pretty tough before. None of us could beat him. But against this young man, TSK. That's strange. How come I've never seen this young man before? Maybe they're not from around here. Perhaps they're back to visit relatives for the Lunar New Year. The comeback in the one-on-one match was quite dramatic. Beforehand, no one thought Qin Hao could win, and everyone thought he would definitely be completely defeated. But the result was exactly the opposite. One side was completely defeated, but it was the man with the top knot. At this moment, people are full of curiosity about Qin Hao, discussing his background, and even automatically imagining a story of a youth team player who came back to visit his family. Qin Hao didn't bother to explain. Actually, he had been here before, but he was in junior high school then, and his height and appearance had changed. If you weren't familiar with him, you wouldn't recognize him. Moreover, there's a high turnover of people at these community sports fields. These people might not have been there when Qin Hao came before, so it's normal that they haven't seen him before. You lost. Qin Hao looked at the man with the top knot and the gangsters behind him. As agreed, leave your jersey and don't come to this court again. Yes, you have to accept the consequences of your bet. Leave your jersey and get out. Fearing that the man with the top knot and his companions might renege on their promise, everyone shouted to support Qin Hao and put pressure on the man with the top knot and his companions. The man with the top knot snorted, but being straightforward, he took off his jersey first and then shouted to the others, "What are you all standing there for? Take it off." "Oh, really taking your clothes off? Tiger, does that mean you're really not coming to the stadium anymore? It's so embarrassing." Seeing the group chattering and making no progress, Tiger, who was already frustrated and had no way to vent his anger, started punching and kicking them, yelling, "I told you not to talk so much. I told you not to talk so much. You know what it means to lose a bet. Haven't I told you what it means to be in this business?" One of the underlings shrank his neck and whispered, "Loyalty comes first." "Wrong," Tiger brother retorted. "It's integrity. Integrity comes first. You have to do what you say. Damn it." I'll teach you all to be ignorant and incompetent. I'll beat you to a pulp. Oh dear, Tiger, we were wrong. Brother Tiger, please don't hit me. I'll take my clothes off. I'll take them off, okay? The onlookers were a bit bewildered, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. Qin Hao hadn't expected this either, and his lips twitched. These socialites were quite interesting. The man with the top knot and his gang slunk away, leaving behind only a few jerseys. Once they were sure the men were far away, Brother Xing laughed and told people to pick up the jerseys and hang them on the stadium fence. These are their badges of honor. Anyone who dares to come here and act arrogantly again should look at these jerseys first and think about the consequences. Qin Hao picked up the basketball and prepared to leave. Brother, you brave soul. Xing shouted hurriedly, then realized he must have caught the goofy vibe from the guy with the top knot and his friends. He quickly corrected himself. Hey bro, don't go. You're the boss of this court now. Stay and have some fun. No need. Qin Hao shook his head and said, I just happened to be there and wanted to join in the fun. You guys have fun. I probably won't come to this court again. Huh. Xinggu was taken aback. Qin Hao waved his hand and walked away with a flourish. However, Qin Hao didn't go straight home. Instead, he went back to the old basketball court near his neighborhood. A group of guys with buzz cuts were still playing 3-on-3. Although the court was old, it didn't seem to dampen their enthusiasm. Seeing Qin Hao return, the crew cut man and the others stopped. The crew cut man asked with a smile, Dude, you went to Nantung Street? I told you so. Damn, those guys are awful. Qin Hao laughed and said, I just came back from there, but those gangsters you mentioned have already left. They probably won't be going to that basketball court on Nantung Street anymore. You guys can go back to that court now. To be honest, the court there is much better than this one. There are more people, and the atmosphere is more lively. Hey, you're right. The man with the buzz cut grinned, then suddenly realized, Wait, what did you just say? Those gangsters left and aren't coming back? What happened? Oh, there was a really good guy who saw how arrogant they were, so he played a game with them. Those gangsters lost, left their jerseys, and promised never to go to that court again. Qin Hao said casually, Yeah, he's a good guy who does good deeds anonymously. I think we can call him Lei Feng No. 2. The group of people with buzz cuts were stunned and couldn't believe it. They quickly said something to Qin Hao and then ran off to Nantung Street. This was exactly the effect Qin Hao wanted. Without those gangsters, the crew cut guys could hang out on Nantung Street instead of coming to this old basketball court, and he could train in peace. Qin Hao took off his jacket, took out a basketball, and started training. After taking off his jacket and trousers, all that was visible underneath was a jersey. You could also see that Qin Hao's legs and body were bound with straps containing lead weights. Qin Hao was wearing weights when he fought the man with the top knot. Nantung Street, the sports field. The crew cut guys rushed back in a flurry, and sure enough, those gangsters were gone. The court was divided into two teams, playing 3-on-3 street ball, and Xinggu was in one of them. Brother Xing. The man with the buzz cut recognized Brother Xing and greeted him with a smile, then eagerly asked, Brother Xing, where are those gangsters? They're gone. Xing chuckled and pointed to a section of the court fence. Look, they dropped their jerseys and slunk away. Wow, it's really true. The buzz cut man exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't quite believed Qin Hao's words before. He thought the man with the top knot was very strong, and how could someone suddenly appear and defeat him? It turned out to be true. The man with the buzz cut hurriedly asked, Where is that person? Xing said regretfully, They're leaving. I originally wanted them to stay and play with us. They were the ones who helped us get this court back, but they didn't want to. Well, with their skill level, what's the point of playing with us? It's not even a little bit challenging. You guys form your own team, and it'll be your turn next. Oh, the man with the buzz cut nodded, still a little confused. The crew cut guy and the others didn't connect the mysterious Lei Feng No. 2 with Qin Hao either. After all, Qin Hao looked about the same age as them, 15 or 16, still a middle school student. They didn't think Qin Hao could defeat the man with the top knot. However, not long after, they heard news about Lei Feng No. 2 again. Chapter 68, Jinyuan Road Stadium. Jinyuan Road, Community Sports Field. This court is larger than the one on Nantung Street. It has 2 full-court courts, all with the same plastic surface and tempered glass hoops. There are lights at night, and there are also spectator stands around it. In the distance, there are flowers, trees, and shrubs. The environment is much better than the court on Nantung Street. Of course, there will be many more people. Who is the best player on this court? A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. People looked in the direction of the sound and saw a boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old, less than 1.8 meters tall, with a sunny smile, standing outside the court, holding a basketball in his hand, looking at them. What does this kid mean? Could they be here to cause trouble? Shaw, he thinks he can cause trouble? He's more like a lamb to the slaughter. Some people scoffed and didn't take it seriously, let alone a 15 or 16-year-old student. Even college students or adults wouldn't dare to challenge this court. Jinyuan Road Court is famous throughout the entire northern district for its large number of players and many skilled players. It's not that no one has tried to challenge us before, but they've all failed. There are still several jerseys hanging on the fence outside the stadium. Unlike Qin Hao, who acquired several jerseys at once on Nantung Street, here each jersey represents only one person and one story of a challenge. The number of jerseys represents the number of times the game was played. However, after a few times, no one dared to challenge them anymore. After all, everyone's smart enough to know that the Jinyuan Road basketball court is not to be trifled with. Several people have already lost there. So, most people wouldn't go looking for trouble, because it would be too embarrassing to lose. So it's been a long time since anyone has come to challenge us, especially since this is a 15 or 16-year-old middle school student. What is this if not a joke? Who's the best player on this court? The middle school student asked again, stating directly, I'm here to challenge them. Whoa! The crowd gasped in disbelief, followed by bursts of laughter. Is this person really here to stir up trouble, or to be funny? This middle school student was none other than Qin Hao. After the incident on Nantung Street, Qin Hao returned to the old court to train. However, after that incident, Qin Hao decided to visit other courts during his spare time. He certainly didn't want to monopolize the courts like the guy with the top knot. He just wanted to meet some of the experts in the underworld. There's a saying that goes, there are many hidden masters among ordinary people. Before coming to the Jinyuan Road Court, Qin Hao had already visited several community courts, including Longwan Street, Pukayuan, and Qingshui Park. Although he didn't always sweep his opponents 10-0, he won every time he challenged a match. After each victory, he left immediately and said he would not come back. When asked his name, he only gave a code name, Lei Feng No. 2. Well, this is entirely Qin Hao's personal quirk. Anyway, he had already used it once to fool the crew cut guys, and he was too lazy to change it. He might as well use it a few more times. Are you sure you want to challenge me? A young man in his early 20s, wearing a red vest, standing at least 1.85 meters tall, with a robust build, stepped forward from the crowd. Of course, Qin Hao nodded. I'm serious. To make it more convincing, Qin Hao added, in fact, I've already picked out several courts these past few days. Longwan Street, Pukayuan, Qingshui Park. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Someone stared at Qin Hao and exclaimed, Your Lei Feng No. 2? What Lei Feng No. 2? You don't know? Someone immediately explained. Several courts have been picked in the past few days, and all of them have been picked by the same person. Nobody knows his name. He's just given a code name, Lei Feng No. 2. Oh, he picked out several venues by himself. Wow. After hearing the explanation, people couldn't help but gasp. Nanwan Street, Pukayuan, Qingshui Park, and the sports field on Jinyuan Road, these places all belong to the North District of Yuyang City, and these sports fields are quite famous throughout the North District. Some people wandered between these sports fields and naturally heard some news, but looking at Qin Hao again, they still couldn't connect the Lei Feng No. 2, who single-handedly took on several sports fields with this young man. The burly man in the red vest also changed his expression, and his tone became more serious as he asked, Are you really Lei Feng No. 2? Qin Hao nodded and smiled. It's just a code name. Since you know this name, you should know that I have no ill intentions. I just want to find someone to spar with, not to provoke anyone or to take over this court. I'll leave after the match and won't come back again. So, do you dare to accept the challenge? Qin Hao looked at the red vest and realized that the red vest was the one who had the final say. Why wouldn't I dare? The man in the red vest said with a smile. Same as always, 10 balls. But since you're here for a friendly match, there's no need to mention leaving your jersey. Okay. Qin Hao nodded. That was what he thought too. Although he was there to challenge others, firstly, Lei Feng number 2 was well known, and secondly, Qin Hao was only there to exchange skills, so the atmosphere was relatively harmonious, and everyone was looking forward to watching the show with great interest. The stadium was cleared out. Qin Hao and the man in the red vest stood on the court. The man in the red vest tossed the ball to Qin Hao and said, "Since you're the guest, you go first." Okay. Qin Hao stood outside the three-point line and began his attack. Nantung Street, basketball court. Xinggu, Ban Siyuan 2, and others were all there. The group was divided into several teams to play 3-on-3 bullfighting. Because there were a lot of people, and the people were quite diverse, there were very few matches. They mostly played 3-on-3, so they could be divided into several teams to take turns and rest. Brother Xing. The man with the buzz cut passed the ball to Brother Xing and shouted, "Shoot." Swish. Xinggu made a jump shot. This was also a game-winning shot, knocking the opponent out of the game. After 2 more rounds, Xinggu and the crew cut guy were also knocked out and sat on the sidelines, panting heavily and gulping down mineral water. Awesome. After taking a big gulp of water, the man with the buzz cut yelled, "Hey, those gangsters really haven't come back. It's finally peaceful." Xinggu nodded and said, "Have you heard? These past few days, Lei Feng number 2 has been challenging every court. Nanwan Street, Pukeiyuan, and Qingshui Park have all been taken over by him." As he spoke, Xinggu looked at him with admiration. He's really strong. He's taken over several courts by himself and hasn't lost a single one. Just as the man with the buzz cut was about to add his own comment, a boy of about 14 or 15 years old suddenly ran over, panting, and shouted, "There's news about Lei Feng number 2. I heard he went to Jinyuan Road Stadium to challenge Zhao Dinghu there." "What?" The man with the buzz cut exclaimed in surprise. "Jinyuan Road Stadium, challenging Zhao Dinghu?" Xinggu jumped up, throwing down his water bottle. "Holy crap, this is going to be good. Let's go. Let's hurry to Jinyuan Road, or we'll miss it." In a short time, more than a dozen people left the Nantung Street Stadium and headed to Jinyuan Road. Chapter 69 Qin Hao vs. Zhao Dinghu. Jinyuan Road, basketball court. There are 2 stadiums in total, but the other stadium is now empty. Everyone has come to this stadium to watch the excitement. I didn't expect Lei Feng number 2 to be so young. I heard that he had taken on several courts by himself, so I thought he must be a young man in his 20s. I didn't expect him to be only 15 or 16 years old. This is why heroes have always emerged from among the young. Right. Don't compare your 15 or 16-year-old self with other people's 15 or 16-year-old selves. Comparing people will only make you miserable, and comparing goods will only make you throw them away. You can't compare them. People whispered among themselves, many marveling at Qin Hao's youth. Some people are more concerned about Qin Hao's strength. He took on several courts in a row, so this guy must be pretty good. But today he's facing Zhao Dinghu. I wonder if he can win. Hey, probably not. Brother Zhao is one of the best in our North District basketball circle. He was a key player on the college team back in college. Apart from those professional players, who can compare to him? That's true. At least in terms of physical fitness, that kid is probably no match for Brother Zhao. He's not even 1.8 meters tall, so he's probably no match for Brother Zhao. Although Qin Hao played several courts without a single loss, the strength of those courts, whether on Nanwan Street or Qingshui Park, was not as good as that on Jinyuan Road. Moreover, Qin Hao was only 15 or 16 years old and less than 1.8 meters tall. Zhao Dinghu, also known as Red Vest, was a full 1.85 meters tall, with a robust build and bulging muscles. Compared to him, Qin Hao seemed to be far inferior in terms of physical fitness. What they didn't know was that, apart from being shorter than Zhao Dinghu, Qin Hao was no less physically imposing than him. However, to conceal the lead weights on his body, he wore a jacket and athletic pants, so others couldn't see his physique. In reality, after several months of training, Qin Hao's physique was excellent. His muscles weren't overly muscular, but rather beautifully defined, possessing both explosive power and agility. On the field, Qin Hao began his attack, first making a triple threat move, but Zhao Dinghu was much stronger than the man with the top knot from before, with better experience and awareness. He was not fooled by Qin Hao's move and stayed in his defensive position, not making any moves easily, and just staring at Qin Hao. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Qin Hao nodded inwardly. At least in this respect, Zhao Donghu was stronger than the previous few people. Perhaps he really was a master. Whoosh! The next moment, Qin Hao started his attack and broke through from the right side. Zhao Donghu's eyes suddenly sharpened. He quickly moved to the left and took a half-step back, preemptively blocking Qin Hao's path. Qin Hao immediately changed direction, which didn't surprise Zhao Donghu. He had already reserved some strength, so he quickly adjusted his center of gravity and moved to the right, blocking Qin Hao's breakthrough route. Not bad, he's a pro. Qin Hao stepped back and returned to the three-point line. This was just a test, but Zhao Donghu performed exceptionally well, which made Qin Hao quite excited. Although the people at the Nanwan Street and Pukyuan basketball courts were stronger than the man with the top knot, the difference was limited. So even with the lead weights on his body, he defeated them without much effort. Perhaps this red vest will allow him to shed his burden. That was just a test. Qin Hao is now truly serious. He lowers his center of gravity, sinks his left shoulder, and makes a move to break through to the left before suddenly changing direction. So fast, Zhao Donghu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This change of direction was completely different from the previous one. This time, Qin Hao's speed was extremely fast, and the arc was very large. He quickly moved to try to block the way, but he was still a little too slow. Qin Hao broke past Zhao Donghu and scored with a layup. 1 o'clock. That's fast. He is indeed a master. Even brother Zhao is having trouble keeping up. It is no accident that Lei Feng No. 2 can beat several courts without a single loss. People were surprised. Qin Hao returned to the three-point line and began his second attack. This was another breakthrough, the movement clean and simple. A probing step, then a sudden acceleration to break through. When Zhao Donghu changed his center of gravity and tried to block him, Qin Hao dribbled behind his back, switched the ball to his left hand, turned slightly to the side, past Zhao Donghu, then grabbed the basketball with his left hand and took a step forward, making a one-handed layup, scoring another point. Then came the third ball, the fourth ball. Qin Hao scored on all 4 of his attacks, each one a breakthrough. Zhao Donghu's face was already serious, and his defense became increasingly cautious. He kept a close eye on Qin Hao, but dared not easily try to steal the ball, because a player with such excellent dribbling skills must also have good ball control. After all, ball control is the foundation of dribbling, and rashly trying to steal the ball is never a good choice. In fact, Qin Hao deliberately created an opening to lure Zhao Donghu into making a move, but Zhao Donghu did not. Seeing that he could remain so calm even after being hit by 4 opponents, Qin Hao couldn't help but secretly admire him. On the 5th shot, Qin Hao made a breakthrough attempt, but changed his previous style and took a three-point shot. Unfortunately, his three-point shot is still inconsistent, and the basketball bounced off the rim. I can't score on the first try, my touch isn't good today. Qin Hao shook his head inwardly. There was nothing he could do. His touch was still inconsistent. Phew. Zhao Donghu breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, after a few balls, Zhao Donghu no longer dared to underestimate Qin Hao. Based on Qin Hao's ability to break through, he thought it would be difficult to defend against Qin Hao. If Qin Hao continued to break through like this, he would get anxious. Qin Hao smiled and passed the ball to Zhao Donghu. It's your turn. Zhao Donghu nodded, received the ball outside the three-point line, lowered his center of gravity, and also made a breakthrough move. Qin Hao just stayed in place and did not make any move easily. Impulsiveness is the devil, especially when facing an unfamiliar opponent. Before understanding the opponent's style, Qin Hao always responded to all changes by remaining unchanged. Seeing Qin Hao's composed demeanor, Zhao Donghu sighed inwardly, but it wasn't unexpected. A master of breakthroughs and feints is usually not easily fooled. The next moment, Zhao Donghu started, and after a probing step, he broke through to the right. Qin Hao immediately moved to the left, preemptively blocking Zhao Donghu's path. He was faster than Zhao Donghu, arriving first despite being behind, and thus cutting off Zhao Donghu's breakthrough route. However, at that moment, Zhao Donghu suddenly jumped up, executing a sudden stop and shoot jump shot right in front of Qin Hao. Whoosh! With a soft thud, the ball went in. Nice shot. Brother Zhao is awesome, well done. People shouted to cheer on Zhao Dinghu. Qin Hao understood that this must be a master of pull-up jump shots, which was a bit troublesome. The opponent was taller than him, so it would be difficult to defend against a pull-up jump shot. A pull-up jump shot is already very sudden, and if the shooter has a height advantage, it becomes even harder to defend. Sure enough, Zhao Denghu's next shot was another pull-up jumper. Because his opponent was strong, Zhao Denghu dared not hold back at all, and he used his signature move right from the start. He couldn't give Qin Hao a chance. If he couldn't defeat Qin Hao in one fell swoop, it might be Qin Hao who defeated him when possession changed. Chapter 70. This damn feel.